What is up, trainers? After close to 26 years of trying to be the very best like no one ever was, Ash has finally retired at the old age of 35-ish, but doesn't look a day over 12. To celebrate his retirement, I've decided to consume everything Pokemon related. I've played the games, I've read the books, I've seen the movies, and now it's time to watch all the anime episodes. And yes, I'm going over every single individual episode of the anime series. Now keep in mind, the final numbers for what I have as all the episodes of Pokemon, what the official Pokemon Company has, what Wikipedia has, what some of fan Wikipedias have, are all different for various reasons. We'll go over some of those differences as we get to them, but just know that my list is the definitive de facto list of every Pokemon episode, and there is no argument about this. And what I came to was a total of 1,234 episodes, so not that much. Oh yeah, this video is probably way too long anyway, so let's just jump right into it with the episode that started it all.
You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon! Gotta catch 'em all! Gotta catch 'em all! Pokemon! Pokemon, I choose you!
So here it is, the first episode of the Pokemon anime, released in Japan in April of 1997. Which, fun fact, is the same year and month I was born in, so yeah, when I say I've known Pokemon my whole life, I mean it. Now before we begin talking about the show, we of course have to talk about the theme song, the most important part of any TV show when you're a kid. And what do I have to say about the original Pokemon theme song? It's iconic, it's a classic, everyone knows it. If you don't know or don't like the original Pokemon theme, then why are you even watching this video? In the inaugural episode, we meet Ash Ketchum, a 10-year-old kid who is about to go on his Pokemon journey, as all kids do when they reach that age. But he oversleeps, and instead of getting one of the 3 classic starters, he instead gets a Pikachu that doesn't like him or staying in its Pokeball. But after the two are attacked by a flock of Spearow, Ash shows his dedication to his new friend by protecting him, and the two start one of the best friendships in anime, and the episode ends with Ash trying to get Pikachu to a Pokemon Center to heal him after being attacked. So I was shocked how well this episode still held up. It does a great job of establishing the world and characters like Professor Oak, Ash's mom Delia, and even Misty is in this. For some reason I thought she didn't appear until episode 2. But of course the best part is it introduces the man, the myth, the Giga Chad legend himself, Gary Oak.
You got your first Pokemon?
That's right, loser!
But I do think this episode does a great job of establishing Ash as the main character and someone you want to watch and root for. But I think this episode shows off Ash the best. We see from him oversleeping that he may not be the smartest or the coolest, but he has a good heart and he really loves Pokemon, and seeing him defend Pikachu really makes you want to root for him. It's also very strange seeing Ash and Pikachu fight, considering, for the next 1,200 episodes they are inseparable. Great first episode.
Pokemon emergency!
So this episode introduces us to some of the longest recurring characters in the anime. We got Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, and yes, Jesse, James, and Meowth of Team Rocket. I don't like Team Rocket. If you see my other videos, you know I don't like that children's anime have so many catchphrases and slogans, and the longest running one in Pokemon is the Team Rocket motto, which we hear every episode. Great. Anyway, the episode is mostly Ash getting Pikachu help at the Pokemon Center, but Team Rocket shows up to try to steal all the Pokemon. But thankfully Pikachu heals in time to send them blasting off again. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Also, Misty arrives at the center, where we get a proper introduction to her. And since Ash ruined her bike in the last episode, and you need to win the lottery to get a bike in the Pokemon world, she starts following Ash until he can pay her back. Now, the episode itself is good. I do like that Ash had to use his wits to figure out how to beat Team Rocket, not just sending out a Pokemon, and weirdly, Team Rocket came off as a threat in this episode, something I know from memory will not continue. One thing I definitely noticed, it's the first few episodes, but you can tell the voice actors have not gotten used to their roles yet. They all sound very uncomfortable.
Oh, my Pokedex! I didn't realize it was also my ID!
The dub is of course done by the legendary 4Kids, who is not that bad, you haters. But yeah, I'll be interested to see how they warm up to their roles, considering I know that they'll be dubbing this series for quite a while. Hopefully it gets better.
To protect the world from devastation.
To unite all peoples within our nation.
To denounce the evils of truth and love.
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Jesse.
James.
Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light!
Surrender now or prepare to fight.
Meow! That's right!
Ash catches a Pokemon!
You'll never guess what happens in this episode. Guess. Guess. Guess! Going through the Viridian Forest, Ash catches a Caterpie, and Misty couldn't hate it more. Also, Ash manages to catch Pidgeotto, and after sending Team Rocket blasting off, the Caterpie evolves into Metapod. Now, this episode's okay. It's mostly exposition to teach kids about catching Pokemon, evolving, and even type advantages. Yeah, not much to say. It's also the first time Ash does that thing where he turns his hat backwards when he throws his Pokeball. I bet we all did that as a kid.
Put that slimy thing back in the Pokeball! Bugs are one of the 3 most disgusting things in the world!
Aside from you, what are the other disgusting things?
And now, Challenge of the Samurai!
So this is probably one of the more infamous episodes of Pokemon because it features 2 kids in the woods making each other hard. They're Pokemon. Ash meets a samurai traveling in the woods, and the two battle with their Metapods, but when Team Rocket shows up to do some thievery and a Beedrill attack, Metapod evolves into Butterfree to save the day. So this is the first instance we get of what is referred to commonly as a Character of the Day episode, at least according to all the things I found. This is basically when an episode has a character that was made for that episode, and then we never see them again. And yeah, besides the hard stuff, it's just an okay episode. I mean, that's really the most memorable part. I gotta say, I do like the show's use of visual humor in this, with Misty and Pikachu starting to sunbathe as Ash and Samurai's battle goes on forever because they keep using Harden. But yeah, that's about all I remember from this episode.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You have to weaken a Pokemon before you can capture it. Let's go, Pikachu! Showdown in Pewter City!
So we finally arrive at the episode that introduces my favorite character in Pokemon, Brock Blue Balls Johnson. That's his official name. This episode, Ash and Misty arrive in Pewter City, and Ash finds out about the Pokémon League, a huge tournament, but to enter he has to earn 8 gym badges from gym leaders across Kanto. Luckily in Pewter there is a gym leader, Brock, and Ash loses to him. Okay, but after some training and luck he still doesn't beat him. Okay, but Brock is a bro, and gives Ash a badge on a technicality. And then starts traveling with him to fulfill his dream of becoming a Pokémon breeder. Well, I like the episode for introducing Brock. It's, again, just kind of an alright episode. Now, for the future, I'm not going to go over any battles in the series, especially early on, and it's mostly the standard reuse animation for kids' cartoons. I'll point them out, they're interesting, but yeah, if you watch me skip over a gym battle or some epic story battle or something, that's probably why, because it wasn't that good. I do kind of wish the episode went more into Brock's deadbeat dad. He eggs on Ash and even helps him train and apparently abandon his family at some point, and it's treated mostly as a joke, like, oh yeah, his dad who abandoned him is back now, so Brock hands the gym and all the family responsibility to him. I'm sure some special will expand on that, I guess.
My father.
Huh? You mean you're the good-for-nothing father who left home and never came back?
In Clefairy and the Moonstone, the gang travel through Mount Moon and meet a researcher Seymour, and he explains how the Clefairy and maybe all Pokemon come from space. And Brock catches a Zubat.
The water flowers of Cerulean City!
The gang arrive in Cerulean City, and the 3 separate to all do their own thing. Ash, of course, goes to challenge the gym, but the 3 sisters there don't really want to battle, as the 3 other kids from Pallet Town who left before Ash, including Gary, beat them all and really bad, so they lost motivation. Luckily for Ash, it turns out Misty is the 4th sister of the Cerulean gym, who left due to reasons I am sure people in the comments will tell me about. The 2 battle, but are interrupted by Team Rocket, who tries to steal the water Pokemon. After saving them all, Misty decides to give Ash the badge, even though their battle was interrupted, and the 3 heroes continue on their journey.
Yeah, well, they say some kids like to write silly notes on these signs. What's it say? Gary was here.
In the path to the Pokemon League, the gang meet a guy named AJ running an unsanctioned gym who puts his Pokemon through tough training. In the School of Hard Knocks, they meet some pussy kid getting bullied at a prep school and help him by beating the girl that bullied him. Also, this episode has a reference to France, like real-life France, which should be Kalos in the Pokemon world. Sure hope someone got fired for that one.
Bulbasaur and the Hidden Village!
So here's the thing, I realize some people probably have this video on in the background since it's so long and or are watching it at 2 times speed. And surprisingly, not every episode of Pokemon matters. I know, shocker, right? So as my signifier for there being something important happening in the episode, or maybe just something I would have mentioned or talked about, I'll have the title card read by whoever said it in that episode. And in episodes that don't matter, I'll just go straight into them. In this one, as you can tell by the title, Ash and friends meet a Bulbasaur protecting a small village of Pokemon with some woman Brock tries to mac on. Bulbasaur is wary of them, but after Team Rocket, Ash befriends and catches the Bulbasaur. However, the real reason this episode is important is because this is the episode that gave us the surprised Pikachu meme. We're witnessing history in the making, folks.
All I think about lately is winning. I hope I'm not becoming heartless.
You were always heartless! Charmander! The stray Pokemon!
Yeah, all 3 of them are going to be back-to-back, and I think many of us agree that Charmander's story is probably the best because of how fucking sad it is. As the gang meet a Charmander abandoned by its trainer for not being strong enough, and after it almost dies, Ash saves it and earns its loyalty, becoming the latest member of the team.
Here comes the Squirtle Squad!
Another well-known episode, we meet the Squirtle Squad, a group of troublemaking Squirtles who are tricked by Team Rocket into helping their scheme. after Ash is released to get medicine for Pikachu, who was attacked by a wild Goldeen, and then saving him from Team Rocket, revealing their intentions, the leader of the Squirtle Squad decides to join Ash on his journey.
Super potion, please! Oh no, I don't need a new gun.
In Mystery at the Lighthouse, they meet Bill, and Ash catches a Krabby.
Electric Shock Showdown!
So this is probably one of my favorite episodes of the entire anime. I know we're only 14 episodes in, but this just might stay up there as one of the GOATs to me. Ash, Misty, and Brock make it to Vermilion City, and Ash challenges Lieutenant Surge, who has been destroying challengers left and right. Ash challenges Surge's Raichu with his Pikachu, and loses, with Surge telling him if he wants to win, he must use a Thunderstone to evolve Pikachu. Pikachu does not want to evolve, and wants to prove he can win without evolving. His determination even gets Team Rocket rooting for Pikachu in a surprise twist. And thanks to a renewed conviction and tactics, I guess, Pikachu wins and Ash gets his third badge. First off, why does Surge sound like this?
If you want to become a Pokemon master, you should make your Pokemon evolve as soon as you catch it.
Either way, I love this episode. It's got great tension, build up. You weirdly do side with Pikachu on this and want to see him prove himself. Even Team Rocket, I thought, was funny in this. It's just an all-around good episode to me, and surprising development for Pikachu, something you wouldn't expect initially from watching Pokemon, and I welcome it. I'm glad they give the Pokemon in this show, their own backstories and arcs, like we saw with starter Pokemon. Makes them feel more like characters rather than, just things you're going to buy the latest toy of next. Honestly, I love this episode so much. This was the episode that made me want to get Pokemon Yellow version as a kid, which became the first video game I ever played. At least it's the first one I remember playing. Banger episode. This should be hung up in a museum.
It's going to fight in the name of all Pikachu!
Really? That's so beautiful!
In Battle Aboard the St. Anne, Ash learns about trading and trades his Butterfree, but then gets a refund. James also encounters the Magikarp salesman for the first time, who will return. Oh, and then the ship sinks, and Ash, Misty, Brock, and Team Rocket are on board. Oh no! In Pokemon Shipwreck, those people I just mentioned try to make it out of the SS Anne, which is at the bottom of the ocean. They do. No one is surprised. In Island of the Giant Pokemon, the gang wash up on an island and are separated from their Pokemon. Team Rocket is also somewhere, but they soon see the island is inhabited by giant Pokemon, but it's actually a theme park that Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, owns for some reason. I guess you gotta diversify your assets.
Beauty and the...
Uh-oh, looks like it's our first banned episode of Pokemon. That's right, sometimes for various reasons, there would be an episode of Pokemon that wouldn't air outside of Japan, and here's our first one. Well, it did air outside of Japan for a little bit. There is an English dub of it, but it was never rerun and never released on home video or streaming, so what was the terrible thing that got this episode banned? James cross-dresses and wears inflatable breasts. I guess that was a big deal back in the 2000s. Yeah, the episode is just a beach episode, even featuring a swimsuit competition, involving a feud between two old people in their beach house restaurants. It was alright, I guess. I will say this is the first time in my life that I have watched the Pokemon episode in the original Japanese. It's pretty weird when you're not used to it, as I'm sure the people who've watched it in Japanese are seeing this one. Now, I'll usually say the Japanese OPs are better than the English theme songs, but yeah, not here, Chief. English Pokemon theme is way better than Mizase Pokemon Master. It's not up for debate. Tentacool and Tentacruel spawned a lot of tentacle hentai that is both a comment on the episode and the fandom. In The Ghost of Maiden's Peak, James and Brock are targeted by the ghost of a girl who steals the spirits of men. How she sucks your soul is the real question here, and how can I find out?
Bye-bye, Butterfree!
Okay, I don't see the big deal. This is another famous episode, as it's the one where Ash releases his Butterfree so he can go mate. Who cares? I never thought this episode was sad. I mean, it's a Butterfree, he can catch another one. Yes, I know it was the first Pokemon he ever caught, and yeah, there's sentimental value there. He even traded it and traded it back, showing how attached to it he is. But he could just catch another one. Why would people even want to catch a Butterfree if you just have to release them later on? Is it worth having confusion that early on? I'm sure as a kid this probably would affect me more, but as a jaded adult, whatever.
I could write a book about the secrets of love and heartache.
I guess that book would be your autobiography.
In Abra and the Psychic Showdown, the gang arrive in Saffron City, and Ash challenges Sabrina, the gym leader, who's creepy as shit, and Ash loses so badly that he decides to go to Lavender Town to catch a ghost Pokemon so he can have type advantage. In the Tower of Terror, after some wacky ghost shenanigans, Ash manages to get a Haunter to follow him so he can beat Sabrina. Then in Haunter vs. Kadabra, what do you think happens? I guess I should mention the Haunter and ghost types from the last episode are more interested in making people laugh, which makes them cool, I guess. We never see them again.
Primate goes banana!
You look kind of down, Ash.
Huh?
Have a donut. That always cheers me up. Pika Pika!
These donuts are great. Jelly-filled are my favorite. Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut.
Ash catches a Primate. In Pokemon Sensation, the group makes it to Celadon City, and Ash shits on some perfume sales lady's perfume for being smelly. He regrets this when it turns out that the lady is Erica, the gym leader, and he's now forbidden to enter the gym. So he cross-dresses to sneak in and ends up winning the badge when he's found out. In Hypno's nap time, Hypno is doing one of those things you know that he's doing if you've seen one of those top 10 creepy Pokédex entry videos. More importantly, this is the episode Misty catches one of my sons, Psyduck. The Chad has arrived. In Pokemon Fashion Flash, Brock tries to flex his breeding skills with another Pokemon breeder, if you know what I mean, and after foiling a Team Rocket scheme, she decides to give him her Vulpix. In The Punchy Pokemon, Ash enters his Primate into a tournament called the P1 Grand Prix to help a girl with her daddy issues, and Ash ends up leaving his Primate forever there at the end. Barely lasted 5 episodes. In Sparks Fly for Magnemite, Pikachu comes down with the sickness, and honestly, it's pretty sad and heartbreaking when we find out Pikachu has this fear of being abandoned by Ash and ending up all alone. What the fuck? Oh yeah, and Ash catches Muck in this episode too. In Dig Those Diglett, it's the first dub appearance of Gary, since the first episode he appeared in was in the Band Beach episode. But who cares about any of that? We all remember this episode for one reason, that earworm of a chant the Diglett and Dugtrio sing. It's been stuck in our heads for the past 20 years.
Trio, trio, trio. Trio, trio, trio.
In the Ninja Poke Showdown, Ash meets Koga and his sister Aya, and he gets his 6th badge. Man, he's collecting these fast. In the Flame Pokemon-a-thon, it's a wacky Pokemon race. It's okay. In the Kangaskhan Kid, the gang meet a kid who was raised in the wild by Kangaskhan. And then they leave him there. Cool, I guess.
We need you!
That's right, it's our next banned episode. In this one, the gang arrive at the Safari Zone and help the supervisor protect a rare Dratini from Team Rocket. Why was it banned? Because the supervisor uses a gun. Yes, the gun episode did not air in America. Ironic. Also, it's mainly because he uses the gun, I guess, because there was an episode a while ago where several people pointed guns at Ash, and I guess that was okay. It's unfortunate because this episode does kind of matter, as it's one where Ash catches 30 Tauros accidentally, which is pretty funny, honestly. And the Tauros do come back in the dub, so if you're watching just the dub version, you're kind of confused when Ash all of a sudden uses a Tauros later on. I mean, other than that, it's just another okay episode. In the episode The Bridge Bike Gang, our gang go across a bridge that only has a bike track, so they can deliver medicine to some made-up anime town. The only thing I noted is that this is the first occurrence of Brock blocking, where someone, being Misty in this series, pulls Brock away from trying to smash. And normally I don't like running gags like this, but I like Brock, and in a future season I think it gets really funny, and another season it's really annoying. For now, it's an okay, and so's the episode.
Ditto's Mysterious Mansion!
Okay, this one I want to talk about just because for some reason this is one of those episodes that just sticks in my memory. I don't know why. It's just like, I remember this one so vividly. It's the one where they meet Duplica and her Ditto to help it learn to transform properly because it can't get the face down. Now, I think the reason why I remember this episode so well is that, well, Ditto face, it's iconic, but I also think I had a crush on Duplica as a kid. And there's one thing I do, I like the part where the twerps recite the Team Rocket motto.
Prepare for trouble!
And make it double-double.
To protect the world from devastation.
To ignite all peoples within our nation.
To denounce the evils of truth and love!
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Ash!
Misty!
And Brock.
Duplica, that's right!
Team Rocket blast off at the speed of light.
Surrender now or prepare to fight all of us!
Pika Pika!
Considering we're barely 40 episodes in, it's kind of surprising they already started making fun of something they do all the time. But yeah, it's just one of those episodes I remembered a lot, so I just wanted to talk about it. Moving on. Okay, so this is definitely the most infamous episode of Pokemon. You guys know when you watch whatever movie, a TV, even boot up a video game, there's a flashing light and seizure warning on them? Well, that's because of this episode. As unfortunately there is a sequence of flashing lights in the episode that, when aired in Japan, gave many people seizures and was never aired or mentioned again after that. Pokemon swept this thing under the rug crazy fast. This episode was so bad and caused so much controversy, Pokemon was almost pulled off the air after this episode was aired. However, thanks to a petition and a bunch of kind words from fans, it was allowed to stay on, thankfully. Can you imagine that? There was a time where Pokemon was just cancelled, barely reaching 40 episodes. Like, it wasn't even halfway done the first season. That's crazy. The biggest offense, though, is that even though it was Pikachu that caused the sequence of flashing lights in this episode, because Porygon is the Pokemon of the day here, most know it as the Porygon episode, and Pikachu, that little bitch, just let Porygon take all the blame just so we can continue being the mascot. So yeah, sorry Porygon fans, like I am. Porygon and none of its other forms sadly ever get an episode about them again, which is messed up. I demand justice! Porygon did nothing wrong. We must clear his name. Oh yeah, the actual episode. It's a ripoff of Digimon, honestly, where everyone goes into cyberspace. Makes sense, they have to copy the better show.
Holiday.
Oh shit, hold off giving that dislike for that Digimon joke. We got another bad episode, back to back. Okay, well this episode did air later, and there is a dub of it. It's a Christmas episode, one of my 3 favorite types of episode topics of all time. And yes, they say Christmas in this episode.
10 Christmases ago, a sweet, innocent, beautiful little girl waited for Santa. What?
That means Christ exists in the Pokemon universe. It's pretty fire. You know what's not fire, though? Racism, which Jinx isn't, I guess, anymore. Yes, Jinx was thought to be a racial stereotype of us blacks with its big lips and charcoal skin. They would fix this in future episodes, as you probably know by seeing how they changed Jinx to a more purple skin tone. I will say, as a Negro myself, as far as you know, I personally never really thought Jinx was a racist caricature, at least not on purpose, so I never really cared. I mean, come on, if Mr. Popo can stay the same, then Jinx should get a pass.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, thanks, Lapras.
Don't forget Santa Claus.
And Jinx, too.
Snow Way Out.
Okay, so I don't know if you're following along or looking up these episodes or watching them as you're watching this. I don't know what you're doing with your life. You may notice that around this point is when my episode count and the episode count of other sources start to defer. That's because due to the seizure episode and some band stuff, episodes were rescheduled, reshuffled around, things like that, you know, to change how episodes are aired. But it's Pokemon, so, you know, continuity doesn't really matter that much, so. The episode Snow Way Out is actually pretty good, though, with Ash getting stuck in a cave during a blizzard as he tries to stay warm and survive with his Pokemon. It's a great Ash episode, really showing not just how much he cares for his Pokemon, but how good of a trainer he is when they try to keep him warm. It's great stuff, really wholesome.
Pikachu's goodbye.
So I can say this is the first Pokemon episode I did not like. Ash and Pikachu find a herd of the yellow guys, and Ash wants to leave Pikachu with them, thinking he will be happier. I'm sure as a stupid kid this episode is sad, but as an adult, of course we all know that's not going to happen. So basically this episode is a huge waste of time and tries to emotionally manipulate the audience. It's so stupid, I hate it. In the battling Eevee brothers, oh my god, their hair. Sorry, I didn't know I accidentally turned on Yu-Gi-Oh! They help a kid and his Eevee figure out what it wants to evolve into. In Wake Up Snorlax, well, the title tells you all of it. No, Ash doesn't catch it, that comes later.
Showdown at Dark City.
Okay, this is another episode I just think is neat. Ash, Misty, and Brock come to a town with 2 gyms, and the leaders have been fighting so much it has destroyed the town, so our heroes need to intervene. I have very simple reasons for liking this episode. For one, it features 2 of my favorite Pokemon, Scyther and Electabuzz, and have you heard the Electabuzz anime cry? How is that not win an award in sound design or something? This also introduces Pikachu's love of ketchup. That's a thing. Finally, one of the gyms, I shit you not, is called the Yas Gym.
In Dark City, there are 2 Pokemon gyms, the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym.
The Yes Gym will wipe you up!
Yes, leader.
10 out of 10 episode.
The March of the Executor Squad.
Ash friends meet a magician and some Executor, whatever. The most important thing about this episode and why I'm bringing it up is that this is the one where Ash's Charmander evolves into Charmeleon. In the problem with Paris, Ash and friends help a waifu by trying to get her Paris to evolve. More importantly, Ash's newly evolved Charmeleon starts disobeying him.
The Song of Jigglypuff.
Oh no, I mean, yes, this is the episode that introduces another sort of reoccurring character, Jigglypuff, whose singing puts people to sleep and she draws on their face. And after helping Neon City, a city where no one ever sleeps, it begins following our heroes. I wish I had a Jigglypuff so I can sleep easier after staying up watching all these fucking episodes.
Attack of the Prehistoric Pokemon.
Okay, so 2 big things happen in this episode. After encountering Gary and some fossil Pokemon at a dig site, Ash's Charmeleon evolves into Charizard and really won't listen to him at all anymore. Then, at the end, Ash finds the first Pokemon egg in the series. Oh man, I hope it's a Stunfisk. In a chancy operation, the gang, including Team Rocket, help a human doctor treat a bunch of Pokemon involved in a traffic accident. It's not as interesting as that sounds, it's okay.
Holy Matrimony.
So yeah, this Also might be one of my favorite episodes of Pokemon so far. In this episode we find out about James's backstory and that he was a rich kid who ran away from his abrasive and controlling parents and joined Team Rocket after that. And he was right, as his parents faked their deaths to get him to come home just so they could marry him off to a woman who looks exactly like Jessie, which is hilarious. Oh, and the twerps are there too. Now, I'm still not a huge fan of Team Rocket, but this definitely helped because this episode was really funny. I mean, look at this. There's an actual sex dungeon in this show, in James's basement, that James was going to be tortured in. You wouldn't see that shit today in Pokemon, but I wish you did because it's hilarious. Also, I gotta give it up to the voice actors in this episode. Fuck you. 4Kids is awesome. People who hate on it are always like, oh, it sucks. But no, the voice actors, they have done and are still doing great work. Like, just watch this episode and listen to Eric Stewart's performance as James. It's fucking funny.
I can't believe James is gone!
I miss him.
James is standing right here!
Ah, that's right. Huh? I'm all mixed up!
And the fact he also voices Brock too just shows his range. I mean, it's just hilarious stuff. I hope more like this are on the way.
They won't fool that butler.
May I help you, sir?
It's me, James. I've come back.
Welcome home, sir!
And so near yet so far-fetched, the gang in Team Rocket encounter a trainer who uses his Farfetch to steal other people's Pokemon. Oh wow, is Team Rocket hiring?
Who gets to keep Togepi?
Again, the title does most of the work for me. But yeah, it's Misty. Misty keeps Togepi after it hatches from that egg that Ash got in the fossil episode.
Bulbasaur's Mysterious Garden!
Oh hey, it's Bulbagarden. Thanks for helping me keep track of these episodes. Also, Pokemon can press B on their own and not evolve. That's crazy. In Princess vs. Princess, Misty and Jessie compete in the Queen of the Princess Festival, a celebration where the men do whatever the women say. Isn't it like any other day?
How's that different from any other day of the year?
That's what I said. But it's here where Jessie catches a Lickitung, another Pokemon I've seen way too many images of. Safe search is your friend, kids. In The Perfect Hero, the gang encounter a school of children along with a hero Meowth that Team Rocket's Meowth tries to impersonate to steal Pokemon. It's pretty boring. Ash enrolls Pikachu in a school for Police Growlithe and the Canine Caper, but none of them will ever be as great as Growly. Also another gun, but it's okay to show because it wasn't fired. Censorship is stupid.
Pokemon Paparazzi! These rice balls are pretty good.
When you got lemons, you make lemonade. And when you got rice, you make rice balls.
Holy shit, they backpedaled on that jelly donut thing fast. Anyway, in this episode, the gang meet Todd Snap. Yes, the same one from the Pokemon Snap game. But fun fact, he was actually made for this episode and then was later used for the games. Anyway, he's being tricked by Team Rocket to help them steal Pikachu somehow by taking its picture. I don't remember the full plan, but of course they are defeated. And now Todd is actually traveling with the gang. Huh, it's pretty neat. Hopefully he will add a lot of new dynamics and interactions between the group.
I wasn't asking about your camera. I was worried about you.
But you see, this camera is my life.
Get yourself a new life.
The Ultimate Test is actually kind of a funny episode. Ash, Jessie, and James take some tests that just lets them into the Pokemon League tournament automatically without having to collect any gym badges. Of course, Ash, after entering, just declines to finish taking it as he wants to do it in his own way. Then why did you try it in the first place?
Here's the first question. Identify this Pokemon.
This is gonna be a breeze for me. It's a Voltorb.
It's a Pokeball, without a doubt.
Obviously, it's an electrode.
And the answer is a... Jigglypuff seen from above.
The Breeding Center Secret.
You know, we've only ever seen Jessie, James, and Meowth. You ever wonder about the other members of Team Rocket? Me either. But in this episode we meet some, Cassidy and Butch, rivals to Jessie and James, as of course they try to steal Pokemon by impersonating a breeding center to help Pokemon. It was okay, the episode just introduces Cassidy and Butch, who will return, and they're okay, I guess. I don't know, my problem with Team Rocket is just, as an organization, it's not shown off very well throughout the anime or movies, so it's kind of hard to care. What we should care about is a sad death. That's right, a death has occurred in the Pokemon anime, as this was the final episode to air a verse of the Pokerap. This was a song that played a different verse at the end of every episode. You put them all together and you have the Pokemon rap. See, back in the day, Pokemon would air 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. So at the end of every episode, they would play a different verse of the Pokerap, 5 verses in total. So at the end of the week, you put them all together and you got the full Pokerap song. But not anymore, so to honor it, since I can't play any of it, or even sing it, because content ID is a bitch, I will now speak the good word of the Pokerap to you. Electro. And riddle me this, Batman. The gang arrive at Cinnabar Island to challenge the gym, but the fight ends on a cliffhanger. Oh my god, what will happen? Oh, he just wins in volcanic panic. Well, yeah, that's to be expected. Hey, Charizard does the seismic toss thing for the first time. That's cool. On to the next, I guess. In Beach Blink Out Blastoise, the gang try to help a herd of Wartortle figure out what's wrong with their king Blastoise. Then Jigglypuff sings and it's all okay. In The Misty Mermaid, the gang returned to Cerulean City to help Misty's horsey get some much-needed exercise. Oh yeah, she caught that in the Tentacle episode. And Misty does her interpretation of The Little Mermaid. It's better than the live-action one. In Clefairy Tales, woo-woo, I guess that guy from the Mount Moon episode was right, because a bunch of extraterrestrial Clefairy are going around stealing stuff so they can make a rocket and go to space. So yeah, Clefairy are from space. They do nothing with this information.
The Battle of the Badge!
Okay, so this is a kind of cool episode, actually. Now, the actual episode is Ash getting his 8th gym badge, and no, he does not fight Giovanni like the games, because he leaves to take care of something else, and of course, leaves Jesse, James, and Meowth in charge for some reason, who lose to Ash, and I guess this is still counts as an official gym battle, so it's acknowledged by the Pokemon League, and why am I trying to make sense of Pokemon logic? The reason why this episode is interesting is that it actually ties into the first movie. Where at the beginning, we see Gary fight Giovanni, who uses Mewtwo during the fight, and then Gary even warns Ash about it. That's really cool. I don't know many anime series that actually have episodes that tie into their films. I hope they keep doing this in the future. It's a cool way to advertise the next big film.
It's Mr. Mime time!
So this episode is okay. The gang help a circus performer with her Mr. Mime problem, and yes, this episode is where Ash's mom gets Mimey, the Mr. Mime. More importantly, more Mewtwo stuff. 2 episodes building intrigue. I love this. I'm glad they're keeping it up. In Showdown at the Poke Corral, not really much happens. It's just set up for Ash and Gary's rivalry, and we see Mewtwo escape Team Rocket.
The Evolution Solution!
Sign that. Sign that.
Slow walk.
Sign.
Slow
Sign.
walk.
The P-Kahuna!
So I feel like this is just another one of those iconic episodes we all remember, probably because Pokemon references it sometimes with its surfing Pikachu. In this episode, Ash and friends try to help a surfer, Victor, and his partner Pikachu ride the big wave, the Humunga Dunga, which is a great name, so he can plant a flag on top of the highest rock like the surfer Jan. It's pretty good. I don't know, besides surfing Pikachu, it's just an okay episode to me. More importantly, this is episode 69. Oh yeah. In Make Room for Gloom, the gang, mostly Brock, try to help a waifu evolve her gloom with the power of love, but she's in love with some jobber, so once again Brock is accompanied tonight by his dominant hand and a box of tissues. In Lights Camera Quaction, the Twerps and Team Rocket let their Pokemon star in a film. It's okay. This episode does kinda matter though, because...
Go west, young Meow!
in the very next episode, the gang is invited to Hollywood to watch the premiere of the film. Yes, you heard me right. Hollywood. Like actual Hollywood.
You and your guests are cordially invited to attend the world premiere screening of the exciting new motion picture event Pokémon in Love in Hollywood, California.
That's not what the episode is actually about, because it's really about Meowth, as we finally learn his backstory and how he learned to talk. It's because he was down bad. To impress some woman Meowth, he learned to walk and talk like a human. To make a 22-minute episode short, let's just say he did not get the pussy. Also, he just learned by reading books and stuff. Does this mean any Pokemon can technically learn to talk? Why does this children's show never talk about the implications of these things? In Master the Unexpected, the gang meet Bruno, a member of the Elite Four. That's it. In the ancient puzzle of Pokemopolis, the gang try to discover secrets of the ancient city of Pokemopolis, and then giant Pokemon fight. In Bad to the Bone, the gang finally leave for the Pokemon League. They've been in Pallet Town since the Mime episode. And they meet a trainer who had his badges stolen by Team Rocket, but they get him back. And all fired up, the gang arrive in time for the opening ceremony of the Pokemon League, and for some reason they let these 3 goons carry the torch of Moltres to light the starting fire. I feel like you shouldn't give that to random kids.
Round 1! Begin!
Okay, so here we have the first League tournament of the anime. I'm going to generally go by these pretty fast because they're mostly a bunch of Pokemon battles. You know, not really much else happens in them, and I'm not going to go by them play by play for every battle. This video is long enough. In this one, Ash has his first round and somehow wins with his Krabby, yeah, remember that, against an Exeggutor, and his Krabby evolves into Kingler. That's all that really happens. Then in Fire and Ice, he just beats some jobbers we never heard of and never will see again. Gary's doing great though, love that guy, he's such a good trainer, he's gonna go far.
Melissa has won the last-minute upset over Gary Oak for her 4th Pokemon League victory!
Oh, well, I guess he's not that good. However, I want you to notice Gary's demeanor during this loss and after it. For the first time in the series, we see this cocky kid look depressed and contemplative on his loss. almost as if he wasn't expecting it and doesn't know how to take it. This is character development, friends, something pretty infrequent in Pokemon, and it will come back for Gary, so pay attention. Oh yeah, Ash beats some girls max EV trained Bellsprout, so he moves on.
A friend indeed!
So this episode introduces Richie. As you can tell by his outfit and his Pikachu, he's meant to be a friend/rival to Ash. It's very subtle. The episode does set up the rivalry fine, with Ash and Richie chasing after Team Rocket as the two form a friendship along the way, only to find out they are opponents in the next round. Also, Richie has a thing where he nicknames all his Pokemon, which I like they brought that from the games, wish more characters did it, honestly.
Friend and foe alike!
So after Ash is like 12 hours late to his match with Richie, thanks to Team Rocket, he's still able to battle for some reason. How do you not get disqualified? Whatever, kids anime, don't think about it. Ash and Richie battle. It's a pretty good battle, I guess, with Ash losing at the end. It is funny that the reason he does lose is because his Charizard refused to fight. Which, yeah, sucks we didn't get a full down-to-the-wire battle between these two just-established rivals, but it's kind of fun. But look, we got a long way to go with Pokemon. I think it's a good way to establish how Ash is really just this budding trainer when he can't get all his Pokemon to listen to him when it really matters.
Friends to the end!
Here it is, the last episode of the Indigo League arc. Not much happens. Richie loses in the top 8, the top 3 trainers aren't even revealed to us, and Ash and Richie promise to be friends forever, as Ash, Misty, and Brock, along with Oak and his mom, return to Pallet Town. And yeah, that's it. That's all of the original series of Pokemon, and I gotta say, I rather enjoyed it. It's one of those things I feel I can't say much about, because watching this just made me very nostalgic. I mean, there wasn't an episode I would call bad. Sure, there was one I didn't like, but most of, if not every episode, was entertaining and well made in some way. At least for the time. As you saw, I went through episodes kind of fast, and that's because, yeah, this isn't really a point in time where Pokemon is really, dedicated to establishing, continuity, characters, things like that. It's mostly just to sell toys at the time, so, it's just a bunch of fun episodes. And that's perfectly fine. I like that. But alright, let's keep the hype going by going to the next season, the Orange Islands, which is an arc that the Pokemon team made because the actual second series Johto was running behind schedule. So whenever a new dub season occurs, of course we get a new theme song. And the new one, Pokemon World, while not as good as the original to me, is still a catchy tune, and I sing it every time it came on. After returning to Pallet Town and enjoying a party, Professor Oak asks Ash, Misty, and Brock if they can go to the Orange Islands and visit Professor Ivy to retrieve a mysterious Pokeball she has come in possession of. And he can only ask them because Gary has apparently gone off on another journey already. Also, Ash's Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot, and he releases it so he can protect a flock of Pidgey. I would have kept it. In a scare in the air, the group get on a blimp ride to the islands, but of course it's a trick by Team Rocket. But they beat them and manage to make it to Valencia Island and meet Ivy.
Pokeball Arrow!
So after meeting one of the sexier professors, Professor Ivy, Ash obtains the GS Ball, a special Pokeball that won't open for any reason. Also, sadly, yes, we have to pour one out for the homie Brock. He's fine, but he decides to stay with Professor Ivy as he thinks he can learn more as a breeder at the lab, and Ivy and her assistant's living habits are not great, so he thinks they need him more than Ash does. It is unfortunate, but if you've seen future seasons, you know he will return, and while I will miss him, maybe seeing just Misty and Ash together could be a fun dynamic, like, the first couple episodes. It'll be interesting to see. Hopefully they don't ruin it by introducing some third guy.
The Lost Lapras!
So after another Team Rocket scheme on their way back to Pallet, Ash and Misty crash land on another island from a blimp and find a Lapras being bullied by some jobbers, and after chasing them away, Ash catches the Lapras so he can find its herd again. During all this, Ash notices a sign for the Orange League, similar concept with the Indigo League, but this one you have to get 4 badges from gym leaders, after which you challenge the Supreme Leader, and you win. So Ash asks Oak if it's okay if he competes in the league before returning, which Oak agrees to. And that's all that happens in this episode, nothing else. Oh right, Ash and Misty also meet Tracy, a Pokemon artist who wants to draw every Pokemon, and also a huge Oak fan. He joins them on their journey. Yay. Look, I don't dislike Tracy, he's not a bad character. Problem is, especially when compared to Brock, he's just so boring. Like, I don't get why he's here anyway, and the fact he is included in the season that is meant to waste time until the real second season makes him very forgettable to me. His only legacy is that his voice actor became the announcer for Pokemon Stadium, which was one of the greatest voice roles any man could ever have.
Fit to be tied!
Already we get the first Orange Gym, which are a bit different. Instead of just battles, they test you with different activities trainers and their Pokemon participate in. Like this one, where they compete and break the targets, and a race, which I do like. It's nice to have something different than just Pokemon battles. But look, after this episode, I'm going to speedrun this season now. I'll point out any interesting things if they do happen, or moments. But look, I want to move to Johto fast, and trust me, this season does not matter all that much. In Pikachu Revolts, Cassidy and Botch...
the name is Butch.
Whatever. Return and use a Drowsy hooked up to a machine to cause all the Pokemon around to become violent. At least Jesse and James get a dub in this one. In the Crystal Onyx, the gang go find a Crystal Onyx. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the Orange Islands is kind of an Alola prototype, if you think about it, because it's a series of islands with 4 to 5 leaders that have challenges to prove your trainer's skills, and as we see in this episode, they have some type of regional variants of Pokemon, though in the Orange Islands, the variant is usually a color, so not as cool as the future kind. In the Pink, the gang arrive at an island where all the Pokemon are pink. That's all that's special about them. God, shiny hunters would have a field day on the Orange Islands. In Shell Shock, the gang go with a news crew to some island to find out the secret of Kabuto. The best part about this episode is the narrator at the beginning sums up the season perfectly.
Sunny skies, balmy breezes, and our heroes drifting towards some tropical adventure.
Yeah, that's pretty much every episode. In Stage Fight, the gang help an actress connect with her Raichu. Wow, that was the only note I wrote about this one. In Bye Bye Psyduck, Misty meets another water trainer, and during a battle, she thinks her Psyduck evolves into a Golduck. But it turns out to be a wild Golduck who just wanted to battle, and our boy is safe. In The Joy of Pokemon, the group meet one of the busiest, tanniest Nurse Joys around. God, imagine if Brock met her. I miss Brock. In Naval Maneuvers, Ash gets his second Orange League badge. That's all.
Snack attack!
Okay, so this one actually matters, as this is the episode where Ash catches his Snorlax. What, you expected more to happen in this episode? Welcome to the Orange Islands. In a ship full of shivers, the gang chase after Team Rocket, who have stolen an old Orange League trophy, and they discover a ghost ship, which is not that weird in the Pokemon universe if you think about it. In Meowth Rules, Meowth is mistaken for a legendary Meowth that will grant the islanders a great bounty. I actually kind of like this one. It wasn't really that much funnier or interesting or anything, but I don't know, I'm kind of liking the Team Rocket episodes a lot more lately. They're really starting to warm up to me. In Tracy Gets Bugged, Tracy catches a Scyther. Such a cool Pokemon wasted on such a nothing character. That's right, we are here at the first big milestone of any TV series, episode 100. What do they do for this monumental episode? Absolutely nothing. Seriously, the episode is nothing. Man, can you believe it? It's 100 episodes. We're barely 10% of the way done. Oh my god. In the Mandarin Island mismatch, Ash meets Lorelei of the Elite Four, and she is very different from the games. Here she's kind of a weirdo. Still hot though. In Wherever Art Thou Pokemon, it's Romeo and Juliet, but with 2 Nidoran. So again, going back to different episode count stuff, if you go based off of certain other sites like Bulbapedia, Wikipedia, maybe even the official Pokemon site, this episode is the one that's counted as the 100th episode of Pokemon. Either way, whichever one you count, it seems like they're both just nothing. And get along, little Pokemon, the group try to corral some Magnemite to help a city having a blackout. That was an awful accent. In The Mysterious Menace, they fight some mysterious monster living in a town's sewers. It's just a giant Bulbasaur. In Misty Meets Her Match, the gang arrive at the 3rd gym, and after saving his younger sister, the leader of the gym falls for Misty. None of that matters though, because they leave after Ash gets his badge.
Bound for trouble!
Okay, while I hate on it, not every episode in the Orange Island sucks. I mean, they're mostly just okay to whatever, in my opinion. This one, however, I think is pretty good. Thanks to another Team Rocket scheme, Meowth and Pikachu end up stuck together and whisked away, and now have to work together to make it back to their friends. Yeah, there's not much else to it. I just think it's a fun episode. Watching Meowth and Pikachu bounce off of each other can be pretty funny.
But I don't see why I don't get to decide where we go. Oh, okay, you decide. I'll go wherever you want to go. Just don't shock me.
Charizard, chills!
Okay, so this one also matters, as after fighting against a tough trainer in his Poliwrath, Ash and his Charizard come to a better understanding, and Charizard actually listens to Ash now. Sucks they put in such a milestone episode in this season. In the Pokemon Water War, remember the Squirtle Squad? Well, meet Team War Turtle. They are not as cool. In Pokemon Food Fight, Snorlax's Pokeball breaks, so the kids have to find some way to get Snorlax to the next Pokemon Center to get it fixed. I don't know why one person can't just go there, get the Pokeball fixed, and then come back, since Snorlax is probably just going to sit there and sleep anyway, but I'm sure they explained it, and I just wasn't paying attention. In Pokemon Double Trouble, we get our first double battle, a whole generation sooner than you might have thought, when Ash fights the final Orange League gym leader. And he wins, of course. In the Wacky Watcher, oh never mind, it's a Tracy episode, I don't care. In the Stun Spore Detour, Ash and Tracy are affected by a Vileplume Stun Spore, so Misty has to go find a special plant to heal them. And it makes me realize we really don't get a lot of Misty episodes, if you think about it, or episodes about Brock, as a matter of fact. It's usually about some Pokemon or some character of the day, you know? The actual main characters don't really get much. In fact, most episodes that do feature Misty are usually her fighting with Jessie over some petty shit. Like, she's getting the spotlight sometimes, I guess. And this was a pretty good one, but I don't know, yeah, maybe they should have episodes focus on the main characters more. And Hello Pumelo, Ash starts his battle with the supreme leader of the Orange League, and even uses one of his Tauros, which if you just watch the dub, you have no idea where that came from. Then in Enter the Dragonite, Ash succeeds and manages to technically win his first league. Come on, it's called a league, it should count. In Viva Las Lapras, Ash finally manages to reunite his Lapras with the herd it was separated from, as the two bid a tearful goodbye. One of the better Ash releases of Pokemon episodes, mostly because, well, we saw Lapras every single episode of the Orange Islands as it took them from island to island, so yeah, this one I was actually kind of sad about. R.I.P. In the Underground Roundup, Voltorb stuff happens with Togepi. Look, we got 2 episodes left and we're almost done this season. Just let me get through it, okay? I want to be free of this.
A tense situation!
After arriving back in Pallet Town, we see Brock. Oh, thank God, I missed you so much. Yeah, he left Ivy due to circumstances that are funnier, the fact that we don't know. And Ash's mom just found him on the street and took him home, which is pretty funny. See why I like this guy? Everything he does is stupid. I love it. And they all also meet up with Gary again, who after so long finally agrees to have a full battle with Ash.
The Rivalry Revival!
And now in the finale of the Orange Islands, Ash and Gary battle, and Ash loses, but unlike before, the two seem to have more respect for each other now. Later, Oak tries to examine the GS ball, but is also unsuccessful in opening it. That's when Ash hears that Gary has gone off on another adventure to the Johto region, and he decides to head there too after finding out about the Johto League. And it just so happens that Oak gives Ash the GS ball again to take to Kurt, a man known for designing Pokeballs who lives in Azalea Town in the Johto region. So Ash, along with Misty and Brock, head to Johto as Tracy stays in Pallet to become an assistant to Professor Oak. Thank God, I mean, good for him. And so, that was the Orange Islands. It's not bad, just the episodes were uneventful. Like, they really felt like the most basic, unoriginal ideas for episodes, which, to be fair, it was meant to be a time waster until Johto, so I guess it served its purpose. And look, Tracy's fine, I don't mind him, he's just kind of boring, and it makes me wonder why they added him in the first place, and why they had Brock leave, since he comes back later anyway, and now he's just here to stay for like the next 3 or 4 seasons. Like, what was even the point? And again, the season wasn't all bad. I did like some stuff, like I like the unique gym challenges, and seeing the different islands, but it just wasn't enough to keep me entirely entertained. But let's shift gears now, though, as we are entering a whole new world with the official start of Generation 2.
Don't touch that dial!
The premiere of A New Generation is an okay episode. Ash, Misty, and Brock make it to Professor Elm's lab in New Barktown, where they find out a Totodile was stolen. Who could have done it? It was Team Rocket. Then after rescuing it, Ash registers for the Johto League as he heads to Violet City for the first gym. As the season premiere goes, it's kind of whatever, it's just a standard episode. Also, at the beginning of the season, like the first one where he saw Ho-Oh, in this one he sees Suicune. It doesn't really matter that much, though. The best part about Pokemon Johto is obviously the theme song of the same name. Hands down, no contest to the best Pokemon theme in all Pokemon. I don't care if we have like 20 more or 30 more to go, it's the best one. I'm just talking about with how catchy it is, I'm talking about with the lyrics too, whatever few it has, you know. It encapsulates Pokemon perfectly. Now, I can't play much of it, obviously, but let me just read some of these lyrics for you. It's a whole new world we live in, it's a whole new way to see, it's a whole new place with a brand new attitude, but you still gotta catch 'em all and be the best that you can be. Do, that's bars, nigga.
The Double Trouble Header!
Ash and friends meet Casey, a brand new trainer who has an obsession with the baseball team, the Electabuzz, and after Ash insults the team for losing so much, they battle, and after she loses, Team Rocket tricks her into helping them with one of their schemes. Yeah, it's a standard episode, but I personally love Casey. I think she's a really great character. She's one of my favorite ones in Pokemon. She does not show up much, but I like her because mainly she has a baseball motif, and I love baseball, so that gets a lot of points from me.
The Electabuzz couldn't beat an egg.
Oh, yeah? And what about all the great hitters that are on the Electabuzz?
Those guys aren't hitters. I've seen better swings on a playground.
In a sappy ending, one of Team Rocket's schemes caused a bunch of Pinsir to upset the natural balance of a local forest that is being maintained by a group of Heracross. And after blasting them off once again, one of the Heracrosses decides to join Ash on his journey. In Roll On Pokemon, the gang meet a Donphan trainer who uses them to harvest precious stones that Team Rocket try to steal. In Illusion Confusion, while going through more forest, the gang encounter Gary again, and then he leaves, so I started losing interest. So, according to the wiki, this episode has the gang use a Hoot Hoot to guide them out of a forest of illusions. I miss Gary already. In Flower Power, the gang help a girl who uses Blossom in her dance troupe when one of them has some insecurity about if they can perform correctly. In Spinnerack Attack in Catalia City, Team Rocket used the legend of a local master thief called the Black Arachnid to commit crimes. In Snubble Snobbery, the gang meet a high society lady who pampers her Snubble, but the group convinces her after observing the Snubble that it doesn't want to live a pampered life and wants to do Pokemon things like battle and breed. Also, the Snubble starts following Team Rocket. This subplot goes nowhere and I will not mention it again. In Little Bighorn, we got a Brock episode. These will get rarer as we go on, trust me. Brock uses those breeder skills to heal a baby Stantler that's been using illusions to defend itself after being injured.
The Chikorita Rescue!
Ash encounters a Chikorita, and after Charizard goes a bit overboard trying to capture it, they take it to a Pokemon Center to heal it. Then after Team Rocket tries to steal it, Ash goes to its rescue, and after successfully doing so, the Chikorita joins his team. This episode is pretty good, actually. I like it when they show the lengths Ash is willing to go for Pokemon. Like, despite Chikorita being hostile and stubborn to the point it bites him, he still wants to help it. It really makes you want to root for him, like, he's a good guy. And again, it's been a while. Ash mimics Team Rocket's motto. I still love every time they do this.
Team Rocket, prepare for trouble! On second thought, make that double!
To protect the world from devastation?
To unite all peoples within our nation?
My Pokemon team is faster than light! Surrender now or you're in for a fight!
Me out, that's right!
In Once Upon a Blue Moon, hey, remember the GS Ball? Me neither. But a Quagsire steals it, and it turns out at Cherry Grove City, a bunch of Quagsire are stealing spherical objects for some Quag ritual, but are eventually returned later. So what was the point of this episode?
The Whistle Stop!
The gang meet a woman who trains Ladybug. That's all cool and fun, but the most interesting thing about this episode is that during a moment where James is in Victory Bell's mouth, if you play the audio backwards, James actually says something. He says, Leo Burnett and 4 kids are the devil. Leo Burnett is an advertising company, and I'm sure you know what 4 Kids is. Apparently, Eric Stewart has said in interviews that he did say this, and it was because they decided to stop paying the Pokemon voice actors for commercials. Because, sometimes commercials from cartoons would use audio clips from the show in them, and they no longer got compensated for that when they did before. This frustrated Eric, and he said this during the recording because those commercials helped pay for his health insurance, and the voice director decided to leave it in, I guess. Now, despite it being hidden, they did eventually find out about it, and they got in trouble for it, and they had to pay out of pocket to get a new master of the episode so they can redo it, so basically any new future versions of this episode did not have that in there. Very interesting story about the evils of advertising companies hidden in a nothing Pokemon episode.
Ignorance is blissy!
Well, we got our backstory on James and Meowth, so now it's Jesse's turn. In an episode that is actually pretty good, when Team Rocket try to steal some Pokemon and food from a Pokemon Center, Jessie runs into a Blissey she knows from her past. When she was younger, Jessie wanted to be a Pokemon nurse, but she couldn't get in, most likely due to nepotism, but she was able to get into Pokemon nursing school, the one for Chanseys. While there, she helps a clumsy Chansey through school, and they become friends, but unfortunately Jessie isn't able to pass due to falling asleep to the Chansey singing Pokemon to sleep. But the Chansey did pass, and the two split a special pendant Chansey get on graduation, so they'll always remember each other. And now that Chansey is this Blissey. Blissey, excited to see Jessie, not knowing of the, terrorism, gives them tons of food, almost all of it, and giving away all the Pokemon Center food was not a great idea, and after the twerps make a big deal about it, Blissey is about to get fired. But Jessie, seeing her friend in trouble, and James and Meowth supporting her, they turn the Team Rocket charm on, taking the blame and acting like they stole the food so Blissey can keep her job. Yeah, kind of a heartwarming story. You know, it again shows Team Rocket, while they can be a bunch of dicks, they're a bunch of dicks with good hearts when it counts. Yeah, I'll admit, they're slowly warming up to me. Not to mention, I thought the episode was kind of funny. I mean, Jesse entering a school for Chanseys, and it played very seriously. I mean, I don't know if it's meant to be funny, but I found it funny. Yeah, I was kind of surprised how much I like this one. I hope there's more like it in the future. In Bout with a Sprout, our heroes arrive in Violet City and are recruited by a local teacher at the Pokemon Academy, well, volunteered by Brock, to show them some Pokemon. That's when a little shit kid wants Pikachu for himself, but when chasing it and trying to catch it, he accidentally catches a Bellsprout. Blah blah blah, the kid respects Ash in the end. Yeah, I did not like this episode. I thought the kid, Zaki is his name, was annoying. I hate him in the next episode. In fighting Flyer with Fire, Ash fights his first Johto gym against Faulkner, the flying gym leader. Okay, so let's talk about Ash as a trainer. Throughout the entire series, they try to make Ash this battle savant. You know, during fights, he comes up with these out-of-the-box, crazy strategies that no one's ever seen before. This does happen, and I guess I'll explain them when something like that does, I guess. But sometimes he's just an idiot, like how he will intentionally use a Pokemon that is weak to the type of Pokemon he's going up against on purpose just to, like, prove a point or something. Like, the first Pokemon he sends out against Faulkner, the flying leader, is Chikorita, a grass Pokemon, and even the characters in the show tell him how dumb that is.
Bad choice. I thought you of all people would have known that grass Pokemon are weak against flying Pokemon.
So yeah, you really gotta take this whole Ash as a genius battler thing with a grain of salt sometimes. Oh yeah, Misty exists. And for crying out loud, after finding a Marill that Misty tries to catch only to find out someone already owns it, Team Rocket attempt to steal it, but after stopping them, Misty, the Marill, and Pikachu get separated and have to find their way back. But the Marill is a huge crybaby, it's got no balls, so it might be harder to get back than she thought. It's an alright Misty episode. I feel for her with our bonding with the Marill and then having to return it when the trainer shows up at the end. It's kind of sad, I guess. But, you know, it's just... sometimes you kind of forget Misty's there. She doesn't really do much.
This is perfect! That cliff is the perfect spot for our first meeting.
Yeah, as soon as she meets us, she can jump right off.
In Tanks a Lot, Team Rocket use a plane. Just kidding, it's a tank.
Charizard's burning ambition!
So this here's probably another pretty famous episode, as it's the one where Ash sort of releases Charizard, but not really, he still technically owns it. When our heroes encounter Liza,
my name's Lisa,
a trainer specializing in Charizards at the Charific Valley.
The Charific Valley...
We see Ash's Charizard might not be as hot as he thought he was, as many of the other Charizard there are much stronger. Seeing this, Ash decides, well, to run away, leaving Charizard there to train and grow stronger, thinking this is the best opportunity for him. So yeah, it's really one of those episodes where if you're watching this and you have no context to what's going on, I guess you're pretty upset because, you know, Charizard is one of those first Pokemon. Charmander had a really sad backstory. But, you know, as of now, it's just... Yeah, we know we were going to see him again. You know how much these Pokemon cards sell? They'd be stupid not to put him back in the anime. In Grin to Win, the gang help a grass trainer specializing in one Pokemon to help the one Pokemon they own get over some hang-up. Starting to see what I mean, that most of these episodes are the same. In Chikorita's big upset, Chikorita, who really likes Ash, starts becoming jealous of Pikachu being the favorite. So Chikorita takes out her jealous frustrations by fighting a bunch of fighting Pokemon in an abandoned factory at night. And enemy's great. In Foul Weather Friends, the gang help a grass trainer who specializes in one Pokemon, Hoppip, with an Oddish that wants to be like the Hoppip, I guess. Remember kids, you can be whatever you want, even a different species. In The Superhero Secret, the gang help Gligar Man, a superhero created by a guy trying to sell merchandise, stop a typical Team Rocket plot. In Mild and Woolly, the gang help an electric trainer who mixes it up. She herds Mareep, and her mom won't let her enter the Mareep Festival. Okay, why does every Pokemon type and move or whatever have some kind of festival or event based on them in the Pokemon world? Like, seriously, if you think about it, that means there has to be, like, a festival going on somewhere every single day in the world. That just seems ridiculous. I mean, I guess technically that's the same in the real world. And Wired for Battle, some nerd thinks he knows everything about battling because he studies stats and frame data. So Ash shows him there's more to battling than looking at a computer screen. Yeah, go touch Scratch, you nerd. I mean, do it for me, please, because I'm going to be stuck here for a while. Also, first appearance of Scizor, one of my favorite Pokemon.
Good quill hunting!
Ash meets a guy named Koji who is looking for a wild Cyndaquil, and Ash, in need of a fire type, is quick to looking for one too. As well as Team Rocket, of course. After some shenanigans, Ash catches the Cyndaquil and beats Koji in a battle to see who would keep it. Even though Ash caught it already, so I don't see why he did that. He already owned it.
A shadow of a drought!
Ash, Misty, and Brock have made it to Azalea Town for Ash's gym battle, and oh yeah, the GS ball, I keep forgetting about that. Ash accidentally pisses off the town when he steps on a Slowpoke tail, but makes up for it by stopping a Team Rocket scheme. Also, they just randomly meet Kurt, yeah, the guy they're supposed to deliver the GS ball to. Convenient.
Go in, Apricorn!
So Ash finally delivers the GS ball, the item we spent an entire arc focusing yours about that, apricorns, man, as the gang learn about making other kinds of Pokeballs besides the standard ones, and even get some of their own with Brock using one to catch a Pineco. And now they head off to fight in the Azalea Gym. Oh right, the MacGuffin. So we never see this thing again. Ever. Yeah, we never learn what it was, how it works, what the fuck even had anything to do with anything. It's just gone now. Like, it's over. We're done. Seriously, we're never going to bring up the GS ball again. In getting the bugs out, Ash fights Bugsy and gets his second badge. All I'll say is this episode is prime for anime bullshit rules. If you've seen Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, you know what I mean when a character in the anime does something that is impossible to do due to the rules of the actual game. Like here, Bugsy spams Swords Dance with his Scyther, which is used to repel fire. Yeah, that makes sense. In a Farfetch'd Tale, wait, didn't we get a Farfetch'd episode already? In this one, they help some kid who's having trouble bonding with his Farfetch'd. And the first one about the thief kid was better.
Tricks of the trade!
So are you guys ready for the premiere of the Pokemon character that will be in the anime for the longest time besides Pikachu? That's right. It's time for the man, the myth, the legend, Wobbuffet. The twerps arrive at a Pokemon swap meet where everyone is trading Pokemon, and meet a kid named Benny who's trying to trade his Wobbuffet. But these heathens don't want it. Then, during one of Team Rocket's plans to steal all the Pokemon there, James runs into Jesse by trying to chase the Magikarp salesman that has cheated him before. Don't know if I ever mentioned that guy. Jesse accidentally trades her Lickitung for Benny's Wobbuffet, and then the legendary duo is born. So yeah, if you've ever wondered, that's how Jesse got Wobbuffet. When you watch it, it seems really contrived.
The Firing Squad!
On the road to Goldenrod City, no, it doesn't have the same ring as Viridian, the gang come across the Fire and Rescue Grand Prix, a competition of firefighting Pokemon, and they see the Squirtle Squad back at it again, as now they help Officer Jenny fight fires. Also, Team War Turtle from some Orange Islands episode. Who cares? The Squirtle Squad! During the competition, they see the Squirtle Squad works a lot better with their leader, and Squirtle makes the decision to return to the Squirtle Squad to help them out. So again, like Charizard, Ash hasn't released Squirtle, he's just, somewhere else right now and can return at any time. But hey, who doesn't love the Squirtle Squad? It's great to see them all back, but now the only OG Pokemon that isn't Pikachu that Ash has is Bulbasaur, the worst one. In No Big Whoop, they watch a bunch of Whooper. The title is more interesting than the actual episode. In Tunnel Vision, Jigglypuff and Snubbull, wow, I forgot about both of those two. Well, the two of them have an instant dislike for each other, and the Snubbull steals Jigglypuff's microphone, so the gang try to help her find it. Can't wait to forget about these two again. In the Hour of the Houndour, love the way that sounds, a group of Houndour are going around stealing, and Ash and friends discover they've been stealing stuff to help an injured one. And it's an okay episode. Houndour is another banger Gen 2 Pokemon to me, so I liked it.
The Totodile Duel!
When fishing for some new Pokemon to catch, the gang come across a Totodile. Misty and Ash both want to catch it, and when both of them throw a lure ball at it, they don't see which one hit it, so they have a Pokemon battle to decide who gets it. Ash manages to win the battle and catches Totodile. Oh, also Misty's Poliwag evolves. I think this was a good episode, had a funny moment when Pikachu just can't bring himself to fight Togepi during their battle. I thought that was pretty cute. Also, look, I just love Totodile. Like, again, he's just one of my favorite Pokemon. You're going to hear me say that a lot in Gen 2. I love Gen 2. I mean, look at him, though. He's just a little happy gator, man. How do you not love him? He's great.
My secret weapon! Introducing the Mini Misty Slurp!
It looks like her.
Isn't that gonna scare the Pokemon?
In hot matches, Ash meets a trainer who's using a Skarmory, a flying steel type, and she is only fighting fire types to strengthen it up. Luckily, Ash has just got one of those, and after losing once, Cyndaquil learns to control the fire on its back so it can use more fire moves. Oh yeah, that was a whole subplot, Cyndaquil unable to control its backfire. It's okay now. Damn, we just caught him and Totodile gets an episode already? In Love Totodile style, Totodile gets down bad after he falls in love with an Azumarill. Yeah, it's okay. It's funny seeing Brock, the king of blue balls, try to coach him. Maybe you should find someone successful, Totodile.
Foul play!
Ash and friends come across a shiny Noctowl, and Ash catches it. Yeah, sometimes that is just all that happens in these.
Forest Grunts!
Okay, I just like this episode because I thought it was funny. After Team Rocket attempts to steal the twerp's Pokemon again, all of them are disrupted and suddenly attacked by an angry Ursaring. In the panic, the girls of the group get swapped, and now Misty is with James and Meowth, and Jessie is with Ash and Brock. And all of them agree to a truce until they can get their groups back together. Now, I love it when shows mix it up and have characters who wouldn't usually interact with each other be stuck together in a situation and just seeing how they handle it. It's fun seeing Jessie get to eat good food that Brock cooks, and Misty, well, just kind of bosses James and Meowth around like Jessie would. Yeah, I personally like this one. It was a fun time, and I'd like more episodes in the future like this. And considering where we are in this video, I can believe they do this plot like 4 or 5 more times.
Hey, wait a second. The Ursaring are gone, and Team Rocket's back together. We can battle you for Pikachu!
Get over here, you're on our side!
Sign that.
In the Psychic Sidekicks, the group come to a town where ghost Pokemon are about, and everyone there raises psychic types to combat them. Which makes no sense because Ghost is super effective against them, but there's only like Ghastly, Lion, and Mischievous at this time, so I guess it makes sense. Hey, it's Giraffere! I hope you don't get a useless evolution in 22 years. In The Fortune Hunters, arriving in Unnamed Town, the gang come across a big fortune-telling craze, one that works like a horoscope where trainers are matched to a Pokemon and get good luck or something. And a local daycare is using the Pokemon they have there to match people with their Pokemon type. However, this is actually a convoluted plan by Team Rocket, but not Jessie, James, and Meowth. It's the return of Cassidy and Biff.
The name is Butch.
Whatever.
A goldenrod opportunity!
Okay, so here's where Pokemon decides to do something weird. Well, the dub does anyway. As now, each series is divided into multiple seasons. The last episode with Cassidy and the other guy was the end of Johto Journeys, and this is the start of Johto League Champions. Now, you know, when the anime is produced in Japan, it's all one series, you know, based on whatever region they're doing. But this is just something the dub does, and all that really changes is that we get a new theme song. Born to be a Winner is this one. It's okay, I guess, but, you know, anything that followed Pokemon Johto was gonna lose. I do legitimately like the melody, and it does get me hyped for a Pokemon battle. I do find it weird that the first couple lines are the first lines from the first Pokemon theme song.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
I don't get the callback, but okay. Anyway, in this season premiere, our heroes arrive in Goldenrod City, and this trope, I guess, is starting to annoy me, where the trio is looking for someone specific only to meet them immediately, but because they don't explain why they are looking for them or what they're even doing there, who they're looking for, you know, all that stuff, they just fuck around for a while until the episode decides to move on. That wasn't a pun, but given the subject matter. And in this one, they see the gym is closed, and right after run into Whitney, the gym leader. And, you know, it's one of those things where sometimes they know who the gym leader is, sometimes they don't. This is one of those times where they don't, conveniently. So, you know, we just have 10 minutes of comedy. Comedy. I mean, just get to the gym battle already. Oh, wait, they do. And Ash feels the pain of many kids when they make it to the gym, and he loses to Whitney's milk tank. Welcome to the club, pal. In a Dairy Tale ending, Ash rematches Whitney, though, and wins. Great. In Airtime, Ash gets interviewed on the radio by DJ Mary and ends up being part of a radio drama with a disguised Team Rocket.
The bug stops here!
Our heroes meet Casey again at the National Park for a bug catching contest. During it, Casey's Chikorita evolves into Bayleaf, and Ash catches a Beedrill, winning him the contest and a Sunstone. He doesn't keep the Beedrill, by the way, he gives it to Casey, it's a new party member. I always like seeing Casey, still like her. But the reason I called your attention to this episode is because of the Sunstone. It will come back. It won't be a big deal, but it will come back.
Look at me, I'm only 13.
I'm 12.
In typecasting, the gang meet 2 scientists who are trying to figure out if Sudowoodo is a rock or grass type, which I don't know about you. When I was a kid, that was an actual debate when Gold and Silver games came out. You know, when you're a kid, you didn't have the internet to reveal these things to you. You had to figure it out by actually catching the Pokemon. And there was this rumor going around that, like, oh, it's a tree, so it's gotta be grass, but it knows rock move, you know? So people were confused at first. I don't know if that was just me, if that was the thing. But this episode does confirm to me that Pokemon knew this would happen and spread rumors. Is nothing sacred. In Fossil Fools, the gang are at the ruins of Alph, where they meet Oak again and some guy to study Ammonite. Praise Lord Helix.
Water Pokemon rule! Maybe you need an assistant to help you.
Time to dry up, Water Girl.
In Carrying On, the gang learn about carrier Pidgeys who deliver mail. Even in 2000, who mailed things? Get an AOL, kid. In Hassle in the Castle, it's a sort of Brock episode with the gang meeting a doctor who uses Pokemon to heal people. This gets Brock rock hard because he trains rock types and tries to use his Zubat to get some, but when a Team Rocket plot starts up, his Zubat evolves, saving the day. And then he gets rejected. In 2 hits and a miss, the gang come to a dojo for training Pokemon for battle, and the headmaster is looking for a successor because his granddaughter trains Pokemon in a way he doesn't approve. I don't really care.
Because I am the Shihan of this dojo.
Shihan. I think I had that once in a Chinese restaurant.
In a hot water battle, after playing with a ball and getting it lost, Ash's Johto starters go on an adventure to get it back. In Hook, Line, and Stinker, some dick trainer messes with Misty and her Poliwrath, so she tries to show him up by winning a Sea King fishing contest. Okay. In Beauty and the Breeder, the gang meets Susie again, the woman that gave Brock Vulpix, and the 2 enter a Pokemon beauty contest. And they don't say who wins, but in this episode, Brock returns Vulpix to Susie. Yeah, it never technically was his, he just, took care of it. F. In A Bitter Pill to Swallow, the gang meet a medicine man who creates crazy medicines with a shuckle, and is fast as fuck Bellsprout, what the fuck?
Power play!
When a blackout in a no-name town puts the Pokemon Center in jeopardy, Ash and friends go to restore power, and find out it was of course because of Team Rocket. But this time, to help them, they meet Gary again, whose Eevee has evolved into an Umbreon. Now this was not important because Gary's in it. It's important, and I want you to pay attention, because I did not know until this episode that Umbreon's Japanese name is Blackie. In Mountain Time, the gang meet the Mountain Patrol, who uses a Pidgeotto and a Ledian to patrol the mountain. In Wabapalooza, the gang arrive at a town having a Wobbuffet festival. Okay, what do these festivals based on a specific Pokemon entail? Like, what events or food trucks can I expect here? Do I just get a lousy t-shirt? Anyway, it's fine. Kind of a cool twist when Team Rocket are the ones that have to save the day because Jessie has a Wobbuffet and the Torps can't intervene. That was cool.
Imitation confrontation!
Oh shit, it's my wife. Yes, Duplica returns, this time with a little Ditto she calls Mini Dit, which sounds wrong to say, and I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, yeah, that's all about this episode. Duplica's cool. I like seeing her back. I don't remember this episode at all, so I guess I'm a fake fan. But look at him, he's so small. In Trouble with Snubbull, oh, it's about the Snubbull and the rich lady. Looks like it evolves into a Grand Bull and leaves. Cool, I don't care. In Ariados Amigos, okay, that's a good pun title, the gang meet Aya again, the anime-exclusive sister of Koga, the Kanto gym leader, and they all learn about Pokemon ninjutsu. Neat. In Wings and Things, some kid's Yanma likes to use Sonic Boom, which breaks all the glass in a no-name town, and his dad, a glassmaker, doesn't like that, so Ash and friends help the kid learn to control Yanma. In the Grass Root at No Name City, the gang encounter a grass-type tournament. What are they going to do, lame each other out with leech seed and poison powder? That sounds boring, Skip. In the Apple Core, the gang encounter an apple orchard that is having all its apples stolen, and it turns out the thieves are a group of Pichu, and Pikachu steps up to teach them that stealing is wrong, okay?
Houndoom special delivery!
Okay, I kind of like this one. It was a cute episode. After a Team Rocket attack, Togepi gets separated from the group and is found by passing Houndoom and decides to take care of it. Of course, Togepi is eventually found by Misty again, but it's another Pokemon-focused episode that, again, is told with very little dialogue and is kind of ruined every time we cut back to the humans. But I just thought it was a really cute and wholesome episode seeing Houndoom take care of Togepi. And I just love Houndoom so much, man. He's just such a cool Pokemon.
A ghost of a chance!
Yeah, I guess everybody gets one of those Ghost of a Chance puns. The gang finally arrive in Ecruteak City for Ash's next gym battle. They do meet the gym leader Morty, but most of this episode is Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar fucking with everyone, as is most episodes about ghost types. And from Ghost to Ghost, Ash beats Morty and wins his 4th badge by utilizing Noctowl's Confusion. Wish I could have done that. In Troubles Brewing, the gang meet the Komodo sisters, who all have an evolution, but the youngest sister wants to go on her own journey, but none of the sisters will allow it, so the gang try to help her convince her sisters. In All That Glitters, a group of Murkrow steal Ash's badges because of how shiny they are, and he tries to get them back. In The Light Fantastic, the gang meet Gan Go, a painter trying to draw the rainbow lights. I'm sorry, Gan Go? You for real? In Unbearable, the gang come across a Teddy Ursa who uses its cuteness and charm, literally the attack charm, to trick people like Misty into giving it free shit and getting away with being a dick. But it's just so adorable, man. Oh, great, it evolved, run away.
Moving pictures!
So Todd Snap returns. I honestly wasn't expecting that. He's in Johto because he wants to take a picture of Articuno, who's in Johto right now, I guess. That's just a subplot, though. The actual episode is about an elderly couple who want to take a special 50th anniversary picture with a bunch of Sunflora, but won't be able to due to all the recent snowy weather, most likely caused by Articuno. Conflict is resolved by Ash using that sunstone he got from the bug catching contest. I told you I'd come back and it wouldn't be that important. So yeah, once again, Todd is back and he's now traveling with the group. Cool. In Spring Fever, the gang come across a girl, Peggy, who uses her swinub to find hot springs so her father can build hot spring resorts at those locations.
Freeze frame!
Okay, that's probably the best title you can put for an episode about taking pictures of a nice tight Pokemon. And yes, in this episode, Todd does get his picture of Articuno. That's pretty much all that happens. I mean, them getting there by traversing a mountain in a blizzard is more boring than it sounds. I think it's because it's Pokemon and I'm an adult. You know, I know nothing bad is going to happen to these characters, so I care less. Not to say the episode doesn't do a good job of establishing the stakes and, you know, delivering on them. It's more of, I'm not 5 years old. Also, bye Todd, why did you need to be here for the Swinub episode? In the Stolen Stones, the gang meet Keegan and Ramona, two Arcanine trainers who are delivering Firestones to a town holding a Fire-type competition, okay?
They're having a fire Pokemon tournament in a town just on the other side of these mountains tomorrow.
But Team Rocket steals them and Ash is going to have to learn how to ride an Arcanine fast if he wants to get those stones back. Stones back. Jeez, I need to take a break. In the Dunsparce Deception, the gang helped some kid try to catch a Dunsparce because one day when he was out of town, a huge swarm of Dunsparce showed up and now every kid but him has one. Well, get good, kid. In the Wayward Wobbuffet, after Team Rocket manages to trap Pikachu in one of their devices, due to a whole bunch of stuff, the only key to let Pikachu out is attached to Wobbuffet, who, again, due to a bunch of stuff, is constantly carried away, so the Twerps and Team Rocket race to get to Wobbuffet first to get the key. Yeah, I liked it. It was a fun episode.
Oh, it's you double crisscrosser!
Brock comes down with a cold, and because of this, it's up to Misty and Ash to take care of Brock's usual duties, including the cooking and taking care of the Pokemon. Of course, the two suck at this and come to realize how much Brock does for them and the Pokemon. Glad to have a Brock appreciation episode. Guy deserves it. Now all he needs to do is get his dick wet.
Okay, I will. And thanks for caring so much about my health, guys. I appreciate it very much.
Ringmasters!
The gang arrive in Rikishi Town, where they are holding a Pokemon sumo competition, where only thickest boys compete. Luckily, Ash has one, his Snorlax, and using it, he wins the competition, earning him a King's Rock. Like the Sunstone, this will be important. It's the only reason I'm focusing on this episode, because otherwise it's just okay. And this time, well, it's kind of important.
Our heroes find themselves passing through an intriguing little village.
What's this?
It's an intriguing little village, Misty.
In the Poke Spokesman, the gang meets Simon, a man who claims he can speak with Pokemon. However, Officer Jenny shows up saying there's some scam involving Pokemon interpreters going on, and he's not actually the scammer though, it's some other jobbers. And he really can talk to Pokemon, not really, but also yes he can. In Control Freak, the gang help an archaeologist find the mask and scepter of a queen who could control Pokemon, and after Jessie manages to get a hold of it, she is able to control all of them, including Pikachu. Luckily, Brock's Golbat evolves into Crobat and saves the day. In the Art of Pokemon, the gang come to Whitestone, a self-explanatory town, when a group of Smeargle run around painting all over the Whitestones. They belong to a famous artist who wants the Smeargle to be free and paint since they have been facing some artist block recently. Make sure no one tells them about AI art.
The Heartbreak of Brock!
Hey, another pretty good Brock episode. We Brock fans are eating good this season. After Brock saves a girl named Temaku, that is a name, from falling into a fountain, she immediately falls in love with him and becomes very affectionate towards him. However, Brock does not know how to react to this, as he finds all her advances to be overwhelming, showing his true virgin persona. I thought this one was pretty fun, especially seeing Brock try to deal with someone like him in a more over-the-top way, and I thought it was funny that Tamaku would just eventually fall in love with anyone, including James, and then the doctor at the end of the episode. Pretty funny. She's just crazy.
Maybe a relationship should start out with both people liking each other. Maybe.
She's your only hope! Force yourself to like her!
In the current events, due to some contrivance, Ash and Chikorita get trapped in a power plant or something that is being guarded by a bunch of electric Pokemon, and after, of course, Team Rocket get involved somehow, Chikorita evolves into Bayleaf.
Turning over a new Bayleaf!
Alright, so these episodes are actually kind of rare in Pokemon, and I wish more of them did it, which is a Pokemon focusing on the fact that it evolves into a completely different body type and how to deal with it. In this case, Bayleaf, still trying to show her affection for Ash, can't do that as well as now being so thick. She inadvertently hurts him in her excitement. Ash, annoyed by this, yells at Bayleaf, causing her to run away, and Ash, feeling bad about it, tries to get her back. It's a good episode, good to see Ash isn't, some perfect character and can get annoyed at what his Pokemon do. Trust me, You're going to miss Ash feeling any other emotion besides happiness as time goes on. In doing what comes naturally, that one is a stretch, the gang helps some kid who's having trouble performing with his Natu to tell the future. Well, who cares about that, because James meets that Magikarp salesman again. Man, this guy's getting around this season. And the big balloon blow-up, it's a balloon race, it's pretty boring.
The Screen Actors Guild!
In No Name Town, the gang are mysteriously given a smoochum by a mysterious man who claims he'll be back for it if they just wait there. Anyway, it's owned by a movie star named Brad Van Darn. Okay, that's a pretty good name. But his agent wants him to get rid of Smoochum since the Pokemon doesn't fit his Giga Chad movie star persona. It's an alright episode. I'm just bringing attention to it because of this one line at the beginning.
Somebody must have told all the girls in town that I was coming. Look at how happy they are to see me!
They must be so happy they forgot to stop.
I've been pointing every single one of them out because, again, we'd be here all day, but I do sometimes think the writing and the back and forth banter between the main characters is pretty funny. It's great stuff, but, you know, again, I can't point them all out. We'd be here all day. We're already, like, what, 200 episodes in. And Ride On, a girl named Pietro tries to catch a special surfing ride-on so she can use it to help dig a tunnel between towns, since in the tunnel, water drips from the ceiling, sending most Rock-type Pokemon running.
The Kecleon Caper!
Man, it's kind of crazy that as early as 2001, we get a glimpse at Generation 3 Pokemon, a full year before the game was released. The gang, when viewing a fancy dirigible, helped the sick Kecleon of some wealthy women, then some stuff about Team Rocket or whatever trying to steal something. Point is, it's cool and interesting that they tease, the next generation a full year in advance. Advance. It's a joke because that's what the next season's. In the Joy of Water Pokemon, we get a rare Nurse Joy episode. At Lake Lucid, it is a famous spot for water Pokemon trainers, as the Nurse Joy there are well known for their treatment of water Pokemon. However, this current Nurse Joy actually hates water Pokemon. Man, they stuck you in the wrong place. The episode is unfortunately not as good as the premise would have you think. It does start off interesting with Misty confronting someone, this Nurse Joy who hates water types, and that she actually thought she was a really cool person taking care of them. There's a lot of potential for a story here, but, it's Pokemon, and man, it's not going to explore its characters like that. The only time any development happens is when Team Rocket shows up to attack them, and then all of a sudden the problem's solved. It's like, whatever. I mean, I do like in this one how the Nurse Joy at the end doesn't get over her fear of water Pokemon, but, she's like, I'll work it out. I mean, that's cool. But it's just one of those episodes that makes you go, man, I wish they would just take more risks.
It's her! In person! My sisters are gonna be so jealous that I met you. Misty, take a chill pill, will ya?
In Got Miltank, after a Team Rocket theft gone wrong, Cyndaquil and Meowth are lost in a desert and are taken care of by a Miltank who heals weary and injured Pokemon. In Fight for the Light, the gang finally arrive in Olivine City, and if you know the game, something similar happens here, with the leader Jasmine not able to battle due to her Ampharos, who operates the lighthouse, being sick, so Ash and friends decide to go to Cianwood City to pick up its medicine. Then, in Machoke Man, the gang, along with this girl who's not that important, make it to Cianwood, get the medicine, and while Girl returns with the medicine, Ash stays to fight Chuck, the fighting-type gym leader, and he does, hurrah! But instead of going straight back to Olivine, since Jasmine is still not ready to battle, the gang take a detour through the Whirl Islands, which begins the Whirl Islands arc. Yes. Arc.
Around the whirlpool!
Now we are in Pokemon Master Quest, the last third of the Johto region saga. New theme song, and it is better than Born to be a Winner. Believe in Me is pretty good, get you hyped for an episode. It does now start the unfortunate trend that I don't like of a theme song having the subtitle of the season in it. It's going to get more annoying as time goes on. But yes, now we're in the Whirl Islands arc, which I guess you can consider filler, but again, it's Pokemon, it's kind of hard to tell what you would even classify as that. In this episode, our heroes, after fighting with Rocket Gang, get thrown off their ship touring the Whirl Islands. Luckily, they just so happen to find Professor Elm, who's there researching, and the captain of the boat tells them the World Cup, a tournament exclusively for water types, which any Lantern trainer would dominate, and Misty and Ash register for it and continue on their journey through the Whirl Islands to participate in it. Oh yeah, and they see a shadow of some mysterious Pokemon. It's probably a Lantern, but who knows. An epic Frank Sinatra reference that all the kids will get. The gang arrive at Pudgy Pidgey Island, and I love that that's its canon name, where all the Pidgey are thick and don't fly except for one who dreams of, well, you know the reference. In taking it on the Chinchou, the gang help protect a group of Chinchou who are migrating for the season. Okay, one trope I'm starting to hate is the main character attempting to catch a Pokemon only to be told that it's illegal or it's already owned by someone else or something. And I hate that the person in charge of that Pokemon gets mad, like, why are you trying to steal the Pokemon? And it's like, bro, it's alone. There's no one around. Catching Pokemon is the main goal of 90% of the human population. Like, back the fuck up. It's so annoying. In a Corsola caper, Misty catches a Corsola. Okay. In Mantine Overboard, we meet Luca, who will become a short reoccurring character, giving the gang a ride on her boat through the Whirl Islands. In this episode, though, it focuses on them helping her find a MacGuffin that her great-grandfather lost in a shipwreck. Turns out the item is a silver wing. Huh. I wonder if that's something to do with Lantern. In Octillery Outcast, the gang make it to the World Cup, and Ash and Misty easily make it to the finals. We don't really even see the matches, because more importantly, they help one of the losers, who Octillery is sad because its Remoraid friends think he's ugly now. Damn, poor Octillery. It's my favorite electric type. In Dueling Heroes, Ash and Misty have tough fights in the next round of the World Cup, but come out on top, and now have to face each other in the next round. Then, in the perfect match, Misty beats Ash. The fight was okay, Psyduck forever the GOAT. I did feel bad for Bayleaf, though, in this episode, because Ash exchanged her for his Kingler, and she's all distraught because of how much she loves Ash. Like, I don't want to see a Pokemon cry for any reason. That's fucked up. Why would you animate that? But anyways, in this same episode, Misty loses to some rando named Trinity, who loses to a super rando that we don't even know the name of. That's right, this World Cup they hyped up for like 5 episodes was won by a nobody.
Planted now, Diglett later!
We're a band of Diglett thieves known as the Band of Diglett Thieves. We used to be known by a much more creative name, but those old fogies in there just kept getting confused.
In Hi-Ho Silver Away, honestly, I don't really remember much about this episode. I guess it was about some jewelry maker who wants to propose to a shopkeeper that they like, and there's all this Silverwing legend of the 4th Whirl Island. I don't care, honestly. However, I started to pay attention at the end because the group run into a familiar-looking Pikachu.
The mystery is history!
Get ready, folks, as these next 3 episodes are like a mini-movie about Lugia. Wait, Lugia? What happened to Lantern? Oh, there it is, thank God. Anyway, Richie is back, yay, for really no reason, as you will see, but the group of them run into a boy named Oliver, and his Lantern, who are playing with a baby Lugia named Silver. Yeah, very creative, kid. Then Cassidy and Biff.
It's Butch, didn't you hear me the first time?
Whatever, show up trying to capture it for some new rocket scientist named Dr. Namba. The kids send them off, and then the parent Lugia of Silver shows up, and then it leaves, allowing Team Rocket to come back and steal the baby. Will the heroes save the baby Lugia from Rocket Gang? Well, yeah. Now, I'll try to point out when it happens, excuse me if I forget, but sometimes the anime does reference the movies, as this one calls back to the movie Pokemon 2000, as both Ash and Team Rocket mention that they have seen a Lugia before in the Orange Islands.
Yeah, this is a Lugia.
A Lugia?
That's right. I saw one once before in the Orange Islands.
No way! A Lugia just like the one back on the Orange Islands!
A parent trapped!
And most of this episode is just the kids trying to get into Team Rocket's base and convince the adult Lugia to trust them. It's kind of mid overall, ending with all of them getting captured. Now, yeah, look, I kid, but come on. Again, we know how this is all going to end because it's a kid's show. But I will admit, it is good drama for kids. They do a good job of making the situation seem hopeless, and you wonder, like, oh man, how's Ash going to get out of this one? Just, you know, I'm so 5-head, these children's cartoons can't fool me, you know?
A promise is a promise!
And now the finale of the Lugia trilogy. They win, the gang free Lugia, and Richie leaves. I know some of you are like, man, why don't you describe the episode, asshole? Stop trying to skip everything. But look, we're barely 10% through the video, despite this being, you know, the few times Pokemon has multiple episodes that lead into each other in the grand scheme of things. This whole trilogy does not matter. Like, after this episode, none of this shit ever gets brought up again, so there's no reason to go over it beat for beat. That's why I'm focusing on characters that come back, or when a main character catches a Pokemon sometimes, you know, these are the things I know that will come back, and that's why I'm explaining it now. Case in point, Richie. This is the last time in the main series that he has a speaking role, and unless you count Pokemon Chronicles, which I don't. Like, come on, you should know by now, I'll tell you when something that's actually substantial to the entire series as a whole happens. Throwing in the Noctowl is not one of those episodes. This episode is about a pilot and his Noctowl, and then Ash's Noctowl, flying a plane through a storm. And for the greater narrative, it's just so Ash can return to Olivine to fight Jasmine. Then in Nerves of Steelix, Ash gets his battle against Jasmine, and it's smooth at first until Jasmine uses her Steelix, and then Ash remembers, oh yeah, I have a fire type for this Steel Gym, and takes the W. Now they head to Mahogany Town for the next badge.
Bulbasaur, the Ambassador!
Oh god, not you again. Professor Oak is having trouble with Pokemon in his lab and asks Ash to send his Bulbasaur to help since Ambassador skill is +2. Bulba does a great job and Ash decides to leave him at Oaks to help with the Pokemon. So yeah, like the other two starters, Ash didn't release Bulbasaur. I mean, it's back in Professor Oak's lab like all of his other Pokemon. It's just, you know, there now, which is good because, you know, he had 2 grass types on his team. Like, come on man, who does that? In Espeon Not Included, we run into Sakura from that Kimono Girls episode, who I don't even think I named, who's evolved into a Espeon, I guess. And she finally leaves to go on her own journey. Kinda cool they bring back a one-off character, I hope they keep doing it. In For Ho-Oh the Bell Tolls, the gang meet Morty again, along with Isween, whatever you pronounce that.
Ash Ketchum, this is Ucine.
And they learn about the legend of Ho-Oh and the 3 legendary beasts. While they try to find the crystal bells to help calm the bug Pokemon of the forest. Spoilers, they were taken by Team Rocket. In Extreme Pokemon, we have another weird Pokemon-related competition that will never show up again, but Gary's participating too, hooray. But Ash comes out on top and manages to win a blue egg. Ooh.
An exciting adventure!
In this one, Ash, Misty, and Brock take a rest at a Pokemon Center, and in the middle of the night, Team Rocket steals the egg that Ash got in the last episode, and the group, along with Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny, who don't know Team Rocket stole it, have to do some detective work to figure out where the egg went. It's a simple story, but I like it just because it's pretty funny. Mostly because the Officer Jenny who helps the twerps is incredibly incompetent, constantly coming to the wrong conclusions and misinterpreting obvious clues.
Is that Togepi yours, Misty?
Yes.
And the missing egg belongs to Ash?
Yeah, that's right.
It's all becoming very clear. This egg napper is Brock!
Oh, Jenny, that's brilliant!
I've been kind of glossing over them, but I do like it when they give the Joys and Jennies different personalities besides, you know, their job makes them who they are. Makes them feel more like characters rather than the best fat material. It's simple, but sometimes, yeah, that works best. It's one of my favorite episodes so far.
So I guess there really was an outside intruder.
See? Then it couldn't have been Brock.
What a relief! I'm not a criminal after all!
Hatching a plan!
Ash's egg hatches into a Phanpy, and the episode is mostly trying to stop Rocket Gang's attempts at stealing it. Okay.
Do's and don'ts!
Okay, another pretty funny episode. In this one, Rocket Gang runs into some high-up woman in Team Rocket who tells Jesse and James they need to renew their Team Rocket license. Yes, they need a license. If that's not funny enough, to prove themselves to get their license, they have to beat the twerps, which 200-something attempts haven't told you that's not something they're good at. They also fail at this, but in the best joke, they stay on with Team Rocket because they are so short-staffed due to many of the members being arrested that they just have to keep them. Yeah, again, it's just a funny episode with some great humor. I much prefer these comedic ones to the arcs about legendary Pokemon or whatever, or the serious ones about, oh man, it's so sad they're releasing a Pokemon. Yeah, whatever. Look, just entertain me. That's all I want for Pokemon. Just a nice, wholesome, fun anime. That's all I need.
There's nothing like a fruit smoothie after a grueling workout. Be a dear and take care of the bill, please. I'll pay you back later.
She still owes me that money!
In Just Waiting on a Friend, it's a ghost episode. I'm pretty sure we've had some of these in the past, but they all usually go something like this, that a huge storm or abnormal weather forces the twerps and or the Rockets into an abandoned-looking house/mansion, and it's either not empty or hosted by some mysterious person, like in this episode. Shenanigans ensue, ending with everyone coming to the realization, like, wait, that was a ghost? If one of these comes up again, and believe me, they will, I'll just save some time by saying it's a ghost episode and move on. In a Tyrogue full of trouble, wait, I don't get the pun here, the gang meet a guy whose Tyrogue is bad and wants to train him to make him good. He's doing this because, shocker, there's a fighting type only tournament coming up. Why are there so many of these single type tournaments? That sounds so boring. And is that to the future? See, I got that pun. The group meet a bunch of natives, is that the PC term? Who use Zatu to predict things like the weather, but recently they've been predicting nothing accurately, and the woman who watches over them has to decide if the new prediction of a great disaster is real or not. It was.
Talking about an evolution!
So tell me, how did you guys end up wandering in the forest?
Cyrus? Okay, I gotta stop making so many Yu-Gi-Oh references. It's next year, okay? Next year. Shut the fuck up. But yes, in this episode, we finally meet the champion of Johto/Kanto, Lance. He's at the Lake of Rage to stop not Jesse, James, and Meowth, but another group of Team Rocket from stealing the shiny Gyarados of the lake. I will say it's great that Lance actually tells the twerps that, hey, you're kids. You shouldn't be fighting terrorists. Go home. at least one adult in the Pokemon world is sensible.
We'll help you out.
Huh?
That would be so awesome. Can we please help you with your job, Lance?
No way!
Then, in Rage of Innocence, they succeed in stopping Rocket Gang, and the shiny Gyarados is saved. This is also thanks to a mysterious old man and his dugong. Who could it be? It's Price, the gym leader of Mahogany Town. And as cold as Price, we get what could have been an interesting clash of ideals, with Price saying Pokemon should be slaves and not friends. Obviously, Ash don't think like that, and what could have been an interesting debate on what Pokemon mean to humans is instead turned into Price acts like this because one day his Piloswine left him and never returned after losing badly to a Magmar, so he treats Pokemon badly to not get attached, only to just so happen for them to find that same Piloswine frozen in a cave that was nearby. And no conflict happened, everything is fine in Pokemon world, and no one can have their own views and opinions, everything is fine. Then yeah, Ash beats Price in the next one and gets his badge, and nice Price baby. Look, this is why I think Pokemon should stick to being funny, because every time they try to bring up these interesting conflicts and ideas, they just do nothing with them. You know, I'd rather laugh than just be disappointed. In whichever way the wind blows, it's a motherfucking gang war. The Blossoms versus the Plumes. Blood will be spilled, lives will be lost, and all of it will be solved after an attack by Team Rocket and Misty telling you no matter what you try, fate will dick you over.
You didn't become Vileplume because of the wind. It's because you were meant to be Vileplume. And I'm sure that you Blossom were meant to become Blossom too.
When some like it hot, the gang come across a group of Mech Cargo, blocking their path, and after Misty fails at beating them with her water types, she gets in a feud with a fire type trainer over which type is superior. Of course, in the end, they work together to clear the path forward. In Hocus Pokemon, the group run into a witch. There's no exaggeration there, she is a straight up witch. And they help her make a spell to allow trainers to understand Pokemon, and when all is said and done, Ash gets turned into a Pikachu, a human getting turned into a Pokemon. Yes, these are the first signs of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. They had it planned out for years. As Clear as Crystal starts off weird with Ash still the Pikachu from the last episode. Yeah, it didn't reset after the last one, but he turns back like right away at the start, and they never acknowledge it the rest of the episodes. What was even the point of that? Which is the most interesting thing about this episode. The rest of it is about getting Pikachu some power through a special crystal. It's not that interesting. In same old song and dance, the gang find a girl with two Pokemon that perform something. I feel like we've seen this a lot, but this one, Jigglypuff gets involved since the two Pokemon are Igglybuff, its baby form. That's it. There's really no conflict in this episode besides trying to get Jigglypuff not to sing. In Enlighten Up, finally a cult I can get behind, Rocket Gang and the Twerps decide to achieve enlightenment at the Slowpoke Temple, where all answers shall be revealed. Of course, Team Rocket are faking interest in order to steal a Slowpoke. Will the gang stop Team Rocket and find the answer to the universe?
Will the real Oak please stand up?
What is that? Is that an Eminem reference? In Pokemon? This one is pretty funny, with Team Rocket pretending to be Oak and DJ Mary from that radio episode in order to get special treatment and free stuff. And it gets pretty interesting when the real Oak stands up, but no one believes he's the real one. Nothing special, but I thought it was pretty fun.
Is it true Clefairy are aliens, Professor?
How will I know it's the right time for evolving my little Eevee?
Is there really such a Pokemon as Celebi?
What do I do to evolve my Tyrogue into a Hitmontop?
In Wish Upon a Star shape, the gang see a falling star that turns out to be the Pokemon Cleffa, and wanting to discover its origins, they begrudgingly team up with some weirdos called the Pokemon Mystery Club. The best part about this episode is the adorable relationship between Ash's Vampy and the Cleffa. Other than that, standard stuff.
Outrageous Fortunes!
Alright, so remember all the way back in episode 196, the sumo one, where Ash got that King's Rock? Well, in this episode, the gang meet a trainer who wants to challenge anyone with his Poliwrath. And after a slip by Ash, Misty's Poliwhirl grabs his King's Rock that was in his bag. Then some Team Rocket stuff happens, and Misty sends out her Poliwhirl while holding the King's Rock, which evolves it into a Politoed. Who I love, again, another Gen 2 Pokemon, great. Look at him, he's so happy. Easy claps, boys. In One Trick Pony, after Ash has a crazy win streak, a trainer suggests he try the Pokemon Battle Park to get his battling fix. But Team Rocket got there first and find out the park is closed for repairs, and Team Rocket uses the Pokemon there to try to steal Pikachu instead of just taking these Pokemon for Team Rocket and getting away. In Polly Told You So, the gang meet the leader of a Pokemon cheer squad, and her Politoed runs away due to her being a bitch, so she wants to use Misty's Politoed as a substitute while they look for her Politoed. This episode really shows how fast these conflicts resolved in these 22-minute episodes, as we don't see why Politoed left until near the end, when What's-Her-Face starts berating her Pokemon, and in less than 5 minutes after seeing Misty actually care about her Pokemon, What's-Her-Face instantly realizes her mistake and goes through a whole emotional arc in like 5 minutes. Like, yeah, I get it's a 20-minute episode, but come on, you can pace it better. I've seen you do it before, Pokemon. Well, it's certainly been a while, but yes, we have another banned episode of Pokemon. It's not that interesting, both why it's banned and what it's about. It's just because everyone's favorite blackface Jinx is back. That's why it was banned. And the episode itself is about a special Pokemon center in an ice cave with ice Pokemon. Team Rocket tries to steal them. Whatever. Least interesting banned episode. In Beauty is Skin Deep, the gang meet Claire, the final gym leader, and help her take a Dratini to a place for some kind of dragon ritual. Let's just get to the gym battle. In Fangs for Nothing, Rocket Gang interrupts Ash's gym battle, great, by stealing the Dragon Fang from the last episode, and eventually ends up in the Dragon Holy Land, which angers the Dragonite there. And guess what? It's a two-parter, sort of.
Great Bowls of Fire!
And in the next episode, Great Bowls of Fire, that dragon stuff is saved thanks to the arrival of Ash's Charizard and Liza from the Terrific Valley. Anyway, stuff happens with Dragonite and Team Rocket, very sad backstory. Look, it's really hard for me to care about this stuff as it's never going to come back, so it's hard to get invested in all this made-up lore to me. Yeah, I know it makes the world feel more alive, and I don't dislike it. I think it's good that they are putting all this effort into the world building. It's just after 250 episodes, all of it is starting to, blend together in my mind, since none of this will matter in the next episode, so I just learned to stop paying attention to it. Then, in Better 8 Than Never, you're telling me, we get the last gym battle in Johto. It's Ash versus Claire. Ash starts off with a Snorlax of all Pokemon, which takes out Claire's Kingdra, but Claire's Gyarados takes out Fat Boy. Thankfully, Ash has an electric type, though, I guess. Claire finishes with her Dragonair, taking out Pikachu, but thankfully Ash's Charizard Seismic tosses his way to victory, getting Ash's final gym badge, and Charizard returns to the Terrific Valley to train more. There, I figured since I've been so negative, I'd give you a very quick gym battle play-by-play. It's the last one, never doing it again. And why not? The gang find out they need to get to Mount Silver for the Johto League Championship. They need to go to New Barktown to register. But Team Rocket decides to steal Ash's badges from him, but they are stolen from them by a Wynot, another Gen 3 Pokemon in Wobbuffet's baby form. In Just Add Water, the gang find a synchronized Pokemon swimming event, and Misty gets in a feud with another Water-type trainer.
But yes, I am the prettiest and most talented of all of the Cerulean gym trainers.
Well, if you ask me, not that you would, I'd say Lily was the most talented and beautiful.
I am the most talented and beautiful!
You sure about that?
Was I talking to you, Brock?
Lapras of Luxury!
In kind of a surprise, Ash is asked to get an egg from a marine laboratory by Professor Elm, and there he runs into his Lapras from the Orange Islands, and after Team Rocket shenanigans, he has to help it reunite with its herd again. And Ash gets the egg as they continue to New Barktown. Okay, so we immediately find out what's in the egg in Hatch Me If You Can, when it hatches into a Larvitar, but it's going to die? The fuck? Yes, its body temperature is dropping fast, and Team Rocket mess up the Pokemon Center's generator, so the group have to figure out how to save Larvitar. And thanks to the two professors, Elm and Oak, and Ash's mom is here too, okay, they save it, and Ash has to now take the Larvitar back to Mount Silver, where it was found. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good episode. Pokemon dying is one way to get me to pay attention and actually care about the stakes, considering how rare it is that they actually even try for that. In Entei at Your Own Risk, the gang meet a trainer who is looking for the legendary Pokemon Entei. Also, Brock's Pineco evolves. It's better than the third movie.
A crowning achievement!
Slogan.
Is Slowking Moses?
Here's looking at you, Elekid!
So you might notice that going forward, the anime looks a bit different now. That's because from this episode onward, the show is now animated digitally. If I was an animator, I would care more about this. Personally, I think the colors are more appealing, really popping more. I know there are people that are more into the traditional feel of hand-animated cells, but personally, as long as the show still looks good and it's still entertaining, I don't really care how it's done. Anyway, this episode, an Elekid starts messing with Larvitar, and after a Team Rocket stealing attempt, gets them lost. The gang find out the Elekid belongs to Casey, who also has a Meganium now, and the group all try to find the missing Pokemon. Also, randomly and without much fanfare, James loses his Victory Ball in this episode, which admittedly I never talked about because he never really caught it on screen. Again, he just kind of showed up in his party randomly, like it just happened. Anyways, he runs into that Magikarp salesman again and tricks the trio into trading James's Victory Bell for a Weepin' Bell that knows Sweet Scent. After Rocket Gang loses, the Weepin' Bell evolves into a Victory Bell, and Jesse kicks it away. Then the Magikarp salesman hates James's Victory Bell, and he kicks it away, and the two Victory Bell meet, fall in love, and disappear into a forest never to be seen again. What a complicated and anticlimactic way to get rid of a Pokemon that only served a visual gag.
And we two were inseparable. Night and day, good times and bad, feast or famine, we were a team.
In Eurostar Larvitar, nothing really happens in this one. They make it to the base of Mount Silver and Ash battles some rando trainer. Larvitar doesn't even really do anything in this episode. It's not really about him, so what was the point of the name? In Address Unknown, after helping a sick unknown, it shows the group Larvitar's memories as an egg, where some poachers hurt its mom, so that's why it doesn't trust humans. Oh yeah, that was a whole subplot that Larvitar was shy towards Misty and Brock, and for some reason, well, now we know why. In Mother of All Battles, the gang returned Larvitar to its mother after helping take down the poachers from before. So yeah, we never see Larvitar again after this, that's why I barely mentioned him.
Pop goes the Sneasel!
The Silver Conference is almost ready, but the torch to light the ceremonial flame is being guarded by a Sneasel, Machop, and Machoke. So Ash, along with a new trainer Harrison from the Hoenn region, steps up. Yeah, it's our first mention of the Hoenn region in this episode, and we even see Harrison has a Blaziken as well. This episode is okay, it's mostly to set up Hoenn and Harrison being a rival for Ash at the tournament, and for that, it's alright.
Acclaim to flame!
In this episode, we get some character development as Ash runs into Gary again. After him, Gary, and Harrison make it past the screening round for the Silver Conference, we get a moment that's pretty monumental for Pokemon as two characters sit down and talk about their journey and relationship, showing how much Gary has grown since episode 1, saying he's impressed Ash has come so far and managed to tame Pikachu from being a wild Pokemon to one of his best friends. Wow, I wish more Pokemon episodes had stuff like this. But again, this highlight shows Gary is a good character. We may not see it a lot, and we may not see him a lot, but it's shown that his demeanor has changed and towards Ash, not just the others, and he's become a lot more humble. That's shown very well in this episode, as you can see now that they're definitely more friends now, and still rivals, of course, but nowhere near as antagonistic towards each other as the beginning of it. Man, I wish everyone got this good development. In Love Pokemon style, Ash has everyone sent to him from Oak's lab. I thought you could only have 6 on you at a time, but whatever. Then a bunch of stuff happens, like Ash saving his opponent Macy, and she falls in love with him, and Ash's Kingler getting injured, but luckily a Squirtle comes back. Hooray! And Ash beats Macy, moving on. In Taiwan On, Ash fights Jackson, some guy who has never appeared in anything else I need to talk about, and after an intense rival-esque battle between Ash's Bulbasaur and Jackson's Meganium, it ends in a draw, but Ash obtained enough points, yeah, I guess there's a point system, to advance, and his opponent is... oh shit.
The ties that bind!
Alright, here we go. It's all been building up to this. Ash versus Gary. I will say the episode is good at building up the match. It doesn't start right away, but when it does, it's Gary's Nidoqueen versus Ash's Tauros. Nidoqueen takes out Tauros, giving Gary the first victory. Ash answers back quickly with Heracross, and Gary swaps Nidoqueen for Magmar with the counter pick. But this is Anime Land, and Ash's Heracross takes out Magmar. And the episode ends with Heracross versus Blastoise, continuing in...
Can't beat the heat!
Gary's Blastoise knocks out Heracross, so Ash switches to Muck. And even though it's kinda working, he goes for the counter pick with Bayleaf. But again, it's Anime Land, and Blastoise takes out Bayleaf, with Gary leading now. In the next half, it's Ash's Snorlax versus Gary's Arcanine, and a Hyper Beam to the face takes out Arcanine. Gary sends out Nidoqueen again, but this big boy can move and takes out Nidoqueen with an Ice Punch to the body. Gary then sends out Scizor, who makes quick work of not just Snorlax, but also Muck. And now Ash is down to 1 Pokemon, opposed to Gary's 3. Luckily, oh, it's Charizard, which actually works how you think it will against Scizor. Then it's anime logic again with Charizard beating Golem. Finally, it's the battle of the starters, Charizard versus Blastoise. And then Hydro Pump after Hydro Pump, Flamethrower after Seismic Toss, the dust settles, and he takes it. Ash finally wins against Gary in his first full battle. The crowd goes wild. This kid finally beat his longtime rival. GG's, kid. But it's not over yet, as Ash's next opponent is now Harrison.
Playing with fire!
And this episode's kind of less important, so I'm not going to describe it as much detail. It starts off good with Harrison quickly beating Pikachu, and after intense fighting, the last Pokemon standing are Blaziken versus Charizard. Who will come out on top?
Johto photo finish!
Well, after an intense battle between the fire types, it's Harrison's Blaziken that takes it, getting Ash a top 8 placement. And the ultimate winner is John. I don't know who that is, but at least they gave him a name this time. After everything is done, everyone heads their separate ways. Harrison goes to Kanto to compete in its league after telling Ash he should check out Hoenn to see all the Pokemon there. And Gary makes a surprising announcement saying he's done battling and wants to become a Pokemon researcher, which I think after his development makes perfect sense. He's done trying to prove he's the best and instead wants to now better understand Pokemon. Plus, you know, he's also Oak's grandson, so it makes sense from that too. And Ash, Misty, and Brock decide to head back home and maybe even start going their own separate ways.
Gotta catch you later!
The gang arrive back in Kanto in Viridian City, and to Misty's multiple surprises, her sisters call her saying they want to travel, so she has to come back to the gym and watch it. And then she finds out that her bike has been fixed by a Nurse Joy, I guess. She just left it there back in episode 2 and the Nurse Joy fixed it. Well, that was nice of her. And this, to Ash's surprise, upsets Misty, as it seems she planned to travel with everyone for a bit longer. But after Team Rocket stuff that really didn't need to be in this episode, we get a tearful goodbye at a split path as Brock has to say goodbye too, as he needs to return to Pewter City after getting an email from his family. And honestly, the goodbye is heartwarming and kind of sad. They really did a good job sending off these characters who we've known for years, if you've been watching these when they came out anyway. Yep, we'll definitely never see Brock again.
Misty, thank you. And Brock, I know that there's no way I could have ever.
If you have something to say, Ash, then say it.
Yeah, we're all ears.
Arriving back in Pallet Town, Ash finds out Gary has left all of his Pokemon at Oaks except for his starter Pokemon Blastoise and is going on another journey already. Ash, inspired by this and after seeing the Hoenn region and even seeing Ho-Oh fly off toward Hoenn, he of course decides to head there himself, armed with a new drip from his mom and knowledge from Professor Oak to find Professor Birch in Little Root Town, leaving all of his Pokemon there except for Pikachu to begin a new journey in the Hoenn region. But that's not it, as now we are about to go into the final episode of Pokemon Johto and the overall original Pokemon series.
Hoenn alone!
And honestly, it's alright. It's mainly a lead into the next season, as Team Rocket attempt to steal Pikachu again, and Ash, with no Pokemon and no friends, is kinda stuck. Thankfully, an Officer Jenny helps him, and after stopping them once again, Ash and Pikachu are ready for Hoenn until it's discovered Pikachu has come down with a fever and is sparking erratically. So, yeah, that's the last episode of the original series, technically, ending on a cliffhanger. Overall, Johto was just kind of more of the same, which, you know, makes sense, honestly, but, you know, after hundreds of episodes of watching it, it's just starting to get stale to me. Episodes all have a very similar structure, setup, types of problems, and characters. It's all becoming too safe to me, which for syndication works better, you know, when you can't decide when or where episodes air, but when binge watching them, it becomes a slog. But hey, who knows, maybe things will go up from here as the anime takes on the third generation with Pokemon Advanced.
Get the show on the road!
Here we are, a whole new world of Pokemon in the Hoenn region. The new theme, I Want to Be a Hero, I don't really like it.
A kid from Pallet Town with a brand new world to see. I don't know what's ahead, but it won't get the best of me.
I like the beginning of it, but when it gets to the chorus, it feels too digitized. And again, saying the name Pokemon Advanced in the thing, it just doesn't sound great to me.
I wanna be a hero. Pokemon Advanced.
Speaking of, I also don't like the title Pokemon Advanced. Yeah, I get why, like, you know, Pokemon Advanced, Game Boy Advanced. But why not Hoenn? You know, Pokemon Hoenn or Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, like the Japanese version called it. I swear to God, if the next one's called Pokemon DS, I quit. Alright, so that was the actual episode. It's an okay season premiere. To get it out of the way, Pikachu was healed from his sickness after Team Rocket inadvertently heal him through one of their robots. Cool. The important thing is when Ash arrives in Little Root Town, we meet May, a new trainer just starting her journey, who seems to not really care for Pokemon all that much in general. Not that she hates them, she just doesn't really care about being a trainer. She does end up picking Torchic as her starter though. And we start a sort of tradition of Ash destroying a girl's bike as Pikachu does so in this episode as well. And kinda similar to Misty, she guilt trips Ash into traveling with her for destroying her bike, at least for a little while. I'll talk about May later. For now, her intro was okay. I mean, we obviously still don't know that much about her, but, well, we're gonna have a couple hundred episodes to get to know her, so we can only wait and see.
Call out one of its attacks!
Okay, which is...
Just say use water gun now!
Got it. Use water gun.
A ruin with a view!
Ash and May arrive in Oldale Town, and Ash registers for the Pokemon League. The important thing is in this episode we encounter Team Magma for the first time, who kidnap a researcher to, I don't know, get some ancient shit, and Team Rocket are assigned by Giovanni to establish a rocket branch in Hoenn and investigate Team Magma and Team Aqua. After all that, Ash and May head toward Petalburg City, where Ash finds out there is a gym there, but May doesn't seem too excited to go there for some reason. Again, this episode is mostly setting up future stuff, so it's fine. I do like Ash is finally showing some experience when he teaches May how to catch a Pokemon, when she does something similar to how he tried to catch a Pokemon the first time, with them just throwing a Pokeball and not really trying to weaken it.
First, you have to battle the Pokemon and weaken it, then you throw your Pokeball.
I like that. It's a great way to show how much more experienced Ash is now as a trainer, instead of him, just saying it.
There's no place like Hoenn!
Arriving in Petalburg, Ash is surprised to find out that the gym leader, Norman, is May's dad, after he was tricked into thinking May's brother Max was the actual leader. Unfortunately, Ash needs 3 Pokemon to challenge the gym, so he settles for an unofficial battle with him. After some rocket stuff, Ash and May decide to continue traveling together, and Max joins them. I hate Max. Like, he is so fucking annoying. He's one of those kid characters who's kinda smart, so he acts like a dick to everybody if they show any sign of being a normal person.
If you had to do it over again, don't you think you would have used Charizard's attacks more effectively? If I'd have been in there, I would have won it. You've still got a long way to go.
Like, why do these green shirts keep ruining my Pokemon? Unlike Tracy, though, Max is here to stay for the whole advanced series. Hooray.
You never can, Talo!
The gang are attacked by a group of Talo that they follow after one of them steals their food. Yeah, because remember, these are 3 kids that don't really know how to cook. Why would you send them off on a journey by themselves? Man, if only Brock were here.
Hey, it's Brock. This is Brock?
Oh, he is. Yeah, Brock is back after fixing everything back at the pewter gym. And like Ash, he only brought 1 Pokemon for some reason with him, his Fortress. After that reunion, Ash is able to catch the Talo, making it his first Hoenn Pokemon. Good to see Brock back. Kinda makes the goodbye episode a little less impactful, but it's good to see him back.
Is it true what Ash told us about you, that you're a really good cook? Then how's about a little sample?
In the nicker of time, good thing I'm black, the gang encounter Nikolai, who loves knickers, good thing I'm black. I can't believe I'm reading this. He disguises himself like Pokemon because it's his kink. May has a battle with him, her first one, and loses, showing she's got a long way to go.
A poached ego!
Okay, look, I'm convinced Team Rocket are the best characters in this anime because once again, they get a really good and emotional episode. When they find a group of caged Ekans and Coughing caught by a Pokemon poacher, Jessie and James realize that since they have an Arbok and Weezing, they clearly are not into this, so they decide to free them in a strange act of kindness from them. And after freeing them, they decide that for the Ekans and Coughings to be safe, their Pokemon have to stay and protect them. And in a really sad scene, Jessie, James, and Meowth stay behind, keeping the poacher busy, just getting the shit kicked out of them, while Arbok and Weezing run away, watching and crying. Damn, who's cutting onions, man? Who's doing that? Who's cutting onions? Brock, you cutting onions, bro? Eventually, the poacher is caught by the twerps and Officer Jenny. Who cares? At the end, though, James randomly catches a Cacnea. Cool, I guess they had to give him some Pokemon. But seriously, man, what is with Team Rocket getting the best episodes in terms of being about the feels? And I'm gonna be honest, this was probably the saddest releasing of any Pokemon. Way better than any of Ash's. Banger episode.
You really think Arbok and Weezing will be alright, Jessie?
I hope so.
Trees a crowd!
Ash finds a Trico that he wants to catch, but after seeing it trying to protect and heal a tree he calls his home, while the other Trico leave to find a new one, he decides to help it. Then after some rocket stuff, the Trico battles him and Ash gets his next Pokemon.
A tail with a twist!
During some training, a wild Seviper comes by and beats Ash's new Trico. Seeing this, Team Rocket want the Seviper for themselves, and they manage to do it, Jessie specifically. And with the new Pokemon, things are looking up until Trico's training gives him the upper hand, sending them blasting off again. So yeah, Jessie has a Seviper now. Cool. In Taming of the Shroomish... Oh god, it's a Max episode. Look, I'm gonna skip all Max episodes. I just don't care. I don't care what you say. I don't care what happens in them. I just truly cannot give a shit about these episodes. In You Said a Mouthful, the gang encounter a gym who has a Pelipper that can seem to use any move. Of course, it turns out to be fake, with the Pelipper using Pokemon that hides in its beak. In A Bite to Remember, May and Max learn about evolution thanks to a Poochyena. Another trope I'm starting to not really like is that the kids always seem to wander into some Pokemon preserve or some closed-off area.
This entire area is a Pokemon preserve.
Really? We're sorry, we didn't know.
Which, why do these places not have gates or signs or anything that show them that you shouldn't be there? It's really their fault that people can just wander in.
The Lotad Lowdown!
Brock catches a Lotad. group arrive near Rustboro City, where the next gym is, and meet Janet and Chaz, two Pokemon coordinators. Unlike trainers, coordinators enter Pokemon contests to earn ribbons that are less about battling and more about showing off their Pokemon's charm. They compete in them and eventually earn enough ribbons to enter the Grand Festival, the big tournament at the end. Then while the gang are too late to enter, Chaz It Up offers to teach Pikachu the Iron Tail move for Ash, and May helps Janet with her performance, seeming to be more interested in contests now. Oh yeah, and Jessie just randomly has a Hoenn contest pass. Yeah, she's just always had it and renews it, and now she competes in contests in disguise. That came out of nowhere. It was funny though. So May, from the start, is shown that she has no interest in training and being the best like no one ever was, and has been using the Pokemon journey thing as an excuse to just travel. This is the first time we see her interested in something like contests and having a new goal. I personally like this for her. I think it's cool to see someone in Pokemon world, like, not be so hot and forced to be kicked out of your house at 10 years old and go around catching and training wild animals. Her discovering contests felt kind of natural too, with her just seeing it and going, hey, that's cool. I want to do that, which is, how many passions start. But of course, this is just the introduction. We can only wait and see what they do with it, and hopefully it'll be pretty good.
All in a day's Wurmple!
Not only do we learn about double battles, the bane of my Pokemon Emerald playthrough, both May and Jessie catch a Wurmple that they both want to get after seeing Janet's Beautifly in the last episode. In Gonna Rule the School, the gang meet Roxanne, the first gym leader in Rustboro City, but have to wait since she's also a teacher and have to teach a class. So then Max, oh god no, it's a Secret Max episode, skip. In the winner by a nose pass, May announces that she wants to do contests instead of battles, and Pikachu masters the Iron Tail move just in time while fighting Roxanne's nose pass, winning Ash's first Hoenn badge. In Stairway to Devon, Max accidentally breaks the Pokénav. It's some game bullshit they stuck in the anime, it doesn't matter. He brings it to the company that makes it, which happens to be in Rustboro, so they can fix it. But a thief, supposedly from Team Aqua, steals some bullshit. So just like Max, I also don't care about the stuff that Team Magma and Team Aqua are doing. It's really dumb, and trust me, it doesn't really pay off, so kind of like Max episodes, I'm gonna kind of gloss over them. Especially like these ones where all three are combined. No thank you. In On a Wingull and a Prayer, what the fuck did I just say about Aqua? The gang rescue a captured Wingull from an Aqua grunt, and its owner, Mr. Briny, now takes them to Dewford Island, where the next gym is, and where the Devon Corporation's CEO from last episode's son, Steven, is. Moving on. In Sharpedo Attack, it's no longer safe to go back in the water. Is that the slogan? I've never actually seen Jaws. In Brave the Wave, the gang arrive on Dewford Island to meet Brawly, who...
Halo, not a bad choice against fighting types. I can take that strategy. Let's see if you can dig this!
Is the best character in all of Pokemon now, there's no debating it. And of course, being the best, he beats Ash in his gym battle, so now Ash has to train for a rematch like the scrub he is. I mean, come on man, no one can beat Sonic. In Which Wurmple's Which, well, knowing Jessie and May have Wurmples and the title, you can pretty much write this episode yourself.
A whole lot of trouble!
Alright, you know what, this episode was pretty funny, I liked it. Arriving at Granite Cave to find some amazing trainer, the Twerps get caught in a Team Rocket trap, and then Team Rocket get caught in another hole around their trap, and all of them go falling down as the groups are mixed up with Ash, Brock, and James stuck together, Pikachu, Meowth, and Max, and then Jessie and May. And all the groups try to work together to find each other again. Oh yeah, and Steven, the champion of Hoenn, is there too. That's cool, I guess. Much like the Ursa Ring episode, I love seeing Rocket Gang and the Twerps mixed up and forced to work together. It just leads to some pretty funny interactions that we don't see normally, and the fact that they're technically enemies can make for some fun banter.
Not again! You!
Yeah, it's just a fun episode. I hope I don't get tired of the ones like these.
Gone core fishing!
When a mysterious Pokemon is going around causing trouble at the beach, the gang make attempts to find out what it is, and it's revealed to be a Corphish, which Ash catches to use for his rematch against Brawly.
A Corphish out of water!
So this episode itself is about Ash trying to get Corphish to a Pokemon Center after he gets hurt during a Team Rocket scheme, but the reason I'm talking about it though, is that in it, May's Wurmple evolves into a Silcoon, and Jessie's Wurmple evolves into a Cascoon. But she's delusional and thinks it's also a Silcoon because she wants a Beautifly, much to James and Meowth's dread when she eventually will find out that it isn't.
A Mudkip mission!
After being mistaken for trying to steal a Mudkip, seriously, you don't know how often these kids are accused of crimes in the beginning of episodes to start a conflict. I am leaving a lot of them out. They find a big Mudkip who is trying to protect all the little guys, and after stopping a Team Rocket plot, the Mudkip decides to go with Brock. Yes, Brock, the Rock Gym leader, now has 2 water types. I think the writers forgot what gym he runs. In turning over a new Nuzleaf, a group of Nuzleaf plan to burn all the Twerp's Pokemon after a Corphish cuts one of the Nuzleaf's leaves off. Kind of an overreaction.
A 3-team scheme!
Okay, so this episode is nothing to me. It's just to show off that Team Magma and Aqua are doing more behind-the-scenes stuff, and both of them have the red and blue orb respectively. This is why I don't like these Aqua Magma parts. It's all very vague setup for what's going to be a few episodes of nothing, trust me. And if you play the games, you know pretty much what's happening. There's not really a surprise, which I'd assume most people watching the anime have done. Now let me be clear, I'm glad that they're setting this stuff up and adding intrigue and mystery to the narrative. I just don't care. Again, it's just because of this knowledge that I know that after the season, or hell, after the episodes, that they're just not going to show up anymore. None of it's going to matter anyway, so I just can't get invested. Most interesting thing about this episode is the character of the day is named Keanu.
Seeing is believing!
May's Silcoon evolves into Beautifly, and Jessie's Cascoon evolves into Dustox. To everyone's surprise, she's actually okay with it. That's all that happens in this episode. Oh, also Professor Birch shows up again. Like, well, he was in the last episode, and he left in this one. I just didn't mention him, because, you know, who cares? In Ready, Willing, and Sableye, Meowth befriends a Sableye and tricks him into helping Team Rocket capture the Twerp's Pokemon. But Sableye just wanted to play harmless pranks and turns on Team Rocket when he finds out that he's been tricked. In a minute-tight fight, Ash battles a girl who claims to be Brawly's best student, but is actually just a fangirl. And then finally, after multiple episodes, Ash is ready to rematch Brawly. Yes, we've been on Dewford Island this whole time. And just one of the geysers, Ash rematches Sonic and wins this time with Trico and Corphish, winning his 2nd badge. Why he didn't use Tailo, I will never know. In Abandoned Ship, finally the gang leave Dewford to head for Slateport City and eventually Mauville City for Ash's next gym badge. But on the way, after a rocket scheme, they hitch a ride on a random boat after helping some kid find his missing Marsh Stomp, which has now evolved into a Swampert.
Now that's flower power!
Arriving in Slateport City, May and Jessie are getting ready for the Pokemon contest there, but May is constantly getting shit-talked by a boy named Drew who keeps making fun of her inexperience. And after stopping Team Rocket and making some Pokeblocks a special food to feed Pokemon for contests, we find out Drew is also a coordinator and he's competing in the same contest, and he's shown to have a very strong Roselia. Now, I like Drew. I like the way he acts towards May. It's very, shoujo, main guy, if you know what I mean. Very heavy ship baiting.
Please, sir, you've got to teach me everything. You know, the works. How not to lose, how to win, what to think, to say, what to feel, to be.
And having a Wailord time, a beached Wailord, oh no, but I guess that's not interesting enough, so we also have a story about a group of starter Pokemon. Okay.
Win, lose, or drew!
Alright, here we go, baby, the first Pokemon contest. So how these work is a first round performance where the Pokemon uses moves to wow the judges and audience. After that, it's whittled to usually a top 8 in the second round, which is a battle. But it's not just about winning, as it's more of a point system that can go down if you're able to show off your Pokemon or make your opponents look worse. May manages to make it to the second round, but unfortunately loses to Drew. And Drew himself loses to another coordinator named Robert, who does come back. He's more of a tertiary character. Oh, and Jessie was too late to register, so she didn't compete. Now, personally, I love the contests, both in the game and the anime. While there's still technically a battle, it's less about power and more about technique, so it's a different enough for me. But seeing the performance part is a nice change of pace from the usual gyms and stuff we get. Plus, it's actually something for May to do, so, you know, she can have her own arc and story, her own rivals, and Jessie and Drew, and a few more in the future, as well as giving her a reason to keep traveling with Ash. Because look, I like Misty as much as the next person, but you can probably tell with how little I mentioned her, that she didn't have much of a reason to be in the show besides being the girl. I mean, her banter with Ash and Brock was funny, and I was sad seeing her go, don't get me wrong. It's just after her episode way back in season 1 with Jim and her sisters, she was always just kind of there, you know? Let's be honest, we all just remember her because of Psyduck. Contests are a great way for May to be more involved in her own story. You know, she's not just there to cheer on Ash and make comments. She actually has her own goals, her own drive, her own things to do, which makes her a more interesting character to me. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see the rest of her story. Hopefully it won't disappoint. In Seal of Approval, oh, it's just more Team Magma stuff, whatever. The gang leave from Mauville City. In Jump for Joy, a Nurse Joy is kidnapped by a Shift Tree, not knowing why. The gang try to save her, only to find out the Shift Tree took her to heal a sick Nuzleaf. In a different kind of Misty, no, Misty the character has absolutely nothing to do with this episode, it's just a clickbait title. Maybe the first one in history? It's about helping some kids who run a lighthouse to help people get through mist.
so the lighthouse is always there to lend a hand and keep people from losing their way.
In a Pokeblock party, the gang arrive in Mauville and decide to go through the trick house to win a lifetime supply of Pokeblocks. And of course, Team Rocket are trying to win them too with 30 tricks. And then, oh, whoa, Jigglypuff has followed Ash to the Hoenn region. I honestly forgot about her. Well, now that they've reintroduced her, they're probably going to use her a lot more now.
What's with Watson?
So like this episode, it's a more interesting take on a gym battle that we've seen over and over again. Arriving at the Mauville gym, the gang get put on a weird ride where Pikachu gets a big jolt of electricity, and when Ash finally faces the leader Watson, Pikachu is so overcharged that his Thunderbolts are able to one-shot even Electric-type Pokemon, and Ash speedruns the gym, taking the badge in a sub-5-minute run. However, being beaten so easily makes Watson depressed and starts to wonder if he's worthy of being a gym leader. Of course, all of it is solved after a rocket scheme, and Ash is still given the badge for stopping them. Like, I like this. I want them to do more interesting concepts like this with the gym battles rather than just, having a battle. Like, I get that's what the kids want to see. They want to see Pokemon battles, but seeing a different take on it is a lot more interesting to me watching it.
What you seed is what you get!
So now we are in Pokemon Advanced Challenge with a new theme called This Dream, which I like and is the most memorable one of the Advanced series to me personally.
Yeah, this dream will last forever. This dream will never die. We will rise to meet the challenge every time.
I especially love the guitar riff near the end. That's hype as fuck. The actual episode is nothing. It's about Trico learning to move Bullet Seed as the group head to Fall Arbor Town for May's next contest and Lava Ridge Town for Ash's next badge.
Love at first flight!
Okay, so this actual episode is nothing special. It's literally Romeo and Juliet, but with Volbeat and Illumise. Like, seriously, their trainers are called Romeo and Juliet. What I want to talk about is something I don't think I've even mentioned yet. Who's that Pokemon? I'm sure we all know this famous segment. I just didn't bother bringing it up, because it was like, whatever, we all know it. It's been in, there since the beginning. I think even people who haven't seen the anime know this segment, right? Well, recently, they have gotten rid of that segment. I know, calm down, it's okay. Because now we have Trainer's Choice, a segment where they give a little quiz, like, what is this Pokemon super effective against, or what does this Pokemon evolve into? It's kind of cute. I like it. I don't know if it's better than Who's That Pokemon, but not a bad replacement.
Trainers, which one of these Pokemon is the best choice to battle Poliwrath?
And let Bagons be Bagons.
Hey, have you fools all lost your minds? Where do you get off launching a sneak attack on my Bagon like that?
What are you talking about? Your Bagon attacked us first!
You really don't know how many crimes these kids get accused of. It is really starting to irritate me. It's just, can the writers find a better way to start the plot of an episode? It happens so often. Anyway, the episode is about the group of criminals helping a trainer get their Bagon to fly.
The Princess and the Togepi!
So yeah, Misty's back. She's just back. There's no build-up or anything to it. The episode just starts with the gang meeting Misty. Kinda wish there was a bit more fanfare for the return of a main character, but okay. The episode itself is also kinda mid, as you can tell by the title. It's more about Togepi. As Misty received an invitation to the Togepi Festival, but it turns out to be a trick by Team Rocket, who are working with Colonel Hanson of the Mirage Kingdom. This is because in order to be crowned royalty in the Mirage Kingdom, you must own a Togepi. What an easy prerequisite to be considered royalty. Then in the next episode, a Togepi Mirage, yes, it's a two-parter, it really didn't need to be. It seems that Colonel Hanson's plans are going well, as all his evil is making Togepi sick since they run off of good vibes, yes, I mean that. And after all, the Togepi lend Misty's Togepi their energy, it evolves into Togetic, and decides to stay in the Mirage Kingdom to protect the other Togepi, as the princess the group have been helping is rightfully crowned ruler. What a lame two-parter. If it was any other episode, it'd be fine, but this is what we do when we bring back Misty? Like, yeah, I don't like her as much as May, but I still like her, What was that? Plus, I'm a big believer in if you bring back a fan-favorite character, a legacy character, whatever, you should do it right. Make all the references, inside jokes, touching moments you can. All the fan service, Like, I don't care about this bullshit kingdom and its made-up Togepi lore. I think it's dumb. I also don't like this is how Misty loses Togepi for, again, some bullshit magical kingdom we will never see again. Why is it when the main characters release a Pokemon, their episodes suck, but Team Rocket gets the actual good ones? Yeah, I didn't like these episodes. Hopefully if they do this again, where they bring back a character from another series, they actually do it right and honor them properly. And even if this was a character I didn't like Tracy, I think the same thing. You should give the fans something, even the Tracy fans, all two of them.
Okay, trainers, if you chose Talo, you were right.
Whatever. Moving on to Candid Camerupt, the gang come across the Winstreet family, a family of trainers, but one of them wants to leave home to be the very best like no one ever was.
I feel skitty!
In this episode, May fights with Jessie over a wild skitty they found. Of course, she ends up catching it herself. More importantly, we have to talk about Max now. So having made it clear, characters with this greenish-blue color scheme I despise with all my being. I seriously don't get the point of Max. Like, Ash is the main character, May is doing contests traveling with him, Brock cooks and takes care of everything. Max is there, but I gotta tell you, this episode, it's the last straw. I'm slamming my table. So if you remember, there was a running joke that Misty would pull Brock's ear when he was trying to, mack on the honeys, as the kids say. Now this made sense for Misty's character, as she would be someone who would constantly be annoyed by Brock hitting on women. But now, the one doing it is Max. Which makes no fucking sense. Yes, I know he's doing it for the joke, but in the context of the Pokemon world, why would Max care about Brock trying to get his dick wet? He's like, what, 7? He doesn't even grasp the concept of holding hands. It would make just as much sense if Ash did it. It's not used now as a sight gag that makes sense with these two characters, with the relationship they have. Now it's just a joke they're keeping up, because kids anime love running jokes. And again, Ash and May don't care, and Max shouldn't either, but I guess he's the only one available. This just confirms how much I hate this little cockblocker. He's annoying, and now he's stepping on Misty's game. You're gonna do her dirty in a two-parter, and then ruin her joke? What do you have against her, Pokemon? Yeah, fuck Max, he's the worst part of this series, honestly. Nothing against the voice actors who play them or anything, they do a good job. It's mostly the people writing him. Like, why'd you make him the most useless, annoying twat? Fuck him, I don't want to talk about him anymore. In Zigzag Zangoose, we run into that Knicker guy again, who now has the Pokemon Zangoose, which is the natural enemy of Jessie's Survivor. And maxed out, oh god, there's 2 of them, hard pass. In Pros and Con Artists, the gang arrive in Fall Arbor for May's next contest, and after some heckling from Drew, she ends up falling for a Team Rocket Pokeblock scam, but stops them with the help of another coordinator, Grace. And it's fine. The cool thing this episode does is that it shows Drew is also pretty good at battling, as he beats Ash in a Pokemon battle, which makes May more nervous since as far as she knows, Ash is really good, and he's got 3 badges after all. After dominating the first round, May, Drew, that Lady Grace from the last episode, and Jessie, disguised as Jessica, make it to the second round. May is able to beat Jessie, which blows their cover and getting them blasted off again. And in an upset, Grace beats Drew, leaving May and Grace in the finals. And even though May doesn't win the battle necessarily at the end, she has more points and manages to get her first ribbon. I don't think I mentioned it, but to get to the Grand Festival, you need a total of 5 ribbons, so yeah, she's already 20% of the way done. I definitely think one of the things I like about these contests more than I do the gym battles is the fact that we get to know multiple characters that will appear over time, like Drew and Jessie as these different rivals and characters May will meet. It's a lot more interesting than getting to a gym, meeting the gym leader for maybe like 1 to 2 episodes, and then never seeing them again. Speaking of, I guess since Gary isn't here, Ash doesn't really have a rival this season. Huh, didn't really think about that. Sure hope they don't throw in like 3 of them in the last minute that are very uninteresting.
Cheer pressure!
Oh, in this episode, the gang meet the kid from the Not Misty episode. It's about cheerleading. In game-winning assist, May Skitty is revealed to know the move Assist on the Numal Ranch. We will see Assist a lot. Well, I will. You probably won't see it at all. And Fight for the Meteorite, it's just more Aqua Magma stuff, not important.
Poetry commotion!
The gang make it to Lavaridge Town for Ash's next gym battle, but find out the leader Flannery has just inherited the gym and doesn't know what she's doing. But after her grandfather, the last gym leader, helps her by beating Team Rocket, she's ready for Ash's gym battle. The concept of a new gym leader is an interesting and pretty cool idea. I'm glad they explored it somewhat in the anime. I wish we got more, Ash then beats Flannery in Going Yawn, and we never see her again, because that's Pokemon. And going for a Spinda, the gang decide to head back to Petalburg to fight Norman. On the way there, they help a girl find her Spinda with a heart-shaped mark.
I would do that and more. Now look deep within these honorable eyes. You must trust me!
All Torkoal, no play!
The gang cross the Valley of Steel, filled with a bunch of very territorial Steel-type Pokemon. On their way, they find a Torkoal also trying to cross, but they find out the Torkoal is actually there to challenge a Steelix to a battle. With the help of Ash, the Torkoal is able to win, and it decides to join Ash's party. In Magnetric Charge, the gang arrive back in Mauville on their way to Petalburg, and Ash decides to have a rematch against Watson, which he loses. Ooh, better give back that badge, bud. They also find out the next contest is in Verdanturf Town, so they head that way. In Delcatty Got Your Tongue, the group meet an ex-coordinator who has won the Grand Festival, turned into a doctor, and she has a Delcatty. That helps Maze Skitty learn Blizzard.
Disaster of disguise!
The group arrive in Verdanturf Town and find out a mysterious person named the Phantom is going around battling random people, including Drew, who gets beaten so bad his Roselia can't enter the contest there. The group finds out... Okay, get this shit. The Phantom is a kid named Timmy, whose dad, Tommy, married some lady who doesn't get a first name, and she hates Pokemon, which does not seem possible living in the world of Pokemon. So Tommy, while married to her, wore the Phantom disguise and competed in contests in secret for years, until giving it up. Then Timmy found the costume and decided to do the same thing, using the Phantom disguise to be a coordinator so his mommy doesn't find out. That is so stupid. I kind of love it. We get the ending to this in Disguise the Limit, where May, Timmy as the Phantom, and Jessie as just Lana enter the contest, and after Team Rocket stuff, Timmy's identity is revealed to his mom. Oh no. And she has some backstory that is supposed to be sad of why she hates Pokemon, because when she was a kid, her parents didn't want her to play with childish things like Pokemon and took her Poochyena away, because they wanted her to be a businesswoman, so she didn't want Timmy to have a Pokemon so he wouldn't feel that same pain of it getting taken away someday. Which this story is actually stupid. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care, it's a kid show, whatever, you know. Like, you expect me to believe, in the world of Pokemon, that anybody would think Pokemon are childish? There are so many adults that use Pokemon in the Pokemon world, most of them for business purposes. Like, the pure evil people use Pokemon for money and power and shit all the time. Like, what is this? Like, it's the most forced backstory I think I've ever heard in Pokemon so far. It sucks, it makes no sense, and all for some bitch that doesn't even get a first name. Anyways, May beats Timmy and gets her second ribbon. Moving on.
Take the Lombre home!
After going to a village that of course has some tale or legend about the Pokemon Lombre, Brock's Lotad evolves into a Lombre. Crazy. In True Blue Swablu, the group find an injured Swablu that mostly May nurses back to health, and they debate us into thinking the Swablu will join May's team, but instead it goes back to its flock. In Gulpin It Down, the group arrive at a town overrun with Gulpin that are eating everything in sight, and it ends with a kaiju fight. Cool, but also what the fuck.
Explode and clear!
When Ash tries to get his Treecko to be more social, he meets Guy, who owns a rowdy Loudred, and the two decide, of course, to battle so the Pokemon can get their angst out. And during the battle, both of them evolve, Treecko into Grovyle and Loudred into Exploud. And now the Exploud is way out of control, and the gang have to find a way to calm it down. You know what I love about Pokemon? Its lack of racism. I know that's a weird thing to think about at this point in time, but it's just something I really love about it.
Go, go, Ludicolo!
Ludicolo, did you find some people to entertain? Yes, it is, son. I'm Pancho, and we travel from town to town, entertaining folks as we go.
In A Double Dilemma, arriving in Petalburg, we see May and the other one are famous for being Norman's kids, so Team Rocket decides to disguise themselves as the family, I don't think they have a last name, to get free shit. So yeah, it's a repeat of the Oak episode. I do think the disguises are funnier since Meowth is May and Wobbuffet is the other one, and people actually believe them. Also, can we just have Wobbuffet be the other one for the rest of the season, please? He's way more tolerable.
I'm afraid he's caught a little chill.
It gets awfully cold on the road.
Wobbuffet!
In Love Petalburg style, May and the other one's mom think Norman is cheating on her with Nurse Joy. While the concept of cheating is something I did not expect Pokemon to bring up, I mean, maybe they did in another episode and I don't remember. But also, it's Pokemon and these are the parents of two main characters, so, you know, we also know none of that's happening, so let's skip to the gym battle. In Balance of Power, we maybe get the first time a Pokemon's ability, a new mechanic introduced in Gen 3, is shown off, as Pikachu has Static and Grovyle, of course, has Overgrow. Using these abilities, Ash is able to beat Norman, but of course, who has to ruin it is the other one, who can't stand that his dad lost and takes the badge. But his dad and Ash say, "Get over it, Scrubble, people lose," and Ash gets his 5th badge. In a 6-pack attack, Oak is visiting Birch for reasons and brings some Kanto Stars with him, which Team Rocket attempts to steal. And at the end, Ash learns the next gym is in Fortree City. In The Bicker the Better, a couple is going around challenging other people to double battles, and they easily beat Ash and May and Jessie and James, with both pairs blaming their battle partners for the loss. And eventually it ends up with a double battle between Ash and James versus May and Jessie.
Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong!
Yeah, okay. Grass hysteria!
While traveling, May is picked up by a Skamori who drops her off in a fenced-off area that is home to very territorial grass-type Pokemon. They're like this because humans who came to catch the Pokemon ruined the forest, so the grass types have become very aggressive to humans. While there, May saves a Bulbasaur from falling, and after stopping Team Rocket, the Bulbasaur decides to join May. In Hokey Pokeballs, Ash decides to bring his Bulbasaur from Oak's lab to meet May's, but Team Rocket has set up a device to steal any Pokemon sent to the Pokemon Center, and the gang have to stop them. In Whiscash and Ash at some lake, the gang meet Legend, a man who has been trying to catch a giant Whiscash that lives in the lake. After several attempts to help him catch it, Legend decides to use the first instance of a Master Ball in the anime to catch Whiscash, but it eats it and wanders off. If it weren't for that ending joke, I wouldn't remember this episode. In Me, Myself, and Time, Ash gets separated from his friends in a fog and meets Callista, who's searching for an ancient civilization of Baltoy, and a mysterious woman helps them only to find out that one of the artifacts of the Baltoy is a time machine, and the woman is Callista from the future, who came back to help her younger self find the civilization so she can study it because the older one never had time to. But she found the time machine, so she has to at some point. Whatever, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey nonsense. I will say you gotta respect Pokemon that they can just randomly throw in a time travel episode out of nowhere just because, and it just kind of makes sense. It's pretty ballsy of them. It'd be even crazier if they did it again. In this series, in A Fan with a Plan, the gang arrive in Rubella Town to enter a special contest where you need at least one ribbon to compete. So that means Jessie can't, but Drew can, who is also there. While there, they meet the Mothers of Pokemon, a club of MILFs who love Pokemon contests, with one of them, Savannah, also competing. Then, in Cruisin' for a Losin', we see the contest where May enters her Bulbasaur and is feeling herself a bit too much since she's won her last 2 contests, being really overconfident and neglecting advice from Drew and her friends. And when her Bulbasaur is clearly uncomfortable and scared, having no time to adjust from leaving the forest, she angrily berates it and forces it to fight, which gets her to lose, and she learns some lesson about being humble. Drew ends up winning the contest, needing only one more to compete in the Grand Festival. May's overconfidence kinda comes out of nowhere. I mean, it's hinted at in the last episode, but I just kinda wish it was built up more. Otherwise, the episode was alright. In Pearls Are a Spoink's Best Friend, the gang meet a wild Spoink that lost its pearl on its head, and they try to find a replacement. During this, they meet the Magikarp salesman for the first time, the one that's been tricking James, and it somehow tricks Jessie into buying a Feebas, which is just a Magikarp painted.
That's just Swallow!
Knowing what a Taillow evolves into and the title, you can tell what happens, as Ash's Taillow evolves into Swallow during some weird flying Pokemon competition, which he wins. In Take This House and Shup It, it's a ghost episode, or whatever I called it.
A Shroomish Skirmish!
After Team Rocket steals some food from a group of Shroomish, they get so angry they evolve into Breloom and start chasing them around, and they eventually get to the Twerps, and this scatters everyone. Eventually the Pokemon try to fight off the Breloom, which causes Torchic to evolve into Combuskin. And after trading bros, the Breloom and Combuskin send them Team Rocket blasting off. In Unfair Weather Friends, it's more Aqua Magma stuff.
Who's flying now?
Arriving in Four Tree City, the gang meet Winona, the gym leader, who's busy helping with the Feather Carnival, so Ash has to wait for his battle. In the meantime, after again being swindled by the Magikarp salesman, again, into buying a Hoppip disguised as a Chimecho, James just finds a Chimecho and catches it. So Rocket decides to steal some more Pokemon, and thanks to Chimecho, their wounds keep getting healed, but are eventually beaten by Winona. By the way, I love the voice of Chimecho, who doesn't seem to be credited to my knowledge, but the way they say Chimecho, I always thought it was calming in a way. Like, you know, they do a great job, whoever they are. In Sky High Gym Battle, Ash beats Winona and gets his 6th badge. Man, we're getting these badges fast, only 2 more to go, and we still have like 100 episodes left. In Lights Camera Up Action, on the way to Moss Deep City for the next gym, the gang help a trainer named Elijah get his camera up to a town as he travels around showing movies to the children's. Also, yes, a cameo from the Pocket Monsters manga, very cool. In Crazy as a Lunatone, we meet the weirdos from that Cleffa episode again, the Pokemon Mystery Club, this time trying to find the secrets of the Pokemon Lunatone. I'm mainly surprised that they brought these 2 back at all. In the Garden of Eden, it's pretty much a repeat of the Snorlax episode from the Orange Islands, like the only difference is Ash doesn't catch this one.
Scared to remember!
Okay, in a kind of interesting episode, after another failed attempt at stealing Pikachu, an explosion gives Pikachu amnesia, and Meowth convinces him he's a member of Team Rocket. Gonna be honest, I'm more surprised they haven't done an episode like this sooner. In Pokeblock, Stock, and Berry, the group arrive in Lily Cove for another contest, and they learn all about making Pokeblocks, move teachers, etc. And like most pre-contest episodes, we meet a character May will be competing with, in Kelly and her Piggy. Then in Lessons in Lily Cove, May, Kelly, and Jessie, disguised as Josephina, using James as Chimecho, enter the Lily Cove contest. In the finals, May beats Kelly's Piggy, earning her 3rd ribbon.
Judgment Day!
A weird biblical reference. In this episode, we learn about the harsh world of being a Pokemon battle judge, as they help a guy named Jimmy find out why he sucks so much at judging. I don't know, man, get good.
Clamperl of Wisdom!
So now we're in Advanced Battle, the third part of Pokemon Advanced. The new theme, Unbeatable, is catchy. And again, I still don't like that they say the subtitle, even if it is just once. I'm hearing it like 50 times in a few days, okay? So it gets annoying.
Advanced battle is the ultimate test. Pokemon! Advanced battle! Pokemon! Advanced battle! Advanced battle!
Anyway, this episode is about a Clamperl, and they meet that wild Spoink they helped a few episodes ago. Whatever, it's not that interesting. In the Relicanth Really Can, the gang helps some jobber look for a sunken treasure. In the Evolutionary War, it's another race war. It's the Huntails versus the Gorebuses. It's not as interesting as you'd think. In Training Rex, the gang arrive on Muscle Island, and after some battling, the episode ends with another Team Rocket attempt, sending everyone flying off and getting lost at sea.
Gaining Groudon Legends!
Yes, I'm talking about these two at the same time, because it is a two-parter, and it finally ends the Magma Aqua stuff. After getting lost at sea from the last episode, the gang are taken by Team Magma, and they meet their leader Maxie, who explains they have Kyogre and Aqua has Groudon, along with each team having the orb that controls the legendary Pokemon that they don't have. An Aqua member in disguise releases Kyogre, and during all the chaos, the kids escape, and Pikachu absorbs the blue orb, because I guess it can do that. And out of fucking nowhere, Ash meets Lance again. Yeah, he's back. Eventually, the Aqua leader Archie absorbs the other orb, and the two legendary Pokemon fight, with Groudon winning, and the orbs leaving Pikachu and Archie as the two legendaries go back to sleep. And I assume Team Magma and Aqua just walk away with no one really arresting them or anything. Who cares? Yeah, sorry, not sorry. I just think this was a dumb two-parter that ends a plot I didn't even care about. I mean, the fact that it's two parts, too, and the fact that they built up this whole thing throughout the whole season, you know? It's like the Lugia thing got 3 episodes. Why does this big payoff to all the stuff we've been seeing with the big evil team of the season, why does it only get 2 episodes? What's with that? Anyways, I don't really feel like analyzing it or anything. I'm just glad we're done with Team Aqua and Magma. I don't care. I want to move on. And it's still rocket roll to me. The gang arrive in Moss Deep and meet Tate and Liza, the twin gym leaders, who are excited for the big space launch. The rest of it involves the other one, so my interest died immediately. In Solid as a Soul Rock, the gym battle begins, and Tate and Liza use Soul Rock and Lunatone, 2 rock types, and Ash uses Swellow and Pikachu, who do not do well against rock types, even if Pikachu has Iron Tail. But I guess I'm the dumbass, and Ash wins, getting his 7th gym badge. Oh yeah, and just to mention it, there was an unaired episode of Pokemon back here that involved a wish catch that I actually have no footage of, because like I said, it was unaired. That was cancelled due to an earthquake in Japan, as the episode heavily featured the moves Earthquake, Fissure, you know, moves of that type. So, just acknowledging it, but yeah, it's one of the few episodes I just could not watch for various reasons. In Vanity Affair, it's another one that just gives me flashbacks to the Orange Islands again, with Ash meeting an Elite Four member, this time being Drake, challenging him to a fight and losing, and nothing of value is really gained. In Where's Armaldo, May's Bulbasaur learns Petal Dance, which she uses to beat Team Rocket who try to steal some fossil Pokemon.
A Cacturn for the worst!
On the way to Izabe Island for May's next contest, she meets Harley, another coordinator who at first is very friendly toward May, but it turns out he's a very vindictive and two-faced person who's also very petty, as his hatred for May starts when she says the cookies he made were not half bad, and a nemesis for life was made that day. During the contest, Harley gives May bad advice to get her to mess up, and embarrasses her by leaking a story of her as a kid, which isn't really that bad, honestly. However, May comes out on top, earning her 4th ribbon, and Harley swears to beat May someday. I like Harley as a rival. He's pretty interesting, being this very underhanded and vindictive character, but he can actually be a threat and be a very good coordinator when he actually plays fair in those rare instances. And again, I like that May is getting her own rivals and getting her own ups and downs and things like that. It makes her more interesting to watch, and they're still keeping me invested, in my opinion. I'm looking forward to them every time, because again, I'm just sick of gym battles at this point, because it's the only thing that we get that's like an event or something, if what you call it that. In Claydol Big and Tall, Team Rocket accidentally released a giant Claydol from a stone Pokeball, and the Twerps and them try to seal it away again. And once in a Mawile, a trainer, Samantha's Mawile, gets a crush on Brock's Lombre, which Brock sees as an opportunity to get close to Samantha. After stopping some rocket stuff, Brock's Lombre evolves into Ludicolo from a Waterstone in Samantha's backpack. And now Mawile has no interest in him, so Brock and Ludicolo dance their heartbreak away. In Beg, Burrow, and Steel, the gang helps some researchers find a hidden lake where Trapinch evolve into Vibrava. In Absolute Disaster, a town has been getting their bridges destroyed seemingly by an Absol, but a kid and his brother think the Absol is innocent, which it is, as the Absol was trying to warn the town of an incoming flood.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow run.
In a random snowy area, Ash's badges are taken by a Snowrun who's trying to play, but Ash ain't playing, and wants his badges back. And after chasing him, Ash and the Snowrun bond after getting lost in a blizzard, and then the Snowrun decides to join Ash's team. And do I hear a Ralts?
Listen, everyone, I now take on full responsibility for this Ralts.
Skip. In the Great 8 Fate, the gang arrive in Sutopolis City for Ash's 8th gym battle, and they meet the leader, Juan, who says the gym here is different as they have a double battle followed by a single battle. This episode, Ash manages to win the double battle. Then in 8 Ain't Enough, in the single battle portion, Ash comes out on top with Pikachu beating his Milotic. So now Ash is qualified for the Hoenn League, which will be held in 3 months at Evergrande City, and May learns the next contest is in Pacific Log Town, their next destination. In Showdown at Lanoon, a trainer's Lanoon is going around stealing round objects and steals 2 of May's Pokeballs, so the group try to get them back, with of course Team Rocket trying to catch it too. And who, what, when, where, why not, the gang run into Drew again, who reveals he now has 5 ribbons, qualifying him for the Grand Festival. And May finds out the next contest is the last one, and she needs to win it to qualify. Also some stuff about why not and berries, that's cool and fun. In Date Expectations, the group come across a herd of Donphan, where the males are all competing to make some eggs with the females, if you know what I mean. There's a good character moment here, where after Stampede gets the other one separated from the group, May selflessly decides to go back for him missing the boat that would take her to Pacific Log Town, making her miss her chance to be in the Grand Festival.
I have to honor that vow that I made her, even if it means missing out on my ribbon in this grand festival. I'll start working on next year's festival and get even stronger.
Of course, by the end she's able to make it, but her sacrificing her chance at her dream for her brother is a great thing, even if it was for a gremlin. In Mean with Envy, arriving in Pacific Log Town, May befriends a coordinator, Joshua, and another coordinator, Erica, who, likes Joshua, calls May a whore for moving in on her man. When the contest starts, May, Joshua, Erica, and Jesse, disguised as Jester and using Meowth, all make it to the second round, and the episode ends with a cliffhanger of May versus Joshua. Then in Pacific Log Jam, May manages to beat Joshua, and Erica beats Jesse, and then, well, you know what happens after that. But Erica, through watching May and Joshua's battle, realizes there is no canoodling going on, and they tried their best either way, so her and May have a final battle that May wins, getting her final ribbon and qualifying her for the Grand Festival. In Very, Very Interesting, on the way to the Grand Festival, May makes some special Pokeblocks which taste awful, except to a Munchlax. That's right, our first appearance of a Gen 4 Pokemon in the anime. Seeing someone appreciate her cooking, May catches the Munchlax, adding it to her team. In Less is Morrison, during a lunch break, Ash meets a trainer named Morrison, who instantly starts a rivalry with Ash as the two personalities constantly clash, having them argue and compete over everything. After stopping Team Rocket, the two make up and promise to meet in the Hoenn League. I legit forgot Morrison existed until rewriting the script, and I also forgot him again reading the script. I forgot he existed at all. Shows how important he is. In The Ribbon Cup Caper, it's hopefully the last episode we hear anything about Magma and Aqua, as one of the ex-Magma members, I think, Brody, who's like a master of disguise, he was in another episode, I didn't care, tries to steal the trophy for the Grand Festival. He doesn't, they stop him, all is well. However, one thing you'll notice when watching this episode is that now the voice actor for Officer Jenny has changed.
No one's broken the law. Not yet. I mean, nobody's done anything wrong so far.
No longer voiced by the OG Lee Quick, she's now voiced by Jamie Devious Owens. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. And she's not bad, I just think Quick had this certain cadence to her voice that was perfect for Officer Jenny. It was commanding, yet at the same time felt like she had no idea the true meaning of the orders that she was barking out. And to be fair, this is the first episode of her taking over the role, so it could take some getting used to. But, well, if you've seen the anime, you know, won't have to be getting used to these voices much longer. So episode 396 is Pokemon's first clip show. Yes, not even they could escape the clip show. You may not remember this if you grew up outside of Japan, because every dubbed version skips the clip shows, thankfully. So, that's what I'm going to do.
Hi-ho, Silverwind!
Here we are, the Grand Festival held at Slateport City, and all of the warriors have gathered. May, Drew, Harley, Robert, the guy who won the first contest May entered, remember? Told you he'd come back. Oh, and Jessie is not in it, of course, because she never won any ribbons, but that doesn't stop Team Rocket from trying to impersonate Norman again. Luckily, Harley is being very helpful to May, even helping her stop Team Rocket, and gave her advice that helped her get past the preliminary round. Wow, May sure is stupid. Because of course he's up to something, as Drew, Ash, Brock, and even the other one pointed out. But who knows, maybe he has turned over a new leaf.
Deceit and assist!
Yeah, no, of course Harley was tricking her, as in the performance round he convinces May to spam Skitty's assist attack, like she didn't do that enough already. which goes all sorts of wrong. Drew exposes this thing that was obvious to everyone except May, I guess, but she may get her revenge as the next round has her and Harley fighting in a double battle. Meanwhile, Ash is trying to help his Snow White perfect its Ice Beam move, and finds out Team Rocket stole some guy's ribbons and impersonate him in order to compete, which Ash stops. Great.
Rhapsody in Drew!
Here we are, the finale of the Grand Festival. Yeah, it was only 3 episodes. It's May versus Harley, and May starts off strong, but Harley uses his Banette's Torment, meaning May can't use the same OP move twice. But thanks to some quick thinking, she beats him once again. Then May beats that guy Ash helped in the last episode, that's why I brought him up. And her next match is against Drew. It's his Flygon and Roselia against May's Combuskin and Skitty. And the two trade points back and forth, but in the end, Drew comes out on top. But even though she lost, the audience cheers for May, knowing she put her all into it. In the final round, Drew takes second, losing to Robert, who, before taking the stage, gave Ash some advice for Snow White, which got it to evolve into a Glalie. Now with the Grand Festival over, May surprisingly finds Drew still training instead of him resting, and he tells her you can't stop the grind if you want to win. And he can't wait to meet May again in the next Grand Festival, which I'm sure makes her heart go doki doki. But now with all that over, May says her next goal is to cheer Ash on in the Hoenn League. So yeah, like I said before, I loved this whole contest thing. It was great. I loved the characters, I loved May's story, how little of it we got. And despite being 3 episodes, I did think the pacing of the Grand Festival was pretty good. Although it didn't really feel like, the big epic ending tournament to it. It just felt like a regular contest, but it was still pretty nice. I liked it. But now let's move on to the Hoenn League. Oh wait, no, before that we have Island Time, some episode where the kids get tricked into a plane piloted by Team Rocket, which crashes on a deserted island where they meet some guy who has been stranded and helped there with his Whalmer friend to evolve so it can carry all of them off the island. Let's just get to the Hoenn League, and like Meowth to a Flame, finally arriving in Evergrande City for the Hoenn League, Ash meets Tyson and his Giga Chad Meowth, another participant in the league, who shows off his skill by stopping Team Rocket from stealing the torch for the league again.
Saved by the Beldome!
The Hoenn League officially begins. Ash, Morrison, and Tyson are all gathered, and all of them make it past the preliminaries. Yeah, that's all that matters that happens.
From brags to riches!
So I'm gonna be real, this league compared to Kanto and Johto is pretty boring. Not just the battles, which are mostly against some randos, the rivals Morrison and Tyson had so little build-up. I mean, I guess they had as much as Richie, but it's been more than 300 episodes since then. I expect better rivals now. I mean, hopefully it starts picking up.
Shocks and bonds!
Nah, it's still boring, as again, it's just Ash beating some jobbers with not that much effort. The most entertaining part is sadly occasionally checking in on Team Rocket's job at the stadium selling snacks. Well, we're at top 32 now, and Ash fighting some new jobber named Katie, who actually looks kinda cool, I guess. And, oh, whoa, wait, the episode ends with her getting a lead on Ash, and is actually giving him a challenge? Okay, hold up.
A judgment brawl!
So finally, we got a decent battle that Ash is involved in this region-wide tournament. It's not the best, but it had Ash on the back foot for most of it due to Katie's strategy and actually her top-tier team for the time. A Scizor, a girl after my own heart. Ash does beat her, but the point is, when watching it, it felt like he wasn't gonna win. I kind of missed that feeling. But now, Ash's next fight is against, wait, which rival was this? Was this Tyson?
Choose it or lose it!
Ash versus Morrison is okay. Again, I just don't care about Morrison, so this rivalry doesn't add anything for me. I miss Gary. Ash manages to beat him and moves on to the semifinals to fight. Oh, no, wait, this one's Tyson, right. Man, his design is really boring.
At the end of the fray!
And what a boring fray it was, man. This league sucked. The battles were not that interesting or inventive on how trainers use their Pokemon. The rivals were uninteresting and underdeveloped. And no fight felt unwinnable for Ash besides Katie, no matter how much they tried. So, at the end of it all, Tyson beats Ash and manages to take the whole thing. I look forward to not seeing Morrison or Tyson ever again, and I mean that.
The Scheme Team!
Well, journey's over, gang. No, I mean it. We're done. Hoenn's over. It's done. May and the other one head back to Petalburg to rest up, while Ash and Brock return to Kanto. Oh, I know I can't fool you. As you astute viewers who have just looked at the timestamps probably realize, the advanced section isn't over yet. That's because we got one more left in us. Back in Kanto, Brock goes back to Pewter, and Ash is now in Viridian, traveling back to Pallet Town. He fights Agatha of the Kanto Elite Four, who's filling in for the 8th gym leader, who's probably off doing something, who knows. Ash loses, but a man named Scott, who enjoyed their battle, tells Ash he should enter the Battle Frontier, a series of 6 facilities run by Frontier Brains, super strong trainers. After beating all 6, you get to find out where the secret final 7th frontier is located. And if you beat it, I guess you win, they don't really say what you get. After deciding he's going to challenge it, he does return home for a bit to get some R&R, where Ash sees, oh hey, it's Misty again, and no, I thought I was free from you.
The right place and the right mime!
So now, yes, that one's here again, and Ash takes him to see all of his Pokemon, and oh god, Tracy's here too. Why are all of my enemies gathered in one place? At least May shows up as well, someone I like. She's here to enter Pokemon contests in Kanto. Yeah, I guess they have those, we just never saw them when Ash was traveling through them somehow. May decided to leave her Beautifly and Skitty home for some reason, but she gets a Squirtle from Professor Oak. And Ash decides to leave his Torkoal and Glalie at Oak's for some reason, but brings along his Phanpy again. So Ash, May, and the other one decide to travel again across Kanto, as he learns the Battle Factory is near Cerulean City, so Misty decides to join them.
Forgetting someone? Huh? Now what's a journey without me?
Oh, and then Brock shows up. Can't forget him, I guess. Well, we're back to the normal kind of episodes and a real Cleffahanger. Where the group of 5 are on their way to Cerulean, we learn Brock left his Ludicolo at home for some reason, and they make it to Mount Moon, where they help a group of Cleffa, Clefairy, and Clefable from being taken by Team Rocket. And at the end of it, well, pour one out for you Misty fans, because she leaves the group, and we will not see her again for a long time.
Numero uno, Articuno!
Okay, so again, technically we're at a point where the Japanese version and the dub kind of differ, because now, technically, we are at the start of the Battle Frontier arc, if you're going by the Japanese version, as this is when it changes its opening, which as we all know, that's when a new arc starts in an anime. But we're watching the dub, and according to that, we are still in advanced battle, technically. But trust me, when we get to the Battle Frontier in the dub, you'll know. Anyway, Ash and friends arrive at the Battle Factory, and the head, Nolan, owns an Articuno. Wow. And he says Ash can choose any of his Pokemon to battle, and of course he chooses the Legendary, but Ash actually makes a good decision, as he wants to fight it with Charizard. And then in the Symbol Life, we get an actually pretty cool battle between Articuno and Charizard. I mean, it's not cool enough for me to do a play-by-play for it, but whether I do or not, Ash wins, getting his first Frontier symbol. In Hooked on Onix, traveling through a valley of rock types led by an Onix, Team Rocket convinces the rock Pokemon the Torps are evil and use them to help steal the Pokemon. Of course it doesn't work out for them. In Rough, Tough, and Jigglypuff, the gang meet a guy who has spent 6 months in the woods trying to catch a Jigglypuff for his daughter's birthday, so they decide to help him. And no, this is not that Jigglypuff, haven't seen that one in a while. This is a random wild one. In On Cloud Arcanine, and Arcanine seems to be running around some nameless town, and hot on its trails, no pun intended, is Drew, who is also in Kanto competing in contests. What's more, he already has 1 ribbon. May and Drew compete to see who will catch the Arcanine, but decide against it when they see it's raising a Growlithe, and Drew leaves telling May a contest is being held in Saffron City. In Sitting Psyduck, the gang run into a Psyduck that is owned by a rich girl, but yearns to do Pokemon things, like battle and make eggs, and an attack by Team Rocket convinces her to not treat it too much like a pet.
Hail to the chef!
Okay, it's been 400 episodes, so I don't know if I've said this or we've had an episode like this, but I love episodes of anime that are about cooking, or anime in general that's about them. And in this one, the gang come across a restaurant run by Rhonda and her Mr. Mime, and at the same time, Team Rocket come across a restaurant run by Rhoda and her Sneasel. Mr. Mime can make great-looking food, but it tastes awful, and Sneasel makes shit-looking food that tastes amazing. And yeah, obviously after stopping some Rocket shenanigans, the two sisters make up, having a new successful restaurant with the 2 Pokemon working together. I mean, yeah, I love cooking episodes, 10 out of 10. In Caterpie's Big Dilemma, Caterpie becomes dummy thick. In the Saffron Con, arriving in Saffron City, May goes to the Pokemon Center to get her Pokemon checked up before the contest, and Nurse Joy has been getting help from Harley, who's also in Kanto. And again, he manages to trick May, this time into thinking that the time to register is later than the actual deadline, but luckily she can enter anyway after stopping a Team Rocket plot to steal all the coordinator's Pokemon. And look, May, I like you, but you're gonna start losing points from me fast if you just keep falling for Harley's tricks, like, think, girl. In a hurdle for Squirtle, May, Harley, and Jessie, disguised as Jessabella, enter the contest, and all 3 pass the first round. After Harley beats Jessie, it's May versus Harley once again, and she uses her new Squirtle, who has trouble in his first contest, but it manages to get the dub, getting May her first Kanto ribbon. Oh, also, yes, haha, we're at episode 420. Look, if I wasn't as tired and we weren't even halfway through this by now, I'd make a bigger deal about it, but I gotta keep this moving, okay?
Pasta la
important as your family, Kyle, and you're just gonna have to make a choice between the two.
Fine, I already made that choice, and it's noodles.
You don't know, man, that line caught me so off guard. I was so tired at this point, I just laughed my ass off. Like, I just wasn't expecting something so deep. So I don't really want to talk about the episode itself. It's just a family feud about noodles and fighting Pokemon. That's cool and fun. The important thing is... this is the last episode dubbed by 4Kids. Now, like I've said before, 4Kids voice actors are great. It wasn't that bad, you heathens. And honestly, after listening to them for the past several months watching the show, I'm kind of going to miss them. So now we say goodbye to Veronica Taylor as Ash and May, Eric Stewart as Brock and James, Rachel Lillis as Jessie, and Maddie Bloston, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, as Meowth. And Amy Burbaum, again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, as Max, who again, I hate the character, but the voice actor did a good job. And of course, all the other various VOs for all the Pokemon and one-off characters that I can't really list realistically in this video, just look them up on the wiki. Because by this point, Pokemon was doing so well, Pokemon decided, why don't we just do it? So now every series of Pokemon will be dubbed in-house with the official Pokemon company dubbing voice actors. Now, if you have watched the seasons past this one, then you'll be recognize these voices easily. But for those who have only maybe seen the original series, buckle up.
Fear Factor Phony!
Okay, so I didn't realize the mic on my camera was off the whole time. Thankfully, I was also recording a separate audio source, so hopefully I didn't fuck all of that up and I have to re-record it. If I did, and I looked different, that's why. If not, then completely disregard this message. But hey, I guess it's appropriate since I fucked up my voiceover, as now we can hear professional voiceover with the new dubcast of the Pokemon series. God damn it. Alright, but first let's talk about the new theme song. It sucks.
Pokemon! It's a battle, win or lose. It's the friends you make, it's the road you choose.
Now, I don't know anything about music, but doesn't the singer sound like just, I don't know, a bit off key to anyone else?
Be the best you can be and find your destiny. It's the master plan.
Alright, so before the obvious, let's talk about the actual episode. The group come to an abandoned mining town where a group of psychic Pokemon and their partying is disturbing all the ghost Pokemon. Okay, you don't care about that. So, the new dubcast obviously will take some getting used to, right? Especially for me since I have been with the original 4Kids for the last several months of my life. I mean, they're all I know. So now we have Sarah Natochenny voicing Ash, Michelle Knotts as May and Jessie, Bill Rogers as Brock, Billy Beach dual-wielding James and Meowth, and Jamie Peacock as Wobbuffet. And the other one. Also, for some reason, the TPCI decided to get rid of the eye catches, you know, things like the Trainer's Choice, which makes no sense to me. Those were goated. Why did you get rid of those? I mean, at the end of the day, though, when it comes to me watching all these episodes back-to-back, I'll get used to the voices. What matters is that these episodes are still being written and produced by the same people, so not much is probably going to change for me. Hi, it's me from the future. I know I look like shit. I'm not exactly worried about my appearance while editing. I'm just putting this in here because I can't believe I was stupid enough to not mention the fact about the ending that this season now has. So the ending song to every season has just been like a shortened version of the Pokemon theme song of that season, you know, so I never really brought it up. But for this one, they decided to do a rap, not a Poke rap. It's just a straight up rap song that plays at the end of every episode.
Yo! Pokemon Masters, your heart beats faster, training for the top, cause you know you can't stop.
So yeah, I had to record this to tell you about it because I can't believe I forgot to say that. Anyways, back to me.
Sweet baby James!
My ass. Munchlax and James's Chimecho are feeling sick, but luckily a nice older couple offers to help them, and it turns out that they are James's nanny and pop-pop, because, yeah, if you forgot, James was a rich boy. And to keep them pure, he hasn't told them he's in Team Rocket, so he asked the twerps to make sure not to blow his cover. But more importantly, he tries to stop Jessie and Meowth from eating all the food and trying to steal Pokemon, even going so far as to team up with Ash to stop them. That was interesting. While May's Munchlax recovers, Chimecho is too sick to travel with James, so he makes the tough decision to leave it there to recover for the sake of its health. Luckily, the Mime Jr. his Nan Pops were taken care of joins him. I mean, yeah, once again, Team Rocket just gets the most heartwarming episodes and the best episodes about leaving or releasing your Pokemon.
A chip up the old Brock!
Brock's Mudkip evolves into a Marshtomp during a training session, and its new Mudshot attack accidentally hits a nearby Flaffy and its owner Mariah. And as the title suggests, Marshtomp is more like Brock than his other Pokemon, as he wants to make eggs with Flaffy, like how Brock wants to make eggs with Mariah. Cute episode, always love a Brock one. However, the reason I'm drawing attention to this is because Team Rocket has made a different change besides their voices, as they have now changed their motto. I'm sure you all know the original, protect the world from devastation and all that, but in between series they will start switching it up on what they say and how they say it. Now, I personally like the new one more, especially the lines, evil as old as the galaxy, sent here to fulfill our destiny, and anywhere there's peace in the universe will be there to make everything worse. I mean, well, I probably like it more because for the past several months I've heard the last one for 3 to 4 times a day, so it's nice to have a change.
And evil as old as the galaxy!
Sent here to fulfill our destiny.
Meow, that's me!
To denounce the evils of truth and love.
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Jesse.
James.
Meow's the name!
Whenever there's peace in the universe,
Team Rocket
Is there
to make everything worse.
Ah, Buffett!
Mine.
Wheel of Frontier!
I hope you're ready for a real battle! You bet! I hope you're ready for me to win!
What the fuck? What was that real explosion that you got from like a stock video website? What? Seriously, what was that? I've never seen them do anything like that before. Anyway, Ash beats Greta, the second Frontier Brain, using Snorlax, and he learns the next one is near Lavender Town.
May's excellent adventure!
The gang find a farm that raises Pokemon eggs, and of course Team Rocket wants to steal them. During the usual stopping of Rocket Gang, Pikachu can't use Thunderbolt or he'll potentially damage the eggs, so with a bunch of stored electricity and quick attack, he accidentally learns to do Volt Tackle. But the episode has May in the name, and for helping save the day and helping the family's daughter discover she wants to go on a journey and become a coordinator, she's given her own Pokemon egg. In Weekend Warrior, the gang arrive in Silver Town. Why don't they just use the actual towns in Kanto? The anime also tries to give a backstory to this guy Jeremy, who May faces off against as he's a rocker and he does contests, but his wife hates it and thinks it's dumb. Look, I'll give him credit that they're actually giving this guy some backstory and putting some effort into him, besides, you know, just having May fight some rando. But at the end of the day, that's what he is, because May beats him, she gets her second ribbon, and we never see him again. Great. And on Olden Pond, at some lake, Ash fishes up a Crawdon, which is owned by the big bad tycoon who wants to turn the lake into a spa. God, do I need one of those after this. In Tactics Theatrics, Ash beats the third Frontier Brain. Look, there's only like 40 more episodes left of this, and we got the Frontier stuff and contests, plus the final ones for each, so they're nothing special, you're not missing anything, seriously. In Reversing the Charges, when an Elekid is going around zapping everyone to release excess electricity it got during a thunderstorm, and accidentally makes off with May's egg. Team Rocket try to steal Elekid and the egg, but while stopping them, Ash's Phanpy evolves into a Donphan. So remember, Pokemon is popular and has spin-off games, so why not try to advertise some in the anime? In this episode, the group meets Solana, a Pokemon Ranger, the same one from the DS game, who is at the Cycling Road to deal with a bunch of vines that have sprouted up due to Celebi being sick. Hey Celebi, where were you during the GS Ball stuff? Do you know how much nothing I had to go through for no payoff, all because of you? Anyway, they help Celebi and stop Team Rocket from trying to steal it. This episode, much like the game Solana comes from, is okay.
From cradle to save!
It's probably because the season is so short that there's so many episodes with things happening. But the episodes themselves are not really that interesting. Like this one, it's about the gang joining a ninja school to do the Naruto run, I guess. What's important is that at the end of it, Brock ends up catching a Bonsly, another Gen 4 Pokemon. Also, yeah, if you've been keeping track, this is the first time that Brock, the Rock-type gym leader, has caught a Rock-type Pokemon. It took him this long.
Time Warp heals all wounds!
Another day, another story where a character from Pokemon just casually time travels. This time May breaks the one rule that you never do with time travel, which is going back and fucking with the past. Have you never heard of the Butterfree effect, May? Or maybe it's the Beautifly effect? The Pavilion effect? When she helps two lovers stay together because the lady was preggers. It's actually a kind of sad story that I'm not doing justice, but the recap for this episode has gone on long enough. We barely are halfway through this video, and at the end May's egg hatches into an Eevee. Hooray! That's why it's important.
Queen of the Serpentine!
So normally this would just be a standard Battle Frontier episode, but I was into it because there's actually a funny joke in it. Here the Frontier Brain Lucy is a tough Onesan queen, and also a hot woman, so Brock goes in for the kill, and it seems she might actually be into him and be a bit softer than her outer persona would imply. But in a joke that did get a chuckle out of me, the reason she was blushing at Brock and seemed interested in him was because we see at the end that she thinks the closed eye aesthetic is cute. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. And off the unbeaten path, the Twerps and Rocket Gang enter some Pokemon Stamp Rally. What? In Harley Rides Again, May enters the contest in Wisteria Town, and of course Harley is there too, and he already has 3 ribbons himself. The two meet up in the finals, and in an upset, Harley beats May fair and square. Yeah, he doesn't employ any dirty tactics or tricks, he straight up beats her. I kind of wish the anime made a bigger deal about it, because I think this is important, and I'm glad that Harley won one against May, because, you know, he's lost so much and his tricks and all that he was starting to become kind of a loser to me. But now we see when he puts his mind to it, he can be a strong opponent and a good coordinator in his own right. Then at the end of the episode, May gets a letter from an unknown sender and a rose that says they want to meet her at the Chrysanthemum Island contest. Could it be true? Ooh, scandalous.
On Pokémon out! Pikachu!
On the way to Chrysanthemum Island, going to Chrysanthemum Island, and Ash's Grovyle falls for the Nurse Joy's Meganium, fighting over it with Atropius. However, Meganium only has eyes for Tropius herself, and after Team Rocket tries to steal them, Grovyle evolves into Sceptile, but this is not a joke or something I made up, this is something that actually happens in the anime. Sceptile is so down bad from this rejection that he is unable to use moves. Like at all. This is probably the best subplot Pokemon has ever done. I'm not being sarcastic about that. In Spontaneous Combustion, May makes it to Chrysanthemum Island, and Drew is there, but he didn't send any letter. It was actually Brianna, someone who likes Drew and wants to earn his respect by beating May. She doesn't, and May gets her 3rd ribbon.
Cutting the ties that bind!
Man, I feel like it's been a while since we've got a good Ash episode that focused on him and his love for his Pokemon. When Ash and his Sceptile get lost in the forest of Beedrill, and the two have to work together without Sceptile's moves to make it out. And at the end, thanks to bonds, I guess, Sceptile gets over his down badness, reaching peak Sigma male, being able to use moves again, because he don't need no woman. And I really think this does show that Ash has gained some experience at being a trainer. I can't imagine the original Ash being this patient, you know, when his Pokemon can't learn a move. Like, he'd be understanding, but he'd probably be more like, you know, come on, why can't you do it? Things like that. And honestly, I don't think he needs to be developed anymore, you know, he's kind of gone through that, I feel. At the end of Johto, he's kind of reached the end of his arc. But that doesn't mean that the show can't have episodes like this that remind us that, yeah, he's still a pretty good guy, and he's the protagonist, and we want to keep rooting for him, you know? It's also a good chance for the new voice actor to show us some real chops, and she does a good job. Well, I mean, of course she does, she plays the character for another 17 years, so no one needs me to say that. Oh yeah, and at the end, the gang meets Spence, the next Frontier Brain, who Ash beats in Kaboom with a View, using Sceptile and Heracross, a returning favorite. In King and Queen for a Day, after Rocket Stuff, Mime Jr. and Bonsly get lost and are mistaken for another Mime Jr. and Bonsly, who are stars of a TV show. In Curbing the Crimson Tide, some girl is using her Scizor to go around beating up trainers because she's sad her parents are always working. Yeah, that's an excuse to be a dick, kid. Best part of this episode is when the twerps commandeer Team Rocket's balloon. I like that.
What I did for love!
Arriving in Gardenia Town for the next contest, the group meet Molly, a beginner coordinator, and her teacher, Yuma, and Brock tries to get in on this coordinator's lessons, so he decides to enter the contest. And it even ends up with Brock and May in the finals, but Brock's libido just wasn't strong enough and loses to May and the chance to be Yuma's student, because, yeah, you made it to the finals, idiot, why would you need to teach you? I mean, yeah, it was just a fun episode watching May and Brock compete together and seeing Brock trying to be a coordinator. It was pretty good. Probably the best episode I've seen so far in Battle Frontier. 3 Jinx and a Baby is pretty boring. It's about some Jinx trying to get their Smoochum back from Team Rocket. Whatever. In Talking a Good Game, Ash battles Annabelle of the Battle Tower, and loses. Whoa, usually when Ash loses, he goes on a long and deep training session. Nah, just kidding. He beats her in the next episode, 2nd time's the charm. Also, Annabelle, I guess, just gets a crush on Ash through this. I don't know why that's a thing, but I guess it is.
Pokémon Ranger Deoxys Crisis Part 1!
Solana returns for a 2-parter, where, as the name says, it's about Deoxys, based on the movie, based on the game. See, it's canon. Part 1 is really just set up like, whoa, there's a Deoxys going around acting crazy, and look at Solana capturing things by drawing circles, just like Pokemon Ranger, on sale now. Then at the end, it kidnaps Meowth and the other ones, so nothing of value is really lost. Then in Part 2, we find out that Deoxys came on a meteorite, as most do, and the meteor has some weird power that's making it go haywire, and Solana manages to capture it, calming it down in time for it to shield everyone from a big explosion from the meteor. Then it flies off knowing it's not alone in the world of Pokemon. The movie was better. And all that glitters is not gold. The gang come across a town hunting a golden Sudowoodo, who was turned gold by its trainer Keenan in an attempt to help with its weakness to water. Wait, you turned rock into gold? Don't fuck with that alchemy, Keenan. They made a whole anime about it. In new plot, old lot, May is at her final contest in Mulberry City, and Harley is there but not competing because he already has 5 ribbons. But Jessie is, and Harley doesn't want to see May win, so Harley and Jessie team up to put the twerp in her place. And they fail. May moves on to the second round. But they're not done messing with her and going for choke. This time they do something smart by getting Ash, Brock, Drew, and the other one in a trap far away from the contest. But it doesn't matter because they make it in time to stop them in like the next 2 minutes, okay? Jessie isn't doing too great either, as her ego is getting in the way as she complains that Harley's Pokemon aren't giving her the easy dub. Getting May said dub, qualifying her for the Kanto Grand Festival. Wow, that was fast.
The old berate and switch!
So remember in the beginning when I talked about how I didn't like Team Rocket? Well, that's changed, as I think they're just getting some of the best episodes. I already love the start of it, with Team Rocket already in the middle of a Pikachu stealing plot. I like it when shows start in the middle of another story, makes it feel like the characters aren't just waiting for the show to start for the interesting stuff to happen. After this one fails, Team Rocket goes their separate ways and end up meeting Cassidy and Botch.
It's Butch!
Whatever, with James teaming up with Cassidy and Jessie with Butch. They of course fail in the Team Rocket, and we know and I'm starting to love become friends again. If you're wondering, Meowth was just kind of dicking around during this.
Please! The idea of giving a wit about what a stuck-up little snobette likes or dislikes is insane!
You're not that bad.
Fun episode. I'm honestly looking forward to episodes that star Team Rocket now because they're either really funny or surprisingly heartwarming. Something I definitely wasn't expecting to say a few hours ago. In contrast, the episodes about my favorite character are mostly mid, like in Grading Spaces. When the group return to Pewter City, Brock sees his gym has been redecorated by gym decorators, who are Team Rocket in disguise. And Ash and Brock have a double battle against disguised Rockets who accidentally got some strong Pokemon that were meant for Cassidy and Biff. Also, Brock's Onix evolved into a Steelix off camera.
Battling the enemy within!
The gang come across Brandon, the secret 7th frontier brain of the Battle Pyramid, who is looking into the legend of the King of Pokelantis, which you think would be about a water Pokemon, but no, the king apparently sealed a Ho-Oh in a tomb. While exploring it, Ash gets possessed by the spirit of the king, and Brandon battles him to free him. Ash getting possessed doesn't win him any favors from Brandon, as he thinks Ash is a reckless loser now, but Ash still wants to battle him, but Brandon is busy. And oh wait, flies? Okay. Also, I don't know why, but the concept of a character getting possessed by an ancient king and forced to fight in a life or death battle just gave me vibes from another anime I really need to stop bringing up in this.
Slacking calm!
This episode is okay. The gang see a group of Apom who are stealing things to appease their great monkey overlord, a giant slacking. The important thing is that one of the Apom begins to start following Ash.
May, we hardly drewed ya!
Okay, that title's a stretch anime. The Kanto Grand Festival has begun and everyone is here. May, Drew, Harley, and Soledad. What, you don't remember Soledad? She's a coordinator from Pewter City? Everyone knows Soledad. Like, come on, she beat Drew in his first ever contest, and even Brock and Harley know who she is. How do you not know Soledad? You act like she's some new poorly set up last boss to add unnecessary stakes by giving her some out of nowhere connection to other characters so they can explain how strong she is. Which she's not. Come on. Best part was Harley doing his performance dressed as May. Yeah, he's certainly obsessed with her. Also, Ash finds out about that Apom that's been following him. Then, in thinning the horde, Ash tries to catch that Apom, but fails. And we see that the Apom seems to be pretty interested in Pokemon contests. This will be on the test. In the second round, it's May versus Harley once again, and after the battle, May comes out the victor, making top 4, and her semifinal is against Drew. Then, in channeling the battle zone, channeling, not challenging, May for the first time gets one over on Drew, winning their match. But in the final, she's up against, oh no, it's Soledad. I know she's strong because people tell me she is. And unfortunately, May does lose to her, making Soledad the winner. Also, Ash manages to catch that Apom. But with this grand festival behind them, Ash finds out the Battle Pyramid is in a place called Fennel Valley for now, and heads there to face Brandon. In Apom and Circumstance, the gang come to a village that picks its king based on who has a ceremonial crown by sunset. That's fucking stupid. But Ash's new Apom gets it stuck on its head, so the group have to get it off of him, or this town will have a monkey as a king. I mean, he'd be better than most leaders. There, I mean, the obvious political joke. Are you happy? In Strategy Tomorrow, Comedy Tonight, the group help a girl who uses her Chatot in a comedy routine figure out why it's always flying away. And it's because the Chatot visits a hospital filled with sick kids to cheer them up. Well, that's something I was not expecting. In Duels of the Jungle, the group help a Weavile take its place back as leader of a Weavile tribe.
Overjoyed!
So while I've said I've enjoyed the episodes about the more eccentric Officer Jennies, same can be said for the Nurse Joys. They've been fine, they just haven't gotten me the same way. This one, though, I've liked a lot. As the gang arrive in Fennel Valley, Ash finds out Brandon won't be back until tomorrow, so the gang take a rest at the Pokemon Center. There we find out that Nurse Joy, while her job is healing Pokemon, she also likes putting them in body bags, as she's a huge battle freak, and I love it. I like her and her Chansey's demeanor changes when they take off their nurses' hats, that's funny. Sadly, that's only in the first half, as the last half is Ash fighting Brandon for the first official battle. And even though Ash does the smart thing of getting his Torkoal to fight Brandon's Registeel, Ash loses and will have to train to fight Brandon later as he leaves to go catch a certain Pokemon.
The unbeatable lightness of seeing!
Now this episode is mostly set up for the future, as guess what, we only have 5 more episodes left of the advanced season. Ash, after his loss, is trying to figure out how to beat Brandon, and Oak arrives with a care package for him, filled with a poster of prints from all of his Pokemon, food from his mom, a very humble lore from Misty, and a postcard from Gary, who tells Ash that he's currently journeying through the Sinnoh region. Then Drew shows up kinda out of nowhere and has a double battle against May, who's also in a funk after her second place, during which Harley also shows up. Drew wins, but this somehow helps May, I guess, I don't know, many problems are solved in the Pokemon world through battles, it just kinda happens. Afterward, Drew says he's going to the Johto region to compete in contests there, and Harley and Giga Soledad are going too. So May has some thinking to do, while Ash prepares for his rematch. In pinch healing, after Nurse Joy gets sick, the group have to help take care of some Pokemon that were involved in a bus crash that was inadvertently caused by Team Rocket. At the end, Ash learns Brandon has returned, having caught the Pokemon that he wanted, and is ready for the rematch.
Gathering the gang of 4!
Whatever Ash's plan for Brandon is, it involves his original starters as he gets the gang back together, Bulbasaur, Squirtle temporarily, and Charizard temporarily, as he takes them and Pikachu into the woods to train. After that, he's ready for the battle, and Scott, who has been there every Frontier battle, I don't think I mentioned that, says the winner of the Battle Frontier becomes candidates for Frontier Brains, but Ash doesn't care about that now and is focused on winning, which does not start off well as Ash's Charizard, one of his strongest Pokemon, gets knocked out in the first round. So with one of his strongest knocked out so early, it's going to be tough.
Pace, the final frontier!
The battle continues, and Bulbasaur and Squirtle do their best, but are eventually knocked out. So it comes down to Pikachu and the new Pokemon Brandon caught, a Regice. And after a kinda good battle, Pikachu takes out Regice and Ash wins the Battle Frontier. And he's immediately offered to be a Frontier Brain, but he turns it down since he wants to continue traveling. As Ash's starters all go back to their respective homes, it's time to wrap up a season.
Once more with reeling!
The group arrive in Terracotta Town, where May and the other one will take a boat back to Hoenn. While waiting, they find out the town is holding an unofficial contest for fun, and May enters it, as well as Ash, to everyone's surprise, as he wanted to try one after seeing May do them for so long. And he does a pretty good job, with him and May making their way to eventually face each other in the finals. And then during a rest, the Rockets try to rocket, but during this, May's Combuskin evolves into Blaziken. And then it's Ash with Sceptile versus May with Blaziken, and the two trade blows, and at the end of the episode, well, it's left for the season finale to figure out who won.
Home is where the start is!
It's revealed Blaziken and Sceptile took each other out, so May and Ash technically both won, and the two decide to split the ribbon as a symbol of friendship. May then announces she too is headed for Johto to compete, but understandably doesn't want the other one to come with her this time. Smartest decision you've ever made, May. Afterward, May and Fine, I'll call him by his name, Max, leave for Hoenn, saying their final goodbyes. Brock then decides to go back home to Pewter, and I'm sure we'll never see him again. And Ash returns home to Pallet, where he sees Team Rocket try to catch a Pokemon called Electivire that no one has ever seen before. This Electivire turns out to be Gary's, who is back, and while Ash challenges him to a battle, Gary just wants to go home, and Ash does as well. Later on though, after Ash gives his Frontier symbols to his mom for safekeeping, him and Gary do battle, and his Electivire manages to beat Pikachu. Gary then says he's decided to head back to Sinnoh region for now, and after seeing a strong Pokemon from there, Ash decides to head there as well. And like with Hoenn, he leaves with just Pikachu by his side. However, it turns out that Ash's Apom has stuck on board the boat to Sinnoh, so fuck it, to new adventures. So that's the end of Ruby and Sapphire, or Advanced, whatever you want to call it. Overall, it was decent, I guess. More happened since we got new characters with May and Max. You know, they had to introduce a lot of stuff, especially at the beginning. And yes, I still hate Max, but I loved May. Seeing her go from some irresponsible person who only used the journey as an excuse to travel and not really even liking Pokemon, turn into a formidable coordinator with a dream. It was a pretty decent trainer. I liked that arc. I didn't really care for the Battle Frontier arc, though. It felt really unnecessary, and like Orange Islands felt like filler and kind of rushed with how easily May got the ribbons and Ash won the Frontier symbols, besides the last one. I mean, nothing really spectacular happened in it, but Overall, I thought it was a pretty good season that helped advance Pokemon a bit further by adding more, development and more interesting things happening. You can tell they're really integrating actual stories into it rather than just episodes to entertain just to entertain, But hey, we got many more seasons to go as we move on to Generation 4 with Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl.
And if we come together as one, complete the quest we've begun, we will win the battle, galactic battle, Pokemon!
Following a maiden's voyage.
Alright, so the first episode of Diamond and Pearl legit has me interested where it's going. As we spend the first episode following the new girl, Dawn, the best girl, as it's the day she goes on her Pokemon journey. But she doesn't want to be the very best like no one ever was, she wants to be a top coordinator like her mom was by competing in Pokemon contests. She heads to Professor Rowan's lab in Sandgem Town to get her starter, but some of them have gotten out, and Dawn decides to go look for them. One of the Pokemon is a Piplup, and Dawn manages to work with it to beat an Ariados, and at a nearby lake, they see a mysterious Pokemon. After that adventure, Dawn chooses Piplup as her starter and begins her journey. Then, of course, there's our boy, Ash, who's arrived at Sinnoh. But guess who else has come to Sinnoh? Team Rocket, of course, try to steal Pikachu. And after they mess it up themselves, Pikachu flies off into a forest with Ash and Isapom right behind him. Yeah, I thought this season opening was pretty good. I like the choice of following Dawn before she meets Ash, so we get to know her as a character first while she's by herself until she just becomes, one of Ash's traveling companions. Honestly, I kind of consider her to be more of a downplayed version of Ash, having this grand dream of something that she knows how to get but doesn't know exactly when she'll get there. As well as it gives us a reason to root for her, seeing not just how she risks herself for Piplup, but seeing her more scattered personality, like when she tries to bring a giant suitcase with her on her journey, along with her catchphrase, "No need to worry." Which, you don't have to worry, she doesn't use it that much, but it shows that she's someone who thinks she knows what she's doing, but can get overwhelmed very easily. I know you're shocked, that was the longest and most detailed character analysis I've done so far, and it wasn't even that much. Hopefully, that is the most I do for the rest of it. But it's mainly because we got to see a character have an episode all about them without being cut in with, Team Rocket stuff or whatever Ash is doing, so might as well.
2 degrees of separation.
Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the theme song with all that Dawn simping. It sucks. It's a rap.
It's all about the challenges. It's a brand new game and a brand new world, new rivals. As you fight for survival, nothing can stop you. Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, it's no Poke-Rap, considering that is actually fun with how cheesy and forced it is. Also, it's still kinda catchy. This is trying to sound like an actual cool rap, but it just sounds like they came up with it in 5 minutes.
It's all about the battle. You gotta play smart. You gotta move faster. Behind every win, there's a chance to begin again.
Anyway, after Dawn fails at catching some Pokemon, including a Pikachu that seems to be owned by some other trainer that also destroys her bike. Does this make Pikachu a serial bike killer now? Team Rocket show up and try to steal it, but Piplup sends them packing. Dawn immediately calls Rowan and tells him what happened, and it just so happens Ash arrives at Rowan's lab and tells him that Dawn found his Pikachu. But she leaves the Pokemon Center she was at as he leaves the lab. Then on his way, Ash runs into Brock. Oh, geez, wow, they didn't even build it up this time. He was gone 1 episode. Turns out after he returned to Pewter, he met Claudina, a trucker he's been traveling with so he can, breed with her, because he's a breeder. But he finds out she has a boyfriend, and she leaves him there. Well, so he decides, well, I'm here, might as well go on another journey with you, Ash. Man, they show my boy no respect. Then Ash spots a Starly that he catches, since he can use a flying type to help look for Pikachu. Then Team Rocket is busy relaxing at one of James's family homes, and it turns out he owns a Carnivine that lives there, which is on his team now. Okay. Yeah, I know, we're already on episode 2, and it seems like a lot is happening. Well, it's not gonna stop.
When Pokemon worlds collide!
Continuing to look for Dawn and Pikachu, Ash and Brock run into a trainer named Paul and his Elekid, who are going around catching Starly. And Paul is only keeping the ones that know the move Aerial Ace while releasing the rest. Ash is not big on treating Pokemon like that since he thinks any Pokemon can be strong. But Paul disagrees and challenges Ash to a 3-on-3 battle, but Ash doesn't have 3 Pokemon right now, so Paul leaves pissed at this, calling Ash pathetic. Meanwhile, Dawn is on her way to meet Ash when Team Rocket shows up again, and this time, Dawn isn't enough, but luckily Ash and Brock show up and manage to send away Team Rocket as everyone meets for the first time. The group then head to Rowan's lab, where Ash gets new clothes from his mom, and on their way there, Ash runs into Paul again. Now with Pikachu, they have a 3-on-3 battle. First, the two fight with their Starlies, and Paul may know what he's talking about as his beats Ash's. Ash then uses Apom against Paul's Chimchar, and the two monkeys are evenly matched, but Apom manages to get the dub. Finally, it's Pikachu versus Elekid, and the two electric types are evenly matched, ending in a draw. At the end, Paul releases the star lead that he caught, confusing Ash, with Paul stating, well, there are stronger ones out there that he'd rather have as he walks away. Well, after that, Dawn suggests that the three of them that have just met should travel together, and Ash and Brock accept. Now the three head to Jubilife City for Dawn's first Pokemon contest, then Ouroboros City for Ash's first gym battle. So yes, we finally have a rival like Gary that will last throughout the whole season, Paul, who I absolutely love. As you saw, he's the exact opposite of Ash, wanting strength more than anything, not even caring about his Pokemon unless they're strong. Even Gary and all his dickishness, he still cared about Pokemon. Yeah, not Paul. He also kind of reminds me of the Gen 2 rival with his philosophy. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some connection when creating the character. That's all I'll say about him for now because, trust me, we're going to see a lot more Paul.
Dawn of a new era!
After Dawn fails a second time at catching a Baniri, the gang meet Nando, a trainer who's not sure what to go on a journey for, of gyms or contests. To help him figure it out, Dawn battles Nando, but loses. Then after some rocket stuff, Ash challenges him and wins. After both battles, Nando decides he wants to do gyms and contests, so now Dawn and Ash have a new rival. Oh yeah, we also found out Brock only brought Bonsley with him. Why'd you not bring the giant steel creature you have at your home? I always thought Nando was an interesting character. I mean, as someone that does contests and gyms, that's something we haven't seen so far in the anime and probably never will again. Plus, it's like you in the games. That's something you can do, you know, freely choose between doing the other. Too bad he doesn't show up much.
Although all of you are beautiful, your beauty stands out!
Huh? But wait! Brock was acting the exact same way with Officer Jenny! What's up with that?
Yeah, there's a question with no answer. Get twiggy with it!
After a Team Rocket plan goes wrong again, Pikachu flies off again and meets a Turtwig that is very protective of the Pokemon in the woods, including Pikachu, not believing Ash and Pikachu are friends. After some convincing though, by stopping Team Rocket, Turtwig not only believes Ash, but he wants to join him on his journey.
Different strokes for different blokes.
The group run into Paul again, and Ash wants a rematch, which doesn't go so well with Ash's new Turtwig disobeying him. Then Team Rocket interrupts the battle, which after all of it, an explosion sends Ash and Paul over a cliff. Ash wants to work together with Paul to get out, but he's not worried about the situation at all and is more concerned with looking for strong Pokemon. Ash is able to get on better terms with Turtwig though, and meet his friends again, while Paul just catches an Ursaring. The two rivals then decide to continue their battle, but Paul wins because sometimes type advantage matters in the anime too, as he walks away with nothing for Ash to do but get stronger and try again.
Here I thought Ash was pathetic.
How dare you! Educate the new twerp if you believe!
Right, look, twerp, we're known as Team Rocket. The smartest, coolest, orneriest, the nastiest, cheapest, hungriest, stupid penny ante.
And Like It or Lup It, yes, finally the first episode where nothing all that important happens, I get a break. Piplup is having trouble perfecting its moves for contests, but after helping some other water Pokemon with Team Rocket stealing their berries, it can now do whatever the hell that is. Team Rocket has started a fake gym where if someone loses, they will hold on to their Pokemon for training, so they can use cheap judge calls to make it seem like the challengers are losing and take their Pokemon. And something surprising happens when a wild Krogunk takes interest in the battles and starts helping them out. But unfortunately, the plan is ruined by, the twerps. With that, all the Pokemon are saved, and the character of the day, Minnie, is going to look after all the Pokemon left there until the trainers come back. However, Krogunk is wild and doesn't have a trainer, so Brock offers to be its trainer, which it accepts. And now we begin the best running joke in Pokemon, as now whenever Brock tries to, Krogunk hits him with a poison jab, paralyzing him, and then drags him off somewhere into the woods. Unlike with Max, where him seemingly doing it for no reason was stupid, here, Krogunk doing it and then randomly dragging him only for him to return later is funnier because we don't really know why or where he drags him off to. The lack of explanation is what makes this funny. If they added any context to these, then it wouldn't have the same impact.
Setting the world on its Baniri!
On the road to Jubilife, the group encounter a Baniri the Pokemon Dawn has tried to catch twice now and failed. Ash decides he wants to catch it too though, but Baniri doesn't care about anyone but Pikachu because it has a crush on him. Eventually, after some rockets blast off again, Dawn is the one who manages to snag Baniri. And not on my watch, you don't. Could have cut 2 words there. Our heroes arrive in Jubilife and Dawn gets a Poketch. This ends the episode on the Poketch.
Mounting a coordinator assault!
Dawn is ready to enter her first contest, and she receives a dress to use in the contest from her mom. And Ash surprisingly enters the contest as well when he says his Aipom looks like it wants to participate. Jessie as well has decided to compete in contests again, this time using only one persona of just Lena. And while Dawn is nervous backstage for her debut, she meets Zoe, a fellow coordinator who has already competed in 3 contests and won one of them already. The competition is fierce, Zoe performs amazingly, and even Ash and just Lena do well because of their prior experience. Dawn manages to pull it off though, doing a good performance despite her nerves, and the episode ends with everyone seeing who will make it to the finals.
Arrival of Arrival.
Well, turns out all 4 of them make it to the next round. First up, it's Ash versus Zoe, and Zoe doesn't like it when she finds out Ash is more interested in gym battles than contests. I think this is a game kid. Zoe does manage to beat Ash pretty well at first, since she's more focused on the points, and Ash tries for more brute force. But at the end, Ash almost wins, but loses to time. And with that, at the end, Zoe admits that if it wasn't for a time limit, she would have lost, and the two bury the beef. Though she makes an interesting suggestion when she finds out Ash entered cause Aipom wanted to.
I know what to do. Dawn, you raise Aipom.
Huh?
Pika?
Dawn and Jessie beat their opponents too, then it's Dawn versus Zoe, and unfortunately, Zoe is too good and beats Dawn. Then the finals are Zoe versus Jessie. Oh, wow, I was expecting her to get there. But again, Zoe manages to get the dub, earning her 2nd ribbon. And while Dawn is sad she lost her first contest, she now has a rival for life. And it's on to Ash's first gym battle.
A Staravia is born!
When Team Rocket's latest scheme is snagging flying Pokemon in a valley, Ash's Starly is one of them. But it and some other Pokemon stage an escape, and during this, Starly evolves into Staravia and learns Aerial Ace. Alright, finally, now that things have kind of calmed down, I can finally talk about Team Rocket's new motto. It's alright. I don't know if it's any better than the last one. The only line I really like is when James says, "When everything's worse, our work is complete." That's a fire line. Other than that, it's alright.
Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace.
Dashing hope, putting fear in its place.
A rose by any other name's just as sweet.
When everything's worse, our work is complete.
In Leave It to Brocco, whoa, Brock episode, these are getting rarer than a holographic Charizard. The group come across a Nurse Joy trying to help a Nuzleaf, and after Brock manages to heal it, they need to return it to its natural habitat. But of course Team Rocket wants it, but while stealing it, they also grab Bonsly and Brock by mistake. And while he tries to escape from them by cooking for them, Bonsly evolves into Sudowoodo, and this makes it strong enough, plus the arrival of Nuzleaf's friends, to send the Rockets blasting off again.
Shapes of things to come!
Okay, so one thing that I don't like that the season is doing is that at the beginning of every episode, they show a cold open of like a middle part of the episode to give you like a sneak peek of what's happening, and I don't really like it. It kind of reminds me of like a YouTube video for some reason, you know, a way to make kids to keep watching, like, whoa, how'd they get there? Anyway, arriving in Oreburgh City, Ash is ready to battle the gym, but has to wait in line because Paul has shown up before him. So they decide to watch Paul's battle and see his tactics that Ash doesn't agree with. Like him using an Azumarill for a counter pick, which doesn't even work when it loses to a Geodude, and forcing his Chimchar to take lots of damage to activate its Blaze ability to power up its Fire-type moves. And you like his tactics or not, they work as Paul wins his first badge and immediately tries to leave, but Ash convinces him to stay and watch his gym battle.
Whoa, it's Paul!
Do I know you? Paul, these friends of yours? No way!
A grunt back to follow!
Alright, something else that's really started annoying me is this TV. I've been trying really hard to fix it so it shows up well on camera, but I just can't. I know, I'm sorry, I'm putting all these pictures up and everything. You're probably not even paying attention to it. It's just really annoying me. I need a better camera, I guess. Paul agrees to stay and watch Ash's match, and while Ash prepares at the Pokemon Center, he actually picks Pokemon that would be good against rock types, leaving Staravia out. Now, that's character development. Ash then learns Paul gave his Azumarill away to some random kid due to it losing, saying it would have never gotten stronger anyway.
No, that one was a lost cause.
I don't get you.
And I thought you wanted to win.
I do, but not the way you go about doing it.
Ash, pissed at this, says he's never going to lose to Paul again. But I tell you who he will lose to, Rourke. Yeah, despite Ash actually picking good matchups, he loses to the gym leader, and Paul leaves now convinced Ash is all talk and his opinion of him is as low as ever. Geez man, why are all of these episodes so good? Like even Dawn's contest episode, spending 2 parts to actually establish her new rival and how she is. Like, how's the writing gotten better, the pacing, the dialogue, all of it's just gotten so much better. The only thing that hasn't gotten better is the animation. I feel it's gotten worse, actually, in some aspects. Like, characters feel like they go off model a lot. But honestly, the writing kind of saves it. It's really nice to see Ash have rival not only as a polar opposite of him, but it just seems like Ash cannot get one over on him. He's constantly on the back foot. And the fact that the show is actually spending the time to develop them and their relationship and showing how much they really don't like each other. It's really awesome. It's something I wasn't expecting from Pokemon to do, especially after the last 3 seasons. Like, it's just really nice again to see Ash struggle and not seem like he's going to win every battle. Well, I haven't disliked what I've been watching so far. It's been a while since I could say this about Pokemon, probably since the first one. I'm interested to keep watching to see where this goes.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Who are you?
Excuse me, your rudeness, but we met once before. The name's Dawn.
Don't remember.
You think you're funny, don't ya?
And wild in the streets, while Ash trains for his rematch against Rourke and Dawn finds out the next contest is in Floroma Town, Team Rocket try to steal a fossil restorer. It accidentally restores an Aerodactyl, which causes havoc in the streets. Oh. But thanks to our heroes and Rourke's new Rampardos that just evolved, they stop Aerodactyl and beat Team Rocket. Then, in O'er the Rampardos we watched, Ash manages to beat Rourke the second time, even with his new Rampardos, earning his first badge. And twice smitten, once shy, Dawn catches a Pachirisu. That's not even me leaving anything out, she's easily able to catch it. Except training it is another thing, as it's incredibly hyper and causes havoc, so Dawn releases it, but then decides she wants it again. Okay.
Mutiny in the Bounty!
Alright, hope you motherfuckers are ready. Because in this episode, our heroes witness a mysterious woman just steal some lady's Gardevoir, just in broad daylight. What's more, she also steals Pikachu because of its power level, and Meowth since it can talk, which is something I constantly forget about, that's a weird thing that he does, I'm just used to it. This woman is Pokemon Hunter J, a ruthless Pokemon hunter who steals any Pokemon for the right price. Ash and Team Rocket managed to get on board her fucking helicarrier, and managed to rescue Pikachu, Meowth, and the Gardevoir. Instead of trying to stop them, Jay decides, this isn't worth the hassle, and just drops them all out of the plane, but are saved by Gardevoir's teleport, and Hunter J easily escapes. Fuck yes, dude, I love Jay. She is the best villain in Pokemon. There will be no arguments about this. She's cold, calculated, never bothers with speeches or mottos or whatever. She'll just have her Salamence shoot a Hyper Beam at your face and steal your Pokemon. Now this is what I want in a villain, especially in Pokemon, which is meant to be this, really wholesome series, or you wouldn't expect a character like this. Not to mention she's hot. The best villains to me are the ones you love to hate. She has no redeemable qualities, only likes money, and even will kill her own henchmen to get the job done, which she must offer great benefits for them staying on knowing that. And again, this episode reminded me, oh yeah, Meowth talking is supposed to be a rare thing in Pokemon. Like, regular people, when they see it, don't react at all when this is happening. That's supposed to be unusual, so I just kind of grow numb to it. Either way, I can't wait to see more of Jay, and I might join her crew, honestly.
Nobody gets away with that kind of thing forever.
Yeah, it's hard, but we just have to know that's true.
And you
see, we want an evolution!
Our heroes meet a group of coordinators who are all about not evolving their Pokemon. They are called the B-Button League. The name is the best part.
Borrowing on bad faith!
This one was just a fun episode in my opinion. A local village is having an unofficial Pokemon contest where the prize is a year's worth of fruit. Dawn enters, of course, and Apom, excited at the prospect of entering too, goes apeshit, so to speak, and ends up trapped on a rock and is saved by Jessie, who makes a deal with Ash that since she saved it, she could use it in the contest. And Jessie and Apom do very well, so much so that Ash is worried Apom might not want to come back and stay with Jessie and do contests. And Jessie even manages to win the whole contest. Wow. And then, cause they're idiots, Team Rocket attempt to steal the fruit that they won anyway, cause they're idiots. So no one really chases them until Apom does, everyone thinking that she wants to go with Jessie now, but she just wanted some fruit.
I guess those guys don't remember that they didn't steal anything this time.
As you remember, old habits die hard.
They're so weird.
And faced with Steelix's determination, the group help a Bidoof village stave off an angry Steelix who got pissed off after some Team Rocket shenanigans. In cooking up a sweet story, Ash lends Pikachu to a woman who wants to trick her grandma into thinking it's her Pikachu that ran away so she'll win a baking contest. It's more wholesome and sad than I make it sound. And oh, do you know the Poffin plan? These names are getting too long. The gang arrive in Floroma Town for Dawn's contest, where they all learn to make Poffins the Pokeblocks of the future. Also, Roserade is a badass with its scarf.
Getting the pre-contest titters!
While training for the contest with her new Pachirisu, Dawn runs into her childhood friend Kenny, who has all the tea when it comes to Dawn, even referring to as Dee Dee.
What do you know? Dee Dee's got herself a Pikachu. Dee Dee's all grown up.
Kenny, stop! And you stop calling me Dee Dee too!
What's more, he's also a coordinator who has entered the Floroma contest and has the same starter as Dawn, but more evolved. At the end of the episode, the contest starts with Dawn using Pachirisu, who gets off to a bad start tripping over itself. Whoa, cliffhanger. Luckily, in settling a not-so-old score, Dawn manages to recover and advances to the next round with Kenny and Jessie. Dawn manages to beat Jessie, and then she finally gets one up over Kenny when her Piplup beats Prinplup with anime logic. And now Dawn has her first ribbon, with Kenny promising to beat Dawn in another contest. And now the gang head to Eternity for Ash's next gym battle. In Drifloon on the Wind, the gang help Nurse Joy's kids. Oh wow, the Joy Gene really works. What happens if a Nurse Joy has a son? Anyway, Suicune shows up to save the kid from a storm. Huh? In the Champ Twins, after losing a double battle to famous battling twins Ryan and Brian, with a Y, so we don't claim him, Ash and Dawn begin arguing over stuff I don't care about but make up at the end and manage to beat Ryan and not real Brian. In Some Enchanted Sweetening, the group run into Cheryl, who is trying to catch a male Burmy to evolve it into a Mothim so she can use its sense of smell to find the Amber Castle, a hidden area that contains enchanted honey. Sounds like a shitty JRPG side quest, which it is. In The Grass Type is Always Greener, on the way to the Amber House, the group meet Gardenia, a huge grass-type nerd, who challenges Ash to a battle when she sees his Turtwig, and she beats him. Cool. Back to the side quest. Which ends in Angry Combination, where Cheryl finally gets her enchanted honey after stopping Team Rocket. I will admit her tenure was brief, but I did kind of like Cheryl. She's my kind of weird chick, and I do like the joke that every time Brock macks on her, she has some weird saying from her grandpa.
I should never touch the hands of a man on the day a Burmy evolves. That's more words of wisdom from my grandfather.
Wow, what a guy.
And all dressed up with somewhere to go, the gang enter a Pokemon dress-up contest. They really make contests out of anything. Brock wins it, earning him a Pokemon egg.
Weasel your way out of this? Cool, huh? I got this from Misty a long time ago. Misty?
Yo, the lore? While fishing, the gang run into Zoe again, then suddenly all the trainers are challenged by Buizel, who's looking to fight, managing to beat Dawn, Zoe, and Ash in a row, and now all three of them want to catch it. But it's Dawn catches it. In an elite meet and greet, Dawn once again has trouble controlling her new Pokemon when Buizel won't listen to her. Luckily, they meet Lucian of the Sinnoh Elite Four, who helps Dawn with a battle. It humbles Buizel, knowing maybe he's not the strongest, and it starts listening to Dawn.
A secret sphere of influence!
Arriving in Eterna City, immediately the gang rush to a museum that has been robbed. What was stolen was the Adamant Orb, a mysterious orb that is said to have a connection to the legendary Pokemon Dialga and Palkia, who I bet Ash will never meet 3 times in a row. Then a whole bunch of people show up. First the Eterna City officer Jenny, then Gardenia shows up because she heard the thief used a grass-type Pokemon, then Nando is there because he's been arrested as the suspect since the thief used a Sunflora, which he owns, but has run away because the police nabbed him. But it can't be him because he was battling Gardenia at her gym, which he won. Also, this is where Ash finds out Gardenia is the gym leader there. Then another Officer Jenny shows up. This one is the one from Viridian City. Remember all the way back in episode 2? Yep, it's that one. I don't know why it's that one specifically, but it is. Who clashes with Eterna City Jenny on how to handle the investigation. Then we of course find out the crooks were Team Rocket, and the Sunflora was Meowth in disguise. Everything's eventually worked out in the end with us finding out Team Rocket was hired by someone, I don't really remember. So yeah, kind of a crazy episode. A lot of shit happened, which I don't agree with, but I respect it. And I'll be honest, it's also kind of funny just hearing Jenny argue with herself.
So please just keep your opinions to yourself. Now relax. There must be something I can do to help you out. No, we're just fine.
In the Grass Menagerie, Ash beats Gardenia, earning a second badge. While I didn't talk about her much, I do like Gardenia since they just made her a huge grass-type nerd. And her voice just sounds like the kind of person that loves going off about their niche hobby. It fits her perfectly.
And those guys are the bad guys.
That can't be true! There's no way! A grass-type Pokemon trainer could never ever be all that bad. Then would you be interested in my Victory Bell?
Victory Bell?
In one big Happiny family, Brock's egg hatches into a Happiny. That's it. And Steamboat Willie's, hey, that's not copyrighted anymore. It's mostly the Pokemon dicking around on a steamboat. It's like a Pikachu short, but not as good.
Top-down training!
Aw yeah, baby, you thought Hunter J was wife material? Well, guess what? She's here. Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region. She can be my top any day. Not even Krogan can resist her riz. Ash and friends meet my wife, Cynthia, on the way to Hearthome City, and also see Paul again, who instantly challenges Cynthia, and it does not go well. At all. Despite being a 6-on-6 battle, Cynthia only uses her Garchomp and knocks out Paul's Pokemon one after the other without any effort. with Paul eventually giving up, realizing he's no match. He then walks away in the opposite direction of the Pokemon Center, which Ash points out, and Cynthia suggests Paul should go heal his Pokemon, which he agrees to. And at the Pokemon Center, Paul suddenly gets real chatty, telling everyone he chose Turtwig as his starter, and like Ash, has challenged the leagues in Hoenn, Johto, and Kanto, and lost them all. Then Team Rocket tries to steal Paul's Pokemon, but only managed to grab Chimchar. While Ash tries to save them, Paul just tells Zurspring to use Hyper Beam on them, barely missing Chimchar and causing it to get injured. Of course, Dawn and Ash don't like this of him putting Chimchar in harm's way, and that's when they notice that he seems to treat Chimchar much harsher than his other Pokemon for some reason.
Look, I don't care if you did get injured. To be captured by a bunch of losers? Useless!
In Stand Up and Sit Down, Dawn learns from Zoe that the contest in Heart Home City and the Grand Festival will all be double performances, 2 Pokemon at once. Also, Zoe is injured in this episode for no reason. Why? For the world building? Also, Chris, or Marina, or whatever you call her, the girl from the Johto games, is apparently a top coordinator. That's neat. In the Electrike Company, nothing as interesting as the name happens. Malice in Wonderland is kind of a ghost episode about a Miss Magius who shows people illusions of their greatest dreams. In Mass Hipposis, the gang try to reunite a lost hippopotas with its herd as Ash is egged on by the crew from Sinnoh Now, who are a group of reoccurring characters. The whole joke is that Anger Rhonda hates the sound guy or something. Also, it's been a long time since this happened, but the group sort of mock Team Rocket's motto.
But after what you did, Team Rocket, you won't be!
Get ready for trouble!
Make it double! Hey, no fair!
It's not the same.
Ill Will Hunting!
Once again, the group run into Hunter J and her goons, who are trying to steal a bunch of Shieldon, but luckily they have some help this time in stopping her, with Gary. Which, holy shit, Gary and Hunter J in the same episode? Hell yeah. However, even though they have Gary's help this time, it's not enough, as while they save most of the Shieldon, she still gets one, and Ash and Gary are ready to take her on, but when her client cancels the contract, Jay leaves, having no more interest knowing she won't get paid. I mean, hey, you gotta respect the girl doing it for the bag, am I right? I mean, how dare she? She's, so evil. I mean, hot. No, I had that right the first time. In Amazing Race, Dawn needs to get the new app for her Poketch, oh boy, but on the way, the group gets separated in a giant maze that's just there, I guess. And all the humans get mixed up with each other's Pokemon, trying to figure out how to find each other. The funniest part of this episode is that Paul happens to be there too, he's just catching Pokemon like usual, and he meets all 3 of them, and he just tells them all that he hasn't seen anybody.
Have you seen Brock and Dawn around here?
No. Should I?
Paul! Have you seen Ash or Brock anywhere?
Not you too.
Pardon me for living.
Hey, Paul! Have you seen Ash or Dawn? No, I haven't.
That's weird. Wonder what's eating him.
Like, I don't know why he's there, but it was funny. In Sandshrews' locker, the group meet Mira, who tries to save her Sandshrew that is trapped in its Pokeball at a sunken town at the bottom of a lake. Why? Because Mira moved away from this town but left the Sandshrew in its Pokeball, and it's still there, underwater. Well, that's fucked up. Luckily, they do save it. That episode 516 is a clip show.
Dawn's Early Night!
Now that's a catchy title. Arriving in Heart Home City, Dawn enters the contest there, and a lot of people are here for the contest. Zoe, Jessie, and Nando. It'll be interesting seeing who Dawn fights. Oh, yeah, we don't see who she fights because she doesn't even make it past the performance round. Getting knocked out early. Yikes. And considering this is her dream, getting knocked out the first round really messes with her head, and she starts feeling pretty depressed about it. In the end though, Nando wins the contest, beating Zoe in the finals, and Zoe and Dawn may not have won, but strengthened their bond by sympathizing with how they lost and how impressive Nando is doing both contests and gyms. Speaking of that, it's time for Ash's gym battle. Oh, the gym leader's gone. Ah well. Luckily, the city is hosting a tag battle competition where teams of 2 trainers compete together. Ash and Brock decide to enter. Can't wait.
Tag! We're in!
It's time for the tag battle tournament, and Ash and Brock convince Dawn to join to help get over her loss. Each partner is chosen randomly. Brock lucks out and gets a hot trainer named Holly. Dawn gets the kinda creepy Conway, and Ash teams up with... oh... this is gonna be good. Yes, it's Ash and Paul, the best odd couple. Dawn and Conway do well, with Conway using strategy of him focusing on defense while she attacks. Brock and Holly win because Brock is perfectly willing to work with her. Paul uses his Chimchar and Ash's Pikachu, and during the battle, Paul makes some weird orders that potentially will get Chimchar hurt while battling, which Ash interferes in, and Paul doesn't like that at all. Despite their arguing, they win somehow, advancing in the first round. But if they don't get along, it won't be for long.
Glory Blaze!
Resting at night at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Dawn find Paul training his Chimchar very harshly, having his other Pokemon attacking it constantly. Even Team Rocket admit that's pretty harsh. But to all of their surprise, Paul says Chimchar is the one that wants this harsh training. But when it gets too much, Ash intervenes and takes Chimchar to the Pokemon Center. Paul then explains that he found Chimchar being chased by a wild Zangoose, and when its Blaze ability was activated, it used a very powerful Flame Wheel attack. So Paul has been treating Chimchar like that to recreate that moment of stress so Chimchar can go all out. The next day in the tournament, despite not having fully recovered, Paul still uses Chimchar, and what's more, the Pokemon they're up against is a Zangoose. Ash, using his Turtwig, tries his best to help Chimchar, but Paul is annoyed at him constantly interfering, so he orders Chimchar to attack Turtwig. And unfortunately it does, hitting the opponent's Pokemon in the process though, but Turtwig is down now, and only Chimchar is left, but still not powering up. Paul decides this isn't worth it anymore. If fighting the Pokemon that caused Chimchar's original power won't work, then he's useless, and Paul just walks away from the battle. But Ash won't give up now. He gives orders to Chimchar and manages to get the win. Later, Paul releases Chimchar, having enough, and of course Ash, Brock, and Dawn tell him what a cunt he's being, which he doesn't care. But then the episode ends with everyone, even Paul, shocked when Ash offers Chimchar a spot on his team.
Smells like team spirit!
The episode begins with Paul being savage as usual.
You deserve each other. You're both pathetic.
Despite his comments, Chimchar happily accepts a spot on Ash's team. Still, the tournament is going on, and Ash and Paul still need to work together, which they don't. The power of Ash's Staravia and Paul's Torterra, though, proves too much for Holly and Brock, knocking them out. Now for the final round, it's Ash and Paul versus Dawn and Conway, and Ash decides to use Chimchar for this while Paul uses Elekid. At first it seems like Conway's strategies will win thanks to Paul and Ash not being able to work together, but Conway's strategy didn't count for Paul's Elekid evolving into Electabuzz in the middle of the battle. So with this sudden power-up, despite all that happened, Paul and Ash manage to win the tournament and the prize as both get a Soothe Bell, but Paul gives his to Ash since he only entered to strengthen his Pokemon, which he got when Elekid evolved. And now, with Chimchar on the team, Conway tells Ash of the gym in Veilstone City, making that their next destination. So yeah, those were kind of the best episodes of Pokemon I've seen so far. What the hell? Like, Paul is such a good rival. He's such a cunt, man. You really want to see Ash beat him and prove him wrong. But, you know, Paul's not crazy or evil. He has a logical reason for why he does the things he does, but he's just a dick about it. I also just realized my camera wasn't centered. I don't know if you've noticed that. And look, I know there's some sad Pokemon backstories in this anime, but I gotta say, Chimchar is the best, at least so far. I really felt for it, man. This is the first time in this anime I can say that a Pokemon story actually almost made me cry, seeing how he was treated and why. And finally, what feels like a long time, Ash feels like the main character. He was shown off great, showing that he won't give up on Chimchar, and you didn't experience it like me. But when he tells Chimchar to use Flamethrower in that match, it was the hypest shit ever, like something out of a shonen anime. Like, you don't understand how crazy it was watching that. It was like, oh my god, I feel like my balls dropped watching it.
Chimchar, quick! Flamethrower!
I can definitely say this 3-parter tournament arc, and Glory Blaze specifically, is one of my favorite episodes so far. Definitely top 3, honestly. And believe it or not, it keeps up this momentum for a while.
Tears for fears!
Chimchar is having trouble dealing with kindness, as everyone is friendly, feeds him good, and even when it loses a practice battle, it breaks down in tears when Ash praises it for trying its best. Wow, that's fucking sad. Meanwhile, Team Rocket are chased off by some angry Zangoose, oh boy, and bring them to the Torps where they try to steal some Pokemon, and end up getting caught in their own trap. So now, the only one who can help is Chimchar, who of course is still scared, but overcomes his trauma to help his new friends after they showed him so much kindness. Who's cutting onions? Who's cutting onions? Brock, you cutting onions, bro? So yeah, these past couple episodes sure were emotional. Hopefully the next one's a fun, lighthearted filler episode or something, so we can, you know, have fun again.
Once there were green fields!
Never mind, because now we get a sad Team Rocket episode. Chasing after the Twerps, everyone runs into Gardenia again, who's helping out at a school. And when Team Rocket try to do their thing, Gardenia can't read the room as she geeks out about James's cacnea. and when she's supposed to demonstrate a battle to the kids, she somehow convinces James to join her in a double battle against Ash and Dawn. During the battle, Gardenia tells James to use the move Drain Punch, which doesn't come out properly, and they lose as a result. Then Gardenia straight up tells James Cacnea couldn't pull off the move because of him, because they weren't in sync, and she offers to take Cacnea and train him, which James refuses. But he starts wondering if he can bring out the potential of Cacnea, with even Jessie and Meowth helping him, and even roping in the Twerpson on it. But try as he might, James realizes that no matter what, he just isn't the one capable of bringing out Cacnea's power, and reluctantly gives it to Gardenia.
Even Team Rocket does things the right way once in a while.
Excuse me. We've done the right thing lots of times.
Okay. I'm out of tissues, so now can we get to a regular episode, please?
Throwing the track switch!
Okay, what is this? Is Pokemon a drama now? Okay, this one isn't that serious or sad. When the group run into Zoe, everyone decides to do some practicing. But Dawn's Buizel seems to be more interested in Ash's battle training, and Ash's Apom seems to be more interested in Dawn's contest training. Seeing this, Zoe makes the suggestion the two should trade Pokemon, but they are both reluctant to do so since they've bonded with them, and decide to test the waters with practice battles. But that's interrupted by Meowth and Jessie, who are trying to steal their Pokemon to help James cheer up, as he's still sad about losing Cacnea in the last episode. He gets over it at the end of this one, don't worry. This Poke Theft attempt works out well, though, because Ash and Dawn seem to agree after stopping Team Rocket with each other's Pokemon, the trade should happen, and now Dawn owns Apom and Ash owns Buizel. In the Keystone Pops, finally I don't have to write a fucking essay for an episode. The gang help a small village stop an evil Spiritomb from going around causing havoc, even roping in Team Rocket to help. So two things in this episode. I think this is the first anime episode that references the fact that Ash has the ability of Aura, a special thing from the Lucario movie, which does come back occasionally.
That twerp with the perched Pikachu is a descendant of the Aura Guardian who sealed you in that crazy keystone.
Meet me?
Also, now that's a motto parry.
Listen, is that bad guy talk I hear?
It speaks to me loud and clear.
On the wind!
Catch the star.
In your ear!
Is that kind of imitation they invented lawsuits for?
B-Barrel gnaws best!
Oh yeah, I forgot that we're in a new season of Pokemon. I don't think I even mentioned that. We're in which one is this? Battle Dimensions? Sorry, through all the Chimchar trading and getting rid of your Pokemon thing. I kind of forgot. So I should talk about the new opening. It's better, I guess. Mostly the beginning part.
On the road, far from home, but you don't have to feel alone.
But it's really short and again ends with them saying the subtitle. Seriously, they need to stop that.
We will be heroes, Battle Dimension Pokemon.
Anyway, B-Barrel Gnaws Best is about a lazy B-Barrel, whatever. In nosing around the mountain, Ash helps a trainer evolve his Nose Pass into a Probopass, and Team Rocket attempt to steal it with a mind-controlling helmet that they can just make, I guess. In Luxray Vision, the gang meet Marble and Officer Jenny in training and help her control her Luxray that has started disobeying her after it evolved. Yeah, join the club, lady.
Journey to the unknown!
The group arrive in Salacion Town for the next contest, which Kenny is competing in too. And when visiting the Salacion ruins, some people, I think it was Team Rocket, but I don't really remember, mess with the unknown there that caused Dawn to go to the unknown dimension, I think. Luckily, Apom evolves into Ambipom after learning Double Hit, and she escapes and now prepares for the contest.
Team Shocker!
The Salacion contest starts with Dawn and Kenny doing pretty well. Dawn, however, despite her new Ambipom, doesn't manage to get past round 1 again, but unlike last time, she takes it in stride and is prepared to stay and root for Kenny. Hey, good for her. The finals come down to Kenny and Jessie, so naturally Kenny loses, and yet Jessie won the contest with her skill, not using any tricks or anything? Wow, good for her. But uh-oh, it looks like Dawn's loss affected her more than she let on, as she now lost her confidence after losing in round 1 twice, despite her trying her best. And tells Kenny she's not even sure if she wants to be a coordinator anymore. Then she cries herself to sleep. I definitely can relate to that. Cut that out. The next day, Ash and Brock are ready to go, but Dawn is depressed and doesn't even leave her room. That's when Zoe makes a surprise entrance and forces Dawn to battle her. In the fight, she notices Ambipom's move is flashy, but you can't see her, and that's why she lost. She was so focused on making spectacles with moves instead of showing off the appeal of her Pokemon. Knowing now it was more an oversight than her skill, Dawn is feeling a bit better as the group take off for Ash's next gym battle. So yeah, after the animal abuse storyline, now one of the main characters has depression. I remember when the show was about surfing Pikachus. In Thanks for the Memories, to help cheer Dawn up, Brock takes everyone to a special cafe in the mountains. It's a maid cafe. Oh god, calm down, weeps. The youngest sister, though, has trouble training her Miltank, so Brock offers to help her out, while Ash and Dawn are stuck helping out at the cafe in her absence. So there's a moment in this episode where Dawn just starts thinking about how much she's a failure and starts crying, only to pretend like she's fine when Ash notices. This anime is seeing me in ways I never wanted to be seen, and I'm very uncomfortable, although I'm kind of into it. In Hot Springing a Leak, the group meet Leona, another of Dawn's childhood friends who also calls her Dee Dee. Leona is using her 3 swine-up to find a hot spring. Wait, you've seen this before. Also, why does every childhood friend call her Dee Dee?
Why do all of Dawn's old friends call her Dee Dee?
Ash, you don't know? Well, you see.
Riding the winds of change!
Arriving in some town, the group's lunch is interrupted when a group of Gliscor and Gligar come by and eat everything, including a rather goofy one. And right behind them is Paul, who seems to be trying to catch the Gliscor. When the gang want to know what's going on, he of course just tells them to stay out of his way. Luckily, Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy let them know the Gliscor arrived after being carried to the town from a strong wind, and due to its skyscrapers and stuff, the crazy wind is keeping it from leaving, and its noise, I guess, attracted all the other Gligar to come. After making several attempts to help the Gliscor to leave, it is eventually captured by Paul, who leaves the city to its fate of a now rabid leaderless Gligar group, because he doesn't care anymore now that he got what he came for. Luckily, the gang have a plan to use gust attacks from a bunch of Pokemon, which send the Gligar out of the city. But the strange one from earlier comes back, as it looks like it wants to join Ash, and now he has a new Gligar. Oh, also Ash's Turtwig masters the move Energy Ball, that was a whole subplot. And Sleight of Sand is the return of Cassidy and Beth.
I told you it's not Beth, it's Budge!
Whatever. Who are after a Hippowdon, and the Twerps are after it too, as Dawn's Pachirisu has become stuck inside its hole. I wish there was a better way of saying that. And they help it reunite with the Hippopotas from that one episode.
Lost Leader Strategy!
The group arrive in Veilstone City and immediately find a woman training very intensely with her Lucario, like a bit too much. Suddenly, Pikachu is attacked by an Electabuzz, but this isn't just any Electabuzz, it's Paul's, who is nowhere to be found. That's because Paul's older brother Reggie is taking care of it for him, as he does from time to time, since he's a breeder, and Veilstone City is where Paul is from. Reggie also points out the woman is Maylene, the gym leader, and she refuses Ash's gym challenge, which she can't do.
As gym leader, I have to accept every challenge.
This is because before Ash got there, Paul did battle her and absolutely destroyed her, like there was no challenge. And Paul acknowledges this in his usual charming manner.
The weakest leader I ever fought, and this lightweight badge is just like you.
Maylene then runs off, ashamed, and Brock suggests that maybe they should just find a new gym while she works it out. But surprisingly, Dawn steps up and says she'll talk to Maylene. And the two girls bond over being losers and decide that maybe to get over their slumps, they should have a battle. Meanwhile, Ash and Reggie decide to have a battle in the meantime, while Reggie offers to teach Staravia the Brave Bird move. Meanwhile, while chilling in Reggie's home, Brock notices that there are all the badges from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, but when he sees that there are the frontier symbols, there are only 6 out of the 7. Then, in crossing the battle line, Dawn has her first ever gym battle against Maylene, and even though she puts in a good fight, she loses. But a close battle is enough to restore both Maylene and Dawn's confidence. I get Maylene getting her confidence back, but I kind of wish Dawn got her confidence back in a different way than just a gym battle. Seems kind of anticlimactic. Then, in a triple fighting chance, Ash battles Maylene, and it's even closer despite Staravia mastering Brave Bird. At the end, the match is a draw, but as we've seen before, leaders can give badges away, so Ash gets his for putting up such a tough battle. In Enter something, some people try to steal some meteorites from Veilstone City. Weird, I don't remember this one at all, though. I'm sure it's not important. The group now head to Pastoria City for Ash's next gym battle. In The Bells Are Singing, it's another one of those girl who has some sort of performance but the Pokemon will listen so they help episode. We've seen plenty before.
Pokemon Ranger and the Kidnapped Riolu, Part 2!
Alright, so this is the third Pokemon Ranger special and the second two-parter. This one features Kellen, the main character from the best Ranger game, as he teams up with Ash and friends to help Riolu escape from being captured by Hunter J. Ash is willing to help since he has the power of Aura, which resonates with Riolu. To escape her, they try to lose Jay in a forest, and she just burns the whole bitch down to flush them out. God, step on. And she's even able to get the Riolu and sell it to her client. But luckily, Ash, Kellen, and even Solana are able to stop him and get the Riolu back, sending it home, as Hunter J escapes again with a fat paycheck. It was better than the last Ranger special, I guess. I mean, mainly because of Hunter J. I mean, seriously, man. She burns down a whole forest just for some money. What a bitch. I love her.
Crossing paths!
If the Butterfree episode and this one have taught me anything, it's that don't catch a bug Pokemon that can fly in the Pokemon world, because eventually I'll have to release it so it can go fuck. I mean, make eggs. As it's migration season for Dustox, who find a mate and do the thing I said. and Jesse's takes a liking to another trainer's Dustox, which mirrors one of Jesse's many backstories. This one of her either choosing to be an actress or leaving with a man for love. She chose acting, and well, look at where she's at now, so she doesn't want the same for Dustox. She even is willing to restore a lake that reflects the moon to all the Dustox know to migrate when a storm ruins it. Jesse then releases Dustox so it can be free, but it comes back, so Jessie smashes its Pokeball so it can't return, as she cries knowing that Dustox should be happier this way. Once again, another great releasing Pokemon episode by Team Rocket. By this point, I'm just out of manly tears, so that's why I'm so apathetic towards this one. Also, you notice how each one of Team Rocket's Pokemon is so distraught to leave them? I feel like they treat their Pokemon better than anyone thinks.
I love you. Goodbye.
In Pika and Goliath, it's the same as that Lieutenant Surge episode way back at the beginning, with Pikachu losing to a Raichu and everyone telling him and Ash he needs to evolve Pikachu to win. Even shows Ash kept the Thunderstone he got from Vermilion City all the way back then. Why? We know Pikachu isn't going to evolve, and one of my favorite episodes did this better, so sorry I wasn't interested. I do find it funny that Paul will just randomly show up now just to talk shit about Ash. It's becoming a meme now. Shut up.
Our cup runneth over.
Famous trainer Wallace is hosting the Wallace Cup, a big contest on Lake Valor for a ribbon, I assume. Dawn wants to enter it to make her debut after her big slump, and it just so happens the gang run into Wallace, who is hiding from the media, and after some Rocket stuff, he gives Dawn some advice on how to bring out her Pokemon more, and also suggests Ash should enter the contest. But the real kicker is at the end, Ash gets a call from Snow Point City, but he doesn't know anyone from there, and it turns out, oh yeah.
A full course tag battle!
That's right, May is back. She's here in Sinnoh to compete in the Wallace Cup, and we see her Eevee has evolved into a Glaceon while in Snow Point. To celebrate the reunion and meeting Dawn, she made reservations at a restaurant where to eat there you have to beat the owners in a tag battle. Ash and Brock easily win their matches, and now it's Dawn and May's turn, but they get a free ticket to eat after stopping Team Rocket from stealing the food. They have the battle anyway and manage to win.
Max is doing great. He's hard at work helping to take care of Dad's Pokemon.
We had to ruin the reunion by bringing him up, didn't we?
Staging a hero's welcome!
The Wallace Cup begins, and Zoe has arrived to compete as well, and has grown herself, as she's not upset this time that Ash has decided to enter, despite being mostly a trainer. Meanwhile, Jessie is also entering, and is still under the assumption that James and Meowth use some trickery to get her to win the Solaceon contest, but she's surprised and gets a bit too overconfident when she finds out that she did indeed win of her own skill. We also found out the prize, the Aqua Ribbon, counts towards your ribbon count in any region. May, using her now evolved War Turtle, does a great job, as well as Zoe and her Finneon. But Jessie's performance with Wobbuffet leaves people speechless. Even Ash and Buizel, the battle nerds, do a good job, giving Dawn the jitters, but she overcomes them, and now doing a performance with Ambipom that highlights its strengths, she makes it to the second round, along with May, Ash, and Zoe. Jessie is not as lucky. Must be a skill issue.
Pruning a passel of pals!
The second round takes place the next day, and Ash can't sleep, so he walks around Lake Valor and sees a mysterious Pokemon, kinda like Dawn did at the beginning of her journey. All the girls successfully beat their opponents, but Ash and Buizel lose to Kyle. It's always a Kyle. And what's more, he is Dawn's next opponent. Can she beat someone who beat Mr. Ketchum, the greatest trainer of all time?
Strategy with a smile!
Yes, she does, and then it's May versus Zoe. May takes the win when surprising Zoe with an Aerial Ace on a bug type. Now it's a battle of the girl companions, Glaceon versus Piplup. It's a tough one, trading blow after blow, but due to a timeout, Dawn just manages to win, earning her victory in the Wallace Cup and her second ribbon after, 52 episodes. That's like 4 seasons of a regular anime. Afterwards, Zoe resumes her journey, and May goes back to Johto to continue competing there. Now this is how you bring back an old character, show how she's developed, what they've been up to, and integrate them into the story of one of the new characters. Not some two-parter about some stupid Togepi kingdom. Now if I had one complaint, I wish this was the event that got Dawn her confidence back. Yes, she is shown to still be nervous in the contest, but the show has made it pretty clear she got over it after battling Maylene. To me, that would have made this arc perfect, with May somehow helping her get over her slump would have been a nice kind of passing of the torch thing, being like, yeah, I used to suck too, but you just kind of, get good,
The thief that keeps on thieving!
The gang meet Tyler, a new trainer who has been trying to catch a Yanma for 3 days. Wow, you suck, kid. The group try to help him catch it, but Team Rocket steals it. And you know the rest, they stop them. Oh no, they actually steal it successfully and send it to Giovanni? Wow. However, Yanma is very common, and Team Rocket already has a butt ton, so he sends it back. The Rockets, being idiots, think the boss gave it to them to keep as a gift, and now go to steal other Yanma for him. They again run into the twerps, and when Jessie uses her new Yanma, it evolves into Yanmega, but this time it doesn't go so well despite its power-up, and the group help, what's-his-name, catch the bug.
Chimchar!
Running into Paul again, Ash challenges him to a 3-on-3 battle, which he refuses, but changes his mind when Chimchar challenges him. Paul's Gliscor easily beats Ash's Gligar, then Chimchar wants to show its stuff against Paul's Ursaring, and it also goes very bad. So bad that finally Chimchar's Blaze triggers, but it's so powerful it goes on a rampage, burning everything. Ash manages to calm it down with, friendship and all that stuff. The battle is called off though, and Paul talks his usual shit, but does say if Chimchar masters Blaze, he will fight Ash again. In Cream of the Krogung Crop, arriving in Pastoria City, Ash can't challenge the gym leader Crasher Wait cause it's the Krogung Festival. And when a stuck-up Krogung owner wants his to marry the Krogung of the Nurse Joy, Brock enters his for the reasons you think he does. But after Team Rocket tries to steal them all, Nurse Joy's Krogung sends them packing, giving her the win, because she's a strong, independent amphibian that don't need no man. In a crash course in power, Ash gets his 4th badge.
Hungry for the good life!
When the group takes shelter from a storm at a mansion of Mr. Backlot, who owns a trophy garden with all of his Pokemon, the gang see that whenever they make food, a wild Swinub comes by to eat all of it. After Team Rocket steals all the Pokemon and some food, Dawn uses the Swinub to track them and save everyone, and afterwards she asks Swinub to join her team, which it does.
Fighting fear with fear!
Oh my god, man, why are so many things happening in the show? I mean, I like it, but for my voice, it's not very good. The group are on their way back to Hearthome City for Ash's next gym battle and run into Gary again, and he's just in the nick of time as Ash has been trying to train his Gligar so it can battle, but it's too scared. Gary gives Ash a Razor Fang, saying if he evolves it, problem solved, but Ash wants Gligar to conquer the fear before evolving. After Ash and Gligar are captured by Team Rocket, some coaching from Ash gets Gligar to help them escape, and its confidence is boosted, and I guess Ash sees that as it conquering its fear, so he evolves it into a Gliscor.
It's the poetry guy's grandson!
In arriving in style, the Hearthome gym leader still is not back, but nearby a Pokemon fashion show is going on the group participate in. Yeah, sorry, not interested, moving on. In the Psyduck stops here, the group are now heading to Celestic Town for Dawn's next contest, since Hearthome has been a bust twice. But their path is blocked by some cranky Psyduck, who are guarding the eggs in a small pond after they got kicked out of their regular home by a muck. Okay, also I want you to remember this, right? So they try to pass the Psyduck, cause they can't take another route or have any delays, or Dawn will be late for the Celestic Town contest. Okay? Why is that important, you ask? Well, because the next 3 episodes, the group voluntarily stay at one place for days, not concerned about the time. So look, I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna skip these 4 episodes. They all take place at Professor Rowan's summer camp that the gang enter, as well as Team Rocket in various disguises, and all the episodes are pretty boring. The first one is about Ash starting a rivalry with this girl, Angie, who I'm only mentioning because she does come back once. The second one is about the group trying to help a Luminion trapped in a cave. The third one is one of those Test of Courage episodes. If you watch Slice of Life anime, you know. The last one is kind of fun, sort of a big triathlon type of race. Conway is in these episodes for some reason. I do like him, he's funny and how creepy he is, but it's shown clearly he's a nice guy, he's just socially awkward. They spend a week here, by the way. Remember how they needed to rush to get to that contest? Anyway, the best thing that these episodes do is the next episode. A lean, mean Team Rocket machine, where after a week eating some good food at the camp, Team Rocket got dummy thick. Even though, despite the name, the episode isn't about them, it's about Piplup getting sick from practicing too hard. But I'm sure Fat Team Rocket is someone's fetish. Enjoy that, I guess.
Playing the leveling field!
The gang sees Zoe again, who has just finished getting beaten by a fashion icon, who turns out to be Fantina, the Hearthome gym leader, who's been away from her gym for so long because she's trying to perfect her own style. So she refuses Ash's gym challenge, which she can't do.
As gym leader, I have to accept every challenge.
But has a friendly battle with him. And all of his Pokemon get taken out by Fantina's Drifloon, which evolves into a Drifblim in the battle, who puts all of Ash's Pokemon to sleep with hypnosis, making them unable to fight. However, this fight has inspired Fantina finally, and she promises Ash a gym battle as she's now returning. She even promises to battle Dawn someday. But now Dawn has to focus on the Celestic Town contest, while Ash needs to come up with a way to counter that hypnosis. I'm like barely halfway through this series, and I'm not keeping track of how long this is, but it feels like I've already talked about this longer than I've talked about any season so far. In Doc Brock, it's not really about him despite the title, because the gang camp at a mountain cabin and Brock leaves to go to a pharmacy to get supplies. While he's gone, Pachirisu gets sick and Ash and Dawn have to figure out what to do with Brock gone. And it's okay, I'm always glad when they highlight how important Brock is to the group, but eh. In battling the generation gap, the contest in Celestic Town happens. Dawn wins it. It's overall not that interesting. They do set up a good wall for her in the form of Lila, who, holy shit, is really hot. She was actually the rival of Dawn's mom back in the day, so it was a nice setup and development having Dawn beat someone who had beaten her mom, who's basically her hero. Seriously though, why is every older woman in Pokemon such a MILF? I'm absolutely not complaining about that, but even the one-off characters, like, goddamn, now I see what Brock's been on.
Losing its lustrous!
Aw yeah, son, Cynthia is back. And alright, I've been hiding it pretty well. You probably didn't even notice I've not been talking about Team Galactic on purpose. Because hands down, they are the second worst evil team to me. I just don't care about what they're doing. They look stupid, not intimidating at all, despite how the games and anime want them to come across. And their leader Cyrus, who we meet in this two-parter in the anime anyway, just seems like a crazy person who enjoys smelling his own farts. And seriously, anime, you expect me to believe Cynthia can't just fucking destroy all these grunts with her team? Yeah, that's where my suspension of disbelief is shattered. Anyway, if you're curious, you shouldn't be. Team Galactic is stealing the Lustrous Orb and already stole the Adamant Orb, you know, the one from that one episode. Now they have both of those, they go to steal the Lake Pokemon that the gang saw so they can make the Red Chain, so Cyrus can make a new universe. Whatever, best part was Cynthia. And if the scarf fits, wear it, the group meet Angie from the summer camp. See, I told you she'd come back. They do something about a daycare where she accidentally evolves someone's Pokemon, which you can't do, but the trainer didn't care, so I don't. In a trainer and child reunion, the group meet Aaron of the Sinnoh Elite Four, who is training to fight Cynthia to become a top trainer, and there's a sad wormhole backstory.
Aiding the enemy!
At a Pokemon Center, the gang are watching that battle where Cynthia fights Aaron, and Cynthia wins, of course. Don't even step to my woman again, scrub. Also, Paul is there too, and is the one to seem interested in what Ash is doing when he asks about Chimchar's Blaze. Weird. Brock bringing up Reggie to Paul seems to hit a nerve, as he has something against his brother, as Reggie was a great trainer, but lost to Brandon in the Battle Frontier, and after that, he just gave up being a trainer. So now Paul aspires to be better than him by making sure he wins and uses only the best strategies in Pokemon to do so. Paul taunts Ash some more, especially when he shows he's already beat Fantina, and the two decide to settle it in a one-on-one battle. Ash's Turtwig versus Paul's Honchkrow, which goes as you'd expect, but during the battle, Turtwig evolves into Grotle, and still gets his ass kicked. Because it's not used to its bigger body, it has a hard time dodging. Later that night, Grotle tries to train, and Paul's Torterra comes up to him and teaches it that instead of dodging, it should focus on defense. Wow, at least Paul's Pokemon aren't dicks. The next day, Ash thanks Paul for what Torterra did, but he had nothing to do with it and says what his Pokemon do are their own business.
Barry's busting out all over!
Ew. But yes, we are introduced to Barry as the gang arrive in Hearthome City again. Barry is actually a huge fanboy of Paul of all people. Yeah, he thinks Paul is the coolest and strongest trainer ever. So of course he hates Ash as he saw him and Paul compete in the tag battle and just sees him as a weaker trainer who held Paul back. To settle it, the two battle, in which Ash wins pretty easily, but Barry won't accept that he's better, and since Barry lost to Fantina, he's going to stick around for Ash's gym battle to see if he really is better than him. I'm kind of mixed towards Barry. I mean, I do find him annoying in the games and in this episode, but he's not the worst, I guess, and he's kind of meant to be annoying. I will say the voice actor they got for Barry is perfect. Like, listen to it. You immediately go, oh yeah, that's what this character should sound like.
I know you! You were in the tag battle contest, right? You were teamed up with Paul. Oh man, you couldn't even hold a candle to Paul. I was laughing out loud.
In a shield with a twist, during Ash's battle against Fantina, he invents the counter shield technique, where a Pokemon spins while using its move to deflect an attack, being Hypnosis in this case. Ash got the idea from that Celestic Town contest episode. I forgot to mention it because I was distracted. But yeah, using this, he's able to win his 5th badge. Meanwhile, Jessie enters another contest and manages to win her 2nd ribbon. Wow. Also, Barry is now traveling with the group. Yay. Jumping Rocket Ship is another one of those episodes where an explosion gets everyone separated after the group arrive in Cantilever City for Ash's next gym. But this time, Meowth tricks Pikachu into thinking he's a good now in order to gain their trust. This doesn't work, obviously, but best of all, Barry leaves. Thank God he was only in them for 1 episode.
Sleepless in pre-battle!
Ash can't challenge the gym yet because the leader is on Iron Island, but the problem now is a Darkrai is going around giving everyone nightmares so no one can sleep. So the gang and Officer Jenny go to Full Moon Island to get the local Cresselia to help everyone. During this, Team Rocket try to steal it, of course, but Dawn Swinub evolves into Piloswine and sends them packing. And Cresselia sends Darkrai away, giving sweet dreams for all. Oh yeah, and in this episode, Dawn mentions that she has a lunar wing that she bought in the Darkrai movie, so it's canon, sort of. Anything to keep the Pokemon lore nerds huffing that copium.
Get your Rotom running!
So now we are in Galactic Battles, only halfway through Diamond and Pearl. The new theme stand-up is pretty good, actually. It's got a great build-up, and the break, or whatever you call it, with the drums is really nice.
If we come together as one, complete the quest that we've begun.
Just again, they say the subtitle at the end and leave in the voices of the Pokemon, which does not sound mixed properly with all the silence. Anyway, this is a ghost episode, but without the weather, and it's about Rotom. Oh, don't worry, Rotom fans, we'll get plenty more of him in future seasons.
A breed stampede!
Dawn's new Piloswine won't obey her, and only does anything if food is involved. And after it eats Team Rocket's food, they try to get revenge by tricking the twerps into a fake Pokemon friendship school. Once it's revealed that it's Team Rocket, they try to steal all the pokes, but this causes Piloswine to evolve into Mamoswine, and it sends Team Rocket flying. But then it goes nuts, attacking everybody, and Dawn can only recall it to its Pokeball, and now, well, she really can't control it.
What a totally awesome poster!
Rad to the max, my peeps!
Hubba bubba! To think there's a groovy place that'll help all types of trainers get closer to their Pokemon!
Yeah, 23 skidoo!
In Ancient Family Matters, Ash and friends meet the Canalave gym leader Byron, and also meet Rourke again, who is Byron's kid, and Rourke don't like his dad too much for abandoning him. They reconcile after stopping Team Rocket. Then, in dealing with defensive types, Ash gets his 6th gym badge after beating Byron. Hey, it's that thing from the intro that I hate. And leading astray, the group help a stranded Whalemore get back to its herd in the ocean. In stealing Peace of Mind, the group head to Iron Island to help Barry fight Team Galactic, I don't care. And saving the world from ruins, oh, it's a 2-parter, pass. Well, okay, I'll mention they meet Riley, he's from the games, and he has that Pokemon from Smash Bros. Brawl. And Cheers on Castaway Isle. On the way to Chocovine Town for Dawn's next contest, Pikachu and Piplup get lost at sea after, of course, a Team Rocket scheme goes wrong. Where, oh, they meet another Deoxys? Man, there sure are a lot of those legendary Pokemon. And Hold the Fion, arriving in Chocovine Town, a group of rare Fion arrive, and one develops an interest in Dawn's Baneri. But if you remember, Baneri has a crush on Pikachu, so the Fion challenges Pikachu for Baneri's affection.
A troubled soul searching for love. Fiona, I totally understand!
What? Another one that bites the dust!
When training for the contest, Dawn meets Ursula, a coordinator who also was in the Wallace Cup but lost in the first round, and sees Dawn winning that as dumb luck as she's haughtily mocks her. So they settle it in the contest, and Dawn wins. Well, you can't back up the smack talk. Dawn gets her 4th ribbon, and the group now head to Snow Point City for Ash's next gym. So Ursula's a new rival for Dawn, and while she's introduced late, I do like her. I think they needed one of those, stuck-up enemy rivals for her, like Harley, since all the other ones are her friends. And no, I don't count Jessie as being that. She's just kind of doing her own thing now in contests.
Stealing the conversation!
Alright, so once again, this is just another episode with a quirky Officer Jenny that I really like. Group meet an Officer Jenny from Kanto and her partner Chatot, and she has a very different demeanor than a usual Jenny. She's on the trail of Team Rocket and gets Ash to help, since apparently it's common knowledge that Team Rocket are always following him, which I think is pretty fun. She also uses bowling balls as a weapon, which I'm sure is some hilarious Japanese pun. But yeah, funny episode. Still, the Officer Jenny seemed to get the better episode than the Nurse Joyce.
I don't care if you're wild or mild. All I know is since you transferred to Sinnoh, it's been bad news. One more mistake, and you'll be writing "I'm sorry" 1,000 times.
Good thing I was wearing these.
Wearing these, life's a breeze.
In the drifting snow run, the gang and Team Rocket are tricked by a Frostlass who kidnaps Meowth and Piplup in order to force everyone to look for her missing Snorunt. So teaming up with Team Rocket, the twerps fight a poacher who was the one that took Snorunt in the first place. This episode's actually pretty good. I'm not talking about it because overall it's unimportant. In Noodles Roman Off, Jessie, James, and Meowth run into an old friend of Jessie and James, who was a fellow rocket grunt that gave up the life to make Noodles in Sinnoh. Okay. When he sees Meowth's claws are perfect for noodle slicing, he offers him a job, which he accepts after another failed Pikachu stealing attempt. Then Jessie goes off by herself to be a... Then Jessie goes off by herself to be a full-time coordinator, so James, the only one still in Team Rocket, tries to capture a shiny Metagross, and when they hear he's going up against such a strong Pokemon alone, Jessie and Meowth rejoin them and fail miserably. But hey, they're friends again as they all fail miserably together. Why does Team Rocket get the most wholesome episodes?
Pursuing a lofty...
Alright, so remember that episode in Hoenn where Ash's bird Pokemon evolved after entering some specific competition? Well, guess what? It happens again with Staravia evolving into Staraptor in a very specific flying Pokemon competition that Paul also enters, but Ash wins it, making his first technical win against Paul. Take what you can get, I guess. In Trials and Adulations, when an enraged wild Aggron attacked Dawn, she loses Mamoswine's Pokeball while it's out, and now she has to get Mamoswine to listen to her if they're ever to beat that angry Aggron. But thanks to her helping it with an injured leg and Team Rocket attacking Mamoswine, it now finally listens to Dawn as they beat the Aggron. 588 is a clip show.
The Lonely Snover!
Hey, they got rid of the Pokemon screaming at the end. That's an improvement. Also improving, as you can see, yes, we are now showing Pokemon in 16:9 aspect ratio. We're getting into the future, man. Anyway, this one's about a Snover or something.
Stopped in the name of love!
Alright, what's this? Pokemon Ping Pong? Where you play ping pong with your Pokemon? That's the coolest shit I ever heard. This episode we see Barry and Kenny again, because they have Piplup evolutions, and this one's about how Piplup doesn't want to evolve, like Pikachu. It's a very touching story about friendship. Pokemon Ping Pong?
Old rivals, new tricks!
Alright, ping pong time. Oh no, it's about a stupid contest. Kenny beats Dawn. Let's get to some fucking ping pong already.
To thine own Pokemon be true!
Yeah, son, this is what I want. A Pokemon sports anime. And it's not that great, unfortunately. I mean, I get it, but what I wanted was ping pong with the animation. What I got was just more Pokemon. Anyway, it turns out Amy Palm is so good at ping pong that Dawn gives it to the champion named O. That's his name. To train it in the ways of ping pong in Kanto. What a weird exit for a Pokemon, but okay. In battling a cute drama, the group battles some girl who's obsessed with cute Pokemon, like Shelder. Hey, maybe me and this girl can get along. In classroom training, the group arrive in Snowpoint City and meet Zoe again, because this is her hometown. And she's also childhood friends with Candace, the gym leader. And look, a bunch of stuff is about to start happening again, so I'm just gonna skip to when we get to there, you know. And sliding into 7th, Ash succeeds in beating Candace in the 7th gym, and guess who shows up at the end? It's Paul, who challenges Candace. And now it's time to write some essays.
A pyramiding rage!
Since he just lost to Ash, Paul sets his battle with Candace for the next day. But then Reggie is also in Snowpoint City. But then, guess who else shows up? Brandon in his battle pyramid. Yeah. And Ash mentions he beat it, which shocks everyone, especially Paul. And not seeing an opportunity like this again, Paul challenges Brandon to a battle. And Paul loses, badly. And Reggie suggests that Paul and Ash should battle, and they both agree. The date is set 10 days from now at Lake Acuity. In Pillars of Friendship, Hunter J returns and reawakens Regigigas so she can catch it, as it goes on a rampage due to being woken up forcefully. And look, honestly, I love Hunter J, but I wish she had a limit. Like, they just make her seem so powerful, even though she's just a person. You know, she seemingly always has it under control, and she's always able to capture these super powerful legendary Pokemon. And like in this episode, the only reason they're ever able to win against her is when a client backs out and she just has no more reason to be there because she's not getting paid. Like, yeah, I want her to be strong, but it just seems like she's fucking unbeatable. Like, there's just nothing anyone can do. Even Brandon has a hard time against her. Like, I don't know, I like she's a Supergirl bitch, but I don't like that they make her seem unbeatable. Like, come on, give her a limit or something. In Frozen on Their Tracks, the group meet Looker, a member of the International Police. Cool.
Pedal to the metal!
Alright, it's time for Ash and Paul to have their first full battle. First, it's Gliscor versus Torterra. Gliscor takes a beating, and Ash switches to Staraptor, and Paul switches to Weavile, but Staraptor comes out the victor somehow. Then it's Electabuzz versus Grotle, but then all Paul does is use Light Screen, then switch to Honchkrow, and with that extra defensive boost, Honchkrow wins. And the episode ends with Ash using Pikachu as Paul sends out his new Magmortar.
Evolving strategies!
Pikachu gets the first hit, but due to Magmortar's flame body, Pikachu gets burned, so Ash switches to Buizel, and Paul switches to Ursaring. And unfortunately some overconfidence gets Buizel knocked out. Then Ash uses Staraptor again, but Ursaring manages to beat it too. Then Ash switches to Chimchar, and Paul switches to Electabuzz. But then it just uses Light Screen again, and then he switches to Torterra. So Ash switches to Gliscor, but Torterra is able to easily beat it. Then Ash brings Pikachu back out, and Paul uses Ursaring. And Ursaring beats Pikachu too. Now Chimchar is Ash's last Pokemon, while Paul has plenty left. And after Chimchar is able to beat Ursaring, it evolves into Monferno. But it isn't enough, as Paul's Electabuzz manages to beat Monferno, getting it to faint. And Ash loses his first complete battle with Paul. So yeah, as you could tell with me constantly talking about all the switching, Paul used actual legitimate strategy in this battle with all the switching and light screen, which is great. It's good to see a battle that uses actual strategy for once instead of anime logic. And it kind of shows their difference in battle ability as well, as Paul is very much more willing to rely on moves, abilities, and tech, while Ash is more about brute force, believing in his Pokemon, and coming up with unconventional strategies. This was probably one of the best fights in the show, honestly.
Uncrushing defeat!
Ash has taken his loss to Paul pretty bad and seems depressed. While Dawn works on something to cheer him up, Brock goes to get some berries to help heal his Pokemon, where he sees Uxie at the lake. A mysterious Pokemon, ooh. Ash, contemplating his loss, is eventually joined by his injured Pokemon, and while all of them are tired and pissed they lost, they reaffirm their friendship and determination to win by promising to work together to get stronger. Which I love, and is another great moment for Ash that he doesn't need to stay depressed like Dawn, which made sense because she was new. He's been through this before, and one loss should not really get him down at all. He should be able to bounce back like this with all the knowledge he has so far being a Pokemon trainer. This is probably one of his best moments, in my opinion. And his confidence is shown to be restored when him and his Pokemon work together to stop Team Rocket, ready for the next battle with Paul. But for now, it's off to Lilypad Town for Dawn's next contest. In promoting healthy Tangrowth, a Tangrowth is going around sucking Pokemon energy and using it to try to heal a dying tree. In beating the Bustle and Hustle, the group competed in another waggy race, which I'm noticing is becoming a very common episode premise. In Gateway to Ruin, Team Galactic, and they meet Looker again, who cares? Every episode they do something, the Twerps and Team Rocket interrupt them and they escape. It's so boring. In 3 sides to every story, Piplup falls in love with a Marill and competes with an Elekid for its affection. Then at the end of this episode, Dawn calls her mom, and she informs Dawn that she is the head of the committee in the Twin Leaf Festival. What's the Twin Leaf Festival? Sounds like another useless filler arc to me.
Strategy begins at home.
Returning to Twin Leaf Town for the festival, Dawn has a mock contest battle with her mom, and she loses. Well, what do you think was going to happen? I'm talking to you and Dawn. That's all that really happens in this one. It's just the beginning of the 4-part arc we're on now. In a faux Oak finish, Oak comes to the festival and James dresses up like him again. We did this before. In Historical Mystery Tour, Barry's here too, yay. After some trippy illusions by Natu and Zatu, Ash and Dawn meet Palmer, Barry's dad, who's the leader of the Battle Tower. Then, in challenging a towering figure, Ash, challenges him after winning the battle tournament at the festival. And he loses, ending the festival. And Ash learns of a gym in Sunny Shore City, which they will head to after Dawn's contest in Lilypad Town. Man, they sure love doing these 4-episode arcs of nothing this season, huh? And where no Togepi has gone before, Team Rocket makes a new secret base, but its halls are infested with an evil Togepi who terrorizes Team Rocket and the Twerps. So around this time, Heart Gold and Soul Silver released the remakes of Generation 2, so we gotta advertise it through the anime. As the gang come across the Johto Festival occurring, where they meet Lyra, a trainer from Johto, and her friend, Corey, some anime-exclusive character. After pleasantries and stopping Team Rocket, Lyra and Dawn battle, and Dawn wins, so as a reward, she gives Dawn an egg that almost immediately hatches into a Cyndaquil. And Lyra and Corey are now traveling with the group, because Lyra wants to go see the Lilypad Town contest. In Gone with the Windworks, it's an episode where the group is trapped in a room for most of the episode. Now, I do remember this episode because there's a part in it where Lyra has a conversation with Dawn about love. I don't know why it's the thing I remember the most of this episode, but it is.
Hey, Dane, is Ash your boyfriend?
Huh? Ash? No way!
In a rivalry to Gibble on, Corey catches a Gibble. Who cares? In Dressed for Jess' Success, the group arrive at Lilypad Town. However, Jessie is sick, but she's not going to miss a chance to get a ribbon, so she forces James to disguise himself as her and participate with Meowth as the Pokemon. And they do a very good job. James even manages to beat Dawn when her Mamoswine loses its temper, and James manages to win the whole thing. Huh. In Bagged, then Tagged, it's time for Gen 4 and Gen 2 to part, and for goodbyes, Ash and Dawn bye to Lyra and Corey, and Ash and Dawn win. And then we say bye to what were their names again? Probably wasn't important. Heart Gold and Soul Silver on sale now. In Try for the Family Stone, the group helped 2 siblings with the Pokemon that evolved from a Dust Stone settle their differences, or something like that happens. This one's kind of boring. And sticking with Who You Know, a machine made by a scientist causes all the Water-type and Electric-type Pokemon to become attached to each other, like using the move Attract. This also affects Pikachu and Piplup. The most important thing about this episode, though, is congratulations if you've made it this far, as right here, episode 617 is the official halfway point of the anime. That's right, we are only halfway through, and I'm not even close to done yet. I just want my life back. Well, hopefully the next episode is a fun and interesting one to take my mind off of it.
Unlocking the red chain of events.
Alright, let's get this over with. After finding Meowth collapsed in a field, the group find out Team Rocket and Looker are being held by Galactic, so they go into their base. They save them, and guess what? Team Galactic gets away. Great. Wow, I'm so shocked. But we do find out Cyrus has now hired Jay to capture the Lake Guardians. Okay, maybe she'll make this better.
The needs of the three.
When Jay tries to capture the Lake Guardians, Gary is there to stop her, but she's too strong, of course, and she successfully captures the 3 Pokemon. But as she leaves, after handing them over to Team Galactic, her ship takes a powerful Future Sight attack used by the Pokemon, and her ship sinks into Lake Valor. And yeah, that's the last we ever see or hear from Hunter Jay. Such a cool character and villain, just, yeah, taken out like that. Wow. Now, clearly they did this because they intended to maybe bring her back in the future, but I'm going to spoil it now if she doesn't come back, so F's for the best Pokemon villain, I guess. Luckily, we still have Mommy Cynthia, who joins the fight against Galactic as our heroes are teleported by the Lake Guardians into the Galactic HQ, and the final battle begins. You know what, I don't care so much when I'm going to redo that line that I just flopped. I don't care. Let's finish this.
The battle finale of Legend.
So the gang manages to stop Team Galactic. I mean, what'd you think was going to happen? Look, man, I just really don't care. There is no tension here if they'll stop them. We know what's going to happen. The only interesting villain died. Cyrus is a bitch. Galactic is stupid. I just don't care about this whole thing. Cyrus manages to summon Dialga and Palkia and disappears into the void, and that's how it ends. So yeah, they don't even, like, really technically stop him. He kind of gets what he wants, I guess. All the jobbers left behind are arrested. Cynthia is still awesome, and I lost valuable hours of my life watching episodes about Team Galactic. Let's move on. In The Treasure Is All Mine, the Torps find a treasure chest that belonged to James that he buried as a kid, and inside is a letter of proposal to Jezebel. Yes, remember that awful woman James is supposed to marry that looks exactly like Jessie? And it turns out it was buried around one of James's family homes. Unfortunately, James gets caught by the butler there, who alerts Jezebel. When all hope seems lost, James gets Ash to send them blasting off with Pikachu's Thunderbolt voluntarily, but unfortunately Jezebel is sent blasting off with them. Wah, wah. It was an okay James episode, not the funniest one, but it was still pretty good. I mean, obviously I found it way more interesting because I described it in way more detail than any of the last 3 combined.
Mastering current events.
On their way to Daybreak Town for Dawn's next contest, the group meet McCann, an Air Battle Master. Ash trains with him using his Gliscor when it learns a new move. Gliscor is such a good student, McCann wants it to stay and continue training, which Ash agrees. Yeah, don't worry, he hasn't released it. This is more like Charizard type of deal where it's just trading off somewhere, it'll return later. In double-time battle training, arriving in Brusseltown, the gang are just in time to see Zoe win her 5th ribbon, qualifying her for the Grand Festival. So now Dawn doesn't want to fall behind and invents a new combination move combining Fire-type and Ice-type moves she calls Flame Ice. Wow, that sucks. Also, Ash happens to see Paul being interviewed on TV as he has won his 8th gym badge, so now both trainers need to catch up to their rivals.
A meteoric rise to excellence.
Going through a forest, the group meets an old woman and her Altaria that is training in the move Draco Meteor. Then a wild Gible comes up who is also trying to learn the powerful Dragon-type move, but can never manage to do it right. Then after some rocket stuff, Gible hasn't mastered the move yet, but it starts following Ash and his friends. Then in the next episode, Gotta Get a Gible, the group find out the Gible is following them, and fuck, why do you keep showing up? Go away. Well, now Barry wants to catch the Gible too, but after some rocket stuff, Ash is ultimately its new owner.
Regaining the home advantage.
Alright, here we are, the final stretch at the last season of Diamond and Pearl, Sinnoh League Victors, Pokemon. The new theme we will carry on is okay, 3rd best of the season, I guess. The episode itself is not that interesting. It's the gang trying to find a new place for a wild Magnezone and Metagross to battle so they can release magnetic charges or something. Short and to the punch. Okay, Weasel learns Ice Punch from a Mr. Mime. In a marathon rivalry, it's an episode based on that dumb Pokeathlon minigame from Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Hate it there, don't like it here.
Yes, indeedy, it's Dawn.
Yo babe, wake up, new Dawn Lore just dropped. Arriving in Daybreak Town for the next contest, the gang meet Ursula again, along with her new Plusle and Minun, and Dawn is terrified of these adorable mouse Pokemon for some reason. Actually, when she was in kindergarten, she took care of the class Plusle and Minun, and she annoyed them so much by hugging them and chasing them around that they shocked her so much her hair stood up and sparkled like a diamond. And the sparkles are like dandruff. Diamond, dandruff, Dee Dee. Yes, this is how she got her nickname. Look, it makes more sense in Japanese, okay? Anyway, when the contest starts, Dawn, Ursula, and Jessie make it past the first round. Then in playing in the performance encore, Ursula beats Jessie, and it's Dawn vs. Ursula in the finals. Then Dawn wins with Cyndaquil and Mamoswine, conquering her, well, not really a fear, more of an embarrassing memory. So now with her final ribbon, she is set to compete in the Grand Festival. And next up is Ash's turn to qualify for his league by getting his 8th badge.
Fighting ire with fire!
On the way to fuck off, Barry. God. Oh, Paul, thank God you're here. Tell Barry to fuck off. Oh, well, telling him to battle Ash is okay too, I guess. Paul also has some feelings about the Sunny Shore gym Ash is heading to.
Sunny Shore Gym?
Huh? Yeah.
That gym is not legit.
Huh?
What are you talking about? That gym's the best.
That gym is the worst.
During Ash and Barry's battle, though, Monferno's Blaze goes haywire once again, and to make things worse, Team Rocket has a new Pokemon stealing plan. Put the humans in traps, then steal the Pokemon, and it kinda works. If it weren't for Monferno going apeshit, even with Paul arriving again to help, looks like everyone is gonna die, but Ash, enduring Monferno's Blaze, hugs him as he gives him the never give up speech. And now filled with determination, Monferno evolves into Infernape and is able to save the day. Paul surprisingly shows he's impressed by Infernape's power and tells Ash as he leaves they will meet again in the Sinnoh League. Yeah, for the finale of Chimchar's arc, it was pretty good seeing it come full circle, you know, by having Ash putting himself in danger and believing in his Pokemon to get Infernape to Master Blaze, which is something Paul would never even think to do. And for Paul to see it happen and to be visibly shocked that Ash was able to do something he couldn't, felt pretty satisfying. It was a good moment. In Piplup Up and Away, Gibble's Draco Meteor training seems to coincidentally always land on Piplup, and when he notices no one cares, he leaves dejected. I mean, it's kind of funny.
Flint sparks the fire!
The group finally arrive in Sunny Shore, and we all see what Paul was talking about with this gym. When you arrive, you just get a badge. The leader isn't even there. That's when one of the Elite Four members, Flint, arrives and tells them that the leader, Volkner, has become bored with the repetition of gym battles and is more concerned with developing technology around the city. So to reignite his spark, all the puns intended, Ash and Flint have a battle, which is hot enough to revive his interest in battles. So now Volkner agrees to battle Ash. Hooray!
The Fleeing Tower of Sunny Shore!
And now it's time for that gym battle. What the hell? The power went out. Because the Sunny Shore tower that supplies electricity is flying around like a rocket? Wait. Rocket? Of course, Team Magma! Oh no, it's Team Rocket trying to steal a whole tower to use as their base, which itself is pretty based of them. But Ash and Volkner are there to stop them. During the caper, Grottle evolves into Torterra, but now they have to repair the tower, so Ash has to wait for his final battle. So in the meantime, the group head to Lake Valor, where the Grand Festival is going to be held, so Dawn can compete. In Teaching the Student Teacher, the group run into Dawn's mom again, who is teaching a class, and the group offer to cover for her when she has to go judge a contest. I feel like these school episodes happen a lot too. More importantly, at that contest Johanna is judging, Jessie is competing and wins her 4th ribbon. And keeping in top form, the gang meet another game character forced into, a new friend, Marley, who is trying to get a shaman to transform so we can go do something. It's better than the movie, at least. And Pokemon Ranger Heatran Rescue. I guess the games weren't selling as well as they used to, so the Pokemon Rangers only get 1 episode now. In this one, they meet Ben, who is trying to capture a Heatran because it knows a special move. That's the whole plot. Forget an hour, did that even need 22 minutes? In an elite cover-up, the group help a trainer recover his stolen Pokemon from Team Rocket, and the trainer's mentor is Bertha, the last member of the Sinnoh Elite Four, who is disguised for literally no reason.
Dawn of a Royal Day!
I don't remember the name of it, but it's that story of a royal person looking like one of the main characters and they switch places. Here it's Dawn, who switches with a princess so she can compete in the contest. Jessie is also competing in it and is pissed to see who she thinks is Dawn competing since she already has 5 ribbons she needs. The fucking gatekeeper. Princess Dawn manages to win the contest, which unfortunately prevents Jessie from getting her final ribbon, but Princess Dawn gives it to her since she doesn't need it anyway, so now Jessie is in the Grand Festival, because I guess you can just give your own ribbons away. And to thank Dawn for helping her out and letting her enjoy a contest, she gives Dawn her Togekiss. Wow, that's not a fair trade in my opinion, but whatever. And with the easiest of grace, Dawn tests Togekiss out, but it just seems to fly around randomly, so she thinks it's not time to use it in a contest yet. Jessie wants it for herself though, and after stopping them, Dawn realizes Togekiss's flying around is more of a dance that she can use in the Grand Festival. Whoa. In dealing with a fierce double Ditto drama, again, too long for a name, it's a Ditto episode similar to the ones before, except we have this chick who's not Duplica, so I don't care.
Last call, first round.
The Grand Festival has begun, and all of the warriors have gathered. Dawn, Zoe, Jessie, Kenny, Ursula, and Nando. Holy shit, haven't seen him since the Dawn Depression episode, which was like, what, 125 episodes ago? Kenny does try out a risky new performance in the first round, and unfortunately is eliminated early on, so with only 5 main characters left, who will win the festival? Or is it going to be some rando they introduce at the last minute? I really hope not.
Opposites interact.
The next round has Dawn versus Ursula, and Dawn wins trying out a new Ice Chandelier move, Fancy. And yeah, the whole episode is the battle. It's okay. So Dawn moves on, along with Zoe, Nando, and Jessie.
Coming full festival circle.
It's the semi-finals. First is Zoe versus Nando. While they both put up a good fight, Zoe is the one to ultimately win after a timeout. Then it's Dawn versus Jessie, and Dawn is feeling herself today, and it seems she's in top form as well, as she quickly and easily is able to beat Jessie. Gone are the nerves that we've seen before, she's ready to win. Which means now it's down to Dawn and Zoe for the finals.
A grand fight for winning!
It's time for the final battle. Zoe uses her Glameow and a Gallade. Oh shit, that's a pretty good one. And Dawn uses Piplup and Togekiss. Of course, being rivals, the two seem evenly matched, and the fight goes on for a while, but thankfully there is a time limit. And it's decided by the end of a point system, which we see at the end. Zoe ends up having more, and she wins the Grand Festival. Dawn, while upset she didn't win, is happy her friend achieved her dream. Jessie is upset, though, vowing to quit contests and devote herself solely to Team Rocket. But now that the Grand Festival is over, instead of going home, Dawn decides to travel with Ash and Brock and cheer Ash on in his final gym challenge and the Sinnoh League. Gotta say, I'm glad Zoe won, and that it wasn't, again, some random character introduced at the last second like they've been doing for the past couple tournaments, I guess. As well as Dawn's story coming full circle, no longer getting depressed over losing, thinking she sucks. Instead, is now looking forward to trying again and winning. Now, I haven't been talking about them much this season, because I've been talking way too much. But yes, I still like the contests. And if I haven't made it obvious, I also like Dawn and her story. I do think some characters like Nando and Ursula needed a bit more, but the fact that she had rivals that developed throughout the whole series, as well as giving Jessie an arc as well, sort of, kind of made it worth it. Best girl, best contest arc. And for the love of Meowth, Meowth gets down bad once again, seems to be most of his episodes, this time with a Glameow. But he changes his mind when Glameow evolves into Purugly. Guess Meowth can't handle the thickness. Also, again, I realized that the Glameow owner doesn't freak out when she sees Meowth can talk. Like, more humans should act surprised, come on. In the 8th wonder of the Sinnoh world, Ash beats Volkner. The battle itself, again, is okay. This is the first time Infernape actually activates Blaze and controls it, that's cool. But now it's time to head to the Sinnoh League.
Diverged in a Pokemon port.
After missing the boat to the Sinnoh League, the group run into Kenny, as well as Jasmine from Johto. Yes, she's in Sinnoh for similar unexplained reasons as the game. Dawn, seeing Kenny continue to train, realizes she hasn't really set a goal beyond cheering Ash on, and Kenny makes a declaration that he wants to battle Ash, and if he wins, he wants Dawn to go on a journey with him. Ooh. Kenny and Ash battle, and Kenny ends up winning with his Empoleon against Ash's Buizel. And I like Dawn, like I said before, but man, she really did Kenny dirty this episode. Instead of giving him a real answer, she ghosts him at the spot they plan to meet, and leaves a letter saying she plans on cheering for Ash for now, before she figures out what she wants to do. And as long as they both continue to do contests, they will meet again. Damn, my nigga Kenny got friend-zoned, blue balled, down-batted, and other slang's term for getting rejected so hard. In a letter, too, like, broski, Dawn, I like you, but you couldn't even say it to his face? F's in the chat for your boy Kenny. You deserve better, King. Not even Brock got shafted this much. In bucking the treasure trend, the group helped that last character from the games find treasure, whatever. Look, this has no doubt been the longest season so far, maybe for the whole video. I don't really know yet. I just want to get to the Sinnoh League and finish this because my voice is hurting, and this has already been like 3 hours of my life. Yes, I've been here for 3 hours recording this one season. It's that long.
An old family blend.
Finally, the Sinnoh League kicks off, and Ash, unlike before, who usually uses the Pokemon he caught in that region to compete in its conference, decides to have his Pokemon transfer from Professor Oak so we can have some variety. Wow, look at him coming at these smartly for once. However, when transferring them, Team Rocket tries to steal them, but gets sent blasting off, along with some of Ash's Pokeballs, and a few of them get out. Corphish, Snorlax, Bayleaf, and my boy Totodile are all found. The last one is Cyndaquil, and when fending off Team Rocket, it evolves into Quilava. And now Ash has all of his Pokemon, which he'll need for his first opponent, which is a strong one. It's Nando.
League Unleashed!
And the Ash and Nando battle is okay. I think I mentioned it before, while the writing and acting has improved, a lot of this season suffered from some pretty bad animation. It really feels like there were more corners cut here than usual, and yeah, it's a weekly series that at this point is going on for 13 years, so I'm not expecting amazing Sakuga, but damn, some battles feel stiff and uninteresting, especially the choreography, if there's any. Whenever a cool move is done, it's only for like a second, so yeah, battles are not that great this season. Ash does beat Nando, moving on, and in a different stadium we see a new trainer that showed up out of nowhere who is super strong. Gee, I wonder who's going to win this tournament.
Casting a Paul on Barry!
So yeah, Paul beats Barry. I think we all predicted that. As most of these episodes are battles, that's all that really happens, but what interests me more is Ash's next opponent is Conway. Man, he showed up more than Nando.
Working on a right move!
Okay, this fight was more interesting, as Conway uses actual strategy and moves besides attacking like most trainers do, specifically when he uses Shuckle, the god, who uses Power Trick to switch its defense and attack, and his Dusknoir using Trick Room to swap Ash's Pokemon stats. So it makes for an interesting fight when Ash has to figure out how to counter these moves that were made to counter him. Ash does manage to win thanks to Gible finally mastering Draco Meteor, and now the real shit begins, as Ash's next battle is against Paul. Fuck yes. And guess who has done their training just in time? It's Gliscor, here to join the battle, so let's get to it.
Familiarity breeds strategy!
The true final battle begins, and it starts off not so good for Paul, as his first two Pokemon, an Aggron and a Gastrodon, are knocked out, and Paul notices with Ash switching out his Pokemon that he's not using the Pokemon he brought over from Oak. It's the same team from their first full battle. It seems Ash has the advantage, but Reggie, who's watching on TV, realizes Paul let Ash win those first two on purpose, and the episode ends with Paul's Drapion seemingly having a trap for Buizel.
A real rival rouser!
It seems Paul used his first two Pokemon to figure out Ash's strategy, and now he has a perfect countermeasure for everything Ash is doing, as Paul's Drapion is able to KO Buizel, Staraptor, and even Torterra. This is thanks to the move Toxic Spikes, which is weakening Ash's Pokemon when he switches them out. Ash is able to get rid of it with some anime logic by burning them with Infernape, and then Ash turns the tide again and is able to beat Paul's Ninjask and Frostlass. And this one ends with Gliscor charging at Drapion. Yes, we got a three-parter, baby.
Battling a thaw in relations!
Finally, Ash is able to take out Drapion that's been causing him so much trouble, and all Paul has left is his new Electivire, which is able to take out Gliscor as well as Pikachu. So now the only Pokemon left to take down Paul is the one he abandoned, Infernape, who has already lost some stamina from battling, while Electivire is perfectly healthy. And just when it seems Paul is about to win as Infernape collapses from its damage...
So I guess that's the best you can do then. You're pathetic, just like always.
Infernape gets a huge boost from Blaze now, and after an intense slugfest with Electivire, the winner, finally, is Ash. Not just in this league match, but his first victory against Paul in a battle ever. After the fight, Ash talks to Paul before he leaves, and while they still don't agree on how to train Pokemon, they can tell each other now has some sort of respect for their styles of training. Paul heads off to Snowpoint City to challenge Brandon again, as Ash prepares for the semifinals.
The semi-final frontier!
So yeah, after that sick battle, Ash loses to, you guessed it, that random trainer that showed up out of nowhere, named Tobias, who has made everyone scared as he has won every one of his battles, only using his first Pokemon, a Darkrai. Wow, we've seen it twice now. Ash takes a moral victory by being the only one in the tournament to beat Darkrai, forcing Tobias to use a second Pokemon, a Latios. What the fuck? You got Mew in your party too, man? Why are legendaries not banned in this tournament? Anyway, Tobias does manage to win the whole thing. Oh yeah, you might be shocked I haven't mentioned this, but Cynthia is also there. And as much as I simp for her, she's just kind of there because she's the champion. She doesn't really, do anything. She just shows up, so that's why I didn't mention her. After the tourney, Ash and Dawn affirm their dreams to be the best like no one ever was, leaving Brock to start thinking about actually achieving his dream. Oh yeah, also I should mention this, that in this episode, Ash finally does that thing where he turns his cap backwards. He hasn't done that since like, what, episode 50 or something? Why'd they stop doing that?
The Brockster is in!
Gang take a ferry ride back to Twin Leaf Town so they can have one last farewell at Dawn's house. On the ferry is a Pokemon nursery. What could go wrong? Oh, Team Rocket, of course, who also don't want to say goodbye, so they try to steal all the Pokemon. But during it, a group of Tentacruel poison all the Pokemon at the nursery. While they wait for Nurse Joy to arrive by boat, Brock uses all his ingenuity and smarts to help the Pokemon in time for Nurse Joy to arrive. And during this, his Happiny evolves into a Chansey. Nurse Joy is so impressed by Brock's medical knowledge that he suggests he would make a great Pokemon doctor. Which I agree with. He is always there to heal the Pokemon of the group whenever they're hurt, as we saw in that episode with the sick Pachirisu. Not to mention, as a doctor, he would be around a lot of Nurse Joys, which I'm sure he wouldn't mind. But hey, whatever he decides, it doesn't change the fact that right now, we are finally here. The final episode of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl.
Memories are made of bliss.
Not much happens really, despite what happened on the journey. After reminiscing on their journey, Ash and Dawn again reaffirm their dreams, while Brock officially announces his new goal of becoming a Pokemon doctor. Of course, we have to have one more rocket stealing attempt, which of course fails, but it turns out Giovanni has actually requested Jesse, James, and Meowth to return to Kanto for a special assignment by Giovanni's new assistant, Matsuri. So yeah, they got promoted. Good for them, despite not being deserved at all. Finally, the heroes bid each other farewell, as Dawn decides to remain in Sinnoh for now. Ash and Brock return to Kanto, where Brock heads back to Pewter, and the season ends with Ash and Pikachu running toward Pallet Town. And yes, sadly, if you're aware of the future seasons of the anime, this is the final season with Brock as a traveling companion. He will come back sometimes, way later, but as far as traveling with Ash, he's done. He went 4 series strong, but my boy's becoming a doctor now, so it's a bittersweet farewell. So look, I have no curtain to cover that light at the window there. It's really annoying me, though. It happened like the last recording session, too. I need to get a curtain or something, because it just really pisses me off. But yeah, I love this season. It was the most different so far, and it was definitely my favorite. Ash actually had stuff to do this season, thanks to his rivalry with Paul and helping Infernape. Paul is definitely the best rival to Ash. I love Gary as much as the next guy, but Paul actually had motivation for why he's such a dick, and actually tying it into the Battle Frontier, which I thought was a boring arc that just served no purpose than to pad time, was a great way to reuse something I didn't care for. Not to mention all the story beats hits perfectly with their rivalry from Chimchar's growth, Paul's battle with Brandon, then Ash, and even Ash losing all of their battles until the final one, which added tension and hype to every single one. And it made it so satisfying when he does eventually get that dub, and in the Sinnoh League no less. And seriously man, if they somehow even match the amount of hype as that moment where Ash called for Chimchar to fight during the tag battle match, like that would be very impressive, because that's probably my favorite moment in Pokemon so far. That's going to be very hard to top. Like I said with Dawn, I loved her. Unlike May, her setting out with a dream and the confidence to do so made her arc when she lost in the first round for a while feel natural for her character to help her realize what she needs to do to improve. I still wish the resolution was different, but I still loved it, as well as her rivals. They all complimented her nicely. Finally, my boy, he didn't do much like every season. He's kind of there for comedic relief mostly, but him and Krogunk were great comedic relief. Unlike the last one, I've already erased from my memory. And while I still hate he's gone, that's the end of that sentence. I still hate Team Galactic as a concept, but at least Hunter J was a cool villain, and it sucks that she was kinda underused and way too overpowered, and will sadly never be used again. And those were the only few negatives the season had. I did think the season didn't really have the funniest episodes, you know, like when they were trying to be funny, they were just kinda okay. There was maybe 1 or 2 where I was like, yeah, okay, that was a pretty fun one. And like I mentioned earlier during the Sinnoh League, the animation quality has seemingly suffered, but due to its storytelling, its characters, the writing, the pacing, this so far is my favorite Pokemon season. Banger one, I loved it. I give it a 8 out of 10. I'm rating them now. Just this one though. That's the only one I'm rating. But we do still have around 600 episodes and 4 more series to go, so let's stop digging around. I've talked about this series enough. Let's move on to the next one, Pokemon Black and White, and see if it can keep the hype going.
We will find a way. Oh, oh, we've come so far. We fought so hard to get where we are. It's always you and me. Pokemon.
In the shadow of Zekrom.
Alright, so before we get into the show, I feel like I should say that this was the point as a kid when I stopped watching the Pokemon anime. Not because I thought it was bad or anything, I actually barely remember this season. It's because, back then I was a little bit older, I was around a teenager, so I was like, ew, animation, that's for kids. I'm a cool grown-up adult. I watch cool grown-up shows like Victorious and Dog with a Blog. So yeah, the past 4 series, I did sort of know it was going to happen. I wasn't really that surprised. But going forward, I'm going in completely blind. Well, I've been spoiled with some stuff due to just being on the internet, but for the most part, I don't really know what's coming up. So let's begin with the theme called Black and White. The song is weirdly calm, not saying Pokemon has to have some hype hard rock intro, just nothing has really captured the magic of the original or Johto yet, to me.
Always hard when the journey begins. Hard to find your way, hard to make new friends.
I will say it does have the most natural use of the series subtitle. The series begins with Ash and his mom heading to the Unova region, not for a journey, but to go on vacation. Which, good, glad Ash is spending some time with his mom after leaving every 5 seconds. Also, Professor Oak is there, because I'm sure he also wants to spend time with Ash's mom. However, when they arrive, a dark cloud forms, and guess who? Yes, Team Rocket are also in Unova, of course, but are dressed in black now and acting, well, less goofy than they usually do for some reason. When trying to steal Pikachu again, the dark clouds reveal legendary Pokemon Zekrom, who strikes Pikachu with a giant blue bolt. That's when Professor Juniper arrives, the professor of this region, who takes Ash, his mom, and Oak to her lab to look at Pikachu, who is now emitting a strange electricity. While Pikachu is being looked at, a new trainer named Trip arrives at the lab to receive his starter Pokemon. He calls Ash a hick.
From Pallet Town? Kanto region?
What's so funny?
See, I was just thinking that a guy like you came from the boonies.
Trip chooses the Pokemon Snivy, the grass starter, much to the dismay of the water starter Oshawott. Ash then asks Trip about the Unova region, its gyms, and the League. That's when Pikachu runs out, now fully recovered apparently. Trip then challenges Ash to a battle, seeing that he's a trainer, as he wants to test out his new Snivy. Ash, being the more experienced one, starts off strong, but when he calls Pikachu to do a Thunderbolt...
Pikachu, use Thunderbolt!
It seems Pikachu is unable to make electricity at all, and Trip uses this advantage to win. As he begins gloating, Ash ignores him because, well, he needs to see what's wrong with Pikachu. It seems after being struck by that strange lightning, Pikachu is now overloaded, which means it can't use electricity anymore and never will again because it has too much, whatever, anime logic. And the episode ends with the cloud Zekrom was in, heading to Juniper's lab as Pikachu's electricity starts going haywire. As a first episode is fine. Not really going to say much about Trip right now because we're going to learn more about him later, much like we did with the other rivals. I will say, as a season premiere, it does its job, I guess, making you interested in what's happening, why Zekrom is there, why it shocked Pikachu, and if it will ever use electricity again. Really makes you wonder what's going to happen. And then you watch the next episode.
Enter Iris and Axew!
So yeah, after freaking out about Pikachu, he's fine. Yeah, he's just okay. That whole he'll never use electricity again thing is completely done and resolved in the first 2 minutes of this episode. Yeah. Way to build up suspense. I mean, we could have told an interesting story about Pikachu not having to rely on his electricity, but I guess I'm the dumbass for thinking that. After that horrific moment of terror, Ash announces, of course, after getting curious about Unova, that he wants to travel and fight in the Unova League. So he gets his Pokédex from the professor, says goodbye to his mom and the other professor, and he sets off for Striaton City, where his first gym battle will be. On the way there, he spots an Axew, and trying to catch it, it turns out it belongs to a girl named Iris, who just hangs out in forests, I guess. Iris asks Ash about that weird cloud stuff earlier, and when he mentions Zekrom, she starts getting even more curious as Ash ignores her to catch Pokemon.
Let's catch a Pokemon!
You don't get it. You act like a little kid. If you want to catch it, you've got to battle it.
I knew that!
First, you have to battle the Pokemon and weaken it, then you throw your Pokeball.
Right, I know.
Ash takes his own advice eventually, catching a P-Dove. That's when Team Rocket shows up again to steal the Pokemon, but they are saved thanks to the Oshawott from Juniper's lab, who seems to have followed Ash as it helps save the day. Yeah, that's the episode. That's pretty much where it ends, Oshawott saving them from Team Rocket. So if you're wondering, Team Rocket is not there to capture Pikachu specifically. They are there, from what we know as of right now, to investigate the mysterious organization, as far as Giovanni has said. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, Jessie catches a Woobat in this episode too. It just kind of happens. It's really quick. I do hate that they just kind of made the last episode pointless with how fast it resolved the whole Pikachu not using electricity thing. And to be honest, that means it hasn't really started off on the right foot with me. The fact that it would just build up something so serious like the main Pokemon not being able to use its main type of move just to be like, oh, never mind, it's fine. And no, this isn't a thing where it's like, oh, it's going to come back later at the end or it's going to be connected. No, it's straight up just like, it just happened and it's done. Like, this, they never bring this up again at all. So yeah, not a great start with me with, you know, tricking me like that, but we got like 100 something episodes to go. You know, it's too early to judge. Might be one of those ones where it takes a while to get good. You never know.
A Sandile gusher of change! So, why are you coming along with me anyway?
Excuse me, but it's not that I'm coming along with you, it's that you're coming along with me, get it?
No, seriously, why are you here?
Look, I figured since you don't know the Unova region, I'd help you out. But what do I get for trying to be a little bit nice? Obviously not even a thank you.
Okay, but why are you here? Pikachu didn't destroy your bike.
I don't remember you asking me if I wanted you to come along.
Before we can figure that out, the Oshawott shows up again, showing it wants to be Ash's Pokemon. So he alerts Juniper that her Oshawott followed him, and she sends him its Pokeball so Ash can be its official owner. Later, the two come to a resort for hot sand spas. Is that a thing, or am I uncultured? However, the resort is being terrorized by a Sandile with sunglasses, but it turns out the Sandile has been purposefully scaring people away to keep them from erupting geysers of boiling water. And the day is saved as the wild Sandile now begins to follow Ash. Man, Ash has a real problem with wild Pokemon becoming obsessed with him. Team Rocket also has a new motto now, by the way. It's not that great. It's trying to be too extra, I feel. Like, thrusting the hammer of justice down onto the black darkness of the universe.
We bring white light of evil into your future.
Hammering justice onto the black universe.
Carving our names in the rock of eternity.
The Battle Club and Tepig's Choice.
Arriving in Accumula Town, Ash and Iris head to the Pokemon Battle Club.
Pokemon Battle Club, huh? So what's that?
Are you fucking serious, Ash? But the club is shut down when something steals all the food. It turns out to be a Tepig that looks very skinny, dirty, and kind of sick. It has a rope around it and seems to have been abandoned by its trainer. Then, after another Team Rocket scheme, Ash catches Tepig, adding it to his team. So yeah, once again, Ash gets a fire starter that was abused by its previous trainer. That seems to be a theme for some reason. What do the animators have against fire-type Pokemon?
Triple Leaders Team Threats!
Finally arriving in Striaton City, Ash immediately heads to the gym that has 3 gym leaders, 3 brothers, Cylon, Chili, and Cress. Usually they let the challenger choose who they want to battle, but of course Ash wants to battle all 3 of them. Ash manages to take out the first 2, and his final match is his Oshawott against Cylon's Pansage.
Dreams by the Yardful!
And yeah, of course Ash wins the gym battle, beating all 3 leaders. He gets his first badge.
We met in Accumula Town, didn't we?
Huh? Oh, of course. You must be talking about my younger sister.
Yeah, right. You and all your sisters sure look alike.
Thank you.
Ash, you've been in 4 regions with Nurse Joy. You know the nepotism runs deep. What is wrong with you? After the battle, Cylon seems to have taken an interest in Ash's battling style, but then Iris runs in saying a strange pink glow has covered the town, turning Pokemon, well, pink. A scientist, Dr. Fennel, comes in, and Ash, Iris, Cylon, Fennel, and Officer Jenny go to the Dream Yard and see it's Team Rocket causing the trouble. But yeah, we know how this goes. You know, they fight for a little bit, they say some jokes, and Team Rocket does not blast off again. They actually succeeded in what they were doing. They did a good job and accomplished their mission. Huh. You know, something else is weird too. Team Rocket hasn't really done anything funny recently. They've just been kinda serious. I don't like it. Well, okay, after that, Cylon says he has become intrigued by Ash's unique battle style, and battling him has triggered his Pokemon connoisseur instincts. A Pokemon connoisseur, at least as far as I understand it, is someone who tells the compatibility between a human and their Pokemon. And I think that's it. Ash and Cylon then decide to go to Nakreen City for Ash's next gym battle. Oh right, Iris is still following Ash for no real reason. Now look, I'll talk about Iris and Cylon later on once we get, a couple episodes to get to know them. I will say that I am heavily, superficially biased towards Cylon. Now I'll talk more about Cylon and Iris later on, once we get some episodes to know them. Again, I feel it's too soon to judge. I will say I do like Cylon for a very superficial reason, and when you hear his voice, you should know why.
How do you bring out a Pokemon's hidden zest in nature like you do? Also, won't you fill me in on that secret recipe of yours that allows you to turn type disadvantage into a win?
Snivy plays hard to catch!
So if you couldn't tell with him being the leader like our last guy, Cylon takes the Brock position of the group, at least with the cooking, and the delicious smell attracts a wild Snivy. Ash of course wants to catch it, and Cylon and Iris notice that Snivy seems to be a little too OP and speculate that it might have been trained before but abandoned its trainer, not being worthy enough for her. Trying to catch it, Ash's Pokemon all get hit by its attract move, making them useless, except for P-Dove, who isn't affected because it's a girl P-Dove. Then after some persistence and battling, Snivy thinks Ash is good enough and allows it to be captured by him. In saving Darmanitan from the bell, the gang encounter a wild Darmanitan who is using its psychic abilities to help keep a giant bell from destroying a bell tower by falling through it.
The bloom is on Axew!
So this episode, we finally learn why Iris is on her journey. Before she left her town, she was given Axew, and her goal is to raise it into a Haxorus. During some training, Axew and Pikachu wander off and piss off a wild Scolipede. In order to stop it, Iris sends out her other Pokemon, an Excadrill, but it does not obey her. At all. It just completely ignores her. But it does beat the Scolipede as Iris starts contemplating her journey ahead training Axew and trying to get Excadrill to obey her. No, I'm not going to talk about Iris yet, trust me, her time will come. Instead, I want to talk about something else. I want to talk about this.
If you want to battle so badly, why not just battle Pikachu?
Okay. I'm not finished yet!
Like, yeah, I've noticed that for some reason this season has made Ash a lot dumber. Like, not even that he's reverted to how he was at the start of the show, he's just straight up forgotten basic shit he should know. He's also a lot more impulsive than before. Ash has always been someone to act on instinct, but here, he's impulsive. There's a difference. He's not really thinking about the consequences. And I hate this. I'm pretty sure this was done to have Ash appeal more to kids. You know, probably the show's been going on for so long, so they kind of wanted to give him a soft reboot. I get that, but I preferred it when he was, you know, the kind of version that he was in Sinnoh, you know, where he was more experienced, more well-traveled. And yeah, he wasn't perfect. He still had a lot to learn, but he wasn't, you know, an annoying idiot. Like, honestly, he's probably dumber than he was in the original series. I mean, yeah, he was kind of stupid there, but there was more of a thing of ignorance of him trying to be like, yeah, I'm a cool trainer guy, you know, and usually going against what Misty would say most of the time. But that was, you know, just kind of his personality. It wasn't that he was stupid. So yeah, I don't like this new Ash. He's a little too shonen protagonist-y for me, if you know what I mean. But whatever, it hasn't even been 10 episodes yet. And if this new Ash brings about, you know, maybe some interesting character development or some stories, then who can complain?
A rival battle for Club Champ!
On the road to Nacrene City, nothing has sounded the same since Viridian. Ash runs into Trip again, and he once again challenges him to a battle, which Trip reluctantly agrees to, and they have a 5-on-5 battle. And Ash loses, since Trip does have the stronger evolved Pokemon, I guess. And Trip tries to act all tough, taunting Ash, but Ash is not down about it, promising to train and beat Trip next time. Well, he's still positive after losing, knowing that he can just get better. At least they kept that one good trait about him. In A Home for Dwebble, the group went into a Dwebble that seems to be missing the usual stone on its back, and when it makes a new one, it's stolen by some other bully Dwebble. The group helps it, mostly Cylon, to get its home back, and it's so grateful to Cylon that it wants to become his Pokemon. And here comes the Trubbish Squad. It's about some kids defying their teacher, and she wants them to get rid of Trubbish because, you know, it's a piece of trash. But it's their friend, they don't want to get rid of it, it's a cool piece of trash. Ash helps them out, and then for helping them out, they give him an egg.
Minccino, neat and tidy!
On the road, the group literally run into Bianca, a trainer who was sent by Professor Mommy because she realized she forgot to give Ash a badge case. But the case is taken by Minccino when it sees it's dirty, as the wild Pokemon loves cleaning things. Ash chases it for his badge case, and Bianca joins him wanting to catch the Minccino, which she does. And then the group and Bianca head their separate ways. I will say, I do like Bianca, probably the first character I can say I genuinely like, mainly because she's a huge spaz. That's kinda cool.
Help, Pikachu, Zap Cannon!
Pikachu can't use that move!
Hey, just give it a shot!
In A Night at the Nacrene City Museum, arriving at the place in the title, the group help the curator of the museum bust a ghost that's haunting the place, who turns out to be a Yamask who just wanted its mask back, that the curator took unknowingly. After that, the curator's wife, Lenora, shows up, who turns out to be the gym leader. Then in the battle, according to Lenora, Ash actually loses to her during the gym battle. Wow. Well, I guess it's time for another classic training arc. Oh no, he just wins in the next episode rematch at the Nacrene gym. He didn't even train for like 10 minutes. In Scraggy Hatch to be Wild, I mean the title explains the episode. The Scraggy hatches from the egg that Ash got a couple episodes ago. There's nothing else for me to add. That's pretty much all that happens.
So Waddle and Berg in Pinwheel Forest.
Traveling through Pinwheel Forest, the group encounter Berg, the gym leader of Castalia City. who is in the forest to get inspiration. Psh, artists. While in the forest, Ash catches a Sawaddle. Yeah, again, that's kind of all that happens. It's kind of crazy.
A connoisseur's revenge!
At the grand opening of a big Pokemart, the group encounter Burgundy, a trainer with a bone to pick with Cylon. She challenged him at the gym and lost so bad that she holds a really bad grudge against him now. So she decided to become a connoisseur herself to beat him at his own game. But when she went back to the gym, Cylon already left with Ash, so here she is. Then after a rematch, Cylon beats her again, and she swears revenge.
Your Pokémon have been raised and stored in an unacceptable manner, and as a result, they have a horrendous aroma, most unbecoming. Now go wash your face and come back when you've learned your lesson. Ha 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 ha! I said no such thing.
Dancing with the Ducklet Trio!
Suddenly, Ash encounters that Sandile with glasses from episode 3 that's been following them, as it's developed a rivalry with Pikachu. But before they can battle, a group of Ducklets steal a bunch of their items, including Ash's hat, Sandile's glasses, and the Cylon stuff. During this, Pikachu learns Electro Ball, a new move. Cool. Then during the Pika-Dial match, it evolves into a Crocorock, but it still loses.
The Lost World of Gothitelle!
Okay, so this one was actually a good episode. It took 20 of them, but it's the first time I can say that. Crossing the Sky Arrow Bridge to get to Castelia City, a Gothitelle sends them back in time. Well, not really, they're just trapped in its memories, cause that makes just as much sense. Turns out in the past, the Gothitelle and its trainer ferried people across the water and lived the good life, but when the bridge was built, her trainer moved away while Gothitelle stayed. And it turns out the woman in the dream is actually the trainer herself, Sally, who came back to get her Gothitelle. And the two now understand each other's feelings as Sally promises to visit. So yeah, I just liked it because I thought the story was nice. It was kind of sad, honestly, told very well. Not the saddest I've seen so far, but compared to the rest of the season so far, it's a 10 out of 10 episode.
A Venipede Stampede!
Okay, so, we're about to get into some sad real-life stuff, just so you know. Because I can't really talk about this episode, as unfortunately, none of it matters. And it's not me just being me, like, oh, I didn't like the episode, so I don't care. Like, no, it sets up something that unfortunately just doesn't come to pass. Some important things do happen, like the group arriving in Castelia City for the gym, Ash's P-Dub evolves, and they meet Trip again. The problem is, the episode is about a Team Rocket plan, and you may have noticed that I have not been mentioning Team Rocket for a while. That's because they've been doing this serious spy-like work, so I didn't really mention it because, well, one, it was boring. But there was another reason. See, this whole time, Team Rocket in the background have been gathering a bunch of items, meeting other Team Rocket members, and constantly talking to Giovanni to build up an epic two-part episode where Team Rocket would face off against this region's evil team, Team Plasma. These episodes were scheduled to air in March of 2011, and if those dates don't mean anything to you, well, it was around the time Japan had one of its biggest natural disasters, the Tohoku earthquake. An earthquake so massive that it caused a giant tsunami that devastated the Tohoku region, killing thousands, and it also caused a meltdown of several nuclear facilities that the country is still feeling the effects of today. Needless to say, after something that big, the entire nation basically put everything on hold to address the devastating tsunami. And this includes a lot of products that were viewed for entertainment, like movies, TV shows, and anime, including the two-parter I just mentioned. It was scheduled to air around the time that happened, and apparently it had been completed, as there are previews of the episode, but they have never been aired. While it's been promised that they would be someday, it seems that it's never going to happen. Because as we'll see later, the Pokemon writers would eventually just kind of retcon these two episodes out. These were supposed to be really important episodes, by the way. Like, this was supposed to be the main plot of the whole series, like this whole Team Plasma stuff. But eventually they just kind of write it out of the continuity, and this is officially Pokemon Lost Media. It is unfortunate, as we'll never truly see what they actually wanted to do this season, because it seemed like they were building up to something pretty interesting. But unfortunately, things like this happen, so let's see what they do to make it seem like it never really was supposed to happen at all.
Battling for the love of bug types!
So yeah, with their past stuff thrown out, Team Rocket just go back to what they do best, trying to steal Pokemon. Which, while I didn't like the new series Team Rocket as I become endeared to their bumbling ineptitude, I'm kinda glad they go back to normal, something I didn't think I would say when I started this. Also, James gets a Yamask, so it all worked out in the end. So anyway, what are the twerps doing again? Oh yeah, Ash got a second gym badge, and his Sawaddle evolved into a Swadloon. Okay.
Emolga the Irresistible!
So on the way to, what the fuck, Bianca is with them now? Yeah, she's just there at the start of the episode. Like, she wasn't in the last one at all. She didn't even, like, show up in the last 5 seconds. She's just here now. Okay. An Emolga comes around the group's camp that Bianca wants to catch. After some shenanigans, though, the Emolga wants to be caught by Iris instead, so now Iris has a new Pokemon. I don't know if you can hear all that wind outside. It's very windy, yet it's hot as fuck in this room. In Emolga in the new Volt Switch, like her other Pokemon, Emolga does not listen to Iris and constantly uses the move Volt Switch to switch out of battling. Also, its haughty attitude and ego causes it to develop a rivalry with Ash's Snivy. Okay. Also, Bianca finally leaves the group. Bye, Bianca, where'd you even come from? In Scare at the Litwick Mansion, it's a ghost episode. In the Dragon Master's Path, after meeting a new trainer named Emmy, who has a Drudigon, she asks Iris for some advice on how to train her dragon, since Iris grew up in a village of dragons. Literally, it's called the Village of Dragons. We also learn this episode that Iris dreams to be a Dragon Master. It's like a Pokemon Master, but more limiting.
Oshawott lost Scalchop!
Here we are introduced to a new rival of Ash's, Stefan. The whole joke for this guy is that all the main characters constantly mispronounce his name.
I'll accept your challenge, Stefan!
Huh? The name's Stefan, but whatever.
What you doing with all this, Stefan?
The name's still Stefan, but whatever.
Thanks, Stefan. It sure was.
I keep trying to tell you my name's Stefan, but I guess whatever still applies.
Which they already do with Bitch, so I don't see why they need another one.
Ask Professor Bomba. Huh? Hello there!
It's Dagba!
Anyway, the two fight and Oshawott Scallop goes missing, but then they find it. Okay. In Cottony and Love, a group of Cottony go with the wind to... I actually don't remember why they do it. In a UFO for Elgium, the group find a scientist who is building a UFO to get the Pokemon Elgium back to outer space. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that right.
Ash and Trip's third battle!
Yeah, once again, the title is really accurate at describing these episodes. However, this time we do get some of Trip's backstory, as he became a trainer and is going on his journey, because when he was younger he met Alder, the champion of Unova, and he promised him that Trip would become a great trainer, and Trip would succeed him as the champion. Yeah, I'm sure. Other things of note, Ash's Oshawott can't use the move Aqua Jet, because despite it being a water Pokemon, it's scared to open its eyes underwater, which I admit is kind of funny. And this time, Ash and Trip's battle ends in a tie. Progress?
Facing fear with eyes wide open!
This whole episode is about helping Oshawott conquer its fear of opening its eyes underwater, which I hate. I wish they kept it going for at least one episode. During this process, Ash catches a Palpitoad, and Cylon catches... my son! Stunfisk, the greatest Pokemon of all time.
Iris and Excadrill against the Dragon Buster!
Why are these titles stealing my job now? They're just describing the episodes. Yes, Iris meets Georgia, an Ice-type trainer known as the Dragon Buster, who wants to beat every Dragon-type Pokemon in sight. Okay, you do you, girl. Of course, the only one she has is Axew, so she instead uses Excadrill, which doesn't work out great because it still doesn't listen to her. But after Iris realizes she wasn't really considering Excadrill's feelings, it now listens to her. Man, these subplots sure do resolve fast and are not satisfying when they end. Alright, since there hasn't been much to talk about, let's finally talk about Iris. She's annoying and I don't care about her. Her story of becoming a Dragon Master is not interesting, and it's so vague, I don't know how to root for her in getting there, because there's no way for me, the viewer, to gauge her progress while watching. And as I said before, she has no reason to be traveling with Ash. Misty started following him to get him to pay off her bike, but through the journey she got to like him and they became friends, so they just kept traveling with each other. May and Dawn also got their bikes destroyed, but May went with Ash at first because she just wanted to travel, was a new trader, and also blackmailed Ash about the bike. Dawn was just a friendly person and already saved Pikachu, so it makes sense why Ash wouldn't mind traveling with her. Not to mention, those two were on their own journeys with their own goals, so they would always happen to be going in the same direction anyway. Iris is just here because the series needs a girl. Her goal does not need her to follow Ash, and besides him saving Axew a couple times from Team Rocket, I don't see why she would follow him. Maybe because of the Zekrom stuff, but that's debatable as they don't really bring it up at all anymore. Also, huge L that they don't use the female main character from the games in this season, since both of them are 10 out of 10 designs. Like, everyone disliked that decision. Finally, I just don't like Iris because she's got a real attitude problem. Like, her whole deal is she herself, as you can see, is a kid. But since Ash acts so juvenile this season, which I agree with, she looks down on him, and her catchphrase is calling him a little kid. Every single episode.
You are a little kid. Go ahead and act like a tough guy. You're such a kid. But of course you wouldn't know that. You're a kid.
All ready to go, but you don't know where you're going, just like a kid.
Although the combination of the two of you does conjure up a certain bouquet.
Bouquet?
It means aroma. Don't you know anything at all? What a kid. Ash, you don't even know that? What a kid. Oh, Ash, you're such a little kid. The Battle Club isn't going anywhere, you know. You are such a kid.
And we have 100 more to go.
Gotta catch a rock and roller.
I mean, why am I even here? And where did you go, Audino in the area are going missing, and Detective Cylon is on the case. Who could have done it? It's Team Rocket, who I haven't mentioned in a while. They've been showing up again, just as I said, back to their usual Pokemon stealing escapades. They are a lot more boring now because they kept that seriousness from before. They're still a little goofy, but are definitely meant to be taken more seriously. Yeah, anyway, the episode was okay. I like the Detective Cylon bit, but that's it. And Archeops in the... What the fuck? Why is the professor here? Why do episodes just start now? What happened to story structure? You can't just skip the intro. At least in a fishing connoisseur in a fishy competition, we get an explanation as to why Bianca was in that Emolga episode out of nowhere. As this episode, which isn't interesting, it's about a fishing contest if you can't tell, was supposed to air before the Emolga episode, as this is where Bianca shows up again and joins the group at the end leading into that episode. I mean, it makes sense, episodes and schedules were moved around heavily after, the thing happened. But what was the last episode's excuse?
Movie time! Zorua in the Legend of the Pokemon Night!
Yes, if you're curious, this is the episode with the longest title in the entire anime. The episode itself is the group helping an aspiring filmmaker, Luke, make a movie with its Zorua, an illusion Pokemon that can play any part, except it doesn't want to play a male character, you sexist. They make their movie and it sucks, but the audience claps, so I guess it's good. And at the end, the group with Luke head to Nimbasa City, where they learn of an upcoming tournament. That's right, baby, it's tournament arc time.
Reunion battles in Nimbasa!
Okay, look, this tournament isn't ending the season for this series, but by this point, remember in Diamond and Pearl, by the end of their season, we had the tag battle tournament where Ash got Chimchar, and if this one doesn't get me at least halfway to how hype I was then, I'm not going to be very happy for the rest of this series. So the tournament starts and all of the warriors are here. Ash, Iris, Cylon, Luke, Bianca, Burgundy, Georgia, Stefan, and Trip have all entered. It's a classic one-on-one single elimination bracket. The tourney begins and Ash fights Burgundy and he wins. And the next battle is going to be Cylon versus Trip.
Cylon versus Trip, Ash versus Georgia!
Okay, well that title's just kind of lazy. But yeah, Cylon versus Trip ends with Cylon beating Trip. And then he leaves. Bye. Stefan also beats Bianca, which is the only loss I actually cared about. I still like Bianca. Maybe mainly because I like the black and white game so much, but she is my favorite character so far. The episode ends with Ash beginning his battle with Georgia.
The club battle Hearts of Fury, Emolga versus Sock!
Bro, I gotta be honest, I am not into this tournament. I don't think since the Hoenn League has a tournament in the Pokemon series so far been so boring, and I think this one might be worse. The problem is, I don't really care about this tournament. Like, who cares who wins and who loses? It's just a bunch of Pokemon battles. There's no stakes here. Like, if people lose, they just go home. Okay. Especially with his rival, Trip, being out of it now. Like, shouldn't him fighting his rival be the main draw of this kind of tournament? Or like the best tournament, the last one, with the drama coming from the ideologies of Ash and Paul clashing as they had to work together to win the tournament, along with Chimchar's story, and the fact Dawn was in it to help her get over her loss at her most recent contest. There were many reasons to watch and care about that one because it had a lot of setup and payoff. Here they just entered because, and any of them losing will not affect anything going forward, so why should I care? The fights aren't even that good to look at. The animation has not gotten that much better since Diamond and Pearl. It's honestly gotten worse, I feel. Anyway, Ash beats Georgia, Luke beats Cylon, even though he used Stunfisk, the fuck Luke cheated. And as again you can guess from the title, Iris has her battle against Stefan, and during it Emolga finally starts obeying Iris. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing. And Iris manages to beat Stefan, and now all of her Pokemon obey her. Hooray! And the episode ends with Ash beginning his battle with Dino. Who?
Club battle finale, a hero's outcome!
Alright, this tournament sucked, let's end it. Ash beats Dino, still don't know who you are. Iris beats Luke, and it's Ash vs. Iris in I think their first official battle in the finals. And Iris wins, most likely because Ash used Pikachu against Excadrill, which even anime logic can't save you from that. And Iris wins a bunch of wings as a result. Alright, before we talk about it, let's at least end the season.
Meowth's Scrafty Tactics!
Continuing their travels, the gang come across Meowth, who has been cast aside, saying he was fired from Team Rocket. The group is clearly skeptical, but let him come with them anyway. Which, like, come on, we all know this is an obvious Team Rocket scheme. Why are we entertaining this? We know what's going to happen. Well, something interesting does happen. Iris tries to catch Meowth, which, again, is something I never thought about. Yeah, because I guess no one really owns Meowth as a Pokemon, so he could be caught if he's not careful. Huh. Oh yeah, the actual episode is about a Scrafty needing help to fight a Mandibuzz, whatever. Meowth will just go back to Team Rocket at the end of this episode anyway. In Purloin, Sweet, or Sneaky, the gang are still traveling with Meowth? I mean, we actually have a change in the status quo? I mean, we all know it's still a Team Rocket scheme, they're not going to stick with Meowth for a long time. But the fact that we're getting something different because of it, like, alright, I'm all for it, let's see where this goes. The group come across a Purloin that Meowth, Iris, and Oshawott all love, but Cylon seems to hate Purloin for reasons he doesn't want to get into. And he's right, as the Purloin wanted to trick them all to steal their stuff. What a bitch. Also, Meowth almost gets caught again. Dumbass. In Behem, Duosion, and the Dream Thief, the group are led to a hotel by a Behem, who promises them a great night's sleep after they exclaim how sick of camping they are. Turns out the Behem is owned by a Dream Thief, and the rest of it is pretty much the movie Inception, but with Pokemon. It's actually kind of a fun episode. In the Beartic Mountain feud, the group help a lost Cubchoo return to a group of Beartic after it separated from them after a storm.
Crisis from the underground up!
Whoa, Meowth was lying? OMG. Honestly, he wasn't that big of an addition to the twerps. He just translated for the Pokemon, which he usually did anyway, so if you're wondering, the plan was for Team Rocket to use the subway system at Nimbasa to steal all the Pokemon from the Pokemon Center, including the protagonists. Okay, why did Meowth need to travel with them for a couple days to do that? I want a legitimate explanation. Like, why did he have to do that?
Battle for the underground!
So I guess I should mention Team Rocket is working with this rocket scientist named Dr. Zager? All you need to know about him is that they work with him. And yes, this Team Rocket plot got 2 parts for no reason. Seriously, in any other season, this would be like one episode that ends exactly like this one, with the plan being foiled by those pesky twerps. I also really hate serious Team Rocket now, like they are so boring. God, I can't believe the show is making me miss the stupid versions of Team Rocket. I think that's the best character development this whole video has featured so far, me actually liking Team Rocket. But yeah, if you can't tell, I'm not liking this series so far. It's so boring, like nothing is happening. Yes, the main characters are catching Pokemon, they're meeting new rivals, etc., but it's nothing interesting is happening with them. Look, if this came after Johto or something, it'd be fine, because it'd still be Pokemon making episodes just to sell merchandise, which, yes, it was and always has been, and it will never change. But Ruby and Sapphire, and especially Diamond and Pearl, show that they can plan these seasons out and have arcs and character development and interesting stories. So far, it's been a lesser version of what we got before, random episodes with no connection, if any, to a greater narrative. And for just being entertaining, I haven't really found it to be that funny, or when it tries to be sad to get any emotion out of me, really. I don't know if it's just after 700 episodes they can't come up with any more interesting stories to tell, or maybe production was thrown off way more than I thought after the earthquake, or maybe I'm just growing numb to it all. No matter the reason, I'm just not being entertained watching this, but gotta keep going.
Enter Elisa, electrifying gym leader!
Well, hopefully the premiere of the next season, Rival Destinies, will fix some issues I have. The new theme, same title, I'll admit at first I didn't like, but as I kept watching the season and even going back rewatching some episodes to write the script, it grew on me. I kind of like it. Especially when the chorus hits, it sounds good despite the generic as hell lyrics.
We are together now, friends forever now. Whatever comes our way, we won't run away.
Let's just stop saying the subtitle in the song. I will say this episode was watchable, mainly because it's about the only character I like, Bianca, and my wife, Elisa, the Nimbasa City gym leader. Top tier gym leader, here's a list of top 10 gym leaders in Pokemon. All of them are Elisa. Bianca's father shows up to bring her home as he doesn't want her to go off on her own in the world. Most responsible parent in Pokemon history. But I guess that makes him the antagonist of this story for worrying about his daughter's safety. So Elisa butts in, saying if Bianca can beat her in a gym battle, then Bianca must be a good trainer and should be allowed to travel.
Gym leader Elisa wins the match!
Oh, well, Ash then challenges Bianca's dad to a battle, saying if he loses, then Bianca can stay. Oh, man, you guys suck. But Daddy decides Bianca has friendship and stuff and is allowed to continue on her journey. Hooray!
Dazzling the Nimbasa gym!
Okay, and after the last one, again, this episode was kinda good. and it was a gym battle episode of all things. It sadly comes from Ash being stupid again. He smartly uses his Palpitoad, which is part ground, to have a type advantage against Alyssa, which works until it's knocked out and revealed that was Ash's entire plan. He has no backup and had no intention of using his other Pokemon. Yeah, no, Ash is not that stupid. By episode 700-something, no. But that is what made the battle interesting, having Ash to think on his feet so he can come up with some kind of strategy so he can come out on top. So yeah, fun battle, just didn't get there the way I wanted. And lost at the Stamp Rally while waiting for the bridge to Driftvale City to be repaired, Cylon competes in a Stamp Rally so he can battle Indigo and Emmett, these subway bosses. It's video game stuff, don't worry about it. In Ash vs. the Champion, on the way to Driftvale, the gang run into Trip again, as well as Alder, the champion. Ash has a battle with him, but not really because Alder falls asleep during it, so yeah. Trip leaves when he realizes he won't be getting the battle he's been wanting his whole life. Yet. Then the rest of the episode is a bunch of talking. In a Maractus musical, I think it's been a while, but it's one of those episodes where they meet a performer who uses 3 Pokemon, and there's some sort of problem preventing one of them from performing. And this one of the trainers, Maractus, is afraid of heights. I don't care. In the 4 seasons of Sawsbuck, the gang help a photographer that's not Todd Snap, because they probably forgot about him, find a special spot where all 4 skins of Sawsbuck can be seen. In Scraggy and the Demanding Gothita, another title that is just describing the episode, in The Lonely Deino, the group encounter a daycare where the worker is having trouble keeping some Deino in check, so mostly Iris volunteers to help him out. In The Mighty Excel Guard to the Rescue, the group finally arrive in Driftvale. The group help out the guy from the title fight off the evil Team Vanillite. Still cooler than Team Galactic. In A Call for Brotherly Love, while waiting for the Driftvale leader to return, all of a sudden, Cress's brother Chili shows up and challenges Cylon to a battle. That he loses. And the other brother Cress explains that Chili has been on a losing streak at the gym recently, handing out badges like candy. So Cylon suggests Chili should teach his Panseer Solar Beam for bad mashups. While this is a Cylon episode, we're not going to talk about him. I'm not ready yet.
Stopping the Rage of Legends, Part 1.
And Part 2. Ash challenges the Driftvale leader Clay to a battle, but he refuses, which he can't do, but he says if Ash can bring him some revival herbs, he'll battle him. So the gang head to Milos Island, the only place revival herbs grow, and Team Rocket is there trying to capture the legendary Pokemon Thundurus and Tornadus, who the team pit together so they can capture them. Then in Part 2, they stop them by summoning Landorus to put an end to the other Dussies fighting. Bing bang boom, Ash gets his revival herbs and gets his battle. Man, they really need to stop giving these Team Rocket schemes 2-parters. I mean, I don't care how much more competent they've become, or Dr. whatever his name's helping them. I can't take Jesse James or Meowth seriously at all after what I've seen them do, and I preferred them when they were idiots. Hashtag not my Team Rocket. In battling the King of the Mines, Ash has that battle with Clay finally, and he wins. During the battle, his Roggenrola evolves into Boldor, and the group head to Mistralton City for the next gym. In Crisis at Chargestone Cave, the group head to that place but find the Joltik and Galvantula are feeding off of their electric Pokemon. That's because Team Rocket are stealing the electricity-charged stones that they usually feed off of. Also, they run into Bianca and Professor Milf again. Because in Evolution Exchange excitement, the two of them trade Pokemon. Bianca trades her Shelmet for the Professor's Carablast, and now Bianca has a new Escavalier. Also, they meet Juniper's dad, Cedric, who Ash and friends go on an adventure with in Explorers of the Hero's Ruin. This episode is actually kind of fun in how Cedric deliberately puts the group in danger to have the full adventuring experience, which Ash and Cylon think is awesome, but Iris hates. Good. Then after saying goodbye to him, they run into that Crocorock with the glasses. Okay, why are these episodes serialized all of a sudden?
Battling the Bully!
Well, whatever, it's time for a battle. Oh no, the episode is instead about helping some kid beat his bully in a Pokemon battle. After that, Pikachu and Crocorock battle, and it loses again, but this time Ash asks it if it wants to join his party, which it does, making it his newest Pokemon. In baffling the Bouffalant, after a Bouffalant stampede separates the group, you know, I realize I'm probably mispronouncing a lot of these things, even though I've seen these episodes and I've seen how they've been pronounced. I'm just like too lazy to go back and look it up, and who really cares, man? It's Pokemon. A stampede separates the group, they have to find each other again, yeah. The only thing making this episode watchable is to prevent the Bouffalant from charging at them, they have to all wear afro wigs. The only redeeming quality.
Don't you think this is a bit much?
You.
Not when it comes to being safe. Silent takes flight!
So one of my favorite gym leaders from the Unova region was awesome. The other one, Skyla, gets done dirty. Cause in this episode, she's a huge dick. Arriving at Mistralton City for his gym battle, Ash is surprised that he needs an appointment. This is because the leader, Skyla, my wife, who will not be disrespected, instead spends all of her time flying her plane and schedules dozens of battles a day. But how is that possible? Cause she does some bullshit she calls air battles, where she sees the challenger's Pokemon and then plays out how the battle will go in her head and awards badges if they win or lose. In her head. How is this allowed by anyone? And I'm gonna put on my nerd glasses for a second. Yes, gym leaders are allowed to give out a badge to anyone they think deserves it, and she's not technically turning away people's challenges, which is like the only requirement of running a gym apparently. But how has any challenger before Ash put up with this bullshit, especially when they were told by her, yeah, I totally smacked your ass in my head? If that were me, I'd be like, bitch, get your hot ass in that gym and give me a proper Pokemon battle. At least Cylon doesn't like this as a leader himself, so he challenges her to a battle, and he loses. Well, what did you expect challenging a flying-type gym leader, you grass-type gym leader? Way to go, Sonic. But at the end, Ash convinces Skyla to actually battle him, despite her predicting she'll win. Then, in an amazing aerial battle, which it isn't, Ash does indeed beat Skyla, showing her, wait, people can win despite me thinking I'm better than them? You're so lucky you're hot and I'm horny. Also, during the battle, Ash's Tranquil evolves into an Unpheasant. As the group now head to Icarus City for the next gym. And climbing the Tower of Success, the gang run into Stefan again, and they join him in a bell festival, where whoever rings the bell atop Mistralton's tower first gets their wish to come true. Stefan wins it, and wishes everyone would pronounce his name right. Yeah, that's still a thing, and it's still not funny. He also wishes he could win the upcoming Pokemon Club Explosion Battle Competition. Wait, what?
The Club Explosion begins!
So, it's another tournament where all the main characters and their rivals have entered it. The fuck, didn't we just do this? And wasn't it boring? Well, maybe this one will be better. Okay, it's not time to talk about Trip yet, but in this episode, he loses to Bianca. Which, no disrespect to Bianca, once again, she's one of my favorite characters so far, but despite having some good Pokemon, she is shown to not be the strongest, so you expect me to take this guy seriously as Ash's rival, when he loses to a tertiary character that is shown to be overall pretty mid. God, I miss Paul. Stefan wins the tournament, what a waste of fucking time.
Battling the Leaf Thieves!
Ash's Swadloon evolves into Levany, and the rest of the episode is about Answer Something.
A Restoration Confrontation, Part 1.
And Part 2. Ooh, a two-parter in black and white? Sounds like another boring Team Rocket scheme. In this one, they attempt to use a fossil Pokemon to go back in time to get ancient Pokemon, bring them back to the future, and use them to take over the world. While giving them something that's creative. While Part 1 is okay for setting all that up, Part 2 fucking sucks. Like, nothing happens in it. Seriously, so many of these episodes have a premise, but when you watch them, it's a bunch of dicking around. It never feels like the story is moving forward naturally. It feels more like things are happening at the right time to conveniently keep things going. Remember in Diamond and Pearl, I had so much to say about the episodes, but here, beyond the premise, nothing really happens. It's just a bunch of noise. It's really lame. I'm tired of saying the word boring, but that's what it is. It's boring.
Evolution by Fire!
Arriving at a battle club in some anime town, the group witness a battle with a trainer named Seamus, who seems to like fire Pokemon. Except for one. As we find out, this was the trainer that abandoned Tepig due to it being weak, or as some would say, pathetic. Ash obviously is pissed at this, and the two decide to settle it with a battle. Seamus is Heatmore and Emboar against Tepig and Snivy, which yes, would be a bad idea normally, but remember Snivy also had problems with his trainer in the past, so she wants to help. It's a moral thing, so I'll accept it. The battle goes okay, but then Seamus lands the finishing blow by saying he faked being sad when he ditched Tepig, so it wouldn't try to follow it. But seeing Snivy stand up to the big fire types fills Tepig with determination, and he evolves into Pignite, which lets him beat the two fire types somehow. Then Seamus, the bitch that he is like, hey, you're strong now, so I'll take you, which Pignite obviously refuses. Finally, a good episode about one of his Pokemon. It's been a while. And guarding the Guardian of the Mountain, almost at Icarus City, the group meets Bryson, a movie star by day, gym leader by afternoon, who was in the mountains training after he was injured on set during a movie shoot. But soon, him and the gang need to stop a Pokemon hunter named Rizzo, who is trying to capture a Volcarona. Rizzo. Then in Caution, Icy Battle Conditions, Ash beats Bryce, getting his 7th badge. Wow, he sure is getting these badges pretty fast. I mean, we're just barely over halfway done this series, and he's already got 7 of them. What the hell the rest of the episode's going to be about? Oh, I guess they're going to be like episodes like Clash of the Connoisseurs, where Cylon and some snooty connoisseur, I forget the name of, and Burgundy, who weasels her way in, are hired by some rich guy to find the right Pokemon for his daughter. In other words, a bunch of nothing episodes. The only thing interesting, and you'll probably only get this if you played the game, is that instead of going to Opelucid City for Ash's last gym battle, they go to Verbank City. Cool.
It's evaluation time!
And I thought one connoisseur was too much.
In Crisis at Ferroseed Ranch, the group run into Georgia again, who takes them to a lab researching Ferroseed. And when some of them start covering the place in moss, Iris has to overcome her fear of ice types by working with Georgia's new ice cream cone. Oh, right, I forgot to mention that, because, you know, Iris is a Dragon-type trainer. She is afraid of ice types for some reason. I don't get why she is specifically, but that's a thing. I forgot to mention it because it barely comes up.
An epic defense force!
Arriving in Burbank already, the group meet Luke again, and again they help him with a film. That's cool and fun, but most important is, in this episode, Ash comes across a mysterious Pokemon for a second that Team Rocket also happens to be tracking. And at the end of the episode, of course, it starts to follow him.
Rocking the Burbank Gym, Part 1.
And Part 2. Man, he really is getting these badges fast. I mean, we're already at the final gym of Unova. You may have already gathered that they didn't go to Opelucid City, because if you've played the games, you know that when they eventually do in the anime, it's going to have something to do with Iris, because she's from there. So instead, they replaced Ash's 8th gym with the best one from Black and White 2 against Roxy, a poison gym leader. And it looks like it might be bad, as before fighting her, they show she has literally been sending Pokemon to the hospital. Queen. But after some strategery in Part 2, Ash wins, getting his final badge. Almost as fast as the original, I think.
All for the love of Meloetta!
So after learning the Unova conference will be in... Ah! It's Cynthia! I legit didn't think we'd ever see her again, and bro, she is in a sleeveless top? God damn. Even Cylon and Iris can't resist her sexiness. She is here in Unova to do an exhibition match at the upcoming Pokemon World Tournament Junior Cup. And the gang wanting to be around Cynthia, at least that's why I do it, enter the tournament. That's right, it's another tournament arc. Meanwhile, Team Rocket tries to catch Meloetta, the mysterious Pokemon Ash saw before, but it escapes and the group find it and nurse it back to health, with Ash's Oshawott getting a crush on it. Knowing what a good dragon trainer Cynthia is, Iris challenges Cynthia's Garchomp with Axew, which goes like expected, but at least Axew learns Giga Impact. Cynthia then invites everyone to stay at her villa in Adela Town until the tournament, with Meloetta following them, and Team Rocket, of course. And waiting at the villa is... Ah!
Piplup, Pansage, and a meeting of the times!
That's right, baby. Dawn is back. Thank God. Please make the show interesting again. She's here to participate in the Junior Cup thingy too, and we see her Cyndaquil has evolved. Neat. Then Cylon has a friendly battle with Dawn, but Meloetta interrupts it, revealing it's been following them, as Team Rocket watches from the shadows. An expedition to Onyx Island, that does happen. Here's the best part of the episode.
Where's Brock when you need him?
Never forget. And the mystery of the missing Cubchoo, again, yeah, that happens. Sadly, even with Dawn and Cynthia around, these episodes are still nothing burgers.
Iris and the Rogue Dragonite!
After a Dragonite fights a Hydreigon, the Dragonite crashes into a power plant. Unfortunately, the townspeople who lose power think the dragon has attacked the power plant and come looking for Cynthia's help. But she's not there, and Iris will not accept this dragon-type slander. Iris manages to convince the angry mob that Dragonite did indeed crash into the plant not to attack it, but by accident, and all is well. When the Dragonite is healed, it's released back into the wild, but comes back, wanting to be Iris's Pokemon. So now Iris has a new Dragonite. Spoilers if you remember Iris's other Pokemon besides Axew. Yeah.
Jostling for the Junior Cup!
The Junior Cup officially begins. Oh yeah, I don't think I mentioned the winner gets to fight Alder, so of course all of the warriors have gathered. Well, except Stefan and Bianca, but Trip, Burgundy, and Georgia are here. And Burgundy loses to Trip, and Georgia loses to Iris. After a surprise, we find out Iris's Dragonite won't listen to her. How unexpected. The ones moving on to round 2 are Trip, Ash, Cylon, Dawn, Iris, and 3 jobbers.
Battling authority once again!
Next, it's Dawn versus Iris, and mainly thanks to Dragonite being really strong, Iris manages to beat Dawn. Boo! Semifinals are now Ash versus Iris and Trip versus Cylon.
Crystal is unable to battle. Superior wins. So the victor is Trip.
Oh, well, I guess we'll see who Trip will fight.
Ash, Iris, and Trip. Then there were 3.
Yeah, I just said that. During Ash and Iris' battle, Dragonite starts obeying her, until it says fuck that and does its own thing again, which won't work this time when Ash's Crocorock evolves into Crocodile. Then it's Trip versus Ash. Finally, the 2 rivals clashing again. He wins in like 10 minutes. Are you serious?
Goodbye, Junior Cup. Hello, adventure.
Trip finally gets his chance to fight Alder, and loses. But I guess he's satisfied that he got to battle him anyway. Whatever, man. The Junior Cup is over. It was better than the last one, I guess, for 2 reasons. Then the group run into Cameron, who has run very late in entering. Okay. Then sadly, Dawn leaves. No, please stay. Take Iris instead. Then the episode ends. Oh, it's that Cameron kid again, who says he's participating in the Indigo League but is missing one badge. So he runs to Humalau City to get his 8th one. Okay, bye. Oh no, Ash follows him. Wait, what? What is happening? Then en route to Humalau, which is a lie because they are there already, the Cameron guy gets his badge then leaves. That was the most awkward rival introduction ever. In Unrest at the nursery, the group, mostly Cylon, help a nursery worker figure out why a Volbeat and Rufflet there just won't get along.
Meloetta and the Undersea Temple.
After some training, a trainer, Larry, arrives, saying he has been looking for Meloetta for a while after it was taken away by some crooks. And of course, on cue, Team Rocket, whoa, other members of Team Rocket are here to steal it again. And then Giovanni himself shows up? Whoa, this is new. He successfully captures Meloetta as well as Ash and Pikachu. Then Giovanni uses Meloetta's powers at the Undersea Temple to initiate Operation Tempest.
Univa's survival crisis.
Looks like Operation Tempest gives Giovanni the reveal glass, which allows him to control the Dusses again. They're still on that? That was like 5 badges ago, dude. But kind of like another team, Giovanni soon grows mad with power because of the ancient item, and instead of ruling Univa, he's going to destroy it. Thankfully, with the help of the twerps and Cynthia, Team Rocket convinced Giovanni to come back to his senses, and Team Rocket retreats from Univa. This includes Jesse, James, and Meowth, by the way. They're gone too, for a little while anyway. Also, during this, Dragonite does finally start obeying Iris for realsies this time, but it keeps its attitude problem. Okay, so that's a Team Rocket plan you reserve for a 2-parter. Also, yes, if you didn't know, this is the first time in the anime main series, I gotta be really specific for you nerds, I guess, that Ash meets Giovanni and actually does battle him in some way. So, that's neat, I guess. But yeah, Univa is saved, so next up, the Univa Conference.
Beauties battling for pride and prestige.
So here we are, the final season of Black and White Adventures, Univa, and beyond. Yes, unlike Ruby and Sapphire and Diamond and Pearl, every series for each region from now on is only separated into 3 seasons instead of 4. The new theme song, It's Always You and Me, is actually pretty good. I like it.
It's the next chapter, the ultimate goal. Ready for battle, brave and bold.
It starts off with a catchy beat that builds up properly to the chorus, which I love when it hits with that.
We've come so far, we fought so hard to get where we are.
One of the first themes in a while that makes me wish we go back to the minute-long theme songs. Anyway, this episode kind of sucks. The gang sadly leaves Cynthia's villa to go to the Indigo League. Goodbye, my love. And then it's one of those catfight episodes, do you know what I'm talking about? Where some snooty girls piss off the main girl by calling them a piece of shit or something, and so Iris wants to get revenge, so they sneak into their rich battle club for women. Cross-dressing happens. I don't care, I miss Cynthia. In a surface-to-air tag battle team, the group helps some tag battle brothers catch some water-type Pokemon to help balance their teams.
A village homecoming.
The group arrive in the Village of Dragons, Iris' hometown. When they arrive, they meet Iris' childhood friend, who they try to convince to go on a journey. She does. Then as well, evolves into a Hydreigon, causing it to go berserk, but with Iris' new experience as a trainer, she's able to calm it down, to everyone's amazement. Even the amazement of Iris' teacher, Drayden, the leader of the Opelucid City Gym, and he tells Iris to meet him at the end of the block, at his gym.
Drayden versus Iris, past, present, and future.
Yo babe, wake up, new Iris lore distraught. We find out Iris went to a very prestigious school in Opelucid City, but being from a village in the boonies that's obsessed with dragon types, she didn't fit in so well, so she ran away, and that's when she got Axew and went on her journey. And Drayden was a teacher there, so Iris is ready to prove herself after running away. The battle's kinda close actually, but Drayden is the winner. After some words of encouragement, Iris then learns Drayden is the one who suggested that she should go on a journey, and is considering her to succeed him at the gym. Pocket that one for like 400 episodes. I'm not kidding. Team Eevee and the Pokemon Rescue Squad is another one of those episodes that introduces a rival for the upcoming league, you know, one episode before the league starts. This one introduces Virgil, who's got a team of Eevees. That's the most interesting thing about him.
Curtain up, Indigo League.
Oh boy, another tournament arc. Participating in the Indigo League are Ash, Trip, Bianca, Stefan, Cameron, and Virgil. But then it's about to begin. Ash versus Trip. Wait, already?
Great, Stefan. Nice to see you.
Still saying it wrong.
Stefan, what's wrong?
Ding, 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 ding! And they win first prize for the correct pronunciation!
But that's how we've been saying it all along.
Yeah. Mission, defeat your rival.
So, Ash beats Trip in one episode. And they're friends now, I guess. Then Cameron beats Bianca. Okay, now we can talk about Trip after that wet fart of a rival battle. Like, Trip sucks, man. He's the worst main rival, I guess, to Ash. Like, the only thing about him that makes him a rival is he doesn't like Ash for some reason. They don't really explain why. He's just kind of an asshole. And his motivation to fight Alder is thrown by the wayside so fast. I mean, it could have been interesting, him having the goal to become the champion, you know, him being so determined to become the very best like no one ever was. But instead, it's just a thing that happens. Also, the battles he has with Ash suck. Unlike Gary or Paul, there's no clashing of egos or ideologies. There's just, Trip kind of finds him annoying, and Ash is like, haha, that sure was a fun battle, I'll get you next time. He also barely shows up. Yeah, Gary did too, but his personality was so extra when he did show up, you remembered. I barely recall any episodes this guy was in. What an uninteresting rival to Ash. Definitely the worst one. I've already forgotten about him. In Lost at the League, that's right, it's a filler episode for the Pokemon League part. This should just be back-to-back battles. Why do we have this? Ash who gets lost and a bunch of trash get mad. Moving on.
Strong strategy steals the show.
It's Ash versus Stefan, and the only thing of note is Ash actually uses strategy here by teaching his Crocodile Aerial Ace to counter Stefan's Sock. Wow, wish we could see Ash do more of that. He wins and moves on.
Cameron's secret weapon.
Next is Ash versus Cameron, and during it, Cameron's Ryulu evolves into Lucario. Wow. And this is the battle they decided to make the multiple parts one. The one against the Spaz we met like 5 episodes ago, not the rival that's been there since the beginning.
A Indigo League evolution.
Ash loses. Well, that's lame. And the ultimate winner is Eevee Guy. Hooray! Well, it wasn't as boring as the Hoenn League, but it was executed worse, if that makes sense. I'll talk about it at the end. More importantly, dear audience, you may have noticed, wait, we just started this final season and the Unova conference is over, so why the hell are there like 30 episodes left? Shouldn't this be the end of it? Shouldn't it?
New places, familiar faces.
With the Unova League over, the group decided to return to November Town for now, where they meet a brand new trainer and guide her to the lab to get her starter. After choosing Tepig, the group help her have her first battle, and look who's back observing them, Team Rocket, back again, and this time they're officially back to being their more comedic characters. Thank God. And also back is the classic Catch Pikachu and whatever else. Also, it's revealed that I guess just off-screen, James caught an Amoonguss and Jesse caught a Frillish. Yeah. Can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God Team Rocket is back to being themselves. Hopefully, them being dorks again will bring some entertainment to this season. They also changed their motto again. Besides the 2 opening lines, it's the same as the original.
Prepare for trouble, we're back for more.
And make it double using words of yore.
The name's N.
It's not a name, that's a letter. On the way to Aspertia City to see the new gym there, the gang run into N, a weirdo who can talk to Pokemon. N also seems interested that Ash encountered Zekrom at the start of his journey. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And the two seem to hit it off until N shows his disgust towards Pokemon battles. Puh. But after some rocketing, they go their separate ways, but N says they will meet again. And there's a new gym leader in town. Arriving in Aspertia City, Ash challenges the gym leader Charon, and loses. Man, he loses a lot, I feel, this season. Anyone else get that? In Team Plasma's Pokemon Power Plot, yes, this is the proper introduction to Team Plasma since the unaired episodes. And look, despite me liking Team Plasma in the games, the first one, I'm gonna spoil it, the anime version is pretty lame. All we see in this episode is the gang find out Team Plasma has some sort of device that makes Pokemon turn on their trainers, and they run into Looker again, who is investigating. We will discuss further later. In the light of Flossie Ranch, at the place in the title, the group find a rancher who is trying to teach her Ampharos Thunder Punch so the other sheep will respect it. And the only Pokemon the group has is Iris's Dragonite that knows it. The most friendly one.
Saving Braviary.
So the episode is N trying to save a Braviary from Team Plasma, and after the group helps him, N decides to travel with them. In the Pokemon Harbor Patrol, it's another episode about a group of Pokemon, and one of them has a problem that keeps them from performing their best, so the heroes help it out. Also, N's whole addition to the group is the same as when Meowth joined them, honestly. He translates what the Pokemon are feeling and or what to say to the humans. So yeah, he's just another Meowth.
The fires of a red-hot reunion.
Alright, this one kind of came out of nowhere to me, anyway, as this episode is mostly a recap of Charizard's story. When the gang come to a Kanto fair, Ash feels all nostalgic and tells everyone the story of how he met Charmander, up to when he left it at the Terrific Valley. They even actually reanimate these moments. Well, that took effort. Eventually, Ash calls for his Charizard to be transferred over, and it instantly starts a rivalry with Ash's Dragonite. But after the two battle, they gain respect for each other. And now, Charizard rejoins Ash's party. Yeah, Charizard is back for a while. Okay, I guess. Did a new Charizard Pokemon card come out around this time? Is that why?
I was sure the Dragon Rush would have done more. After all, Charizard is a Dragon-type Pokemon.
Huh?
Team Plasma's Pokemon Manipulation!
Oh yeah, so I never mentioned it. You're probably wondering why the group are wandering around Unova right now. They're actually headed to the White Ruins to meet Cedric again. Why? Honestly, I don't remember and I don't care to look it up. On the way there, they find out a Haxorus has gone on a rampage in a city, and Looker is also there investigating. Of course, it's Team Plasma, and during the kerfuffle, I don't know why I decided to use that word, N gets injured, and after the fight, two mysterious women take N away into the void. God, I wish that were me.
Secrets from out of the fog!
N explains to the group that the leader of Team Plasma, Getsis, raised him to be a shill for freeing Pokemon due to his ability to vibe with them. But eventually N realized he was lying, when he was tasked with summoning the legendary Pokemon Reshiram, and Getsis wanted to catch it, so Reshiram burned them all. Afterwards, the two women, now known as Anthea and Concordia, and stepsisters, then took him to this cabin in the woods, where they all lived together taking care of Pokemon that were abused by the evil that is man. But the group showed them, see, Pokemon know humans ain't all bad. But after Team Plasma tracks them down and a battle ensues, the three self-righteous siblings say, Pokemon can't live with humans, man, we were right, and disappear. You know, despite them being humans, they can live with Pokemon fine, but everyone else, fuck them. In Meowth, Colress, and Team Rivalry, I'm not going to explain it, it's not interesting, and only matters for the next 4 episodes, so skip.
Ash and N, a clash of ideals!
Arriving at the White Ruins, the gang finds Cedric has discovered the Light Stone that legends say is Reshiram in ball form. N, sensing something sus going on, arrives and steals the stone when Ash follows the two fall in a ditch. That's when Plasma arrives to attack, and the group up top, along with Looker, try to fend them off, but find it hard with their mind control machine. Meanwhile, Ash and N have a conversation about their ideals and points of view on Pokemon? Wow, that's new.
I want to know why Pokemon exist in our world in the first place. What is their meaning, and what are they trying to tell us? Maybe there's a perfect place somewhere in the world where people and Pokemon can live together in peace.
Team Plasma and the Awakening Ceremony!
This episode just continues the Plasma stuff. However, there is a pretty good moment between Ash and Pikachu when Pikachu is mind-controlled, and Ash tries his hardest to appeal to his best friend to free him, and eventually tries so much at taking so much of Pikachu's attacks he gets knocked out, and then when Pikachu is eventually freed, realizing what he did, he collapses from exhaustion, and deep sad, man. Man, I miss moments like this that show Ash's dedication to his Pokemon and his friendship with Pikachu, almost like they forgot when they made him stupider. Anyway, Plasma gets the rock and starts summoning Reshiram.
Come on, Pikachu. It's me. Don't you know me, buddy? It's all right. I promise. What lies beyond truth and ideals?
While all hope seems lost as Ash is knocked out, Team Plasma has control of all the Pokemon, including Reshiram, and our heroes are captured. But the ones who help save the day are Team Rocket, who distract Team Plasma long enough for Ash and Pikachu to get back up. And this time, the power of their bond has made Pikachu immune to the mind-control device. Okay, why now and not before? Either way, with a powerful shock, Reshiram is freed, and the mind-control device is destroyed. Team Plasma is defeated and arrested by Looker. But Reshiram is a little pissed about being mind-controlled, but luckily N is able to calm it down, as after seeing Ash's struggle, he now wants to help create a world where Pokemon and people live together in harmony. And then disappears for realsies this time, as the gang continue on their journey. So again, dear viewer, you might be thinking, okay, so this must be the end of Black and White. The next episode is like the epilogue. Nope. We still have 20 episodes left. Yes, 20. And you might be wondering, why is that the case? Well, dear viewer, that's because, obviously, we have entered the Beyond section of the show.
Farewell, Unova! Setting sail for new adventures!
Well, with everything done, Ash has decided to go back to Kanto, and Cylon and Iris decide to come along as well. they decide to take a boat that goes through the Decalore Islands, an anime-exclusive area consisting of various islands. Oh no, not again. Speaking of going back to the original series, Team Rocket does one of their classic schemes, tricking the gang into their boat so they can catch their Pokemon. This goes bad when Iris's Excadrill uses Dig on a boat, and that beats Team Rocket. Okay, and now the gang go to multiple islands again. In Danger, Sweet as Honey, after another Team Rocket scheme at an island, the Pokemon and people are separated, so Pikachu, Axew, Oshawott, and Meowth have to work together to get back to their friends. Another episode similar to past Pokemon stuff, okay. In Cylon, in the case of the Purloined Witness, after a lady's Lipard gem is stolen during a tournament on the ship, Detective Cylon is on the case. That is, if he can get over his fear of Purloin, as it seems to know the answer to who the culprit is. Okay, I actually did kind of like this one, if most of the first half wasn't some lame tournament again. No, we're not talking about Cylon yet. I know, we're almost done. Don't rush me. The best part of this episode, though, was the ending joke when Cylon explains why he's afraid of Purloin.
Why are you so terrified of Purloin in the first place?
It's like this.
The journey continues.
I mean, that was good. I do personally think it is funnier that we, the viewer, never actually know the reason why, so that got a chuckle out of me. In crowning the Scallop King, Ash enters as Oshawott into a contest between Oshawott and Duat to become the Scallop King, mainly so Ash can beat a snooty Duat trainer. In the Island of Illusions, you can probably write the script yourself based on the title alone, and if you know anything about the Pokemon's Roark. In To Catch a Rotom, on one of the islands, the group run into Professor Oak. Well, that's okay. He's here trying to catch a Rotom, and he does. I know I skipped another Rotom episode, don't worry Rotom fans, you will have your day. In the Pirates of Decalore, the group and Team Rocket come across a group of pirate Pokemon who steal from any landlubber that dare come into their seas. Well, it's not that epic, sadly.
Butterfree and me!
Okay, so how long has it been? Like 700 episodes, and now we're bringing back up Butterfree? In this episode, after a Caterpie is left behind during a mass Butterfree migration, remembering his own first caught Pokemon, his own Caterpie, Ash becomes determined to help the Caterpie evolve so it can join its group. Yeah, like I said, I don't know how long it's been in this video. I'm gonna say maybe it's been 3 or 4 hours since I mentioned that Butterfree episode. Yeah, I still don't care about Butterfree, so I don't care about this episode. In The Path That Leads to Goodbye, a dumb fight between dumb Ash and dumb Iris leads to a dumb episode. This was just unpleasant and annoying to watch, knowing they will make up at the end anyway. In Searching for a Wish, the group help a girl find a Jirachi so she can wish for her mountain home to go back to being a lush green area, mainly so her daddy can come home. It's better than the movie.
Capacia Island UFO!
Okay, it's been a while, but here is another episode that I genuinely liked and was entertained by. Arriving at Capacia Island, a strange object crash lands, and when the gang investigate, Ash finds an amulet coin. Lucky. Then Team Rocket investigates the site, and James finds an amulet coin. How lucky. But Meowth isn't so lucky as a group of Behem abduct him, trying to take the charm on his head. The next day, Ash wakes up and sees nothing is wrong. Except that everyone for some reason is wearing Behem masks and acting like zombies, including Iris and Cylon, and even Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy. In fact, the only people not affected are Jessie and James, besides Ash, so the three of them are forced to work together to find out what's going on. Now, I personally love sci-fi alien invasion plots, and wasn't expecting one in Pokemon, at least the anime series. It was a nice change of pace. I also thought the reason why Ash, Jessie, and James weren't under Behem control was pretty funny.
I'm afraid idiots are hard to hypnotize.
Idiots?
What we were attempting to convey to all of you is that gifted people are hard to hypnotize.
I see. So you're implying that we're geniuses.
Whatever you say.
Now we're getting to the truth of the matter.
Glad we got that straight. The journalist from another region.
Alright, a new waifu, now you're speaking my language. On Interchangeable Island number 57, the group meet Alexa, a reporter who's from the Kalos region, and is there to cover a Pokemon sumo competition.
And that Pokemon sumo stuff? A long time ago, I took part in a Pokemon sumo competition. It was actually a lot of fun.
Wow, what a reference to a random Pokemon episode that came out like a decade ago. I'm sure all the kids watching this show now understand that. After Ash wins this one too, Alexa joins our heroes for the rest of their journey. Hey, I'm not complaining. In Mystery on a Deserted Island, the group come to an island to search for pirate treasure, but the real treasure is the Pokemon we friended along the way.
A Pokemon of a different color.
Wait, what the fuck? Claire? She's back again? I mean, I'm not complaining, it's just kinda comes out of nowhere. Upon meeting her again, the group help her catch a shiny Druddigon, and she does. That's the episode. Well, it was nice seeing her again, I guess. In celebrating the hero's comet, I'm gonna be real, by this point I was so tired of this season, and knowing it was almost over, I started tuning out of these last few ones. So yeah, I don't really have any idea what happened in this episode. I don't remember it, and I could just read a plot synopsis from the various wikis on this series, but if the episode didn't get me to care when watching it, I'm not going to care now. In Go 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 Goat, Alexa's Go Goat kidnaps a child. I will not elaborate. In Team Rocket's shocking recruit, after Iris blames Emolga for Axew getting hurt when it was supposed to watch it, she runs away straight into Team Rocket, who recruit the Pokemon to their team, which she does to get back at Iris. It was kind of fun. In Survival of the Stration Gym, Cylon is surprised his brothers have shown up at Interchangeable Island number 83, along with my next obsession. A trainer who made a deal with the brothers. If she beats all of them, she gets the gym. Cylon manages to beat her, though, saving the gym. No, it's not time to talk about Cylon yet. I'll get to it. We got all the time in the world. There's only 2 episodes left.
Best wishes until we meet again!
Finally, the gang arrive in Kanto. Well, mostly the episode is stopping a Team Rocket scheme on the way to Vermilion City, but when they arrive, it's time for everyone to go their separate ways. Iris heads to Johto to go to Blackthorn City because she wants to train with Claire. Oh, that's why she showed up. And Cylon plans to go to the Hoenn region. And then, wow, they just get yeeted out of the show so fast. I mean, everyone else got like a whole episode to send them off. Then Ash, along with Alexa, who wants to do an interview with Professor Oak, head to Pallet Town, and the final episode of Pokemon Black and White begins.
The dream continues!
Returning to Pallet Town, Ash gives all of his Unova Pokemon to Professor Oak, and despite being home, he bombards Alexa with questions about the Kalos region as he's become interested after seeing her Pokemon.
We're all going for our dreams, and to get there, we've all got to stick with it, to keep on trying!
Of course, this leads to him announcing he is heading to Kalos next to compete in its league. Especially when he learns Alexa has a sister there who's also a gym leader. And the journey continues with Ash heading to Kalos with Alexa. Meanwhile, Team Rocket are back at HQ and leave their Unova Pokemon there for the boss, and decide to follow Ash to Kalos, of course, but this time, someone's coming with them. The real hero of Pokemon.
Yes, that's right! Ah, Buffet!
Black and White sucked. It was so uninteresting and went backwards in the development of the series for me. I already talked about the dumbing down of Ash, which I still don't like. It only led to like 2 or 3 good jokes, that's it. His rivals were ass, didn't care about any of them, especially Trip, what a waste of time. I already talked about Iris, my feelings haven't changed. She unfortunately had the Misty problem of having nothing to do after her arc was over. And the lack of a thing like contests to help break up the gyms, I feel led to how we had an extra 30 episodes after the league, because the writers were like, oh shit, we got there already? And okay, real talk, I don't have nothing to say about Cylon. I like him, but he's just boring. He falls under the problem Brock had of really having nothing going on besides being a cook. His episodes weren't really that funny or gave a lot of insight into him as a character, besides he hates purloin and he's a connoisseur. And his episodes, god, what a whole lot of nothing. I swear, I tried my best, but a lot of these episodes were just so boring. It's weird, because again, if this came out around that time after Johto, they'd be okay to good, but after Ruby and Sapphire, and especially after Diamond and Pearl, I expect better writing and stories from Pokemon from now on. Positives, I guess there were some episodes I liked. It's not like it was completely awful. And I did like the end arc, especially when him and Ash actually talked about their points of view instead of, just battling, which is the be-all, end-all solution in this world. And it had the best moment in the series with Ash trying to free Pikachu from mind control. I did also like all the theme songs, I guess. The first one was mid, but the next 2, especially the last one, were bangers. But yeah, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the natural disasters that threw off the schedule and production of the anime, or maybe Pokemon has just gone on for too long now and they've just run out of ways to make it interesting. Either way, we still got 3 more series to get through, so let's hope they step it up in Pokemon the series X and Y.
Where dreams and adventures begin!
Okay, so for some reason that I'm still unaware of, the games X and Y had this weird need to call back to Generation 1, and I guess the anime is following suit as the theme song here is a remix of the original Pokemon theme. I don't like it. Out of all the themes, the Pokemon theme did not need a remix. Honestly, they should have just played the original as it was instead of this weird, shortened version. The series begins with Ash arriving in Kalos at Lumiose City, and when Alexa says her sister, who is a gym leader, is away, she recommends he try the gym in Lumiose. But Ash is kicked out since he doesn't have a Kalos badge yet. That's when Ash meets a trainer Clement and his Emoto, Bonnie. After Ash finds out Team Rocket followed him, of course, with the return of the real brains, Wobbuffet. Since Ash doesn't have any other Pokemon, all hope seems lost until a Froakie who was watching the battle comes to save the day. But it gets injured, so Bonnie suggests taking it to Professor Sycamore, ending the episode. Also, similar to the theme song being the original, Team Rocket's motto is also back to being the original one they did word for word.
To protect the world from devastation.
To unite all people within our nation.
To denounce the evils of truth and love.
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Lumiose City Pursuit.
Arriving at Sycamore's lab, Ash and the newbies get Sycamore to look at Froakie, and he tells them that it's actually been returned multiple times by trainers who choose it as its starter. Then we learn about Mega Evolution, but Pikachu doesn't have one, so we barely see it. Team Rocket wants to see it though, and after trying to steal the professor's Garchomp, it starts rampaging. Ash of course attempts to save it on top of Lumiose Tower, a scene so big it gets broadcast on the news. That's when a girl named Serena watches the broadcast and seems to recognize Ash. Ash manages to free the Garchomp thanks to Pikachu, Froakie, and a Mega Evolved Blaziken who saves him along with its masked trainer. The day after, Ash is ready to leave for Santaloon City for his first gym, but the Froakie shows up with its Pokeball, and Ash now has his first Kalos Pokemon. And as far as season openers go, it was fine. There's not much else to say about it.
A battle of aerial mobility.
So we see that girl Serena from the last episode is a new trainer who has just left on her journey. Then back with Ash, after registering for the Kalos League, Clement and Bonnie ask if they can journey with him, as Clement seems to be really inspired by Ash's bravery to rescue Garchomp, and I guess he can't leave Bonnie home with his dad. Better reason than Iris, I guess. They then come across a Dedenne, which Bonnie wants Clement to catch for her since she's too young to own Pokemon. But a Fletchling scares it away, and Ash ends up catching that Fletchling instead. Then James manages to catch an Inkay for himself. Cool.
A shockingly cheeky friendship.
The trio encounter that wild Dedenne again, and Clement manages to catch it this time for Bonnie. Meanwhile, Serena chooses Fennekin as her starter and begins her own journey. I don't know why we keep cutting to her though, when she's not really doing anything, but I guess it'll pay off eventually.
A blustery Santaloon gym battle.
Oh my god, I thought that said Blussy. Ash makes it to Santaloon City to fight Viola, Alexa's sister, who's also there. Anyways, Ash fights her and loses. Come on dude, you've done this like 5 times now, get it together. But during the battle, Serena arrives, and the episode ends with her asking if Ash remembers her. Oh yeah, remember epic Brock humor? Well, to replace that, I guess, this episode introduces a new joke in that style. When a waifu appears, Bonnie then tries to get them to marry Clement, much to his embarrassment. I mean, it's okay, nothing will ever be as annoying as Max, but it's also not as funny as Krogunk. It's just a mid-running joke.
Battling on thin ice.
So it turns out Ash and Serena met at summer camp, way back in Kanto. But Ash does not remember her. Smooth, bud. After some training, Ash manages to beat Viola this time, and the group are about to leave for Silage City for the next gym, when Ash asks Serena where she's going, and she doesn't know.
Wing! It's covered with ice!
No! How can this be?
Whoa, that was a dynamic angle. In giving chase at the Rhyhorn race, Ash finally remembers Serena, where he helped her by treating a wound she got with his handkerchief. And she kept it this whole time and returned it to him. I'm not the only one who finds that kind of weird, right? Then the group run into a Rhyhorn race, and Serena gives them all tips and tricks since her mom was a Rhyhorn racer. Then, after Rocket, Serena, despite not having a goal, joins the trio on the journey. Great, another foursome. And grooming Furfro, the group help a waifu form a bond with its Furfro. Nothing to do with the episode, I just love the new Officer Jenny design. That's my aesthetic.
The Wobble Font! The haunting silky smile look! The flowing perm!
Clement's got a secret!
On their way to Silage City, the gang return to Lumiose, where Ash and Serena learn Clement is actually the leader of the gym there. The gym was taking too much of his time, so he made a robot to do the gym battles for him so he can go meet a nerd. But the robot is strong and sticks to the rules too much, One of them being you need 4 badges to challenge the gym, and Clement does not have 4 badges, so he got kicked out of his own gym. But Clement grows a pair and manages to beat the Clembot and get his gym back, reprogramming it to not be so anal. Then Clement and Bonnie get approval from their dad to go on a journey with Ash and Serena. That's when Ash says he will go by the original requirement and challenge the gym when he has 4 badges, and he wants to battle Clement when it happens, and the two agree.
Mega Meowth Madness!
After stopping another Team Rocket scheme at Professor Sycamore's lab, Clement is rewarded with a chest spin. Also, we find out that masked guy before with the Blaziken is Clement and Bonnie's dad. Okay.
Prepare for trouble! I'd say you bad people have finally met your match!
And make it a double crook catch to protect the
thieves! Copyright infringement!
In the bamboozling forest, so it's another one of those Pokemon are separated with Meowth and everyone but Pikachu trusts him. I feel we've seen this one a bit too often. Also, Jessie gets a Pumpkaboo. And to catch a Pokemon smuggler, the gang try to perform a citizen's arrest on a Pokemon smuggler trying to steal some bug types. If it's not Hunter J back from the dead, I don't care. In Kindergarten Chaos, it's another one of those they help out a kindergarten or school and there's some kid with an issue. Another episode I feel like we've seen a lot of. Here are some fun facts about this episode. This is the anime debut of the new fairy type. It's also the episode in the anime with the most animation errors. Epic. In Seeking Shelter from the Storm, it's another ghost episode. Well, the one causing it is a psychic type, but it's basically a ghost episode. In An Appetite for Battle, Chessman gets too dummy thick. In a jolting switcheroo, Bonnie accidentally takes a bag similar to hers at a Pokemon Center, and the bag had Dedenne, so now she has someone else's Pichu. Oh no, will she ever see Dedenne again? Yes.
A rush of ninja wisdom!
Okay, this episode nothing particularly interesting happens. Ash and friends meet a ninja Sanpei and his Frogadier who trains with Ash and his Froakie. Why this episode is important is, well, you'll see. In Awakening the Sleeping Giant, to wake up a Snorlax, the gang go fight a spoiled princess to get her Pokeflute, because I don't remember the reason.
Aren't we forgetting something?
Huh?
Clemens?
It was horrible.
What happened to all your clothes?
Oh, I can't look!
A conspiracy to conquer!
So this one's kinda interesting. When Jessie and James are mysteriously hypnotized by a woman named Madam X and her Malamar, Meowth has to team up with the Twerps to save them. What's more, the Malamar then takes Pikachu too, and when trying to save him, even Serena, Clement, and Bonnie get hypnotized. But if you remember the ending, or the middle of the ending to Black and White, friendship beats mind control, and thanks to a Clement invention, the Malamar is defeated, and it's revealed Madam X was an Officer Jenny who was also under Malamar's spell. That's when they all found out the Malamar was trying to take over the world with a mind control device, and then it blows it up as it escapes. So yeah, a reoccurring villain this season, I guess, is an evil mind-controlling Pokemon? That's pretty cool. I hope the next episode it's in follows up on this. I'm finally interested in an X and Y plot point, so I hope it does. In Breaking Titles at...
Nico, he actually listened to what you said, yo-yo.
Yo, you're not from around here, yo.
Check out the legendary Riviera Walk, yo.
You should learn it if you're gonna be here, yo.
Do you think they're rapping?
No. No. In a Pokevision of things to come, the gang steal my thing by becoming YouTubers. No, seriously, Serena starts making videos on Pokevision, which is basically YouTube. Well, my advice, Serena, don't make long videos about children's anime. Trust me, it will destroy you physically and mentally. Like, comment, subscribe.
Pokevision refers to promotional videos created by trainers themselves.
Awesome! That sounds so cool! I wish I knew what that meant!
And going for the gold, the group helped Rodman.
My name is Rodman.
Rodman, try to catch a legendary golden Magikarp. And coming back into the cold, the gang meet Alexa again as they try to save some fossil Pokemon from Team Rocket. In Climbing the Walls, Ash beats the second gym leader, Grant, getting his second badge. Ash met Grant and Viola back in that episode that, yeah, that one. Okay, so I'll say 2 things that I like. This new Versus screen, they're pretty fire, and the animation for battles has actually gotten better. In fact, overall, for the series, it seems to have gotten much better than Black and White and Sinnoh were. So technical aspects of the show have improved, but that seems to be it.
A battle by any other name!
Oh shit, that's right, Serena exists. I haven't mentioned it, but I assume you've figured it out by maybe the few clips I've shown or just in general, that Serena has a crush on Ash. And this isn't like Misty or Dawn where it's implied that maybe they might be interested in him romantically. No, she straight up likes him. And in this episode, she gets a rival in love with Miette, and the two battle it out in a Pokepuff making contest. Epic. They both lose, but Miette promises if Serena doesn't tell Ash how she feels, then she will first. What a boss bitch. And to find a fairy flower, the group and Team Rocket disguise try to find a fairy flower for Flabebe so it can visit a dying person. Sag.
The bonds of evolution!
The Twerps meet Diantha, the Kalos champion, and witness Mega Evolution for the first time, as well as Keystones and Megastones, which lets Pokemon Mega Evolve. Cynthia or Diantha? Why not both? And heroes, friends, and foe alike, after another unsuccessful Pikachu stealing, Team Rocket say fuck it, and decide to dress up as the Twerps and act like assholes all around Anime Town, so they can eventually use one of Clement's devices to steal Pikachu. It's more complicated than it needs to be.
Mega Revelations!
On the road to Shalor City for the next gym, they happen to meet the gym leader of that town, Karina, who is trying to get 100 win streak with her Lucario. And after beating Ash, she's at number 99. She then explains once she wins her 100th battle, she will go to Geosenge Town so she can get her Lucario to Mega Evolve with the Lucario Knight. And thanks to a Team Rocket scheme, Karina wins her 100th battle, and the gang decide to travel with Karina to see Lucario Mega Evolve. Then in Cave of Trials, after clearing the trial set by her granddad, Karina gets the Lucario Knight, so now she can Mega Evolve. But in the Aura Storm, Lucario can't control all the new power it gets from Mega Evolving, going berserk whenever it does. So Karina, at her granddad's suggestion, goes to get a special training at the Pomace Mountains, and of course the Twerps go too. And calling from beyond the Aura, the gang gets separated and have to work together in odd pairs to find each other again. Alright, I used to like these episodes, now they're showing up way too often.
The bonds of Mega Evolution!
After arriving at whatever I said this place was called, Karina begins training with Mabel and her Mawile to learn to Mega Evolve by arranging flowers. How quaint. But it turns out spending time together enjoying nature instead of battling was just what they needed, as finally Karina can control Lucario in Mega form. So now with that done, she heads back to her gym. Wow, this sure was a fun 5-episode OVA about Karina. I don't know why, but these people were here, they didn't do anything. Isn't he supposed to be the main character, I think?
The Forest Champion!
While walking through the forest, the gang encounter a Hawlucha that acts like a superhero to the Pokemon of the forest, but it likes to showboat too much by striking poses, which ends up with the bad Pokemon getting away. Ash is into it and wants to help Hawlucha finish the battle while still keeping its flair, and after his help pays off, Hawlucha decides it wants to come with Ash. In Battles in the Sky, it's another one of those Ash enters his flying type in some sort of competition involving flying types and it evolves during it. A classic.
The Cave of Mirrors!
So you thought casual time travel in Pokemon was weird? How about casual alternate dimensions? Yeah. While going through Reflection Cave, Ash gets sucked into a mirror and is sent to a mirror dimension with, well, not evil versions of his friends, they're just sort of dicks. This season can't even do mirror dimensions right.
Our worlds are starting to move apart!
The sun is starting to set!
The two worlds are connected by our hopes and dreams!
What the fuck is happening anymore? In Forging Forest Friendships, Hawlucha and Froakie perfect a team attack to save Ash from a Trevenant.
Summer of Discovery!
Okay, so remember that camp arc in Diamond and Pearl that was really boring? They decided to do another one. Yes, it's a summer camp run by Professor Sycamore. Unfortunately, there's some important stuff that happens in it. Like, for one, the gang meet the gang. The rivals? Or whatever they were from the games. Tierno, Shauna. I don't remember your name, I don't really care to.
Day 3 Blockbusters!
Oh yeah, Serena exists! And during summer camp, Shauna tells her about Pokemon showcases, and Serena starts taking an interest in them. I'll explain what they are when we get to them, but you've seen contests, so you can probably assume a general idea of what's going to happen. In Foggy Pokemon Orienteering, it's more camp. In Battling into the Hall of Fame, it's the end of camp. Well, at least it was short. In Origins of Mega Evolution, the gang arrive in Shalor City for Ash's gym battle, but before that, they learn the secret of Mega Evolution from an ancient scroll.
Rule 1. Early to bed and early to rise. Rule 2, eat in moderation, even if it's delicious.
And it was too predictable to be funny. In Showdown at the Shalor Gym, I mean, yeah. In Splitting Airs...
Bonnie, you need to eat those veggies, please.
But I don't like these veggies at all.
But veggies are exceptionally nutritious.
I don't care. In The Clumsy Crier Quiets the Chaos, the group encounter a Pokemon Center with a Wigglytuff assistant that is new on the job, and it proves itself by calming a raging Salamence. This one was okay.
Dreaming a performer's dream.
Meeting up with Shauna again, the gang see their first Pokemon performance, and this inspires Serena to become a Pokemon performer herself, finally giving her a goal. That's when a wild Pancham comes on stage to have some fun, calling the performance off. Later, Serena sees the Pancham again and notices it just wants to perform on stage, so she decides to catch the Pancham, making it her first caught Pokemon.
A campus reunion.
So in this episode, we find out in school Clement abandoned a Shinx after being forced to attend something for nerds, and he meets up with it here now that it's evolved into a Luxio, and after Team Rocket stuff, the Luxio forgives him and Clement catches it. Okay. Then in Bonnie for the Defense, the gang return Lapras home to the ocean after some kids try to help it. That was the finale of the first season. I don't want to talk about it, let's move on.
Pathways to performance partnering.
Next season, Kalos Quest. The new theme song, To Be a Hero, is okay. It's better than the remix of the original. In this episode, Serena, while training for her first performance, meets Nene, a new rival. That's it.
An undersea place to call home.
Okay, so this is a weird reordering, as An Undersea Place Called Home actually should have been aired back in the first season before Ash's second gym battle, but it was delayed for reasons I am not aware of. I really don't know why it was put off until now. It's about a Skrelp, and after the encounter with it, Ash develops a strategy to beat Grant's Onix, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey nonsense, just don't worry about it. And when Light and Dark collide, after accidentally injuring a Pokemon actor thinking an attack on a Snubbull was real, Ash and his Hawlucha fill in, co-starring with a shiny Hawlucha.
A stealthy challenge.
I told you he'd come back. And his Frogadier has evolved into a Greninja, and Ash decides to help him with a mission that is being disrupted by another ninja, and during this, Ash's Froakie evolves into a Frogadier. Hooray! In A Race for Home, oh yeah, Serena exists! Okay, I'll stop doing the joke, you get it. The gang run into Serena's mom, who if you remember is a Rhyhorn racer, and she thinks that's what Serena is training for, but we know she wants to be a performer, and after Serena tells her mom this, she doesn't take her seriously at all, and they have a race on Skiddo, and if Serena loses, she has to give up her journey, go home, and be forced to ride Rhydon.
Facing the grand design.
The gang run into the evil Malamar again, and its second appearance isn't as good. This time the Malamar has friends now, and they plan to use a device to change the environment of the world to suit them and no one else. What exactly does that mean? I don't know. But the Twerps, Team Rocket, and the Jenny who was hypnotized, who has been tracking Malamar since then, do put a stop to it. I'm going to assume this is building up to some big third or fourth confrontation, because otherwise this was okay. They do find out there are good Malamar out there, they aren't inherently evil, and James does contemplate releasing his Inkay, thinking it might also become evil when it evolves, but their bond proves stronger than any morality.
A slippery encounter.
I'm pretty sure I came across a Pokemon hentai with the same name while researching this. When walking along, a Goomy suddenly falls on Ash's head that seems dehydrated. After healing it and saving it from Team Rocket, the Goomy becomes Ash's Pokemon. Then, in One for the Goomy, Goomy being a dragon type, is afraid of fairy types like the Dene, and after facing Team Rocket together, they become friends. Hooray! And thawing in Icy Panic, the gang helped the worst Pokemon design. I'm kidding, it's not that bad, guys, calm down. I mean, remember the one that was just a Pokeball? Also, Ash meets Ramos, the leader of the Coramine Gym. That's where they are right now. Then, in the green grass types of home, Ash battles Ramos and wins his 4th badge. And under the Pledging Tree, it's an annual festival where people give presents to their Pokemon. So it's like, where's Christmas? Also, Ash gives Serena a gift, continuing to lead her on unknowingly. I forget which season it was, this one or the last one, where I called him a shonen protagonist. Well, now he's acting like a harem protagonist.
A showcase debut.
Okay, so now I'll explain a Pokemon Showcase performance. So, these are worst contests, basically. For one, they're sexist, as only girls can compete in them, unlike every other competition in the Pokemon world where anyone can enter. They are kind of similar to a beauty pageant more so than contests. They're broken down into 2 rounds. The first one can be anything, really. Baking, a quiz, styling, like this one. Then the second round is the same every time, a performance where the Pokemon use moves to dazzle the audience. It's basically what the first round of a Pokemon contest was. Unlike contests though, the audience votes on who wins. The goal is to win 3 Princess Keys by winning a showcase. Then you go to the Master Class, which is the Grand Festival type of event. Win that and you become the Kalos Queen. Showcases are fine, I guess. I like having a change of pace from battles anyway, so they work for that. And they do a great job of animating them too, but I hate how it's clearly trying to appeal to girls exclusively. Now yes, obviously I'm a grown man, so clearly something made to appeal to young girls is not going to be something I want to watch personally. But I mean, I like contests fine, probably because also anyone can enter them. And while it was clearly made to appeal to girls, me, a boy, could enjoy them, not just because other boys were in it, but it combined the fun of battling and raising your Pokemon with being more concerned about technique and appeal rather than strength. Here it's mostly about aesthetic, and from a viewer standpoint, that makes it harder to tell how well someone is doing, especially when the first round changes so much. Like, what does Rhyhorn wrangling judge about being a princess or whatever? What's the power scale here? So I like showcases visually, but that's about it. Also, yeah, let's talk about Serena, finally. She's not a bad character, she's just wasted potential. First, I really don't understand why they had her on her own for the first several episodes, since she just mates Ash and becomes the girl like usual. I thought when it started they were going to do some cool simultaneous storytelling for a while, where we'd cut back and forth between Ash and Serena's journeys, and they'd, eventually meet up, and we'd see, different characters and people referencing them and stuff, and, eventually the arcs would come together, and they'd see they had this past connection with each other, and they'd have, some bond that would help them overcome whatever is roadblocking them or whatever. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. And I guess I overthought that a lot. And her crush on Ash seems useless, other than her getting jealous of random girls that really don't have anything for him to just get close to him. And again, Ash and Winley leading her on, nothing really happens with it. Not like people like romance and shipping and stories, that extra drama or whatever. Sure, I can get into it too, but I think I would be more into it and more into Serena if she was more upfront about her crush on Ash. Think about it, outside of randos we've never seen again, there hasn't been a character that has actively romantically pursued Ash. And I think if she were more forward, it would lead to more interesting interactions, considering Ash is no Brock. He only thinks about battling and never really about girls, so I'd like to see how he'd react to that. I also think it would make Serena more interesting, as again, she's just kind of there right now. But okay, this episode does give her some development, I guess. As in her first showcase, she messes up with her Fennekin tripping during the first round, knocking her out of the competition. And she gets so dejected that instead of having an arc about this like the last 2 had, she just cuts her hair and changes her outfit, which, in my opinion, is the laziest way to convey that a character has changed. Wow, their physical appearance is different, therefore they're different, even though they're going to act the exact same way after this. I mean, I do like the outfit better, but I like the long hair more, so it's a mixed bag. I definitely think she is the girl so far with the least going on. I feel Misty being a gym leader with 3 bratty sisters was more engaging than Serena competing in pageants. But that's just me, and again, we're only halfway through the series, so she could warm up to me. But it's also been 60 episodes, and that hasn't happened yet. Anyway, after all that, the gang now begin their trek to Lumio City, as remember, Ash has 4 badges now, and it's time for his battle with Clement.
An oasis of hope!
Okay, look, I just talked a lot. The only thing that happens in this episode is Gumi evolves after fighting a Grumpig.
The future is now, thanks to determination!
Oh, that's a reference to a catchphrase Clement has. He always says, the future is now thanks to science, and he presents some dumb invention. It's like a running gag. I haven't mentioned it because it's not funny.
The future is now thanks to science. Pomontic Gear on! I call it my no hard feelings fair and square lottery device.
After stopping a plot by Team Rocket to control all the electric Pokemon and shut down all the power to Lumio City, Clement's Luxio evolves, and then he decides to go to the gym ahead of them so he can train for the upcoming battle with Ash.
A fork in the road.
A parting of the ways.
Man, it definitely feels like it's been a while since we've had a Jessie episode, huh? Especially a more serious one. After another failed Pika capture, Jessie and her Wobbuffet get separated from James and Meowth and her Pumpkaboo. And after getting attacked by a Gloom, she is rescued by Dr. White, a smexy doctor living in the woods, I guess. That's sexy. He also has a Wobbuffet. The two hit it off, and Jessie decides life as a doctor's assistant might be better than a terrorist, by just a little bit. But when a Pokemon hunter steals Meowth and Pumpkaboo, she returns to help save the day by teaming up with the Twerps, declaring she's a strong, independent queen that don't need no man, just her friends and Team Rocket. I mean, it's good to have some Team Rocket episodes again, especially considering their absence in Black and White. I still think the Blissey one back in Johto was Jessie's best episode, but this one's up there too. Top 3 Jessie episodes. Because I think there was only been 3, right?
I'll always be a member of Team Rocket. And I'll always have the greatest friends ever.
Battling with elegance
and a big smile!
After a practice for the next showcase, Pancham and Fennekin fight, which gets Serena to blow up at them. Realizing they need a break, Serena goes into Anime Town and meets Aria. She was introduced a while ago, I just kind of forgot about her. She is the reigning Kalos Queen, so the best showcaser in the world, or whatever they're called. But she's disguised or something, so Serena doesn't recognize her, but Aria gives her a pep talk about bonding with Pokemon or something, and she makes up with Pancham and Fennekin. Then the two have a friendly Pokemon battle, and during it, Fennekin evolves into Braixen. Braixen?
Braixen.
And later, Serena realizes the thing that was obvious.
Good friends, great training!
The group meet Dancing Boy again. That's his thing. And Sliggoo evolves into Gudra. Wow, I wish my dragon types evolved this fast. In confronting the darkness, finally in Lumio City, it's battle time. Oh no, wait, Clembot gets arrested because it's being framed. I don't care. The actual battle happens in the moment of Lumio's truth, and I'll give him credit for hyping up the battle for a few episodes, but it's a standard gym battle, nothing really special about it. Ash wins and Clement rejoins them as the gang now head to Lavere City. Some of you might be wondering, how do I not remember how to pronounce... Some of you might be wondering, how do I not know how to pronounce the names of some of these things when I've seen the anime? Well, spoilers, it's been like half a year since I've seen this season. In Garchomp's Mega Bond, Professor Sycamore's Garchomp can now Mega Evolve. Do we really need a whole episode about that?
Defending the homeland!
So if you remember, Ash's Gudra just kinda fell from the sky one day. Well, in this episode we find out why. It used to live in a wetland and everything was cool until the Florges attacked. It came because it wanted the special properties of a healing spring to itself. And during the war, Gudra was sent flying, landed on a Swana's back, and then, well, you know the rest. Even though thanks to Ash's encouragement, Gudra manages to beat the Florges, Team Rocket interrupts, forming an alliance with the Florges, and then they steal Pikachu and Dedenne. And, oh, this is a two-parter?
Beyond the rainbow!
So we learn the Florges took over the spring because it wanted to heal a Floette, but now the spring is drying up, mainly because of Team Rocket, who want to steal the water and sell it at a high price. That's when Gudra and Florges team up and send them blasting off again. And seeing how happy Gudra is being home and that someone should stay and protect it, Ash leaves Gudra there. Not released, again, this is a Charizard Squirtle situation. He still owns it, it's still like part of his team, it's just there now. And so you're having a bad day. Taking one down. It's another separated, gotta find your friends thing. This time though, it's Meowth and Bonnie. It's not as entertaining as it sounds, could have been funnier. In Scary Hospitality, it's another ghost episode, we get 2 in 1 series.
A fashionable battle!
Arriving in that city I can't pronounce, the gang meets Sawyer, a new rival for Ash, who is a trainer from Hoenn, cause Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire just came out. And Sawyer challenges the gym leader and loses, but up next is Ash. Then in Fairy-type Trickery, Ash manages to win his battle, getting his 6th, I think? I lost count. In Rivals Today and Tomorrow, more Sawyer stuff. His Trico evolves, and him and Ash form bonds and stuff. Then the gang learn a showcase will be in Dendemil Town, and the next gym is in Anastar City.
A not-so-flying start!
When the gang find a Pokemon egg, it hatches into a Noivern that Ash manages to catch. That's it.
How are we gonna make Noibat evolve already?
We don't need to use a stone or wait for a certain time to make it evolve, right? Tell me it's not one of those annoying Pokemon. Maybe we could just turn it upside down.
Damn, Jesse's spitting facts. In a Relay in the Sky, another flying type competition, no thanks. Okay, you know what? I actually kind of liked a Frenzied Factory fiasco. When visiting the Pokeball factory, Team Rocket manages to steal all the Pokemon and lock the group in a storeroom. Except for Pikachu, it's the only one to get free, and now it has to save everyone by himself. I like seeing Pikachu try to deal with Team Rocket all by himself. It made the usual Team Rocket scheme feel a bit more fresh. In Performing with Fiery Charm, Serena competes in her next showcase, with Miette returning. And also Jesse's participating as well, I don't think I mentioned that. And Serena wins this one. Cool. I will say I kind of like Miette and how she teases Serena about her crush. It's fun. She's kind of a fun character.
Now hear this! We are going to settle things once and for all. And then, remember, I told you I might have a chat with Ash.
And Rotom's Wish, oh, another casual time travel episode, where Rotom sends the gang back in time, because Rotom can do that, I guess, to change the future by helping some guy win a Pokemon battle to keep his hotel. And these kids really need to stop going back in time and fucking with the past. This is why certain things aren't right when they come back. Is this why we haven't seen Ash's dad? Have they just erased him from the timeline just by coincidence?
A festival trade!
A festival farewell?
So interestingly, I think this is the first episode in Pokemon that has some kind of holiday that's like Halloween. In it, a count sees his Pumpkaboo like Jessie's, and she uses this to trick him into rescuing her Pikachu from some evil twerps that stole it. When he rescues Pikachu, who is actually Chespin in a costume, Jessie reluctantly agrees to trade her Pumpkaboo for Pikachu. But when it evolves due to the trade into a Gourgeist, he doesn't want it anymore. And now Jessie has a new Gourgeist. Also, yeah, the twerps get Chespin back. And over the mountain of snow, they do that with some Mamoswine. Aw man, Mamoswine, I miss Dawn. In Adventures in Running Errands, okay, I guess this is a thing in Japan, that letting a kid do their first errand is like a big deal, because there are so many anime episodes like this, and spoilers, this is not the only one Pokemon will do. In this one, Clement sends Chespin and Bunnelby to get a fuse so he can fix a fuse box at a Pokemon Center, and the two get in all sorts of adventures. And it's cute, I liked it. In Mending a Broken Spirit, Serena's breaks her magic stick, and they have to repair it. Who cares?
A legendary photo op!
No, Todd doesn't come back in these picture episodes, he's dead, get over it. But it's a similar concept to when we saw him with Articuno. In this one, the gang meet up with... what was his name again? Who wants to take a picture of Moltres, and they find it really easily, but it's mad thanks to Team Rocket, and when trying to calm it down, Ash's Fletchinder evolves into Talonflame. In The Tiny Caretaker, oh, it's a Bonnie episode. Look, I don't dislike Bonnie in terms of little kid characters, she's better than the other one, but she also really doesn't matter, so... In A Trip Down Memory Train, we learn the origin story of how Clement caught his Buttlebee. Again, I don't care.
A frolicking find in the flowers!
Traveling in a field, Serena finds an Eevee that seems to love to dance, so she decides it would be the perfect Pokemon for her performances, and she catches it. Done and done. In Tag Team Battle Inspiration, the group arrive in Anastar City, and they meet Tierno and Shauna again, and it's the boys versus the girls. They have a double battle. The only notes I have for this episode are nothing really happens here. That's all I wrote. In a performance pop quiz, see, I told you they had to play Jeopardy! Serena enters her next showcase along with Nene. Oh, yeah, I forgot about her. Shauna and Jessie are in it too. Luckily, Serena has all the useless trivia knowledge, and she gets her second key. Wow, she just started and already is halfway toward her goal. How boring.
Cloudy fate, bright future!
I saw disaster approaching soon, and your fates are all connected to that threat.
Okay, I get what they're going for with Olympia's voice acting. I don't agree with it.
That is correct. The vision that occurred showed me your Frogadier is a Pokémon with a curious fate.
Yes, the gang meet the 7th gym leader. We're at 7 already? And we're 92 episodes in, man. Nothing has happened. Anyway, Olympia can see into the future and sees in Ashes a strange future involving his Frogadier. As well as the future of Kalos, and all of his friends in Team Rocket will play a big role in saving it. Then in All Eyes on the Future, Ash beats Olympia, winning his 7th badge. In Lights, Camera, Pika, the group help a guy make a movie with all Pikachu, using Ashes. It's fun, I do like the show a blooper reel at the end. I love when animated productions do bloopers, it's fun. Also, this is another episode out of order in the dub, but this one doesn't really matter that much. So if you can't tell, I'm not enjoying this season. Again, it's so boring. Ash has nothing going on besides getting badges. Serena is a wasted character that has no personality. Clement is supposed to be the funny one, but I haven't laughed once at anything he's done. I never mentioned it, but there is a running joke where he makes dumb inventions that usually don't work properly, and Ash is all amazed by it, but the girls are like, oh, skeptical. It's very funny, haha. Other than that, I do not have much to say about him. I guess he's had the most development with his confidence getting built up after meeting Ash and reclaiming his gym, so technically he's the best developed character. But like I said, is not as annoying as Max. I actually don't mind her, at least. I mean, one of the reasons is that she's keeping the spirit of Brock alive, in a way, sort of. Just again, she's got nothing going on, really, and has no reason to be there. Well, she's about to.
From A to Z!
Alright, so but pretty quickly, we're in the last season of X and Y, XYZ. The new theme, Stand Tall, I don't like. It's kind of like a sports chant, but I don't know about that. The beat or something just doesn't appeal to me.
I stand tall 'cause I know I'm a winner. Knock me down, I'll just get up again.
Also, does anyone else think when they scream "Gotta catch 'em all" it just sounds really bad?
Pokémon, gotta catch 'em all.
Bonnie finds a strange green creature in her bag that she names Squishy. Then Sawyer shows up again. Okay, that's when Team Flare shows up, the evil team for this gen, who I honestly hate as much as Galactic. There's no difference to me. Maybe this one's worse. But yeah, they want Squishy, but the gang beats them, sending them away. That's when Sawyer tells them to check out Terminus Cave on the way to Snowbell City for Ash's last gym. And Squishy seems like it really wants to go to Terminus Cave, so they agree. And so the gang head off to see Terminus Cave with... Is that a lawn? Oh no, I'm gonna have to explain the specials? Fuck me. And Love Strikes, Eevee, yikes, I kinda like that one. A wild Quilladin gets a crush on Serena's Eevee, until it gets hot for a Flareon. In a Giga battle with Mega results, the group meet Professor Sycamore again at the Pokemon Center so they can find out what's up with Squishy. Also, a Nurse Joy's Audino Mega evolves, which to be honest is a Mega evolution I completely forgot about.
A fiery rite of passage!
I don't know why, but when watching this, I must have been really tired. That made me laugh so hard, like, uncontrollably. In Dream a Little Dream of Me, Inception Pokemon Edition Part 2. That's the episode. It's all a dream by Darkrai. Doesn't matter.
The green slime can talk too! My, does that astonish you? You who is able to speak as well? Hey, I've been speaking a long time!
In The Legend of the Ninja Hero, the group meets Sanpei again at his ninja village. It's better than Boruto.
A festival of decisions!
Oh, we're still in the ninja village, and another ninja clan attacks them and kidnaps the Hokage. This is Boruto. When helping them, Ash's Frogadier evolves into Greninja, and during the fight with the ninjas, it seems Greninja gets a strange sort of power boost. In a dancing debut in the next showcase, Jessie wins it. Good for her.
Meeting at Terminus Cave!
After arriving at the Terminus Cave, Team Flare is there to catch Squishy, but it merges with a bunch of other Squishies to become a good boy. Thanks to, again, a strange power from Greninja, the group are able to send Team Flare packing, but now Squishy is out there. Alone. How will they ever find it? Oh, look, Squishy is back in a cellular connection. It's just in Bonnie's bag now, okay. In a windswept encounter, Ash's Noibat starts beef with a Breloom.
Party Dancecapades!
Please, Ash, it would be so nice if you would be my date.
Sure, no problem.
See what I mean? She's more interesting when she's more upfront with her crush with Ash. That was the only time in this anime Serena got a laugh out of me and I didn't find her boring. I wish there was more of that. After meeting up with Miette again, the gang go to a fancy party where during a double battle, Serena's Eevee evolves into Sylveon. Also, Arya is there and starts talking up Serena to a showcase judge named Palermo.
A meeting of two journeys!
Okay, so... remember sometimes I would talk about these specials every now and then, very rarely? These are, as I said, specials or OVAs, whatever you want to call them. Most of, if not all of them, are canon. Some would focus on tertiary characters of the past, like Richie or Casey, some of which would be crammed together in the Pokemon Chronicles series. Or they would be episodes showing Ash's companions after the main journey and what they got up to after that. I did not talk about these because A, they are not considered by any website I found that documented the Pokemon episodes to be a part of the main series. And 2, this is about Ash, you know, Mr. Catch Them and his journey, and while I like some of those characters, he's not the focus of those episodes, so I left him out. This includes the Mega Evolution specials that I left out that Alon was introduced in. During the run of X and Y, they aired the Mega Evolution specials that starred Alon, and yes, that's how you pronounce his name, it's Alon. Now, I'm not going to explain any of Alon's backstory, though. It is important, and it ties into this season, especially the ending, but the reason I'm not explaining it is because it's not in the main anime series. Despite it being so important, his connection to the main villain, Professor Sycamore, and the concept of Mega Evolution, how much of a pivotal role he plays in the upcoming events, and how much the characters from the specials intertwine with the main cast, it still wasn't important enough to be part of the main narrative. We had time for Serena doing nothing for 60 episodes. We had time for episodes like that one where they would copy and paste from past ones, or Karina's arc, or the summer camp arc. But the makers of the anime felt it unnecessary to cut 4 episodes just so we can see Alon's story, you know, this character that plays such an important role going forward. Instead of this one where he just shows up. I mean, he does show up in a flashback in the series, but that's it. And it's a shame, really, because I legitimately think Alon is one of the best characters in the Pokemon anime, with a very interesting backstory and side characters of his own. But the anime didn't think it was important. Like, these specials are not even included in home DVD releases of the X and Y anime, and if you watch this series on a streaming service like I did, you will not see the specials even listed as part of the main series. And this, to me, is why Pokemon the series X and Y is the worst season of Pokemon I've seen so far. While I did not like Black and White because it was boring and uninspired, there were still episodes I liked, and it told the entire story in its own episodes without any need for additional watching material. I can forgive X and Y for being boring, but the fact that I have to go out of my way to watch something that will give me context to a central character in the main plot is something I do not like. Yes, I can easily watch them on a pirating site or something, and it wouldn't take that long to watch or explain them to you. Honestly, the explanation of the specials would be shorter than this rant. The point is, the makers of the anime thought the story of Chespin getting fat was more important than a complex character whose backstory ties into the main villains of this season and its brand new mechanic, so why should I care? So yes, if I haven't made it abundantly clear now, I do not like X and Y. The only 2 things I will say this season has above all the others is the voice acting has gotten much better, and the usual cast they have do a good job portraying their characters, except for Olympia. Seriously, what was that? And this is the best animated season of Pokemon so far. The animators have definitely stepped up, and it's probably the best looking one. That's all it's got. It looks and sounds good. Everything else sucks. It's got boring and sloppy writing, uninteresting characters, I'm including Ash in that, basic plots for episodes that would have only flown if they weren't 900 episodes in, and it's not even funny. The reason I think Diamond and Pearl is the best season so far is that it felt complete. From the beginning, it sets up all the main characters, their rivals, where they stand with each other, how strong each of them are, the main goals of our heroes. The villains, okay, well, they mostly sucked. But by the end, you can tell they knew where they were going to go when they started the season. You could tell they had it all planned out since episode 1. It seemed like they were going to do something similar in Black and White, but that unfortunately fell off due to reasons outside of their control. But what's X and Y's excuse? And really, I want to end this season recap here because I've kind of said all I wanted to say about it by really not saying anything this whole series. I understand some people have been frustrated that I'm breezing over episodes that might be their favorite, or have some interesting story that I don't acknowledge due to some important plot point or whatever. As you saw with Diamond and Pearl, and even sometimes in the original series, Johto and Ruby and Sapphire, if there is something interesting, something deep, something funny, I will call it out. And the reason X and Y, and Black and White to an extent, are so short is because the episodes really are nothing. Pokemon's formula just isn't entertaining anymore, it's gotten stale, and adding the weird narrative choices that X and Y has just muddled it more. Remember, we're over 900 episodes into an anime now. I have seen the same concept for episodes multiple times. I've heard Team Rocket blast off hundreds of times, the same running gags hundreds of times, Pikachu's Thunderbolt hundreds of times, Brock getting cucked and blue-balled hundreds of times. And I can tell you, despite that, I've never been more bored, annoyed, and insulted, okay, maybe that's too far, than watching Pokemon X and Y. I haven't even talked about this episode yet. Ash meets Alon for the first time, and also Sawyer again, who cares, why does he keep showing up? And no, sorry, I do not care about Ash Greninja. Even when I first heard about it, I thought the concept was stupid, and after watching it, I still think it's stupid. So with all that said, I'm going to speedrun the rest of this season, okay? Because nothing it can do by this point, after being 100 episodes in, is going to change my mind, really. In an explosive operation, Team Rocket tries to steal a Zygarde, but Team Flare gets it first with Alon, who's helping them. Also, Bonnie sings a terrible song, and I'll be damned if you aren't forced to listen to it too, like I was.
Squishy and me nuzzling cheeks, best friends forever, we're so happy. Sweet little Squishy, here's my song for you. My sweet Squishy, that's you.
In a watershed moment, it's about a chestnut and a robot. In Masterclass Choices, Serena gets her last key and can now go to whatever the last competition is called, I don't remember. In an electrifying rage, a Zapdos shows up and Ash's Noibat evolves into Noivern. In Unlocking Some Respect, a boring story about a locksmith with his apprentice. In Masterclass is in Session, yes, we are at the finale of Serena's story already as she enters the Masterclass, that's what it's called. Damn, man, it's only 2 parts? Yeah, we get the finale to Serena's story and performing a pathway to the future, where Serena comes in second, which I feel for her first time is a bit too high. She should have placed lower, but whatever, Dawn got second, I guess. And a keeper for keeps, whoa, the tables are turned when a girl actually likes Clement and Bonnie doesn't like that one bit. In battling at full volume, a trainer who uses a Pikachu is going around fighting all the strongest Pikachu trainers, and now he wants to fight Ash. But he's sick, and instead of telling the guy he's sick and to come back later, Serena decides to dress up as Ash so he can battle the guy? What? Stupid logic aside, I said I'd admit if an episode was interesting or something, and yeah, this one was alright. I especially like the crazy rocker trainer, and Serena's impression of Ash was pretty fun to watch.
You just wait! When it comes to what I can do, you haven't seen anything! Oh my gosh! I can't believe it worked!
In the synchronicity test, they meet Alon again and test out how to retain Ash Greninja. In making friends and influencing villains, Team Rocket try to steal a shiny Phantom. In championing a research battle, Ash battles Diantha again to again figure out Ash Greninja. In a full-strength battle surprise, Ash battles Sawyer again and loses and can no longer activate Ash Greninja. You don't know how much it pains me to have to say Ash Greninja so many times in a row. In All Hail the Ice Battlefield, Ash challenges the final gym and loses. And he takes it really seriously for some reason. Dude, you lost to the first gym and many before, who cares? You lose all the time. Oh, it's because he feel bad he couldn't activate Ash Greninja, I think? Which, by the way, this is the first time they actually used that term in the anime.
I wonder if we'll see Ash Greninja today.
What's an Ash Greninja?
I've never heard of that.
That's the name I made up for when Greninjas changed.
Yeah, that name always sounded like a little kid came up with it. In seeing the forest for the trees, Ash, after spending some time alone, figures something out, I guess, and is able to use Ash Greninja anytime now. And again, I'll admit there was a moment I liked at the end of this episode where Greninja recreated the time Ash caught him. That was cute.
The Ash I know is full of energy. He's a leader, always tries his best. He's always positive, and he never gives up. He hangs in there till the very end. You're not acting like the Ash I know!
I agree, Serena. 1 second he's the most positive dude ever, then the next he gets depression over one loss. Like, he doesn't feel like a character anymore. He feels like something they mesh to fit whatever arc they want him to go on. No, since X and Y is all about going back to Kanto, did I ever talk about how fucking savage OG Ash was? Seriously, back in Kanto and Johto, this kid gave no fucks. He went off on people.
Put that slimy thing back in the Pokeball! Bugs are one of the 3 most disgusting things in the world!
Aside from you, what are the other disgusting things?
My father.
Huh? You mean you're the good-for-nothing father who left home and never came back?
I hate the way she treats us, but I like the way she looks.
Yeah, not like some other girls who treat you bad and look even worse.
All I think about lately is winning. I hope I'm not becoming heartless.
You were always heartless.
As if your sense of direction's so bad you can't find yourself in a mirror.
You crack mirrors!
My picture's gonna be on posters when I'm a big famous star.
Huh?
Excuse me?
Maybe in horror movies.
Pikachu.
Now we'll see who gets the last quack.
Ha! Anyway, Psyduck and I are so cute we'll look good whatever fashion we wear.
I'm sure Psyduck will.
If you leave it here overnight, I'm sure it'll be fine in the morning.
Miss? Excuse me, but are you by any chance the oddball in your family?
I wasn't asking about your camera. I was worried about you.
But you see, this camera is my life.
Get yourself a new life. I don't see any beautiful girl.
Just turn around.
Misty, please, only one of us can hallucinate at a time. The Electabuzz couldn't beat an egg.
Oh, yeah? And what about all the great hitters that are on the Electabuzz?
Those guys aren't hitters. I've seen better swings on a playground.
God, I miss my boy. In a real icebreaker, Ash rematches What's-His-Name and wins his final badge. I don't mean just for Kalos, I mean overall, this is the last gym battle Ash has in the anime. Officially. I wish I cared enough to describe it to you since it is such a milestone, but I'm almost free. In a Diamond in the Rough, Ash sees Gudra again. Also Alon, after hearing from Ash that strong trainers will be at the Lumiose Conference, the league of the season, he's gone off and earned his own 8 badges. Pretty fast, that was barely 10 episodes, my guy. In a gaggle of gadget greatness, Clement nerds out about a gadget festival. Nerd. In a league of his own, the Kalos League starts. In valuable experience for all, Ash, Sawyer, and Alon all make it to the semifinals. In Analysis vs. Passion, Ash and Sawyer begin a full 6-on-6 battle, which you eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that has not happened since Ash vs. Paul. God, would I have to be reminded of a good rivalry. In a riveting rivalry, Ash beats Sawyer, and for the first time in his career makes it to the finals of a league. In Kalos League, Passion with a certain flair, while preparing for the final battle of Ash vs. Alon, Ash meets Lysander, the leader of Team Flare, though he doesn't know it, and he has plans for Ash, I guess. Also, Sycamore explains Ash Greninja with it being something called a bond phenomenon, something so rare we will never see it again. Also, we see Marin. You know Marin from the specials? The And finals not for the faint-hearted, Ash begins his battle with Alon. Then in Down to the Fiery Finish, Ash loses to Alon, as he takes the whole thing, but then Team Flare starts the endgame. In a towering takeover, Team Flare unleashes Zygarde, covering Lumiose in vines, as Lysander wants to create a new world, and only the chosen ones will join them. Wow, I feel like we should get some backstory to that. Lysander then captures Ash, and Squishy turns out to be a Zygarde? No way. And coming apart at the dreams, whoa, Alon was tricked into gathering Mega Evolution energy this whole time? He seems really upset about it. Wish I knew why or what that stuff is. Then Ash's entourage and Team Rocket set out to help Marin rescue Chespy. Who's Chespy? Wish I knew who that was. Ash is freed and him and Alon team up. In the right hero for the right job, while Ash and Alon battle Lysander, Clement destroys the machine controlling the one Zygarde, killing Clembot in the process. R.I.P. Serena's group manages to rescue Chespy, and Steven shows up. Yes, Steven, from Hoenn. I mean, you obviously know why if you've seen the specials. Then Bonnie frees Squishy from Team Flare's mind control by singing that awful song again.
You're so happy. I promise I'll never leave Squishy.
In rocking Kalos' defenses, Ash and Alon defeat Lysander. Or do they? Because then Chespy gets absorbed into the giant rock. It was introduced in Special 2, obviously. Come on, you all know the giant rock. And it's now heading toward a sundial in Anastar City that will explode and destroy the world? Well, that got out of hand fast. But then in a cool moment, everyone shows up to help, not just Ash and his friends, but also the champion Diantha and all the gym leaders. Finally, when the region's in danger, they all finally got off their asses and helped during the world-ending crisis. It's about time one of them did. And forming a more perfect union, the gang really beat Lysander this time and rescued Chespy. Hooray! I was so invested. And so the day is saved. Okay, again, I will admit, in terms of a finale, and especially one to an evil team plot in Pokemon, this one was pretty hype. Everyone coming together at the end was pretty cool to see and really made it feel like a final battle. I just wish so much of the details of Team Flare's plans and what some characters' motivations were and, some major plot points weren't hidden in a not easy to watch OVA. In Battling with a Clean Slate, it's an epilogue showing what everyone will be doing. Ash, of course, is going home to Kanto, Clement and Bonnie are staying in Lumiose, Clement even rebuilds Clembot, death means nothing, and Serena is considering taking an offer of Palermo, the person I mentioned before that gave her earlier that I never mentioned. But then in the first day of the rest of your life, we find out that Serena actually decides to go to Hoenn to compete in contest. Wish we could have seen that arc. And facing the needs of the many, it seems some remnants of those vines from Team Flare's plot are still around, so Ash decides to release Greninja so we can protect Kalos from them, along with Squishy and the other Zygarde, as Bonnie also promises to go on an adventure with Squishy when she becomes a trainer. And now, finally, last episode of Pokemon X and Y.
Till we compete again!
It's time to say goodbyes. Team Rocket head back to HQ. Serena leaves for Hoenn so she can... Wish we were that courageous the whole time. Alon is traveling around, I guess. Clement and Bonnie stay in their hometown, and of course, Ash heads back to Pallet Town. So yeah, what more can I say? I did not like the season. It sucked. I will say again, I did find the ending to be pretty fire, no pun intended, but a good ending for me does not make up the last 100-something episodes I had to watch to get to it. It really seems like Pokemon has stagnated, much like the games. The anime at this point needs some new and fresh ideas to just really reinvigorate it. Because I swear, if the next 2 seasons are more of Ash going on a journey and Team Rocket and all the same kind of episodes we got before, well, this video might end sooner than I thought. Well, let's find out in the penultimate series, Pokemon the series Sun and Moon.
Alola to new adventure!
Alright, so no theme song for the first episode, but you will notice immediately that there is a new art style with Pokemon going forward. Now they have a more cartoony aesthetic. And I'll admit, at first I didn't like it, but there is a reason that it is like this, and I'll get into it later. For now, let's look at the first episode of this season. It's alright. Ash, Pikachu, and Mom are on vacation, for reals this time, because instead of America like last time, they are in the tropical region of Alola, specifically the island of Melee. They are there because Mimey won them a trip there in a contest. You remember Mimey, right? The Mr. Mime they own. It's been literally 900 episodes since I've mentioned him, so I know you remember him. While they are there, Oak asks them to deliver a Pokemon egg to his cousin, and on the way there, Ash, while being distracted by all the new Pokemon of the region, he sees a girl named Lily who he learns is afraid of Pokemon for some reason. He then arrives at the Pokemon School. That's what it's called. It doesn't have a name, I think. I think they just call it the Pokemon School. There he meets Mallow, a trainer studying there, who takes him to Oak's cousin Samson, who is the principal, and the egg is safely delivered. Afterward, he meets Professor Kukui, the teacher and professor of the region. That's when they notice a fight going on outside. Another student, Kiawe, is up against a group called Team Skull, and Ash joins the battle to even the odds. That's when Ash sees Kiawe use a special technique called a Z-move, which lets his Turtonator unleash a powerful attack. Afterward, Ash again sees a legendary Pokemon, Tapu Koko, the guardian of Melee Island. Later that day, Ash is given a Z-ring by Tapu Koko, and then it just cuts to some time later, and now Ash is staying in the Alola region, living with Professor Kukui, and his mom's back home. Okay, how did that happen? Who cares? Pokemon. So yeah, a lot of information and setup for future things are done in this episode, like most other season premieres. And yes, if you're wondering, this is the first time Ash is not really going on a journey, per se. He stays in one location for its entirety, basically on this island. Yeah, there's no gyms, no journey, no traveling companions. Instead, this season of Pokemon takes more of a slice-of-life approach with episodes, not building up to some big final tournament. It's more just Ash's adventures in Alola. There will be a final tournament, though. I mean, don't get crazy. And honestly, I am all for this approach. I was getting so sick and tired of the typical formula that started going stale in Black and White and really petered out for me in X and Y. This is what I need. And you know, I'm one of like the 5 people on Earth that actually like slice-of-life anime. Yes, we do exist. So I am interested to see what direction Pokemon takes with this new genre. I hope it's better than the last 2. Please.
You sure are cute! The Guardians Challenge!
It's Ash's first day at school, and he meets his classmates and their partner Pokemon, some of which he ran into the day before. Mallow and her Bounsweet, Kiawe and his Turtonator, Sophocles and his Togedemaru, Lana and her Poplio, and Lily and her Nothing. To welcome him, they all challenge Ash to various competitions, and when he is about to face Kukui in a battle, Tapu Koko arrives, wanting to face Pikachu and Ash himself. That's when Ash tries to use his new Z-Ring, but the Z-Crystal inside shatters. But it's okay, because Ash can get a new Z-Crystal by doing the Island Challenge, where he takes on various trials to, I guess, just win. Once again, another episode to just kind of set up the rest of the season, introduce us better to Ash's new supporting cast, and the Island Challenge itself. Well, I'll just let you know now, it's not really a focus of the season, the Island Challenge, so, you know, don't get used to hearing about it. This episode, we do hear the new theme, Under the Alolan Sun.
I can't get used to this heat on my skin. I can feel every day I'm a little bit stronger. I only wish each day was longer.
It's okay, but I'm gonna be honest, this is the first time where I will say, hands down, no debate, the Japanese theme Alola is way better. It's so fucking good. Like, it's just got all this liveliness and bounciness to it that just fits this series with its more lighthearted approach to Pokemon, yes, even more than before. It's just such a banger OP, man. Like, it legit might be my actual favorite Japanese opening in the entire Pokemon series. Yeah, I haven't really been talking about the Japanese openings, have I? Or the endings. Well, that's obviously because we've been watching it dubbed, so there's been no reason to talk about it. But I have been listening to them for each season to, you know, get an idea for a comparison of what's going on between the regions. Regions? Oh my god. I really have been watching too much Pokemon where I just called 2 countries regions.
Loading the decks!
Okay, I just realized I forgot to change the picture back there for the last one. Look, that was my one fuck up. I'm pretty sure I've been good about it the whole time, so let's just pretend that didn't happen, alright? You can't even see it with this camera, I can tell. Ash gets his new Pokédex that has a Rotom inside, and...
Hola! Nice to meet you, Ash.
Wow, we can even have a conversation?
Of course! Rotom Dex is equipped with an assortment of languages.
Oh, I hope you don't get annoying. That's when, guess who's back? Back again. It's Rocket, of course, who are now setting up shop in Alola, Jessie, James, and Meowth. They encounter Ash when he's trying to catch a Mimikyu, but to everyone's shock, the Mimikyu sides with Team Rocket due to its relationship with Pikachu. And then a new joke is Team Rocket is constantly being carried off by this Beware for no reason. It just shows up and takes them to its cave randomly. Okay. They also have a new motto, and I love it visually. It looks great, but it's kinda eh.
The beauty so radiant, the flowers and moon hide in shame. A single flower of evil in this fleeting world, Jessie.
I think it takes too long and ends abruptly, like each member, including Meowth, get a whole 2 sentences, only to end with, "We're Team Rocket."
The nobly heroic man of our times, the master of darkness fighting back against a tragic world, it's James.
This one, more than any of them, just feels like Yeah, they made it this long so they can reuse the animation and fill a good chunk of the episode. Again, though, at least it looks neat.
It's all for one and one for all. A glittering dark star that always shines bright. Dig it while Meow takes flight. Team Rocket, let's fight! That's right! Wah, Buffett!
First catch in Alola, Ketchum style!
Yes, as the episode mentions, Ash catches his first Alolan Pokemon, a Rowlet, who he befriends after helping save its Pikipek friends from Team Rocket. Jessie also gets her first Alolan Pokemon, the Mimikyu from the last episode. Good for both of them. In Yo Ho Ho Go Poplio, the class goes on a fishing trip, and Lana, being the water expert, shows them the ropes. We also learn how she met Poplio. It's okay. Also, her little sisters are introduced. They're also okay. In a shocking grocery run, when out shopping, Ash runs into Sophocles, and he uses his genius kid skills to save the shopping center from a Team Rocket scheme.
That's why the Litten is a scamp!
Hey man, you took one season off, so now we gotta get back to Ash getting a fire-type starter that has a sad backstory so we can raise it to its full potential. It's my favorite part. That's not sarcasm, I actually like the stories with the fire starters. The Litten in question is going around stealing food, and Ash wants to teach it stealing's wrong, until he finds out it's caring for an old Stoutland, and after sending a bully Alolan Persian packing, Ash tries to bring Pokemon food, but sees they have vanished. Will he ever see them again? Yes.
Lily's exhilarating challenge!
Alright, my girl. If you've seen me talk about Sun and Moon the games, you know Lily is one of my favorite Pokemon characters, period, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with her in the anime, because remember, I've never seen anything about it. For this episode, we don't get much with her, it's mostly a lot of foreshadowing. I just realized how dark it is. So remember the egg Oak asked Ash to deliver to Alolan Oak? Well, the class needs someone to take care of it, and Mallow suggests Lily, who, if you remember, is afraid of Pokemon. She accepts, hoping this will help her get over her fear, and Ash helps her take it to her McMansion. That's when he and we learn that Lily does not know why she is afraid of Pokemon, and all her butler knows is Lily went to live with her mother for a while, then after returning, she's been afraid of Pokemon due to this forgotten trauma. Curious. But by the end, she is able to touch the Pokemon egg, which is progress, I guess? And to top a totem, oh yeah, that trial stuff. Well, to help get rid of an infestation of Alolan Raticate and Rattata, Ash does the normal trial to recruit the totem Pokemon Gumshoes to get all the young Goose to help. He wins, getting his Normalium Z, and now he has to face the kahuna of the island, Hala. He then beats him in Trial and Tribulation, a Great Phoenix Wright game, and instead of getting the Fightium Z that Ash was supposed to get, Tapu Koko appears again and gives Ash a new Electrium Z for Pikachu. In Young Kiawe Had a Farm, Ash helps Kiawe deliver fresh Moo Moo milk from his farm on Akala Island, that is run by his family, and damn! Kiawe, that's your mom? So, like, your mom and dad, are they happily married, or... In The Sun, the Scare, the Secret Lair, searching for Pokemon to send to Giovanni, Team Rocket come across a Marini that takes a liking to James, making it his newest Pokemon. It looks like this new addition is going to get them their first W over the Twerps, but Beware shows up to rocket nap them again before they can finish it. And realizing they can't escape from it no matter where they go, they decide to make the Bear's Den the new Team Rocket base. Well, they sure are positive.
Racing to a big event!
So, there's this thing called the Pokemon Pancake Race. It's a regular race, just the Pokemon carry plates of pancakes while doing it. Okay. Is this like another hilarious Japanese pun or something that I'm not getting? More importantly, Lily's egg hatches into an Alolan Vulpix. Hooray!
Getting to know you!
So this episode is building up to more Lily growth, as everyone thinks the Vulpix should be hers, obviously, since she raised the egg. But, you know, she's got that whole trauma stuff. But after some rocket shenanigans, she leaps in harm's way to save Vulpix and can now touch it, but not other Pokemon. Lily then officially catches it, nicknaming it Snowy, making it her first Pokemon.
Rocking Clawmark Hill!
Ash isn't the only one living around Kukui's house. There's also a Rockruff that Ash thought was Kukui's, but he doesn't own it. It's just a wild Pokemon that hangs around, and it's been coming back to Kukui's house with a lot of injuries lately. Ash then finds out it's because it's trying to get strong enough to beat a Magmar, and after helping it beat the Hothead, Rockruff becomes Ash's newest Pokemon. And they might not be giants. Rowlet and Poplio get whisked away in one of Poplio's snot bubbles, I think, don't ask. They then run into Litten as the two try to make it back to their trainers. That's cute. The thing that threw me off were the faces the characters made when the Pokemon left. Like, that's funny, I love it, I just wasn't expecting such a style change for a gag in Pokemon. In Crystal Clear Sleuthing, Ash's Electrium Z is missing, and Detective Rotom is on the case, inspired by his favorite show, Alolan Detective. So again, we get a series of fun visual changes as jokes, and this is what I meant about the style change. Honestly, I never cared even when it was announced, as I hadn't watched Pokemon in years, but watching the show now, the simpler and more cartoony art style is great, as it seems it allows the animators to really squash and stretch and go ham on the animation for jokes and battles. You know, it's actually giving me a reason to look at the screen to see what neat animation gag they're doing. It's great.
And so, the culprit of this mystery is you, Kiawe.
No! Kiawe is the culprit?
In a season search, finally Ash's last classmate Mallow gets an episode, where Ash helps her get some yellow nectar so she can make her family restaurant's Alolan stew, and during this her Bounce Suite evolves into a Steenie. No, I don't count this as a cooking episode, but it's still a 9 out of 10. In a Guardian rematch, it was a waste of time. Ash fights Tapu Koko again, loses, and that's the whole episode. Partner promises he meets Tapu Lele, the guardian of Akala Island.
One journey ends, another begins!
So it's another episode with Litten and Stoutland, and it looks like Stoutland's not doing too well. And it seems there's nothing even Nurse Joy can do, but come on, it's Pokemon. We all know that somehow they'll find some way to save the old Pokemon, making it feel better. No way.
Professor, where's Stoutland?
I'm sorry.
They killed the dog? What the fuck? Ash catches the Litten to help it cope with its loss. What the fuck? In a shivering shovel search, the class go to the beach. I'm sorry, I can't get over that they actually let the dog die in Pokemon. I am legit shocked. Like, I was not expecting that. Especially because the tone of the season being more, lighthearted. I just didn't need that whiplash right now. In getting the band back together, Ash and some friends attend the concert of DJ Leo and his Alolan Doug trio. And they haven't been as good since the falling out with Alolan Golem. He was the heart of the band.
The perfect getup, of course. Alola's best detective would never make a wrong choice.
That has nothing to do with this concert.
In Alolan Open House, okay, this is the most non-Pokemon episode in Pokemon so far, where Ash has to give a speech at the school's open house, and his mom is visiting too, and Ash is nervous about it and tries to figure out what he's gonna say. Like, it's not bad, it's a fine episode. It's just, this is, I think, the first time where I could say, like, this could be an episode in any anime, any slice of life anime or whatever, honestly. Pretty sure this is an episode of Ned's Declassified. In a team-on-team tussle, Team Rocket and Team Skull fight over trying to get a Darkium Z, which Team Rocket manages to get, but they realize they don't know how to use it. Whoops.
Those tacky uniforms tell me you're not from Alola. Where are you from?
Kanto, you masked dork!
What's a Kanto?
You're dumber than you look!
And so long, Sophocles. Oh no, Sophocles is moving, but he's not. He misunderstands he and his parents in the middle of the night, and they are moving to a rental for a week to get repairs on their house done. And now Sophocles has to break it to his friends who have been doing really nice things for him, thinking he's leaving forever. And it's like a mid-Simpsons episode, honestly.
A glaring rivalry!
Lily's brother Gladion is visiting, who I guess she's just kinda off doing stuff. Him and Ash start a rivalry of sorts and have a battle, but it's interrupted by Team Rocket. But during the battle, Ash sees Gladion's Lycanroc use a powerful Roxy move. Ash wanting to learn one for his Rockruff, Gladion tells him he can get one for it by passing the grand trial on Akala Island. And then Gladion fucks off with Lily sad her Onichan is once again gone.
Pulling out the Pokemon Base Pepper!
So remember, I have 3 kinds of episodes that I will love no matter what. One of them is cooking, and one of the other ones is about baseball. I love baseball, like baseball anime, baseball games. It's my favorite sport to play. I'm not really about watching it. Don't ask me about the actual sport. If it doesn't have waifus, I don't care. In this episode, a special guest, Alulu, a baseball star, and a Snorlax are visiting the class, and Team Rocket are there as Jesse wants his autograph. But the kids don't allow it because they think it's another scheme, so they have a baseball game to see who will get the autograph. Well, I love the episode not just because of baseball, but again, the animation and jokes are on point.
Inferno Overdrive! Ball!
I do feel bad for Jessie here, like she just wanted an autograph, man, but can't even get one when she's legit about it. Like, come on.
Inferno! Overdrive!
Signal of fishing star!
lulled to La La Land during a camp. Oh god, no. It's only one episode, but I can't do this again. I'm not going back. In the old Raisin Switch, for a class assignment, everyone switches Pokemon partners. It's cute, but most importantly, Lily through this all is now able to touch Pikachu. Progress.
The Island Whisperer.
It's time for a field trip to Akala Island with the kahuna Olivia, who everyone loves, people and Pokemon. But then the rest is about some Whalmer they find on the way there. I don't really care. In Treasure Hunt Akala style, the kids go on a treasure hunt on Akala, and most of them unfortunately find nada, except for Lana, who finds Z-Ring ore, which Olivia says she will turn into a Z-Ring for her. Lana then gets her Waterium Z in Big Sky Small Fry after passing the water trial, and then she gets her Z-Ring from Olivia. The best part of this episode, though, is this fisherman character who just keeps making shit up for no reason.
That's correct. I've been a master fisherman for 40 years. A scar is proof of our many struggles over the years. In the 50 long years that I've been a master fisherman...
50 years?
He distinctly said 40 before.
That boat has been with me the past 70 years as a master fisherman.
In a crowning moment of truth, Kiawe catches an Alolan Marowak. In currying favor and flavor, Ash and Mallow pass the grass trial, getting Ash a Gracium Z, and allowing him to now challenge Olivia.
Trials and determinations!
Ash battles Olivia in a double battle, and during it, Rockruff seems to go nuts, almost becoming feral and even attacking Rowlet. Ash manages to win though, but Rockruff's condition seems strange, and Olivia says it's actually because Rockruff is about to evolve. I guess even Pokemon go through puberty.
Rising from the ruins!
After Rockruff, feeling bad for its actions, goes off, it fights Tapu Lele. Of course, the Island Guardian just thinks they're playing, and when it's done, Olivia's Lycanroc and Gladions arrive sensing this, I guess. And Ash's Rockruff evolves into a special never-before-seen Lycanroc Dusk form. Also, speaking of Gladion, we see him again, and that he's taking care of a strange Pokemon that's hidden away. In Mimikyu Unmasked, after another failed plan, Jessie and Mimikyu land at a mall where its Pikachu disguise gets torn. Jessie tries to get it a new outfit, but it wants to remember the evil's face. So Jessie fixes it, and after that, Mimikyu now fully obeys her. Oh yeah, Mimikyu wouldn't listen to Jessie, especially when Pikachu was around. You know, that was a thing. It's over now, though. In Mallow and the Forest Teacher, when Mallow becomes overworked at our family restaurant, she runs away into the forest, where she finds a restaurant owned by an Oranguru that feeds Pokemon. And after she helps out there, she learns a valuable lesson about a family or something. In Balloons, Brionne, and Belligerence, Lana meets a trainer, her Brionne, and a Naruto character, and she learns with their help to use her Waterium Z. In Mounting an Electrifying Charge, Ash and Kiawe help Sophocles win a Charge-a-Bug race so they can beat his new rival, Stuck-Up Rich Kid.
Alola, Kanto!
Class goes on another field trip to Kanto. Random. But yes, some special guests are joining, Misty and Brock, the OGs, who show the kids around Kanto.
It's the original Twerp, Twerp, and Twerpette trio!
What are those lowlifes doing here?
Despite this being a return of two mainstay characters, the episode's not really a lot. It's just a nostalgia trip, you know, seeing Brock, Misty, and Ash again, and of course all of Ash's Pokemon. And I'll admit, even though, for me, it's only been a couple months since I've seen them, yeah, I felt nostalgic too.
Is it that Jigglypuff?
This is awful!
If he's saying too closely! When regions collide!
Again, this one's okay. The kids watch gym battles for the first time. They're not that great kids. I know, I've seen about almost 50 of them. Though Brock and Misty have some new tricks. Mega Evolution, wow. After the trip, though, Professor Kui says that he's always admired Pokemon leagues in other regions, and he wants to establish one in Alola.
You can win 8 badges, and I won them all!
In my case, I gave him a badge out of pity.
Say, that story has a familiar ring.
Hey Ash, what's that supposed to mean?
And yeah, that's the last episode of Part 1 of Sun and Moon, and I'm enjoying it so far. Like, I know the episode recaps are just as short as Black and White and X and Y Am I Watching This, but these episodes are actually entertaining. It's just not much is happening in them, you know? It's really mostly a bunch of jokes, and, you know, I don't think it'll make an interesting video for me to just constantly say, this episode was funny, or this episode was not funny, you know? So I'm just gonna stick to telling you what the episode premise is about, no matter how simple it is. Like, it's really a slice-of-life show now. The episodes don't really connect and are more standalone than before, but they are funny, well-animated, and I like the characters of Alola. They're just really nice and wholesome. I like watching them. So yeah, it's a fun series that's made quite well. But for the next 12-ish episodes, well, how about we don't do any of that, and instead have a serious arc that ties into things previously established? Yeah, I'm serious.
A dream encounter!
Hi, this is Editing Brian again in the future. It's been a while, so you might be wondering, why are the titles of this season in Spanish? I don't know, it's the kind of footage I got. All the dialogue's in English, though, it's just for some reason the titles and everything are in Spanish. So, I guess if you speak Spanish, this won't be that weird to you, but just a heads up, yeah, for the entirety of just this season of Sun and Moon, it's like that. Every other season's fine. It'd be like that sometimes, you know?
Now we're in Ultra Adventures, and that will become quickly relevant. The new theme, Under the Alolan Moon, I don't like. It's very boring. Like, this sounds like they're trying to be too modern, if that makes sense. But like I said, we are about to start kind of an arc here that goes on for quite some time, so try to keep up. I will not repeat myself. Well, I guess you could rewind the video. So Ash has a strange dream where he makes some kind of promise to the legendary Pokemon of Alola, Solgaleo and Lunala. And when he wakes up on his way to school, he finds a strange Pokemon no one has ever seen before, and Lily nicknames it Nebby. Ash then remembers that this was the promise, that he'd protect Nebby. The appearance of this Pokemon attracts the attention of the Aether Foundation, a company that does something, but its president is Lily's mother, Lusamine, who explains to Ash about beings known as Ultra Beasts, Pokemon-like creatures who come from Ultra Space, and they think Nebby is one and try to take it from Ash for research, but Ash is adamant to protect Nebby, so he refuses. Then, and now you see them, now you don't, it's not really much, it's just Nebby using its teleport move to teleport the kids to fun places. Then, in deceiving appearances, the kids visit the Aether Foundation and meet Lusamine again, as well as the employees, Faba, Wick, and Professor Burnett, who needs the kids' help with a Ditto. Also, Team Rocket started working there too. Good for them. In a masked warning, Ash again is teleported by Nebby to where Gladion is, and we learn that strange Pokemon he has is called Silvally, a Pokemon created to kill Ultra Beasts, and guess what Nebby is? But to find out why the hell Ash has it, he of course battles him to figure out, what's going on, and I guess he decides, I guess he can keep it. But Ash also learns from Gladion that Lily's fear of Pokemon comes from an Ultra Beast somehow.
Night of 1,000 poses!
Okay, so the bulk of this episode is not really tied into the arc as a whole, it's just kind of whatever. It's about the kids and Burnett, for some reason, having a sleepover at Kukui's. It's fine. The day after, though, wishing to see her brother again, Nebby teleports her to him, as we saw him do in the last episode. And when she encounters Silvally, all of a sudden, Lily is terrified, reliving the trauma that she faced all those years ago, and is now back to square one, no longer being able to even touch Snowy. What's going on?
Mission Total Recall!
Lily, although back to square one, wants to go back to square 5, so she tries to remember why she fears Pokemon. Baba learns of this, and he for some reason wants that to be a memory she keeps buried away, as he was the one who made Silvally. So he decides to kidnap her. Well, that escalated quickly. That's when Silvally saves her, and this triggers her remembering that Silvally actually saved her from an Ultra Beast that was due to Faba's experiments, when she was younger. And this was the event that traumatized her. And bing bang boom, now she loves Pokemon again. Getting over trauma is that easy, kids, it only takes 22 minutes. So Lily is cured now, hooray! Unfortunately for Faba, kidnapping your boss's daughter is not a good look. But don't worry, Faba's got it figured out. Kidnap Nebby, use it to open an Ultra Wormhole to summon an Ultra Beast so Lusamine will be happy. Of course, it's perfect! But damn it, the twerps show up to stop him with Lusamine and Gladion. An Helgio emerges from the Ultra Wormhole, and like all those years ago, it tries to go after Lily, but Lusamine steps in the way, dragging her into Ultra Space.
We've got to stop him! And his disguise is junk!
That matters!
Disguise is what Team Rocket does best! He's giving us a bad name!
Then in family determination, Lily and Gladion try to go save Lusamine themselves, but everyone says, nah, we're not just fam, we're Nakama, and join them. That's pretty much all that happens. In revealing the stuff of legend, after convincing all the Island Guardians to help, Nebby evolves into Solgaleo, whoa, and then use its powers to go into Ultra Space. Again, that's kind of all that's happening, it's moving at a snail's pace now.
Rescuing the unwilling!
The group find Lusamine now being controlled by the Ultra Beast. She tries to drive them away, but the kids are there to help her, and they do so by battling her. And they battle her, and then they battle her some more.
10 million Science to fight!
While the gang keeps Lucamine's mind-controlled Pokemon under control, Ash and Gladion try to fight the Ultra Beast controlling her. Then, thanks to friendship, I don't really remember exactly why it happens, Ash's Electrium Z transforms into a Pikachu, a special Pikachu Z crystal, which lets them use the move 10 million volt Thunderbolt. This defeats the Ultra Beast, saving Mommy, thank God. The world will be a darker place with one less MILF.
The Professor's new adventure!
So the day is saved, and to celebrate, Kukui and Burnett get married. Oh, that's nice. Then at the ceremony, for their help, Lucamine asks the kids to join the Ultra Task Force to help stop Ultra Beasts that are pouring into Alola now, thanks to all the Ultra Wormholes being, air. And then all the kids agree. Also, yeah, Faba still works there for some reason. We then see that Nebby is now back where it belongs in the wild as Solgaleo, and the episode ends with us seeing a mysterious purple creature now hanging around Alola. The Ultra Beast arc, or whatever you'd call it, was pretty good. Some episodes did not need to be there, some stuff really needed to be cut out, but I still enjoyed it. I'm glad Lily's still the best girl in the anime, like in the games, but much like the games as well, Ash and his friends felt kind of forced. Anyone not involved in the whole family conflict just feels kind of there. It was more natural making Ash having the one with a connection to Cosmog or the Nebby instead of Lily, which is more reason than the games gave. But after that, we're now back to the usual kind of episodes, and hey, remember when we saw Misty and Brock before, some returning original characters? Well, it's time to say hello to another returning original character that we haven't seen in quite a while. In Let Sleeping Pokemon Lie, the episode is about the kids trying to find out about Alolan Oak's Kamala, but then randomly, Jigglypuff shows up again. Yes, that Jigglypuff. And Kamala seems to be the perfect match since it's always kinda sleeping, I think. It's an okay episode. And the Dex can't help it, when a new washing machine is delivered to Kukui's, it seems to have a Rotom inside, and it kicks our Rotom out of its Dex, so now our Rotom needs to kick that Rotom out and get its home back. In fighting back the Tears, Team Rocket encounter another Marini that James' Marini was into. Then Marini evolves, not James' Marini, the other Marini. Okay, we gotta stop having episodes with two of the same Pokemon being the focus. It's really hard to describe. So the episode itself is cute. It's about Lana and Mallow and Ash finding a Drampa that helped the girls when they first met. It's adorable. The important thing is, as you can see, yes, we are here. Episode 1000. We are on the home stretch with only 4-ish seasons left and 234 episodes to go. I really cannot wait to be done. Seriously, you don't know how much of my life has been consumed by Pokemon the past year. Although after I record this, I'm going to have to edit it. It's going to be a whole other adventure. And getting a jump on the competition, heading to Ula Ula Island for the first time, Lily finds out she's a god at Pokemon sled jumping. Well, everyone's good at something.
A mission of ultra urgency!
So it's time for the kids' first Ultra Guardians mission, and whoa, geez, okay, I get it. They probably made toys of all this shit, didn't they? These kinds of episodes are all pretty much the same. Mommy sends them on some mission to catch an Ultra Beast that is usually just kinda dicking around Alola. It's not really causing harm or anything. This one is fine. It's them trying to capture a Buzzwole. The weirdest reference in this is not the Thunderbirds one. It's when Ash makes a face that looks like Golgo 13. The assassin character that murders people and fucks anything in a skirt, being directly referenced in Pokemon. Am I the only one that thinks that that's kind of fire? In acting true to form, an Alolan Meowth trolls Team Rocket and eventually becomes the Pokemon of Giovanni's secretary, Matori. Did I ever mention her? She first showed up in Black and White during the Sirius era and has barely appeared since then.
Pushing the fiery envelope!
In Alola, the most popular Battle Royale trainer is a mysterious man named the Masked Royal. Who could it be? When Ash and friends go to see one of its matches, except for Kukui, who is strangely missing, they get into one of the Battle Royales and Ash's Litten ends up evolving into a Torracat. But seriously, who do you think this guy is behind the mask? I guess we'll never know. Wow, I wasn't expecting that, because it's been a long time since we've had a banned episode of Pokemon. Obviously, realizing Pokemon is now an international affair, the Pokemon Company has become more aware of the things they put in their games and shows to make sure not to do any more accidental racist stuff, of course. Anyway, this episode, Ash does blackface, painting his face black to live with the Passimian. So, like in the late 90s with Jinx, I could understand that slipping under the radar, Mr. Popo exists. How did a bunch of Japanese artists and producers and company people that probably looked at it from other countries look at this episode and go, Yeah, no problem, let's make a couple toys about it. In turning heads and training hard, the school is visited by Ilima, one of the best graduates from the school, mainly because Kukui wants him to be a part of the future Alola Pokemon League. Then some stuff happens with Team Skull, and one of them hating Ilima, I don't really care. In the next episode, Smashing with Sketch, though, it's the return of Pokemon Ping Pong, the greatest sport ever invented. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I was not expecting this to return at all.
You know, it sounds kind of familiar, but I'm not sure I get it.
Ilima enters a competition, and his rival Akari is actually pretty funny, I like him.
Oh, please! I don't know what kind of training you did in Kalos, pal, but you don't stand a snowball's chance at Wella Volcano of beating me!
Also, yes, if you like anime, then you probably thought about it too when you heard Ikari. I didn't, but then I did when Kiawe does a pose that references the greatest dad in anime history. Like, first Golgo 13, then there's an Ava reference in Pokemon. I'm half expecting them to bring up Devilman or Pop Team Epic at this point.
Love at first twirl!
So every so often we would see that mysterious purple Pokemon that showed up at the end of the Ultra Beast arc. Well, in this episode, the gang actually interacts with it, as they figure out the name of it is Poipole, and see that they can't actually find the Ultra Wormhole that sent it here, so they have no way of sending it back. But seeing that it's formed a bond with Ash and its Pokemon, Lusamine lets Ash keep it as one of his own. In real life, Inquire Within, when the local Joy gets sick, the kids who are at the center for a field trip have to take care of things while she recovers. In Rise and Shine Starship, another Ultra Beast episode where the kids help a Celesteela go back to space. In The Young Flame Strikes Back, a real estate developer wants to buy Kiawe's family farm so he can bulldoze it and make hotels, and he tries a bunch of dirty tactics to get them to sell. So Kiawe beats him in a Pokemon battle to stop him, of course that's how these always, and oh, he actually got arrested by Jenny for doing actual crimes? That's new. Dewpider Ascending is kinda weird. The first half is a Dewpider just kind of doing stuff, fucking around. Then it finds Lana and the kids who then help it out. What was the first half? Could they not fill a whole episode? And Sours for the Sweet, Mallow's brother returns from a journey so he can win a bread festival, so he can win the heart of Nina. She's from the Pancake Shop from the Pancake Race episode. But Nina is already engaged, breaking his heart, and he goes on another journey because he doesn't need no woman.
Why not give me a Z-Ring sometime?
When James's Marini learns a Dark-type move, Team Rocket realize that this is a great move for their Z-Crystal, but they still don't have a Z-Ring or any idea how to use it. Luckily for them, Giovanni, wanting to use the power of Z-moves, sends them to Ula Ula Island to meet Nanu, the kahuna of the island, who is apparently an associate of Team Rocket. He just tells them to fuck off, but then a Gengar steals Acerola, a friend of Nanu. Team Rocket try to save her, and seeing them help his friend, he gives them a Z-Ring, so now they can use Z-moves. And what's more, Acerola gives Jessie a special Z-Crystal for Mimikyu. And at the end, look who else is on his way to Ulu Ulu Island. In Tough Guy Trials, Ash arrives to battle Nanu, and he loses. Wow, you suck.
This book is all about the legend of the Blinding One.
Whoa, the Blinding One?
They say it's a Pokemon that shines brighter than anything else in the world.
Then he trains with the island guardian Tapu Bulu in Some Kind of Laziness, where Ash's Lycanroc no longer goes berserk when getting wet. Oh yeah, that was the thing. In A Battle Handoff, Team Rocket have perfected Mimikyu's Z-move and ask Nanu for help in finding Ash so they can test it against Pikachu. He doesn't care and tells them to go fuck off at an abandoned mini-mart. Then Ash shows up to challenge him again and Nanu doesn't want to, so he says before that he has to beat some trainers at the abandoned mini-mart. And I'm gonna be honest, I kinda love Nanu, I like the vibe he's got, with the way his sarcasm is and lacking giving a shit. It's the kind of energy I aspire to have.
Can't wait. What a pain. Let's see, that kid, he's here.
But where is here?
Ash beats Team Rocket and Nanu says, alright, I'll battle you, I guess. In Guiding and Awakening, Nanu again has some tricks, saying Ash can only use one Pokemon to beat his 3, and Ash uses Lycanroc and wins a 1v3, even though he lost before pretty easily. What did you train in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, kid? In Twirling with a Bang, the kids have to catch 2 Ultra Beasts, Blacephalon and Zerkatru. I was kidding! Like, this episode only came out a few months after the anime. Like, what? In Showering the World with Love, the class go on a field trip to the planetarium where Poipole befriends a Minior that just disappears after a short amount of time, like they all do. That's really short life expectancy. And Not Caving Under Pressure, on their way back from the planetarium, the kids take a shortcut through a cave, and after being separated, Lily finds a group of Alolan Sandshrew under attack by a Tyranitar, and she decides to step up herself using Snowy and a Sandshrew to beat the Tyranitar. Wow, good for her. And for her efforts, the Sandshrew give her an Icium Z. And a young Royal Flame ignites when a tag team tries to play dirty to beat the Masked Royal. Ash joins him to help, and the evil tag team is owned by that tycoon guy from the Kiawe episode. Oh, I didn't realize he was going to be a reoccurring character. And all they want to do is dance, dance. A new class assignment is all about dancing, baby, which Mallow-Steenie seems to be really into as they learn the traditional Alolan hula. But when Team Rocket crashes the dance recital, Steenie evolves into Serena, sending them blasting off or getting a bear nap. They don't really blast off anymore. In Dummy You Shrunk the Kids, like the movie it's referencing, when Faba accidentally shrinks Ash, Lily, and Sophocles when he's their substitute teacher. Okay, Faba is basically a joke now, he's not a threat anymore, but come on, the dude basically traumatized Lily, kidnapped her, almost killed Lucamine, and experimented on Ultra Beasts and Pokemon. I'm just saying, he should not be around children, at least.
The shape of love to come!
Alright, so this episode is mostly foreshadowing, with Ash meeting Mina, an artist, whose Rabambi can paint the feelings of people in Pokemon. Poipole starts to get the art bug after seeing this, and eventually starts drawing some epic art that I'm sure he posted on his Tumblr. Although one of them noticeably seems to reference the Blinding One, a legendary Alolan creature. In the Long Vault home, oh, he is like a reoccurring villain, I guess. Seems like he's showing up more than Team Rocket. In I Choose Paradise, the kids go to a water park. That's it.
Filling the light with darkness!
What is this, Kingdom Hearts? Anyway, it's a normal day in Alola, except all the adults for some reason are very tired and lethargic. So the kids have to figure out what's going on and figure out it's because of an Ultra Beast. But not any Ultra Beast, the Blinding One, a Pokemon that used to fill the world with light and birthed Alola, but it ran out and went to sleep. But then the legendary Pokemon Solgaleo and Lunala shared their light, and the Blinding One flew to the ends of the sky. Okay, this does kind of sound like a Kingdom Hearts plot. The kids aren't the only ones interested, though, as Team Rocket is as well. I mean, not Jessie and Jane, because they're also affected, but Matsuri, Giovanni's assistant, is actually on her way to Alola right now to catch the Blinding One. The Ultra Guardians, who did I ever mention their catchphrase is Alt Roger?
Ultra Guardians, off you go! Alt Roger!
A bunch of people in a room sat down and said, yeah, that sounds good. They all go to the Sun Ultra again and see they're getting help from Gladion. Yeah, he's back. Oh, I realized I never mentioned what he's been doing since we last saw him. He's just been kind of going on his own island challenge, getting his own Z crystals and stuff. That's pretty much it. And that's when the legendary Pokemon Lunala appears, but it's not alone. Another Pokemon emerges, a mysterious creature, Necrozma.
Full moon and many arms!
The group quickly realized that Necrozma is the reason for all the adults being weak, because it's absorbing Ultra Energy or something. It also absorbs energy from Lunala, and try as they might, the kids can't beat it. That's when Solgaleo returns again to help its friends, but it also loses, with Necrozma dragging it back into Ultra Space. And this isn't helped by the arrival of Matsuri and our Team Rocket, who try to make sure she doesn't take all the credit for catching some legendary Pokemon. All seems lost, but Ash won't be kept down, and through determination, their Z-Rings power up and Lunala is healed.
The prism between light and darkness!
With Lunala healed, the kids go to Ultra Space to face Necrozma, while Kukui and Faba face Team Rocket. Oh yeah, all the adults are better now. In Ultra Space, the kids find Poipole's original home. There we find out it came to Alola to find a new home for its hive of Poipoles and Naganadels. We also find out that Necrozma is the Blinding One, but when it lost its light, it became that. And that light is what made Poipole's home habitable. So now the kids try to use their Z energy to give Necrozma enough light so it can turn back into the Blinding One. And, well, that didn't work, it just made it stronger. Whoops. Back in Alola, Kukui and Faba managed to beat Team Rocket, but Faba finds out during this that Kukui's battling style seems awfully familiar, and he uses an Incineroar too. Huh. Kinda like the Masked Royal. Wait, oh my god, the Masked Royal is Lana. Oh, it's actually Kukui, and Faba, it turns out, is a super fan of the Masked Royal, and he promises to keep Kukui's secret. I don't know why it's a secret in the first place, but alright. Back in Ultra Space, yeah, things aren't going so hot, but then everyone in Alola sends them their energy. Man, Spirit Bomb has influenced so many finales of anime you don't even know. And the Light of Hope, I guess, restores the Blinding One. This feels more like recharging a battery. So the day is saved, and now that its home is better, Poipole decides to leave Ash and stay in his home world. Yeah, this one story wasn't as good as the last one, kind of like the games, but it was a fun short adventure. I personally prefer the comedy episodes this season more, so back to that please. In a plethora of Pikachu, Ash, Kiawe, and his little sister Mimo, who I've never talked about, discover a trainer who loves Pikachu. She's super fucking annoying.
Wait! I think I'm going to call you Pikachu, Pikamo, and Pikawe!
I'm Pikachu.
Pikamo? That's so Pikachu!
Pikawe?
Good Pika grief.
Yeah, no thanks. In turning the other mask, getting some payoff for that Faba Kukui stuff already, When the Masked Royal is having a meet and greet, Ash and Burnett, who love the Masked Royal, want to go, but they also want Kukui to come with them. Dude, I get Ash, but why have you not told your own wife? Kukui asks Mullane from the Planetarium episode to help him, but Faba and also James think he's stealing the mask, and after some shenanigans, Faba pretends to be the Masked Royal. He sucks at it, and so Kukui has to retake the mask up and beat some dick, and his secret is safe. And that's the season finale. Yeah, not the arc that ties into the games, it's just a dumb Faba Kukui episode. Again, even though the recaps are still short, I am loving this season. Not every episode is a banger. Personally, I'm not that into the Sophocles episodes. He's not annoying like past characters. He's just kind of boring. Like, he's just a stereotypical nerd. That's his whole thing. Also, Mallow's episodes aren't that great. While I love her design, they don't really give her much either. She's really friendly and obviously loves her friends, especially the girls, Lana and Lily. But it seems any episode that should be about her is more about her family, like the one with her brother. Also, not into when the show tries to have a story. I mean, yeah, I like the one at the beginning, but the Blinding One stuff, while set up properly, I just didn't care and felt like it kind of went by fast. And Ash's Island Challenges honestly feels like filler by this point, even though it should be the main focus. I mean, kind of like when I watch other slice of life anime, I don't really want a story here, honestly. I prefer the episodes where the kids are just interacting with each other and the other Lolans just being fun characters. It's really nice and wholesome, man. Like, yeah, it doesn't make for a big, beefy episode recap since it's a premise and some jokes, but I'm having fun watching it, and I prefer that. Like, honestly, I would recommend you watch these episodes yourself. This season is fun. Finish this video first, though. I mean, you made it this far, might as well. So yeah, this is the first season of Pokemon where I want more one-off episodes, less plot. Just give me more random anime references, man. That's all I need. It's funny.
Lillier and the Staff!
It's premiere of Ultra Legends, the final season of Sun and Moon, and the new theme, The Challenge of Life, is really good.
Rise if you're prepared for the challenge. Rise to the challenge. Rise if you're a champion at heart.
Definitely the best Sun and Moon theme. Lots of tribal drums, and when that dude takes the mic.
Take my hand, we'll train as one and triumph together. Rise to the challenge.
Honestly, kind of reminds me of the Digimon Frontier theme. And hey, I was just talking about it, this is the kind of episode I want to see. And in this one, the kids put on a school play, and Lily is the star. But Jessie, being the vain one she is, wants to be the star herself and crashes the play. But the kids roll with it, and the play is a success. This is what I mean, you don't get the full scope of this series' wholesomeness by my descriptions. It's just nice to watch, you know what I mean? Well, I guess you don't, that's my point. This show is all good vibes, especially when you see the parents of the kids showing up and being all supportive, including Ash's mom during the play. Like, how do you hate this? It's so pure. In A Haunted House for Everyone, it's a ghost episode, but at the school. Ooh, a twist. And sparking confusion when strange magnetic activity is going on. It looks like it might be an Ultra Beast, except it super isn't. It's just a bunch of Alolan Geodude and Graveler eating rocks. And don't ignore the small Stuffle. Team Rocket infiltrate Aether Paradise to steal some Pokemon, and a Stuffle that Wick took in when she found it injured begins following Team Rocket for some reason. Team Rocket are eventually found out by the twerps and are accused of trying to steal a Stuffle, which they were probably going to do, but it has been following them and they don't want it because they find it annoying. This is when Beware shows up to whisk them away to their actual joy this time, but it seems more concerned with Stuffle, as it turns out Beware is Stuffle's mother, and the two are reunited. Hey, Team Rocket did something good. I mean, it was completely by accident, and not of their own free will, but still.
No stone unturned!
Ash meets Hal, Kahuna Hala's grandson, who is also on an island challenge. The two battle, and Ash's Rowlet loses to Hal's Dartrix, but after a training arc, Rowlet wins. I don't like Hal's voice.
See, my dad and I have been away from Alola for quite a long time. We just got back, and I'm thinking I can finally take on the Island Challenge.
That's all I have to say. In Bright Light's Big Changes, when that detective show Rotom likes is filming nearby, its nerdiness points out a continuity error, and they offer it a job. This makes Ash sad. His new friend is going to be leaving, which is him being sadder than any of his other friends leaving him. But Rotom stays, of course. I mean, the season's not over.
We know where you're going, Eevee!
Okay, so since the play episode, at the end of every episode, they've been showing these shorts of an Eevee traveling through Pokemon World. And in this episode, we learn why, I guess, so Lana can catch it, nicknaming it Sandy. Not who I would have expected to catch it. Also, I legit forgot Team Skull is in this anime. They haven't done anything and are not really funny. Unfortunately, kind of a letdown.
Battling the beast within!
Guzzlord is the greatest name of any Pokemon, and I will die on this hill.
Parallel friendships!
Okay, I didn't realize when making that joke that The last one and this one are a two-parter involving Guzzlord, where Ash is randomly teleported to another dimension. Like, seriously, it just happens. There's a reason for it, but it still just happens. He meets a guy named Dia, and he has that Pokemon whose name I can never really pronounce properly, as they fight the Pokemon with the best name ever that destroyed his parallel Alola. After beating it, Dia will now rebuild, and Ash returns home. Yeah, we just had a random two-part isekai anime. Okay. Oh, and now Brock and Misty are back. That's also kind of random, as the two are here to visit on vacation, since Lana and Misty have kept in contact due to both of them being water Pokemon otaku. Now, while Misty is in Alola to visit friends, Brock has some other reasons for visiting.
Heart of fire, heart of stone!
Hey, did you know in Alola there's a hot rock-type trainer named Olivia? Brock sure does, and turns on some of the old Brock charm, which thankfully he left Krogunk home before he came here. And when she hears about how much Brock also likes Brocks, she's actually kinda interested, but unfortunately the cockblockers this time are Team Rocket. And then they don't really say if Brock and Olivia continue this relationship in the episode. Like, it just kinda ends. My headcanon is Brock finally got a dub and at least went on a date with her or something. Like, come on, can my boy just get one W, Pokemon, please?
That's some spicy island research!
Great, Pokemon is referencing memes now. The class takes another field trip to Pony Island, the final island, and everyone has a research project to do. But Ash is more excited about completing his fourth and final grand trial. But there's a problem. Pony Island has no kahuna, so no grand trial. Instead, he decides to fight the island guardian, Tapu Fini, and while looking for it, he meets Hapu, a trainer/farmer. She seems to have something kinda against trials and kahunas, but Ash sees she's a pretty strong trainer, and she beats Ash in a battle, and Ash says he will train harder and win their rematch. In Showdown on Pony Island, Ash finds Gladion is also on Pony Island for the same reason he is, and the two decide to battle. And Gladion wins this one, but we do learn that Hapu is planning on becoming the next kahuna. In evolving research, so remember the other kids are doing research projects too, and during his, Sophocles' Charjabug evolves into Vikavolt, and during hers, Lana's Popplio evolves into a Brionne. In Run Heroes Run, when Ash and some of his Pokemon are trapped, Kiawe has to go get a scale from the Island Guardian to save them. He succeeds, and it turns out that this was his own personal grandchild that he had to pass, which he does. Also, Mallow does her own research project, which is a side thing involving cooking. See what I mean, man? They give her nothing. She's always just a B-plot.
Memories in the mist!
Oh. Okay, never mind what I was saying about Mallow, because out of nowhere they decided to just give her one of the best character moments in Pokemon. The trip to Pony Island is coming to an end, but then a strange mist starts up that is apparently made by the Island Guardian that lets people meet their dead loved ones. Which, yes, Torracat meets Stoutland again, which I thought was going to be the sad part. But then we see Mallow encounter her mother, who now we know is dead, and she reconciles with her, because we learn as a kid, Mallow told her mom she hated her as the last words she ever said to her before she died, because her mom would always say sorry because of how sick she was. And her ghost mom is like, no, I should have said thank you. And it's like, who's cutting onions? Hapu, you cutting onions? Like, seriously, this comes out of nowhere, but it's great. This is what I wanted for Mallow. A great moment to get me behind her as a character, besides being, you know, the grass trainer that cooks. Not to mention the animation is on point, and the voice acting by Rebecca Solar, like, man, you hear Mallow's regret in her words.
After all the things I said, I can't face her. I'm sorry, Mom, for saying I hated you. I'm so sorry.
Like, she's had sad moments in the show before, but nothing like this. That's not even the end of it, because then Mallow just finds a shaman, and now she's raising it until it can transform and fly away. But that's not even the end of it, because while most of everyone saw a dead loved one, Lily and Gladion, who is still on the island, were expecting to see their dead dad, but neither of them did. And Hapu tells them that's probably because their dad is still alive somewhere. What? Also, Hapu becomes the kahuna, so you know what that means. In a grand debut, Ash battles a ground type with Pikachu and wins. I hate anime logic. So yeah, Ash wins his last grand trial. And that's it. That's the island challenge. There's no big ending or anything. It's just over. Go home. And keeping your eyes on the ball, the class meet Kali, a Pokemon golfer who's in a slump recently. But after spending some time with the gang, she remembers how fun golf is and wants to continue. Another great character design wasted.
I'm a master Pokemon golf caddy. I've been at this for 40 years, which makes me a legend. As a caddy with 50 years experience.
Wait, you said you had 40 years experience.
As a caddy with 60 years experience.
60 years? That's 10 more than before.
As a master caddy for 70 years.
In Show Me the Medal, this was the episode I realized, holy shit, I'm almost done. Because in this episode, the class meet Meltan, a Pokemon so recent I remember all the hype with Pokemon Go and shit. In Got Meltan, Ash finds that one of the Meltan has formed a friendship with Rowlet, and even though it can go back with its friends, it stays with Ash, making it his newest Pokemon. In this magic moment, the kids tour a TV studio, and Mallow, Lana, and Lily become magical girls. I'm not even surprised at these references anymore. And Beauty is only crystal deep, the Ultra Beast Pheromosa is going around stealing Z-crystals, and hearts, as Meowth once again becomes down bad. Dude, ever hear of masturbating?
Looks like we caught a Meowth instead.
Big fail.
The Dealer of Destruction!
Well, it's official, Kukui has announced the first ever Alolan Pokemon League, where anyone can enter, including Guzma, the leader of Team Skull, who seems to have a past with Kukui and vows to destroy this stupid league. Once again, I still forgot about Team Skull, and honestly, it's been so long that I didn't expect Guzma or Plumeria to show up in this show, but better late than never, I guess.
The Secret Princess!
Oh yeah, Lily and Gladion found out their dead dad isn't actually dead. What's up with that? Well, it turns out that he was sucked into an ultra wormhole once and was presumed dead, but apparently he's still out there alive somewhere. The family with no last name start digging through Moan's research, that's his name, and discover that all of his Pokemon ran away due to grief after his loss. They also discover a Magearna that's not functioning that Moan was fixing up to give to Lily one day, as well as his Z-Ring that Lily takes. So now, filled with determination, the Aether Foundation begins searching for Moan while Gladion tries to find his Pokemon, and Lily tries to restore Magearna. Good to see even in the anime, Lily is still one of the best characters. In Drawn with the Wind, the class visit Mali City, and after a Team Rocket scheme, they learn of a gym located there in the style of one of Kanto. Then in aiming for the top floor, the kids challenge the Cantonian gym, with Ash being the victor overall. In a High-Speed Awakening, another Sophocles episode with a race. It's okay. Sophocles wins the race and gets a Z-Crystal, as well as his own Z-Ring. And the one that didn't get away, Lana meets Kyogre, what the fuck, and her and the kids save it from some Pokemon hunters. But Kyogre is still raging, that's when Brionne evolves into Primarina, and its singing calms it. That came out of nowhere. In a recipe for success, Mallow heads back to that Oranguru restaurant and ends up helping out again. And after serving a meal to Tapu Koko, she gets a Z-Crystal from it and a Z-Ring from Oranguru for helping out. So yeah, with all the evolutions and the Z-Ring and Z-Crystal getting, the league coming up, you can see where they're building up to. In spying for the big guy, Team Rocket not making any progress, lie and say that they captured Beware, and not the other way around. And Matsuri comes to Alola to get it personally, so they have to figure out a way to trick her into thinking they're actually doing their jobs.
As a member of Team Rocket, the least you can do is stay cool, calm, and collected, and try to make intelligent decisions.
Yeah.
In a fiery training camp, Ash and Kiawe help train Sophocles to use a Z-move, which he does. In Living on the Cutting Edge, something has been going around cutting things in Alola, and it turns out to be an Ultra Beast, Kartana, and then it saves the school from a meteor that was going to crash into it? What? In a Timeless Encounter, back to some casual time travel, when a Celebi? Man, there's a lot of legendaries showing up this season. Oh, right. It sends Ash and Torracat back in time, where Ash meets a child Kukui, and through wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff, Ash is the one that actually inspires Kukui as a kid to dream of an Alolan Pokemon League. Also, he gets a Fire Z-Crystal. There are now canonically 2 Pokemon professors Ash has met through time travel, with Celebi specifically. It's crazy that it's happened twice, right? In Pikachu's exciting adventure, this episode is actually kind of interesting as it shows what Ash's other Pokemon did when he was sent back in time, as they go on an adventure to find him. It's cool, I kind of like how it connects to the last episode in some way, other than that it's kind of like a longer Pikachu short. In Chasing Memories, Creating Dreams, it's time for the first ever Alolan Pokemon League to start, and everyone's excited as the winner won't just be the first Alola champion, but will also get an exhibition match against the Masked Royal himself, wow. But before that, Gladion is still searching for his dad somewhere and manages to find his Zoroark and convinces it to join his team to look for his dad. But first he heads back to Alola to compete in the league himself.
League of Fenders and Defenders!
Okay, so this is a long conference, and as much as I love Sun and Moon, and I think the animation and battles have gotten better, After all this time, I still don't care much about these battles, though, because, you know, everyone here are friends besides Team Skull. There's no real consequence for anyone losing, and there's not really a clash of ideologies with the fights besides anyone who fights against Guzma, I guess. So, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. We do find out in this episode why Guzma hates Kukui, that they both were apprentices to Hala, and Guzma rejected the Alolan traditions, and left to prove he can win without Z-moves. That's it. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty weak backstory, like I seriously don't care. Anyway, the conference officially begins, and all of the warriors are here. Ash, Kiawe, Lily, Sophocles, Malo, Lana, Gladion, Hal, forgot about him, Team Rocket, Guzma, Plumeria, Ilima, also forgot about him, and Alolan Oak are here. Who will be the first Alolan champion? Well, that was a lot of characters I listed, so let's get rid of some of them with Fortnite. A Battle Royale. Throw a bunch of trainers together in a ring and have them punch each other till none can fight anymore. But after the dust settles, we have our top 16, along with the matchups. Ash vs. Faba, Ilima vs. Guzma, Hal vs. Alolan Oak, Mallow vs. Lana, Sophocles vs. Mina, Jesse vs. James, Kiawe vs. Acerola, and Lily vs. Gladion.
Battling Besties!
So as the name suggests, the focus is mostly on Mallow and Lana's match since the two have been shown to be the closest through the series, and honestly it is great. With Mallow not having the confidence to win, she almost gives up, but Lana encourages her to see it through, letting Mallow perform a Z-move for the first time, although Lana is the one to win overall. Again, not an amazing fight, but it's still wholesome. I liked it. Power of friendship. Also in this episode, Ash beats Faba, Guzma beats Ilima, and Hal beats Alolan Oak.
The battlefield of truth and love!
And nothing as good happens in this one. Even the fight between Jesse and James is okay. James wins that one. I was more interested in Lily versus Gladion, where obviously Gladion wins, but it's great to see how far Lily has come in the show from not liking Pokemon at all to making it to the top 16 of a Pokemon League. I also love just how supportive Lusamine is in this show. It makes her so much hotter, a better character. Why am I keeping this up? I want to fuck her. Also, Sophocles beats Mina, and Kiawe beats Acerola. Now the top 8 is Gladion versus James, Ash versus Hal, Kiawe versus Sophocles, and Guzma versus Lana. In imitation is the sincerest form of strategy, Gladion beats James, again expected, and Ash starts his battle with Hal. Then in battling on the wing, Ash beats Hal, and Kiawe versus Sophocles starts. Then in the road to the semifinals, Kiawe beats Sophocles, and Guzma beats Lana, so now it's the top 4, with Kiawe up against Gladion and Ash up against Guzma. In the final 4, Kiawe begins his fight against Gladion. Then in getting down to the ire, Gladion beats Kiawe, and then Ash vs. Guzma begins.
The wisdom not to run!
So again, the fights are cool to look at, but until Ash vs. Guzma begins. This being the first one where it actually matters which character wins, especially since Ash's battling style and demeanor reminds Guzma of Kukui. And despite Guzma being undefeated so far through the tournament, Ash takes the win. But Guzma realizes he doesn't have to prove he can do things on his own anymore, because he has Nakama in Team Skull. But forget about that, because now it's the grand finals with Ash versus Gladion, which you remember, Ash has never won against Gladion.
Final rivals!
Finals begin, and Ash has a surprise, as his Meltan has evolved into Melmetal, and it easily gets taken out. F. Also, Cantonian Oak and Ash's mom show up to watch the finals too. Neat.
Champion!
Well, friends, it's been a long, hard road, hasn't it? We've seen him make top 16, top 8, even top 4 at one point. But he's never won. Until today. As Ash beats Gladion and manages to not only become Alola's first champion, but yes, this is the first time Ash has won a Pokemon League conference. Yeah, technically his first league victory was in the Orange League, but this is the first one that matters.
What just happened?
You won. Congratulations, champion.
Thanks, Gladion.
So now it's time for Ash versus the Masked Warrior. What the hell is that?
Z-Move Showdown!
Okay, so out of nowhere an Ultra Wormhole opens up and a bunch of Guzzlord come out. Okay, then Ash's Poipole shows up to help, showing it's evolved into a Naganadel. Okay. And the Alolans manage to win and save the day, but the fight rips off the Masked Royal's mask, revealing to everyone, it's Kukui. Okay. This episode felt really unnecessary. Let's get to the final match, please.
Exhibition Unmasked!
I'm a complete failure as a fan. We've been married and living together, and I had absolutely no idea.
I mean, you really should have known, lady. You see both their chests every day. Now it's Ash versus Kukui, and Ash adds Naganadel to its team for this. Now look, again, this is a cool looking battle, but it's 3 parts and we are almost at the end of this whole thing, so I'm not going to recap it battle by battle since, again, it doesn't matter much who wins this. In a full battle bounty, the battle just continues. Then, in fiery surprises, 2 things happen. Ash's Torracat evolves into Incineroar, and to fill in for Kukui's last Pokemon, Tapu Koko joins the battle.
From Z to Shining Z!
So it all comes down to this, Pikachu versus Tapu Koko. It sure is epic, and after a clash of Z moves, Tapu Koko loses. And yes, Ash has won, becoming the official best trainer in Alola. Wow. It's been 1,085 episodes, but for the first time, Ash can call himself the best trainer in a region. It's been 1,085 episodes, but for the first time, Ash can call himself the strongest.
Actually won. Hey, buddy. We won the whole thing.
Pika.
Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Pika.
Damn, it's like watching my own kid achieve his dream. I promised myself I wouldn't cry.
Dreams of the sun and moon!
Well, with the first Alola League done, what happens next? Well, everyone has something different. Kiawe, Malo, and Lana are all staying in Alola for their own reasons. Sophocles, though, is going to Hoenn, Moss Deep City, to achieve his dream of becoming an astronaut. Lily herself manages to get Magearna working finally, and with this, her, Lusamine, and Gladion decide to travel the world so they can find Moan. And finally, Ash, after getting some advice from Olivia on what to do next, thinks it would be best to learn a lot about the outside world, so he decides to return to Pallet Town once again, and then after that, without really having a destination to go to, he's just going to travel the world. And now, the finale of Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Thank you, Alola! The journey continues!
Well, it's sad goodbyes all around. Lily is leaving with her family, Sophocles is leaving for Hoenn, and Ash is leaving to continue his dream of becoming a Pokemon Master.
And have a lot of Pokemon battles and get stronger and stronger. Someday, I'll do what I set out to do. Become a Pokemon Master!
Oh, and that Shaman Mallow was raising leaves too, that was the thing. Team Rocket as well decide to head back to Kanto, of course, and after one final goodbye to his friends, Ash returns to Pallet Town for one last time, with just Pikachu by his side, leaving his Alolan Pokemon and Rotom Dex behind. Also, apparently Burnett is pregnant? Alright, Kukui.
Alola surprise! Come back soon!
So that was Pokemon Sun and Moon, and do I have to say it again? I loved it. I honestly think it replaces Diamond and Pearl as my favorite Pokemon series. While I think Diamond and Pearl has the better writing, the better story, the better character development, Pokemon Sun and Moon just encapsulates what I think of Pokemon. This anime is what I want from a Pokemon anime. It's fun, wholesome, all the characters are likable and funny, but can get deep and introspective when they need to. The animation is amazing, it's funny, and overall, I had a great time watching it, and I was honestly the most sad at the end of this series, because I loved these characters. Legit, this is my favorite supporting cast in Pokemon. I'm going to miss them. Well, sure, some of them didn't get enough spotlight to me, and I don't love everyone. At the end of the day, this was the most entertained I've been watching Pokemon. And look, I get people want drama and intrigue and some dark element in shows, especially with kids shows, because that's what makes them good. I disagree. Sure, I can love and appreciate that stuff as an adult, like especially when it happens in stuff like Diamond and Pearl, but for a franchise that has always and forever will be for kids, I think Sun and Moon is the best one. Because you can enjoy it as a kid as a fun Pokemon show, but as an adult, you can look at it and appreciate all the more mature moments in it. And it doesn't have to be serious and tell a story all the time. Honestly, to me, when it's more lighthearted and it doesn't really focus on a story and characters and stuff like that, when it does go into that, it just makes it hit all the more harder, you know? Kind of like when a sitcom has a dramatic moment out of nowhere, it just hits you all that more harder because you're used to it being funny. Honestly, I could watch this series anytime. Like, I could turn on a random episode, even if it's one I'm not into, and still enjoy it because I love these characters and Alola. It was a fun time. I don't know what else to say about it. But trainers, while it was fun, it's time. If you've made it this far, congratulations, as this is it. The final series, and the last 3, technically 4, seasons of Pokemon. We are here. The end of Ash's journey. So let's not waste time. We've come this far. Why not go on one more journey and see how it ends in, appropriately, Pokemon Journeys, the series.
Pikachu!
So the new theme, The Journey Starts Today, is okay.
It's a big, big world, but you know where to find me. We'll be together and we're gonna do it our way.
I don't really have much else to say about it, it's alright.
Journey starts today.
This season begins very differently than before, as the whole first episode is a flashback 4 years before the start of Pokemon, where, like the name suggests, we see Pikachu as a Pichu, who is raised by a group of Kangaskhan, and when it realizes the baby Kanga is growing up, maybe he is too, and leaves his family, after evolving into the money-printing mouse we all know today. Meanwhile, it's Professor Oak's summer camp, and Kid Ash would be there, but he oversleeps, so it goes on without him, where we see two campers named Go and Chloe. Go seems super into Pokemon, like annoyingly so, giving facts about them, which is supposed to be Oak's job, and it seems Chloe is just exhausted dealing with Go. Eventually the two get separated and they witness something amazing, the mythical Pokemon Mew, as it helps the Kangaskhan raising Pikachu. Upon seeing this, Go realizes this must be fate, as he is now determined to catch Mew, not in general, but to make Mew the mythical Pokemon, his first Pokemon he will ever catch. I'll admit, kinda like Diamond and Pearl, I was interested to see them give us a different origin style episode with Pikachu. That's never really been seen before. I mean, I've never really asked or cared, but it's interesting that they did that. If they continue to experiment like this, giving us more variety and premises, and hey, I'm all for it, right? I mean, remember, this is Ash's last season, so why not go weird, make it really experimental, have some strange episodes, some strange animation, things like that, you know? Why not? At least I hope that's what they do.
It's my reality, my future, and I can hold that future in the palm of my hand!
As the journey continues.
Legend, go! Friends, go!
So back to present day, a new professor has set up a lab in Vermilion City, and Ash is there at the opening ceremony with his mom and Mimey. Here we meet Professor Cerise, his assistants Krissa and Ren, and see his daughter is Chloe from the camp flashback. She's waiting on Go, but he's waiting for fate, I guess. Then a machine goes ding, saying a rare Pokemon is about to appear at Vermilion Harbor. And he's right, a Lugia shows up. All the trainers try to battle it, but both Ash and Go decide to leap on top of it and are taken on a magic Lugia ride. While seeing a legendary is usually a good thing, Chloe's upset that Go missed the ceremony and isn't doing his homework, because I guess he goes to school. I guess some kids in the Pokemon world actually go to school. But Cerise is impressed they put their lives in danger and asks them to become research fellows. That's what they call it.
Will you do me the honor of becoming research fellows at my laboratory?
What's a research fellow?
It's a special research position, of course.
Why not just call them assistants? What's wrong with that? The two agree because they are told they can go be friends with Pokemon while doing this, so the two will now live out of the laboratory along with Mimey. Yes, after 1,000 episodes, he is now a reoccurring character. But one problem, Go doesn't have a Pokemon, and instead of getting a starter, he is determined to make Mew his first Pokemon. Yeah, good luck with that.
Ivysaur's mysterious tower!
Oh, by the way, Ash, do you happen to have your own smartphone?
A smartphone?
Then here you go.
Thank you so much!
Damn, we're really getting modern. Ash and Go's first day as research fellows starts off with a bang as Vermilion is overrun with Bulbasaur and Ivysaur. They're there to sunbathe, but their usual spot is now a construction site for a gym. But hey, all these rare Pokemon in one place, you know who's not far behind. Yes, Jesse, James, and Meowth are back, of course, and try to steal the Pokemon, but are thwarted by our heroes. Now this episode does introduce a few things that I actually liked, like how Go really doesn't like Ash at first, which is great since you know mostly everyone who's met Ash is usually friends with them right away, so it's great to see them use an episode for them to actually get to know each other and become friends through that, instead of just being like, oh yeah, you're cool, sure, let's travel together. If I had to describe Go, he's like Ash with his love of Pokemon driving him, but unlike Ash who would act without thinking, Go would first be like, wait, maybe I should think about the consequences of my actions before doing this? Obviously it's only the second episode of them together, so we will have to see how this dynamic plays out. Also this season, Team Rocket now has a variety of Pokemon thanks to a gacha machine they use, which gives them a random Pokemon from Team Rocket's warehouse. I love that idea, not only giving them a variety of Pokemon to use, but it's just so kids anime villain of them, if that makes sense.
Team Rocket? Now this is a first!
And it sure won't be the last.
Ah! It talks! It talks! It really talks!
Yeah, get it out of your system.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Meowth talking is not normal. I'm so numb to it.
I say if you can't beat them, steal them! Farewell, dear twerp!
Come back!
Did he say twerp?
Settling the score, Bunny!
When Cerise tells them about a region where Pokemon can do a strange thing called Dynamaxing, Ash and Go want to see it, so they head to the Galar region, where no one has a British accent. Waste. While there, the two run into a Scorbunny that is stealing food with some Nickets. When they see it caught by a shopkeeper for stealing, Go stands up for it by claiming it to be its trainer, and he leaves it there. But now the Scorbunny seems to be following them.
Mind-boggling Dynamax!
Ash and Go head to the wild area to see Dynamaxing, and they see a Snorlax Gigantamax. Whoa, he's even thicker. But he fell asleep on the train tracks, and the train is about to crash into it. Ash tries to help, but with only Pikachu, it's not enough, until the Scorbunny from before helps out by giving the Snorlax a snack. Go is so impressed that he decides no longer to wait for Mew, and maybe Fate wants him to have Scorbunny as a starter, and he catches it, making Scorbunny his first Pokemon.
Working my way back to Mew!
After catching Scorbunny, Go learns about the Pokédex and realizes, whoa, there are sure a lot of Pokemon out there, and now he's got the bug, and he wants more. And speaking of bugs, in this episode he catches every bug type native to Kanto. And now Go's dream has not changed, he's just getting there in a different way. Now instead of being his first, he wants to catch every Pokemon so he can eventually have enough experience to catch Mew. Yes, trainers, after 1,093 episodes, 23 seasons, we finally have a main character whose goal is the thing the whole series has a catchphrase around. How did it take this long? So far we're 6 episodes in, and some of you are probably thinking the same thing I was when watching this. What about Ash? You know, the main guy we're here for? What's his goal? He doesn't really have any other Pokemon besides Pikachu yet? What's up with that? Well, don't worry. We'll get there. In serving up the Flute Cup, Ash and Go head to Hoenn to compete in a Flute Cup, which Ash manages to win, getting flutes that I don't think ever come back. So look, I'm not going to go over every Pokemon Go catches, even the ones he will use later, because I shit you not, he at least catches one Pokemon almost every episode this season. I'm only going to go over maybe the most important ones sometimes. Also, it's funny in this episode, Ash uses Mimey for the first time in battle, because yeah, if you remember, Ash does technically own it. It's his Pokemon, he caught it. They also use him to reference Detective Pikachu. Amazing. In the Sinnoh Iceberg race, the bros visit Sinnoh, where they help a trainer settle a dispute between our Krogunk and Piplup. And yes, we've been to Hoenn, Sinnoh, Kanto, and Galar, which you probably would have expected them to travel through, being the usual pattern of the seasons. This one takes a turn, though. Instead of going through one region the entire time, instead we'll be having Ash and Go back to previous regions he's visited, as well as Galar being the new one, so we can see all the Pokemon, basically, we've seen up till now. I think it's for a final season for Ash, you know, it kind of is like a farewell tour, and hopefully we'll see some returning waifus as well, characters. In Finding a Legend, the bros head to Johto to help a kid help his grandpa witness Ho-Oh for the first time. It's easier than you think, man. This kid has seen it like twice.
A test in paradise!
The bros head to an island of Dragonite. There, Ash helps a Dragonair try to learn to fly, and after stopping Team Rocket trying to steal all of them, the Dragonair evolves into Dragonite, and it's so grateful to Ash that it joins his team.
Best friend?
Worst nightmare.
Okay, so Chloe. Very clearly she is set up to be the girl of this show, and so far, I don't like her. Mainly because she's a fucking wet blanket. She's all like, ew, adventure, and I don't really like Pokemon. She's like the worst archetype of this character, just there to talk about how she thinks everyone else is irresponsible, but she is responsible because she goes to school, the nerd. This episode is supposed to set up that she might have more of a connection to her Pokemon than she thinks, as we see her relationship with her pet Yamper that is very affectionate towards her, and mostly her. She even tells it to use an attack for the first time when a Gengar haunting the Ceres laboratory attacks her. Yeah, the lab is haunted by a Gengar, don't worry about it. Still don't really like her, but hopefully they'll make her less of a nerd.
Clash of the Titans!
Ash and Go are given tickets to the World Coronation Series Grand Finals in Galar, between Lance and Leon, the champion of Galar. Where Leon wins it, keeping his title as the world's greatest trainer, that's when, a Gigantamax Dreadnought is going crazy.
The climb to be the very best!
Thankfully, out of nowhere, Pikachu Gigantamaxes and beats the Dreadnought, which Leon is impressed by, especially since Ash doesn't have a Dynamax band to do it. Then Ash uses this opportunity to battle Leon, and he loses, of course, but is determined to have a rematch with Leon, and the only way to do that is to enter the World Coronation Series himself and make it to the finals. So yes, this is Ash's goal for the season, to make it to the finals of the World Coronation Series and battle Leon again. Which actually kind of works like a ranking system in a video game, where you have a certain rank based on how many wins you have. Starting at the bottom in normal class, you eventually make it up to the top 1000 in great class, then in the top 100 in the ultra class, Finally, the top 8 best trainers in the world in the Master Class. So now it's kind of Battle City rules, sort of. If you find a trainer in the series at your same rank anywhere in the world, you battle them, and if you win, your rank rises. If you lose, it goes down. Simple. Oh, also, a Johto starts following Team Rocket. It ends up like every other Pokemon that starts following Team Rocket. Irrelevant. And raid battle in the ruins. In Unova, the boys explore the Colossus ruins, where they and some other trainers do a raid battle, where a group of trainers team up to battle a strong Pokemon. It makes way less sense in the anime, especially when only one trainer can catch the Pokemon. That's just unfair. In a snow day for searching, Go catches a Cubone. Also, Ash meets his family for the first time. Go's family, not his own family. We still don't know anything about his dad.
A chilling curse.
That Gengar is still terrorizing the lab, and it seems to start following Ash, cursing him with a string of bad luck. And the bros find out the Gengar was actually abandoned by its trainer. Oh, okay. We've seen this before. I think we can just kind of, speed this up. The Gengar joins Ash's team because he's not a dick. Done and done.
Kicking it from here until tomorrow!
After training Scorbunny so it can learn to use its first fire move, Ember, it evolves into a Raboot. Hooray! But not really, because now instead of the hyperactive kid it was, now it's all broody and emotionless. Pfft, teenagers.
Taking candy from a toy.
Not eating it.
Let me see. Wait, time out! Is Wobbuffet legit?
In Destination Coronation, Ash should probably start on that tournament run. Huh. But he wants to fight a strong trainer. Luckily Vermilion has one. It's Gym Leader. Oh yes, Lieutenant Surge. Oh, but he's away. Boo. So instead he fights some jobber filling in and wins. Like, come on, Pokemon, you don't have Lieutenant Surge come back to call back to one of the best episodes in Pokemon? Disappointing. In A Talent for Imitation, when a Ditto is having trouble performing for a movie due to its stage fright, it's not the boys, but the baddies, mainly Jessie as a fellow actor, who helps the Ditto overcome its fear. Always nice to see a Team Rocket doing something good episode. In Dreams Are Made of These, Ash and Go show some kids around town. Lame.
Caring for a mystery!
After Go learns about Pokemon eggs and wants to see one, conveniently they find one in a Pokemon Center that just won't seem to hatch, but Ash seems to connect with it somehow, and it does, into a Ryulu, where it runs off to go fight, and after Ash helps it, the two bond, and now Ash has a Ryulu. It's also because, if you remember me mentioning this way back in the Ryulu Pokemon Ranger episode, and maybe another one, Ash has the power of Aura, similar to Lucario's, as established in the movie. Also, damn, Ash now has a Dragonite, a Gengar, and a Ryulu, and a level 10,000 Pikachu. This is probably his best team ever, and he still has 2 slots left. And Goodbye Friend, it's another one of those, I think I should release my Pokemon because it will be happier, but then no, idiot, it's happier with you, seen it before. And Panic at the Park, so all of those Pokemon that he has caught are being cared for at a park Ceres owns, and something is stealing all of their food. It's a Squavit. In A Little Rocket R&R, when Matsuri doesn't want our trio to ruin a Team Rocket plan, she sends them away under the guise of a vacation. But of course, the Twerps are there too, but not wanting to ruin their vacation, they stay in disguise to help them beat Matsuri herself, who happens to be doing the Team Rocket plan at the same spot she sent them to be... what? In a festival reunion, the bros head to Kalos, where Ash battles Karina again. Yeah, she's back, and also in the World Coronation series. The battle's fine with Ash coming out on top, raising him to the Great Class. So you can get back past Gym Leader's hot Pokemon, so where's my dumb Surge?
Splash, dash, and smash for the crown! Slowking's crowning!
So nothing really happens on these ones, but it's just, as you can see, the first Pokemon episode with 2 segments. The first one's about a Magikarp jumping competition, and the second one is on Slowpoke Island, where the bros teach the Slowpoke about the joy of instant ramen. The episodes do sort of tie into each other, and also Ash does this.
Normal's how I live. My name? Why, it's Ash King. I've become a Slowpoke master. I do it all for the sake of Slowpoke.
One episode's just weird to see Pokemon go full kids cartoon with 2 11-minute segments after 1,000 episodes. Honestly, it was fine. I wouldn't mind them doing it again, I guess.
It's magic. Look at these abs!
Toughing it out!
In Galar again to see Leon fight the Galar region's Dragon Gym Leader, Raihan. The two meet my wife, Sonia, for the first time, and the two learn about an event called the Darkest Day. Also, while there, the two run into a Galarian Farfetch'd that is challenging any trainer it comes across, and Ash, of course, is impressed by its determination and catches it, adding it to his team.
Sobbing Sobble!
Still in Galar because of the last episode, the bros now come across a Sobble whose crying makes everyone else cry. Go manages to catch it, and despite its crybabiness, he's able to use it to send Team Rocket blasting off once again. Also, another Pokemon starts following Team Rocket, a Morpeko. They sure are getting a lot of these this season. And there's a new kid in town. When Chloe cares for a P-Dove that is injured, Yamper starts getting jealous. Who cares? What's worse than an okay episode about an electric Pokemon being jealous? A bad episode about an electric Pokemon being jealous. In this one, Pikachu becomes jealous because Ash is giving so much attention to raising Ryulu, which, immediately, no. Ash has repeatedly given special attention to a Pokemon to help it with something, and Pikachu would support them, like a real friend. He has no reason to get jealous. This has happened many times before. This is not the first time ever. Like, what is this? If this was episode 30 of the first season, sure, I'd buy it. But being episode 30 in season 23? No, it's just a stupid conflict that ends like anyone would think. They make up and it goes back to normal. What a waste of fucking time. In the cuteness quotient, the boys... Oh, and Chloe, she came too. Help a kid deal with some kids making fun of her because she owns an ugly Feebas. Joke's on them when it evolves into a Milotic. That's right, evolve on the haters, kids.
Time after time!
Go and his family are taking a vacation in Azalea Town in Johto, where Go reminisces on his friendship with a kid named Horace, where after Go left Johto, they stop staying in contact. But then they meet again here, and the two start up their friendship again. Yay. Two things. One, Horace will be sort of important later, he does come back. And two, yes, trainers, another big shakeup, as this is the first Pokemon episode where Ash and Pikachu do not appear at all. There have been episodes that don't focus on them, but they would usually appear at the end or something, or just like a little part in the middle maybe. This is the first episode where he is completely absent. Finally, Sarah and Rika can take a week off. In Trade, Borrow, and Steal, it's all about trading, where Go trades a Pinsir he catches for a Heracross.
Solitary
and menacing!
Visiting the fighting dojo in Saffron City, Ash and Go meet B, the fighting gym leader from Galar, who is also traveling, competing in the World Coronation Series. And after seeing how strong she is, of course, Ash challenges her, and he loses. Pretty badly. Not even able to beat one of her Pokemon. But he's not down, he's going to train more and beat B next time. And gotta catch a what? Go, seeing Ash and Pikachu's friendship, I guess he skipped 11-17, Go goes out to catch Pikachu himself, that even evolves into a Raichu when it gets a Thunderstone. Neat. In making battles in the sand, since losing to B, Ash has been on a losing streak, but after going to a desert in Hoenn, Go uses an unconventional strategy to catch a Flygon that he learned from watching Ash battle. Hearing this, Ash feels better, I guess, and is ready to turn his losing streak into a win streak.
That new old
gang of mine!
So of course, with Ash visiting old regions, we run into his old traveling companions eventually. And the first one is not really traveling companions, but we go back to Alola. Which makes sense, not only with it being, the most recent one, so the kids are more familiar with it. Alola is so small, and Ash lived there a while, so it'd be hard for him not to run into someone he knows. And we see the whole gang that decided to stay. Mallow, Kiawe, Lana, and Sophocles, who is back in Alola for now. And dude, I loved this episode. Again, I just love the Alolan characters. It's just so wholesome, man. When Ash returns, Kukui without hesitation says welcome home, and we see Burnett gave birth to a baby named Lei, and she calls Ash Lei's big brother. It warms the freaking heart, man.
Welcome home.
We made it! Pikachu! This is Lei, right?
That's right, big brother.
Big brother? Me?
We've been checking on Lily and her family, who are still searching for Moan. I honestly wasn't even expecting them to acknowledge that again. And there's one thing I love is seeing characters from different seasons or series interact with each other. Makes everything feel more connected. So yeah, I love this episode, mainly because I loved Alola. I really hope they come back again and we see more returning characters. In Restore and Renew, the boys, and Chloe again, head to the Pewter City Museum to learn about fossils. When Team Rocket accidentally revives an Aerodactyl, again, Go manages to calm it down and catch it. Ash learns that B is close to making it into the Ultra League and is currently at Cianwood City battling Chuck, the gym leader there. And Ash challenges her again, which she agrees after hearing Ash challenge Chuck before. This time though, Ash is more prepared for what B throws at him and doesn't manage to win, but ties this time, with neither of their rankings being affected. Afterward, we see B isn't always super serious, especially for Sweets, Hal waifu of her, and Ash learns her goal is to also reach the top and battle Leon, and the two now form a rivalry and promise to battle again. Now that's a pretty cool idea, considering this is a world tournament to have Ash's rival be a gym leader this time. And I like B, she's cool and has shown she's strong, so I'm very interested to see how they develop this rivalry. In a crackling raid battle, when Zapdos descends to the power plant to recharge, Ash, Go, and Team Rocket do a raid battle together to catch it, but Zapdos gets away, with no one gaining anything. It's another double segment in Pikachu Translation Check. When Meowth is sick, Jesse and James put on some videos of Pikachu and try to interpret it themselves to see what it's saying. Then, up to your neck, Ash and Go try to help a Marshtomp stuck in the ground, which is pretty funny when you first see it.
Hurry up to his neck! No way! And there's more of them!
Sword and shield! Slumbering wheels!
That's right, it's time to do the Darkest Day storyline from the Sword and Shield games. It's honestly not that great, so I'm gonna kinda gloss over it. Ash and Go head back to Galar when they hear Pokemon are Dynamaxing randomly, and the two of them meet some strange Pokemon in a fog. Eventually the two separate when they see the Dynamaxing Pokemon, Ash sticking with Leon to help them fight them, and Go going off with Sonia to figure out what's going on with all the Dynamaxing.
Sword and shield?
The darkest day!
Ash and Leon continue fighting the giant Pokemon, and Ash meets Chairman Rose and his assistant Oleana. Rose is the big guy owner of big company Macrocosmos, and he offers Ash a sort of sponsorship for his efforts, but he declines. Meanwhile, Go and Sonia convene with Sonia's grandmother, Professor Magnolia, to find out why Pokemon are Dynamaxing, and they discover it might have something to do with the old legend of the Darkest Day, where two heroes with a sword and shield saved Galar.
Sword and shield?
From here to Eternatus!
As the fighting continues, Leon is suspicious of Chairman Rose, who turns out to be evil? What? And we learn he is the reason the Darkest Day has returned, which is actually a Pokemon called Eternatus. He will use it to give Galar unlimited energy, no matter how much is destroyed by in the process, I guess. Meanwhile, learning about the legendary Pokemon Zacian and Zamazenta, Go asks for their aid, but all he got for it was a rusty sword and a shield. Arriving on the scene, while Leon tries to deal with Eternatus, Ash battles Rose as Go battles the secretary, Oleana.
Sword and shield?
The legends awaken!
Ash is battling Rose, and it looks like it might be hopeless, but that's when Ryulu evolves into Lucario, defeating him. Similarly, Go, while fighting Oleana, his Raboot evolves into Cinderace. Finally, the two kids are back together after winning their battles, and using the rusty sword and shield, they summon the legendary Pokemon and manage to defeat Eternatus. It's weakened so much that Go manages to catch it. Yeah, Go caught the legendary Pokemon, but he leaves it with Professor Magnolia for safekeeping. So now the day is saved, Rose and Oleana get away, I guess, Sonia's promoted to Pokemon Professor of the region, and it's time for Ash and Go to continue chasing their dreams. Yeah, like I said, it was okay. It's kind of similar to that The Blinding One arc in the last series for me, where it just kind of lacked the proper build-up to get to it. You know, maybe if we just had 2 or 3 episodes before you building up to it, it might have been better. Like, if you weren't paying attention, it kind of comes out of nowhere, because they only mention the Darkest Day, like, in passing, maybe once or twice. Decent arc, though. I guess it could have been worse.
Getting more
than you battled for!
When Cerise detects a massively powerful psychic energy on Cerro Island, Ash and Go head there immediately, thinking it's Mew. And they're kinda right, because the psychic energy is coming from Mewtwo. The Mewtwo. From the first movie. Yes, this is the same one. I don't know why that matters, but it is. The two end up challenging it to a battle, but of course don't really do much, and are then teleported back to the lab, wondering if they will ever see Mewtwo again. They don't. In crowning the Chow Crusher, Ash and Go enter a Pokemon eating contest with Dragonite and Squelvet, respectively. And also, Team Rocket used that Morpeko that's been following them due to its voracious appetite. The prize is a free trip to Unova. They can just go there anytime, though. Also, Squelvet evolves. The best part is that one assistant of the lab, Krissa, being super into the eating contest, like obsessively. It's kind of funny.
Emperor Blaziken is up against Champ Snorlax in the first match!
It can't be! And this is just round 2! The famous incident when Blaziken won its debut match, but it was Snorlax who kept battling hard all the way to the end.
Oh wow, you know your stuff.
In a close call, practically, Ash and Go are in Castelia City due to winning the eating contest last episode, and there Team Rocket manages to swap Pikachu with a fake, but Lucario and Cinderace notice and chase after them, being glued together in the process, and have to work together to save Pikachu. But to their shock, Team Rocket messed up and accidentally stole their own fake Pikachu, and the real one has been fine. F. And that was the season finale. Yes, again, not the region-ending arc filled with legendary Pokemon, just another Team Rocket episode. So far, Journeys is alright. It's not really funny or interesting, it's just back to things happening. It's more entertaining than certain series before, for sure. But I think since it's the last of Ash's, I think it's more interested in revisiting old regions and showing old Pokemon than, you know, telling a story. Which again is fine, but then we have stuff like Go with Mew, Ash's World Coronation series, and then the Darkest Day stuff. It makes it feel like they're still trying to tell a story, but personally I would prefer the Sun and Moon style of just having fun standalone episodes, which this does sometimes, but it also doesn't feel like that because it still feels like they're slowly building up to something. Which, hey, I get to a lot of people that's like the perfect mixture of these kinds of shows, episodes that feel like they don't matter, but ultimately when you watch it all together, they do. I don't really care about that. And while I like Go, I still haven't had anything that makes me love him, He's just kind of alright. And Chloe, geez, hopefully they do something with her, because as she is now, might as well just delete her.
To train!
Or not to train.
So now we are in Pokemon Master Journeys, the penultimate season, depending on who you ask. The new theme, Journey to Your Heart, is okay. It's a lot more upbeat and kind of goes by fast. It feels like the song is over before it even gets started.
On a journey, please choose me. We could be the best team of all time.
Weirdly, I kind of like the last one better.
Take me on a journey to your heart. The journey to your heart. Pokemon!
So the season premiere is it's a Chloe episode. Great. While Chloe and Go are at school, wait, Go should be at school? Ash is watching Yamper, and it gets away from him, and Yamper's yampering attracts the attention of an Eevee in a research lab that's studying Eevee evolutions, and it escapes following Yamper. Meanwhile, Go, with his catchingness, asks whenever Chloe is going to start training Pokemon, but she shows no interest, saying she already has Yamper anyway. That's when Yamper shows up with the Eevee at their school, and Go and Chloe, thinking the researchers are bad people chasing Eevee for bad reasons, they decide to avoid them. Chloe runs away trying to protect the Eevee and forms a bond with it, after saving it from Team Rocket and settling the misunderstanding with the researchers. It seems the Eevee would like to stay with Chloe, and the head researcher says it's okay since this Eevee seems to refuse to evolve no matter what they try for some reason. So now Chloe has caught her first Pokemon and gets her own Rotom phone. Oh no, does this mean she's going to be more involved with the plots? Wait, she is in the opening with them. Oh no.
A pinch of this, a pinch of that!
Ash, Go, and Chloe head to Galar to find fossils, again. And when the researchers there mix up the fossils when restoring them, they make two new Pokemon, Dracovish and Arctozolt. And after shenanigans, the researchers decide to give the new fossil Pokemon to Ash and Go, getting Dracovish and Arctozolt respectively. I cannot pronounce some of these Pokemon names for the life of me. In Trials of a Budding Master, during another World Series match, Ash meets Rinto and his Gallade that Ash challenges with his Farfetch'd. The two lose badly, and Rinto says it's due to Farfetch'd being undisciplined, so Ash vows to beat him again. Seems to be a common theme we're running into. And how are you going to keep him off the farm? Okay, does anyone know what Pokemon has had the most episodes about them? Because maybe not individually, but the Diglett Dugtrio line has to be top 5 at least, right? I feel like I've seen them a lot. Also, yes, that title is way too long. And Healing the Healer, when they hear the legendary Pokemon Suicune is nearby, Ash and Go head to its location and manage to beat a bunch of Pokemon hunters trying to catch it. And to save it, Go catches it. What? But then Suicune runs away after they help it, so yeah, Go owns a Suicune technically. I feel like this should be a bigger deal. In Sobble Spies a Stealthy Strategy, visiting another movie set, Go's Sobble becomes inspired by the star Inteleon, and now dreams of one day growing out of its crybaby status to become a true Sigma. In The Tale of You and Glimwood Tangle, it's, okay, I'll admit, a good Chloe episode. It's where in Galar again, Chloe helps heal a Galarian Rapidash. The reason I think it's a good Chloe episode specifically is because we actually get to see Chloe on her own for a while, interacting with Pokemon, and most importantly, having fun. Wow, what a concept. And before you say it, yes, I can tell what arc her character is going to have, and why she is like this. Doesn't mean I have to like it. And searching for chivalry, determined to train as Farfetch'd, Ash and Go head to Kalos to train with Wilkstrom of the Elite Four, and Go trains with his Scyther there. They managed to pass with Farfetch'd learning the move Detect, and Go getting to evolve his Scyther into his Scizor. Go got the better deal. In Memories of a Warming Kindness, when Chloe learns that Krissa met a guy in a Psyduck one day that cheered her up during a depression, she thinks it would be romantic if they met again, and by coincidence, Ash and Go happen to meet that same guy on the same day. But when the guy and Krissa meet again, her gratitude was more for the Psyduck than the guy, crushing Chloe's romanticism. So she's smart, loves food, and Psyduck. Sounds like my dream girl. Next we got another two-parter, and I liked both of them, they were funny. In a rollicking roll, after a bunch of Gulpin are released from the Rocket's gotcha machine, they stick to Ash and Go and a bunch of other Pokemon, eventually forming into a giant ball that almost crushes the laboratory. Then, in Eyes on the Goal, remember that Chewtle from way back that follows Team Rocket? Well, it gets in a race with a Turtwig, and eventually a bunch of other random turtle Pokemon in a race to be the slowest/fastest. Only annoying thing about the second one is Meowth is translating what all the Pokemon are saying to no one, because only Pokemon are around, but he translates anyway.
It's saying you're the one who should back off. A Pokemon with such a small shell shouldn't have such a big mouth.
Yes, I know it's a kid's cartoon and it's so we can understand what's happening, but in universe, who's he talking to? He's talking to himself for no reason.
When a house is not a home.
Waking up one day, Go finds a Grookey suddenly attached to him. Go tries to catch it, but it already has a trainer, so he and Ash set out to find them. That's when they discover it belongs to Team Rocket, another Pokemon that escaped from their gotcha machine. Of course, the three show up trying to get it back, but Grookey has bonded with Go so much it breaks the Pokeball Team Rocket had it in, and Go is now able to catch it, adding Grookey to his team. So yes, this is also the first season that Ash does not have a starter from whatever region the season is mainly focused on. Go now has all of them. But I mean, Ash's team is so good, I don't really think it matters.
Beyond chivalry, aiming to be a League Master.
After days of training, Ash is ready to fight Rinto and his Gallade again, and it goes well, until Gallade cuts Farfetch's leak, and even though all hope seems lost, Ash encourages it to never give up, allowing it to evolve into Surfetched, beating Gallade and bumping Ash up all the way to rank 184. In searching for service with a smile, Ash and Go help a nervous trainer continue her plus-1 mine and all-service business when her partner gets injured on the job.
Not too close for comfort.
Another one of Go's Pokemon becomes an angsty teenager, and the whole episode is Go trying to understand why it's so sad. I never realized the middle starter forms of this gen is like being a parent, but you don't get the fun part of making the kid. And on land, in the sea, and to the future. In Hoenn once more, I'm just going to say the gang again, since Chloe joins the two more regularly now. The gang compete in a race with trainers and their water types, so Chloe can learn more about one of the trainers' Vaporeon, so she can better understand Eevee. In Absol Absolved, it's similar to the Absol episode in the Hoenn season. Go catches it at the end.
Thrash of the Titans!
Ash and Go head to Unova again, because Ash received a letter from his old friend Iris. Oh, great. But it turns out Ash isn't the only champion. Iris has now become the Unova champion herself, and challenges him to a battle, because she's also in the World Coronation series. Oh, I forgot she also had a Dragonite. That's very different, too. We also see the weak Axew she had throughout all of Black and White is now a super powerful Haxorus. Now that's character development. Despite all her growth, though, Ash manages to win, pushing him to the Ultra class at number 99. I'll admit, still not a big fan of anime Iris, but she is better now, especially since she's not in every episode.
As expected. I thought this would happen. Battling always gets you overexcited. Just what I'd expect from a little kid.
You had to have her say it again, didn't you? In Under Color of Darkness, Ash and Go head to Kalos to find a flower for one of Go's Flabebe so it can evolve. In Sleuths for Truth, someone in Vermilion is stealing massive amounts of electricity, and the prime suspect is Pikachu? Of course, it's actually Team Rocket. I mainly like this one because the main joke of Pikachu not really understanding or even caring about what's going on. It's kind of cute, honestly.
Advice to go!
Visiting Professor Oak, Ash and Go reminisce about that Pokemon camp all those years ago, Go realizing that Ash was that kid that overslept. As well as remembering Go's encounter with Mew. That's when Oak tells him about Project Mew, a group of researchers whose sole goal is to find and learn more about the mythical Pokemon. Go's not interested though, and then the two boys go see all of Ash's Pokemon in Oak's lab, except Infernape seems to be missing. While looking for it, they find Gary. Wow, it's been a long time since we've seen him. While him and Ash are more friendly, it seems his dickish nature comes out again when addressing Go. He's there to get a feather from the Pokemon Moltres so he can join Project Mew, and it happens that is where Ash's Infernape is too, as it's been challenging Moltres to battles. Eventually the three of them work together, and Gary gets his feather, progressing him into joining Project Mew. And seeing the kind of work that goes into it and egging on from Gary, Go decides to join Project Mew himself to get closer to his dream.
So those are all Ash's Pokemon? And my Tauros!
In Errand Endurance, it's another one of those Errand episodes that I mentioned whenever I mentioned it before. This one with the addition of the gang following Grookey and Eevee while they do it. Wow, trust issues. Just like my parents. In Take My Thief, Please, the Morpeko that has been following Team Rocket has constantly been eating all of their food, and they've had enough. So they try to trick Go into catching it, but fail multiple times. So to get rid of it once and for all, James tries to ditch it in the forest, but he grows a bond with the hungry Pokemon and decides to officially catch it for himself. I feel you misunderstood the mission, James. And leaping toward the dream as they test to see if he can join Project Mew, Go along with Ash head to Sinnoh to catch an Alola Ninetales that is stuck on a mountain so they can return it to Alola. They fail miserably and are rescued by another Project Mew member, Quillen, who says Go doesn't got what it takes. But then Go is able to get the Ninetales and maybe he do got what it takes. And now he hasn't joined Project Mew. See, that was the test to see if he can join the recruits that are competing to join Project Mew. I'm serious. And everybody's doing the underground shuffle. Hey, another one of those everyone gets mixed up episodes. This time it's Ash with Morpeko, Go and Pikachu, Chloe and Meowth, and Jesse and James with Eevee. It's not the best one, but there are some good dynamics, like Chloe is so nice to Meowth he actually wants her to catch him. She doesn't, but that's kind of interesting. Also, I love how Chloe's Eevee is super into being a part of Team Rocket, even doing the motto with them. Other than that, it's alright. In grabbing the brass ring, Go catches a phalanx after helping it coordinate with its head spinner. Also, there's a fight at the end that is just really forced. It sucked.
Nightfall? Nightmares!
When people in Sinnoh are experiencing nightmares, oh, it's Darkrai again. I feel like we've seen this guy so many times throughout this anime series too. Ash and Go to investigate, and Matori is there to capture Cresselia. Meanwhile, Chloe is excited for a vacation to Sinnoh with her family to see a contest, but they're all too busy to go, so she goes herself, and has some trouble traveling on her own for the first time. And while camping in the woods, she meets Dawn, a good female character, a returning character, and the two bond as they head to Eterna City, where Dawn teaches Chloe, hey, no need for schedules or plans when traveling, you just gotta enjoy the journey. That's when they discover a hurt Cresselia.
A Midsummer Night's Light!
After the girls treat Cresselia, Dawn teaches Chloe all about contests, and then run into Ash and Go, and of course, Chloe is surprised the two know each other.
Oh, so you two used to travel through Sinnoh together?
Yeah, along with our friend named Brock.
And the group figure out, despite what people think, Darkrai and Cresselia are not enemies, and are both being attacked by Matori and Team Rocket. And after the kids help them out, the two legendaries help each other out by beating Matori, and each return home. Man, I'm so glad Dawn came back despite how little she was in it, and she helped the new girl not be such a Debbie Downer. I wish she had stayed longer, but I guess we can't have nice things all the time. And all out, all of the time, Ash and Go enter a race in Alola where you catch Pokemon to beat different legs of the race. I do love Go's reaction when he finds out Ash is the champion of Alola. I kind of forgot that's a big deal in the Pokemon world to be the champion of a region.
So you're the Alola League champion?
Yeah, I competed in that tournament a while back. And I guess I kinda won.
Also, we find out in the World Coronation Series, Ultra Class, the matches are now scheduled and you have to attend them, and Ash's next one is against Volkner, the Sinnoh Electric-type gym leader.
It's so good to see you!
You both look great!
Wow, about that.
And an ultra exciting from the shocking start, Ash battles Volkner again and once again manages to win. We also find out that Ash brought his Z-Ring and his Pikachu Z-Crystal with him from Alola. Most importantly, though, we find out from Volkner that Cynthia is in the Coronation Series, and appropriately is already in the top 8. I can't wait.
Detective Drizzile!
When the Ceres lab is hacked and a bunch of data is erased, it turns out a Kecleon that is turning invisible is doing it. That Ghost Drizzile happens to see. And it's owned by a hacker named Gizmo. The Kecleon is powerful, but luckily Drizzile evolves into Inteleon, taking him down and getting the data back. In Night and Day, You Are the Ones. To learn more about Umbreon and Espeon, the gang head to Johto, where a princess who looks exactly like Chloe has some. Wait, we've done this before too. And a group of baddies kidnap Chloe, mistaking her for the princess, so she can't take the throne. Bing bang boom, Chloe is saved and the gang send the bad guys packing. In Trial on a Golden Scale, Go along with Ash is sent on another Project Mew mission. So how you get into Project Mew is by doing these missions, and then you get a token. And I think you just need to get the most to get in. There's not really a specific number, you just need to have the most tokens by the end of it. And you get more depending on how well you do in the mission. This time they need to get a Golden Scale from a Volcarona, and after stopping a Pokemon Hunter with help from Quillen again and another member of Project Mew, Danica, Go gets his first token. In Mad About Blue, it's all about blue, Abadi Abadai, as two trainers have a rivalry over their love of the color blue. I assume if you watch the original Japanese, there are a bunch of puns based on the color blue in this, and I assume it's hilarious. In English, it's just kind of weird. In The Sweet Taste of Battle, the gang along with Leon and Raihan are roped into a cake-making competition by Galar's fairy gym leader Opal, and Pikachu gets fat. In Star Night, Star Flight, Ash and Go help a girl in Johto. Ah, it's Cynthia. Oh my god. Now my voice is fucked. I can't do those screams anymore. Oh, the episode's about like a Cleffa. It's very sad, but not as sad as Cynthia leaving after this episode. I wish she'd stay with me forever. In an adventure of mega proportions, Ash and Go head to Kalos again, where Karina gives Ash a Mega Glove and Keystone. He just needs Lucario Knight. And after going on a journey and beating a Mega Alakazam, they get the Lucario Knight, and Ash learns his next coordination battle is against B. In Battle 3 with B, Ash and B have their third battle, I guess. It seems to be even, especially when B keeps switching her Pokemon, and when Ash tries to Mega Evolve Lucario for the first time, Lucario says it's not time, as it clashes with B's Machamp. Then in a battle of Mega vs. Max, as the battle continues, Ash manages to take out most of B's Pokemon, and she also takes care of a lot of his, leaving her Gigantamax Machamp against Ash's Mega Lucario. With his new power-up and their bond, Lucario manages to take out Machamp, getting Ash's first victory against B. And look, I'm going to spoil it. Unfortunately, despite me thinking that this was going to be his new rival, you know, kind of similar to Gary or Paul, just making it B a gym leader, this is the last we see of her, at least in the major role anyway. Now that Ash has beaten her, he just kind of moves on. Sucks. I still think it would have been interesting if she stuck around the whole time. Maybe they fought again in top 8, but it was nice while it lasted, I guess. In Breaking the Ice, a new girl at Chloe's school can't seem to make friends, probably because her Glaceon keeps shooting blizzards at people. Looking out for number 2, another new mission where Go needs to catch a wild Kingdra. He does.
The gates of warp!
So remember, besides time travel, other dimensions casually exist in Pokemon, and once again, we see, Dawn. Man, I really can't do that scream anymore. Dawn's Piplup is taken through a portal by another Dawn, and she asks Ash for help with Go and Chloe coming with. That's when a strangely competent Team Rocket shows up out of a portal and steals Lucario and Inteleon. Dawn and Go chase them into the other world with Ash and Chloe left behind. There, Go and Dawn find out in the other world time is running backwards as Pokemon are reverting to eggs, and other Dawn took Piplup thinking it was hers. Eventually, though, Ash and Chloe get there thanks to help from Cynthia. Yeah, she's back too. She doesn't go to the other dimension, so she's just kind of there. And while there, immediately, Ash meets his other self. God, could you imagine if Cynthia went there? Then we'd have 2 Cynthias. Damn.
Showdown at the gates of warp!
After reuniting with each other and their other selves, the gang learn the cause of this is alternate Team Rocket, who are using the red chain to make Palkia and Dialga fight, causing all the wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey stuff. And once Dialga and Palkia wear themselves out, Team Rocket will catch them and then raise all the Pokemon eggs to serve Team Rocket. Actually not a bad plan. But the battle is too much for even the Rockets, as a surge of energy causes the suits the Rockets were wearing to keep them safe from all the time travel stuff to break, and now the time traveling's gone out of whack as even the humans start reverting to their younger selves. And then, yeah, once again, the day is saved thanks to everyone sending their good vibe energy to the Pokemon. There has to be a better way for you guys to solve these conflicts. So yes, through bonds, the day is saved. The 2 legendary Pokemon return everything to normal, alternate Team Rocket are somewhere lost in time and space, I guess, and the OG versions of Ash, Go, and Dawn and Chloe return home. And that was the season finale of Master Journeys. At least it felt like a season finale this time. So far, my thoughts haven't changed. It's still kind of the same. The series is okay. I guess I do like Chloe a little bit more, though I'm still not completely sold on her. Or Go, really. They haven't had that sauce, you know, that thing that makes me want to go, okay, I'll follow these guys no matter what. I mean, if the most excited you got me was when past characters show up, that's not really a good sign. I will say I am enjoying the World Coronation series. The animation is still as good as Sun and Moon, sometimes better. And the battles are actually well written and choreographed. Weird, because usually the battles aren't my favorite part, but there's not really much else going on this season, I think.
The Spectral Express!
So here we are, the last season of Ash's Journey. Pokemon Ultimate Journeys, the series. The new theme, With You, is pretty awesome. It's the best of this series. I love how it builds up at the beginning and how the rest of it sounds like a triumphant anthem about friendship and junk. Perfect for Pokemon. The actual episode is okay. It's a ghost episode on a train. Ooh, mixing it up. Where the 2 trainers meet Alistair, the ghost gym leader of Galar, as the 2 have come here for a certain reason. And we find out that reason in the Winding Path to Greatness. They came to Galar so they can use Max Mushrooms to make Max Soup so Gengar can Gigantamax, and they do just that. I know I haven't explained all these Max terms I'm using, and I won't. And it's all in the name. Wow, finally an episode about the other service assistant, Ren. It's mid. In Suffering the Flings and Arrows, so Ghost, Pinsir, and Heracross are doing it, but then Heracross starts simping for a Lilligant, and to cheer Pinsir up, the gang go to Celadon Gym and see Erica again, where they learn flower decorating with Pokemon. Where Chloe gets to see Erica's Leafeon. So yes, if you haven't figured out the Chloe Eevee saga yet, she's going around seeing all the evolutions so she can learn more about Eevee. And while I think the Eevee is using Copycat to mimic the evolution's moves, I'm pretty sure considering that and it doesn't evolve, she's supposed to have an Eevee similar to the one from Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Which, by the way, you notice how many main characters get an Eevee? They got one, Serena, Lana, and now Chloe. Almost like they're trying to push it as a new side mascot or something.
The good, the bad, and the ugly!
Okay, so nothing really important happens in here per se, but this is the end of two characters that we've seen throughout the series, so I might as well. When Team Rocket are fed up with their gotcha machine giving them lousy Pokemon, they decide to follow the Pelipper that delivers it to them to find out who's giving them these shitty Pokemon. Along the way, they run into Cassidy, who is no longer in Team Rocket and now runs a cafe up north. They then find a bakery run by Butch.
Name's Butch, okay? The name is Butch.
Yeah, I said it right this time. He's also just kind of living his life now. And yeah, they never find out who sends the gotcha stuff. I just figured it's near the end, so might as well tell you what happens to certain characters if it comes up. So yeah, that's the last we see of Butch and Cassidy. They've moved on. They've become reformed. Neat. And lighting the way home, Sophocles is back. Where are the other Alolan characters? Oh, it's just him. Skip.
An evolution in taste!
So nothing really happens in this episode either. It's about Ash and Go heading back to that Slowpoke Island from the 2/7 episode, just so they can advertise Galarian Slowbro and Slowking. The thing I find important is that in this episode, there's a rap battle.
Yo, yo, yo! Go King, battle today!
Hey, hey, hey! It's a rap battle, Ash King, okay!
Yo, yo, Curry, eat it while it's really, really hot. Yo, it's tasty, yo, it's spicy, yo, 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 Curry, spicy, yo!
Only noodles for me, you see? That's what the Slowpoke all wanna eat! Put it in your bowl, and let's feast!
I don't know how much I was able to play because of copyright stuff, but I hope it was all of it, because if I had to sit through it, you did too.
Out of there!
This episode sucked. I did not like it. The gang head to the Pokemon Circus so Chloe can see Flareon and Jolteon, but Harmony trains fire types and Billy trains electric types, but they mix up the stones they were going to use and Harmony gets a Jolteon while Billy gets a Flareon, so instead of loving their Pokemon anyway, they just claim the other one as their own and try to train it despite their original Pokemon still loving them and trying to do their best, but they tell them, oh, you're not the right type, fuck off, like fuck you two. And then at the end, of course, they're like, wait, I can love my Pokemon despite the type? Yeah, no shit. I hate these two. They're pricks that did not deserve the happy ending, abandoning their Pokemon because it wasn't the one they wanted. Like, fuck that. Like, to me, this episode just kind of comes off as mean-spirited. It tries to be positive and shit at the end, you know, it's Pokemon. But this is legit probably one of the worst episodes of Pokemon with how dumb and forced the moral is. Like, what even is the moral? This Jolteon and Flareon deserve better trainers.
Battling turned up to 11!
In this episode, Ash visits Galar again and meets Team Yell for the first time, who trick Ash into showing up for his World Coronation match at the wrong place. But he meets another Galar gym leader, Piers, who luckily takes Ash to the right stadium, where he has his battle against Marnie. I love Marnie, and Ash beats her, taking his rank up to number 15. Now, if it weren't for Marnie, I wouldn't even acknowledge this episode. In meeting up with the Monarch, still in Galar from the last episode, Ash runs into Leon again, and he hangs out with him to see how the champion trains, which is mainly by having fun. Meanwhile, Go hangs out with Sonia. Go got the better deal, despite how she drives. I still love her. In a one-stick wonder, still in Galar, Go's Grookey teaches a Thwacky how to drum sick beats with one stick. It's like that movie Whiplash, but with Pokemon. In battling in the freezing raid, Go's next mission for Project Mew is to participate in a raid battle against an Articuno, and his partners are Ash, of course, but also Gary, and also Horace, that kid from that one episode a long time ago. Yes, he's also trying to get into Project Mew because he wants to meet Celebi and all Psychic-type Pokemon, including Mew. Despite Gary still picking on Go like the king does, the four are able to face Articuno successfully and all get their tokens, but now Go has to keep up with his two rivals.
The future is now, thanks to strategy!
I really don't remember if I mentioned it in X and Y, but that's like a variation of a catchphrase Clement would say. In X and Y, you know, he would say science instead of strategy. So if you knew that, you'd know Clement and Bonnie come back in this episode. As Ash is visiting Lumio's gym because his next match is against Drosna of the Kalos Elite Four. Yeah, I'd go for that gilf. And Go catches a Froakie while in Kalos. In taking two for the team, Ash has his battle with Drosna and wins, bringing his rank to 9, which means he only needs to win one more battle to make it into the top 8.
Reuniting for the first time!
Chloe hears about a trainer with a Sylveon making waves in contests in Hoenn, and she wants to go there to see it, being the last evolution she wants to meet. Ash and Go come too, since Go wants to catch an Altaria after seeing Drosna use it in the last episode. When there, the boys go off on their own, and Chloe meets Lycia, a contest idol, who convinces her to try the contest out, and she's peer pressured into participating. And while debating if she'll actually join it, she meets the Sylveon trainer, and yes, you haven't figured it out by now, the Sylveon trainer is Serena, who's still in Hoenn competing in contests. Which just angers me, because why wasn't the Glaceon trainer May? Speaking of, we now have seen the return of almost every girl companion, except Misty and May, and I know Misty will come later, but I swear, if May doesn't return, I'll be kinda upset about it. No, wait, she appears in a Wallace Cup flashback in this episode? This is the most she's gonna appear, isn't it? Anyway, Chloe does okay in a beginner contest, and Serena ties with Lycia for first in her contest. And what the hell, Ash only sees Serena as they're leaving? Talk about what happened, damn it. Anyway, I still don't really like Serena. She's still kind of boring, so I didn't really care about this episode. In Radio Lulled the Mischievous Stars, Team Rocket started a podcast. That's pretty much the whole episode. It gets really popular, and it's never brought up again. Two things, they say ASMR in Pokemon.
A more Pecco ASMR feature!
Yes, yes, yes! I did a search on it! ASMR is a really warm and fuzzy feeling given by a certain sound, right?
Also, Brock makes a weird cameo where we don't even see his face for some reason. Like, why do they do this with animation? It's so stupid.
All right! That's mine! They're using mine! It warms my heart that my beloved Princess number 7 actually spoke my name!
In Big Brother to the Rescue, oh yeah, Yamper. I forgot about him with all the Eevee stuff. Well, it finds out a waterfall is polluted, and Suicune comes to purify it. Oh yeah, I also forgot Go owns Suicune. Too much is happening and none of it's getting attention.
Catching the Aura of Fate!
Ash's battle to make top 8 is against Raihan, and him and Lucario are training for it. And after seeing Go's Froakie evolve in a Frogadier, Ash remembers, oh yeah, I have a Digimon in the forest of Kalos where my bond is similar to my other Digimon. So Ash and Go head to Kalos to find Greninja again, so he can show Lucario the power of bonds. It does.
Aim for the 8!
Ash has his battle with Raihan, and after a long build-up to a very small smack, he wins and Ash is now in the top 8. With that, the final 8 are now decided. From top to bottom, we have Leon, Cynthia, Steven, Lance, Diantha, Alon, that's kinda out of nowhere, Iris, and Ash. Pretty stacked top 8, was not expecting Alon, guess because they ran out of champions, despite us seeing Wallace a few episodes ago. And narrowing the Chaser chase, Go's next mission is to compete in a Battle Royale. Yeah, more Fortnite, where the last trainer standing wins. And after beating some jobbers who admittedly look neat, the final 2 are Go and Horus, and Horus manages to take the W, so Go is starting to fall behind on Mew tokens.
The homecoming
crown!
So okay, this, no joke, might be one of, if not the best Pokemon episodes. In the Crown Tundra, we meet up with Lily, Gladion, and Lusamine again, who are still looking for Moan. And after so long, they manage to find him alive and well, and they find out why, despite being alive, he hasn't returned home. After being sucked into Ultra Space, he was saved by a Nihilego that saw his memories, and the only words he could say was the name of his daughter, Lily. The Nihilego took him out another wormhole, which put them in a cabin in the Crown Tundra. After seeing his memories were gone, it began using an illusion of Lily to keep Moan there, as it grew attached to him, and even went so far as to dirty all the windows and get rid of any mirrors or reflections, so he can't see his face and possibly remember his old life. Of course, the family, and Ash, Go, and Chloe, who are also there for their own reasons of course, managed to convince Moan that he is their father and husband, bringing his memories back. And despite it trapping a man in the tundra for years and erasing his memory, the family decided to take the squid home with them. Or I guess it's more of a jellyfish. Whatever, happy ending. So this is an episode you really have to experience to understand why it's so good. It legit feels like a different anime sometimes. The animation is amazing, just seeing Lusamine's face when she realizes what happened to her husband. I never expected to see that kind of face in Pokemon. Not to mention the atmosphere and tone of the episode. There is very little music, and the coloring is a lot more muted in the cabin to show this really is a different world in here and to really summarize the gravity of the situation. Even the directing is kind of better than usual. Every shot felt purposeful and not just a cell of animation to tell the story. Like, it felt like this episode was made by people who cared. Not saying they don't care about the rest of Pokemon, besides certain seasons, just this one specifically felt like whoever was in charge of it really wanted to leave an impression. Not to mention, of course, it's the payoff to a storyline from a past series, which if you haven't noticed is something Pokemon doesn't do, ever. After the series they're in, usually the characters just kinda go off, maybe making an appearance later, so this is pretty rare. I'd say the worst part of it is that, Ash, Go, and Chloe are in it because But they don't overstay their welcome and aren't in it much, but I think if you cut them, the episode would be perfect and nothing would really change. Seriously, if you watch one Pokemon episode from this, make sure it's the one where Brock enters that contest in Hoenn. That was really funny, but then watch this one, it's also really good. In helping the hometown hero, Lily and her family return to Alola with the good news of finding Moan, and to celebrate that and the Alolan champion making it to the World Coronation Finals, they have a Battle Royale. Where in probably one of the best moments to me, the crowd in Alola start chanting for Ash as their champion, technically representing them.
Yes! Alola League champion! Hang in there!
Champion! Champion!
Our champion! Win it! Give it all you got!
This is when it hit me though. After the last episode and seeing this moment, I was like, oh shit, this is being built up properly. This is really gonna be it. Huh. Ash's last tournament, his last battles, we're probably never going to see Ash, Pikachu, or many of the characters that he's met throughout the series ever again after this. Damn. Well, I mean, there's not much we can do about it. We're now at episode 1200, so with only 34 left. Let's see how they choose to end it. And chasing to the finish for their last mission for Project Mew, Go, Gary, along with the jobbers from before, have to catch a Regieleki and Regidrago. And through teamwork, they managed to do so, and with that, now officially, Go, Horace, and Gary join the actual Project Mew team, bringing all of them one step closer to their dreams.
Friends? Rivals? Lend me your spirit!
Training hard for the Masters 8 tournament, Ash, at the suggestion of Oak, takes some time to rest at his lab and visit all of his Pokemon again. And Paul? Paul is here? Wow, we're really getting all the best Alola and Sinnoh characters returning, huh? I think even Pokemon knows the best seasons.
You're useless. At the very least, you should know your Pokemon's condition.
And he's still an asshole. Awesome. Paul is only here by coincidence, studying with Professor Oak, but of course an opportunity like this can't be passed up, and Ash challenges him to a battle, and the two do so, with Ash's Gengar learning Will-O-Wisp in the process. Go even notices something interesting, that during the battle, Paul is using Pokemon similar to the ones Ash's opponents are going to use, making them wonder if Paul really showed up by coincidence. Wow, what a tsundere. We also learn what Paul has been up to recently, and apparently he was offered to become a gym leader. Wow, I sympathize for the poor trainers that have to challenge him.
Curtain up, fight the fights!
The Masters 8 tourney begins, and look, I'm not going to recap all the battles here, okay? I know these are the last big ones of the show, and despite, again, the animation being much better, 1,202 episodes in, I'm still not that into battles. I'll do some of them, but not all of them. Also, they throw in Leon's brother Hop in at the last second. Okay. The matchups are announced, and round 1 has Leon versus Alon, Lance versus Diantha, Cynthia versus Iris, and Ash versus Steven. We see the Leon battle against Alon, and Alon gets creamed. Wow, thanks for showing up, I guess. In Pride of a Champion, we have Lance versus Diantha, with Diantha coming out on top, leaving her to face Leon in the next round. In the Fiery Road to Mastership, and a nice callback to when they fought in Black and White, Iris and Cynthia have a battle between Dragon Masters, but of course, my queen wins. Who had any doubts? In battling as hard as stone, now it's Ash versus Steven. It's alright. Ash manages to beat his Mega Metagross with his broken-ass 10 Volt Z move, so now he moves on, which means, yep, we're gonna have Ash versus Cynthia. Episode 1206 is a clip show. Yeah, it's been a while since we had one of those, huh? Then in Infinite Possibilities, it's filler of Chloe and her family going on a camping trip. Why does anime always do this? Have some episode in the middle of a big arc no one cares about? Then we have another clip show. Man, I'm glad I wasn't watching this weekly. In its champion time, we have Leon versus Diantha. Oh, never mind. We focus on Ash helping two siblings find each other, and then Leon beats Diantha off screen? Okay, Pokemon. The tournament was fine so far, but then you had the clip shows and the Chloe episode distracting us. But now, you're ending battles off screen? This is really starting to fall off. But whatever, let's get to the one, and hopefully the hypest of the battles, Ash versus Cynthia.
Bewitch, battle, and bewilder!
Alright, we've been building up to this for 5 series now, and we learned that this battle might be Cynthia's last, as she's planning on retiring after this Masters 8 tournament. Good, then she can spend more time with me. Ash starts off with Dragonite while Cynthia uses Spirit Tomb. She manages to beat out everything Dragonite throws out with a Sucker Punch, knocking it out quickly. Then Ash sends out Gengar and Cynthia switches to Roserade, but then she switches back to Spirit Tomb and takes out Gengar easily, again with a Sucker Punch. Then Ash uses Pikachu as Cynthia starts constantly switching her Pokemon, and even though he takes out her Gastrodon, she eventually gets back to Spirit Tomb, and she takes out Pikachu this time with a Destiny Bond. So now Ash has 3 Pokemon down, one being his Gigantamax Pokemon and the other his Z-Move one, and Cynthia has 4 healthy Pokemon. Will he be able to turn this around?
a strategic part of battling.
Cynthia uses her ace Garchomp while Ash uses his other dragon type, Dracovish. She quickly swaps to Roserade, but Dracovish manages to take it down. But Dracovish does get poisoned by it. Then Cynthia sends out Milotic, which manages to take down Dracovish. Ash switches to Surfetch'd, who manages to take out Milotic, but Garchomp takes it down, so now Ash only has his Lucario left, while Cynthia has Garchomp and her Togekiss. That she switches to and Dynamaxes quickly, and now Ash is on the back foot with what looks like a little chance at victory.
Whittle while you work!
While only Lucario is left, Ash can still Mega Evolve, and with the new boost, Lucario is able to beat the Dynamax Togekiss. So now it all comes down to this, Garchomp versus Lucario, two of the strongest Sinnoh Pokemon. The two trade blow after blow, move after move. Trainers, this is one of the most intense battles I've seen in my hours of commenting anime Pokemon battles. That's when at the same time, Lucario and Garchomp fall. Silence and dust fill the arena, and one Pokemon we see is rising up. Who is it? It's Lucario, and there goes the battle, as they say. By the skin of his teeth, Ash has beaten Cynthia, making it to the grand finals to face Leon. After the fight, Cynthia reveals that battle reignited her fire, and she will continue to be champion, because battling, well, there's just nothing like it. So yes, now we have it. The grand finals are going to be Ash versus Leon. So let's move on to the grand finals of the World Coronation Series. Oh, never mind, it's another clip show. Seriously?
Just a stone's throw from here!
It's the day before the finals. Ash can go see that Eternatus is doing well. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Then the two visit the scone shop Go met Score Bunny at, where it meets its Nickit friends again from back then. After sending Team Rocket blasting off, man, I haven't done that in a while either. Go receives a message from Project Mew that, well, they found it. That didn't take long. But Go has to leave right now to make it, which means missing Ash's finals. While sad Go can't be there for Ash, they both know that it has to be done, so Go heads off to find Mew while Ash is ready for his final battle against Leon. Which we don't see yet because it's another fucking clip show.
A flood
of torrential gaze.
Well, here we are, it's the final battle. And Chloe and Dawn show up to watch. Man, they are really using Dawn a lot. Not that I'm complaining, just, come on, where's May? And so there's a rule I didn't mention with this tournament, that while all the mechanics, Z-moves, Mega Evolving, and Dynamaxing are allowed, you can only use one of them per match. But Leon says he wants Ash to use all three of them for their final battle. After Pikachu fights Leon's Cinderace for a bit, the two swap, Cinderace for Inteleon, and Pikachu for Gengar. And Ash uses this new rule right away, Gigantamaxing Gengar, which takes out Inteleon, giving Ash First Blood. But Leon's Mr. Rime takes out Gengar, and the match starts off with each trainer now at 5 Pokemon each.
toying
with your motions!
Ash then switches to Surfetch'd, who uses it to destroy a psychic terrain Mr. Rime set up, and then switches to Lucario, and he quickly Mega Evolves to take out Mr. Rime. But when it has trouble against Dragapult, Ash switches Lucario with Dracovish, but Dragapult's Dragon Tail forces Ash's Pokemon to switch out constantly, eventually the Dragonite, and then Lucario again, and Leon takes out Lucario, so now 2 of Ash's gimmicks are down. This manages to be fine as Dragonite takes out Dragapult, and now Ash is in the lead, but this manages to not be fine, as Leon points out Ash has had his Pokemon switched out constantly and are all worn out, while Leon still has 3 healthy ones he hasn't even used yet.
Pairing Pokemon!
While parrying!
Leon sends out his Rillaboom, and like he said, Ash's Pokemon are too tired, and it easily takes out Dragonite and Surfetch'd. But luckily, with its little energy, Dracovish takes out Rillaboom. But then his Cinderace takes out Dracovish, so now Ash only has Pikachu left against Leon's 2 fire types. But Leon, confident, wants to finish this with his partner Pokemon, Charizard, and isn't playing around anymore as he quickly Gigantamaxes it. To counter it, Ash uses his last resort move, the 10 million volt Thunderbolt move. This clash between Dynamax energy and Z-move energy is so great that suddenly, Eternatus shows up above the stadium. What could this mean?
Partners!
In time!
After the clash, both Pokemon are hurt, but okay at the end, and the energy from Eternatus recharges both Ash and Leon's Dynamax bands. Seeing this, Leon takes full advantage, switching Charizard and Gigantamaxing Cinderace. But Ash isn't far behind, Dynamaxing Pikachu. After trading max moves, Cinderace is down, and now it's down to Leon's Charizard and Ash's Pikachu. And this is it, folks. Ash's last big battle, with his partner Pikachu, the one that started it all. We've seen him time and time again with Pikachu, fighting many gyms, leagues, he's won a few, lost a lot. But right here, as Ash says, this is the culmination of his journey.
This battle is the peak of all the adventures Pikachu and I have had up until this point. That's why we're gonna win!
Leon orders a Fire Blast while Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, and the two clash. As we see all of Ash's friends he's met throughout his journey watching him, all the Pokemon he's caught, all of his friends, his family, all witnessing him try to fulfill his dream. Pikachu and Charizard clash, and then silence, as we see Pikachu wake up at the Pokemon Center. The clash was so big, he was knocked out. But we see Ash tell him that Charizard went down first. He did it. With his best friend, Ash has achieved the title of the Monarch, the strongest trainer in the world. And I can't even describe to you how hype this moment was. The animation was amazing, the voice acting was on point. Not to mention, they play the original Pokemon theme during the battle as the perfect bookend. It's seriously something you should experience yourself. Like, fire up Netflix, Pokemon TV, YouTube, I don't know where you can find it on, to watch this moment, because especially if you've been with Ash since the beginning, or even if you've just been a fan of Pokemon for a while, trust me, it's a special feeling that I wasn't expecting to feel. It's not really sadness or pride, it's just kind of, man, I can't believe this is really it, you know? Like, it's been a long road, and me and you have been there for all of it. Finally seeing the payoff to Ash's effort. So why are there 15 more episodes of the anime?
The Mew from here!
So Go, Gary, Horace, Quillen, and Danica are looking for Mew at Table Mountain. Look, whoever decided to put this stuff after the Masters 8 tournament, huge mistake. This should have been before, and then the Masters 8 should have been after it, ending with the epilogue. Because I'll be honest, after how hype and emotional I was watching Ash versus Leon, I do not care about Go finding Mew at all. Go is still just fine to me, I don't really care about him, and we are so close to the end, let's just wrap up this season.
In the palms of our hands!
So they find Mew, whoopee, and try to battle and catch it, but it keeps sending out powerful attacks one after the other. And Go realizes they don't really have a chance, because they're giving their all, but Mew just seems like it's playing around. So Go does manage to tell Mew his feelings and how it was the inspiration for him starting his journey, and Mew answers those feelings, I guess, by showing up literally in the palm of his hand, making him the first human to get so close to Mew. And yeah, Project Mew is disbanded after that, because I guess they technically did do their goal. So everyone goes their separate ways, with Go returning to Kanto to reunite with his friends.
Heroes unite!
So after it all, the gang have a little get-together to discuss the future. And Go wants to go on a journey on his own now, but thinks Ash might be hurt by that since they've been through so much together. But I guess he forgot Ash has done this 9 times now, so he announces he will be going on a new journey immediately, which makes Go sad. But the two make up after a battle, realizing they have to go their separate ways to achieve their dreams. That's when, like when they first met, Lugia appears. And now, technically, I'll explain in a bit, don't worry. Here's the season finale of Pokemon Journeys. As one last goodbye, the two bros challenge Lugia to a raid battle, and after it all, they end up riding atop Lugia again. And even see Ho-Oh, damn, rule of threes I guess. The next day, Ash and Go are ready to leave, with their family and friends seeing them off. And with the two leaving, we learn Chloe will be taking over as a research fellow, just say assistant, and the two boys travel for a while until a split path forces them to separate, as the two begin their new solo journeys. Then, the credits, of all things, are kinda nuts. Like, we see bits of the adventures that they have afterwards. We see Chloe traveling around, Go meets Misty, I guess she did technically show up. Then, in the most unintentional fuck you moment to Pokemon fans, I feel, Ash reunites with his Butterfree, in like a 10-second credits scene. Not even a post-credits one. Wow. But yes, that was technically the end of Pokemon Journeys, the series. There was a special, the Arceus Chronicles, which I debated talking about, because it's a special, but it has Dawn in it, but I'm just gonna skip it. So here's the thing. Technically, we are still in Pokemon Journeys, the series, which is why I said it's technically the season finale. But since this is Ash's final series, they decided to have 11 episodes, it's a weird number, branded to be a Pokemon Master as a final farewell to Ash. So yes, folks, we are finally here. 25 seasons, over 1,200 episodes. We are at the final 11. And I present to you the finale of Ash's journey to be a Pokemon Master.
You teach me and I'll teach you Pokemon catch 'em all!
The road most traveled!
So these episodes do have a new theme. It's another remix of the original Pokemon theme. Unlike X and Y, this one is good. Not just because it actually makes sense this time with it being the end of Ash's journey, but it also is a good rendition of it.
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend.
Also, yeah, the clips of Ash in past seasons, that got to me, even though I've seen them like a few months ago. So how they start Ash's farewell tour? Not great. Ash is currently just wandering with no goal, but of course Team Rocket are still following him, and during a usual Pikachu catching scheme, he meets a hurt Latias that he helps out. And after it heals, Ash thinks it returned to the wild, but it begins following him. Wait, I've seen this movie. One cool thing is that to show off all of Ash's Pokemon that he's caught throughout the series, he's now started rotating his team, putting in whoever he feels like. So we'll be seeing some interesting combinations of Pokemon from the various regions. That's pretty cool.
A fated face-off!
After fishing up a Clauncher, Ash wants to catch it, but another trainer wants this water type. It's Misty. Yeah, she's back, and the two battle to see who will catch it, but Team Rocket interrupts them, and they send them blasting off, ending with Misty winning the battle with Ash, and she keeps the Clauncher. And now Misty is traveling with Ash again. Okay, so far these are feeling like just regular episodes of Pokemon, but hey, with Latios following him, they gotta be building up to something, obviously. Right?
Maybe you're just too noisy to enjoy all of this.
Yeah, you wrote the book on noisy.
Must be our heroes and the witch!
Taking a break at a restaurant, Ash and Misty are surprised to see Brock working there. Of course, it's to get a woman, but he's heartbroken when she has a fiancé. Hey, I've seen this before. Then they run into Cylon. That's even more random than Brock. And when taking him to a flower field to cheer Brock up, he is captured by a Hatterene who feeds off of his negative emotions, the down badness. But it frees him after it sees Ash and Brock help a Hatena it's caring for. And Cylon says to head back to Unova while Brock begins traveling with Ash and Misty again. Oh yeah, if you're wondering, the gang is kinda just all over the place these episodes. Like this one took place in Galar, and they don't specify where the last two were. You'd assume Kanto. But yeah, they're just kinda everywhere, so don't think about location too hard.
Then let's meet up again!
And best wishes, take good care!
Best wishes for a great journey! Bearing down easy!
In Frozen Land, Ash helps a Beartic learn to control its ice powers. That's it? That's like a regular episode of Pokemon. Out of all of the possibilities, why is this in Ash's final episodes? What are you smoking?
A squad's worth of passion!
Okay, this is more like it. Ash sees a Squirtle in the Squirtle Squad again, where they now also do hero shows in between fighting fires. But Team Rocket force a misunderstanding that makes Squirtle think Ash doesn't want to see him. But then when a fire breaks out, Ash comes to help Squirtle, and all is okay. Alright, this was more of what I wanted, but again, the actual content of the episode was like any other Pokemon episode. Like, come on, we got 6 episodes left in the whole thing. This is a character that has been around for 25 years. Can we do better to honor that?
And Squirtle, let's battle together next time we meet, okay?
Squirtle! 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 Squirtle!
The same moon, now and forever!
Okay, this again is sort of what I wanted, where Pikachu and Meowth get separated from everyone and have to work together again. That's okay. The thing though is that Ash is all sad about not being with Pikachu, even though this has happened many times before. Clearly it's so we can get some nostalgic flashbacks because it's the last season. Which again, yes, this is the kind of stuff I want for a farewell send-off to a character, but the content is still nothing. Like, come on, give us more returning characters like Cylon, revisiting old locations and gyms or rivals, something to celebrate Ash's journey, as it now is just a bunch of regular Pokemon episodes with them occasionally going, oh hey, remember that thing from that one season? Yeah, I saw that like 2 months ago, and I appreciated it far more than you did, anime.
Ride, Lapras, ride!
Okay, this is the kind of episode I was talking about, with Ash meeting his Lapras again from the Orange Islands as he uses it to help a Wailmer that's stuck in a hole. Which becomes even harder when it evolves into a Wailord, which the reaction to that was pretty funny. Afterward, Ash once again says goodbye to Lapras as it returns to its herd. And look, okay, if it's not going to be the kind of episodes I want, at least a simple one that has some returning anime character and just appreciating them is fine. I guess.
Getting to the heart of it all!
The gang, helped by Nurse Joy, quelled the angry spirit of a doll she once owned that is now a Banette. 3 episodes left, and we have an episode about a Nurse Joy.
Rocket Revengers!
Okay, again, this is what I'm talking about, a celebration of the past. In this one, all of Team Rocket's former Pokemon are given to them from Rocket headquarters, so it's not all of them, which does suck. I do think we should have at least seen Arbok and Weezing return somehow for the nostalgia, but hey, it's good enough, I guess. So using all their returning Pokemon, they use Mime Jr. to trick the Torps into thinking it escaped Team Rocket, so it can lure Pikachu to being alone so they can catch it. Not a bad plan, and it almost works until the Latios from a while ago swoops in to save the day. But then we see it might need Ash's help again as we see a Latios it knows is in danger.
Ash and Latios!
Now convinced to help Latios, the gang and Latios head to a cave to find it hiding from a Pokemon hunter. God, how awesome would it have been if this was Jay that came back out of nowhere. But that would make too much sense and be too cool, I guess. I do like the guy's design though, it's kinda neat. And eventually Latios is captured, and Ash has to convince Latios to work with him to save her. And luckily he does, as they beat the Pokemon hunter and Latios fly back home to Altomare? From the movie? And Bianca? From the movie? Man, you guys really love teasing the Pokemon lore nerds like you actually care about continuity, huh? Anyway, after this ordeal, Ash wonders if it's time for him to head home as well. And yes, friends, we are finally here. It's been a long ride. 25 seasons, 1,233 episodes, 9 regions, 23 movies, dozens of Pokemon befriended and caught, hundreds of friends made, dozens of battles won and lost, championships, we were there, and of course, all the rivalries. And through it all, at the center of it, was a kid with a dream of being a Pokemon master and his partner Pikachu. Let's not waste any more time. It's here. The final episode of Ash's journey. The Rainbow and the Pokemon Master. Ash, Misty, and Brock head their separate ways once again, as Ash returns to Pallet Town where he gets some much needed rest. And we even see Tracy again with his original voice. That's rare.
They arrived a while ago. The professor will be giving them their checkups.
Gotta see that! Pikachu, let's go!
Well, Meryl, let's be on our way too.
Then Ash helps save a lost Charmander starter at Oak's lab. After returning it, he meets Gary again, who asks Ash, well, after winning the Masters 8 and becoming the world's best trainer, is he any closer to being a Pokemon Master? And Ash has no answer. For now, Ash just spends his days at home enjoying time with his mom and Pokemon. Meanwhile, Team Rocket have been demoted to serving lunch and menial labor at the Rocket HQ, and are sick of it, so one day, while Ash is wandering through the Viridian Forest, they of course try to steal Pikachu again, and once again they almost get him, because Ash has no other Pokemon on him, until a Pidgeot swoops down and saves it, and sends Team Rocket blasting off, as they declare they have so much more fun together, and they will never stop chasing Pikachu. And yes, this Pidgeot is the one Ash released all those seasons ago, and it happily rejoins him. Later, while taking shelter from a storm, Ash is still thinking of the question Gary asked him. Is he closer to becoming a Pokemon Master?
Being champion isn't my goal. The thing is, I still think of myself as a challenger. I want to go on a lot more adventures, meet lots more Pokemon.
And we finally hear Ash's definition of being a Pokemon Master.
The thing is, I want to be friends with all of the Pokemon in the world. That's what it means to be a Pokemon Master.
Which is why he is so adamant to befriend every Pokemon he meets. And then after the rain, a rainbow appears, much like the one he saw when he first got Pikachu. And while he doesn't know when he will be one, he asks Pikachu to be by his side when he does become a Pokemon Master. Which of course Pikachu agrees to. The next day, Ash has already left on a new journey, didn't even tell his mom. Okay, just because it's your last episode doesn't mean you can be a dick to your mom, Ash. And here it is. Ash's final moments on screen as the main character of Pokemon. Him and Pikachu come to a split path, and they toss a twig up into the air, and wherever it lands, that's where they'll be heading, as the journey to be a Pokemon Master continues. So yeah, it wasn't a definitive ending, but appropriate for Ash and Pikachu, I guess. And with that, it's the end of Ash. Not for the Pokemon anime, as probably by the time this video is done, the new series Pokemon Horizons should have premiered, introducing a whole new world of Pokemon and new trainers everywhere. I gotta admit, while the last several episodes were not what I consider a proper farewell to the character, I think, like Ash's philosophy, the important part was the journey, not the destination. I was very surprised after watching all of Pokemon at how much I loved and how much I hated. I appreciate all the good and bad and was surprised how much I had to say about it, mostly. I mean, I guess you have to talk about it in detail since Pokemon, regardless of how you feel about it, is such a cornerstone of pop culture. I think along with Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball, Pokemon helped establish anime into the mainstream of the West in the late 90s and early 2000s. Not to mention how many childhoods this character affected, not just mine, but most likely yours, maybe even some people who grew up with the original had their kids watch Sun and Moon or Journeys, and despite new characters taking over, I wouldn't be surprised if Ash's legacy continued to span even more generations. I mean, there's nothing left to say, but thanks Ash and Pikachu, and thank you if you watched this all the way through. Like, comment, and subscribe, I guess. I'll see you next time in A New Beginning.
This is just the beginning of the amazing adventures of Ash and Pikachu. Their journey is destined to be packed with non-stop action, millions of laughs, heart-pounding perils, and endless excitement. Together, they'll encounter fantastic friends, evil enemies, and meet creatures beyond their wildest imagination. And as their story unfolds, we'll unlock the magic and mystery of a most wondrous place, the incredible world of Pokémon.